Hello, this is Ashen. What if Naruto was not just a Nine-Tails Jinchūriki, but the hidden heir of 4 legendary bloodlines? In this alternate Naruto story, Naruto is born as the secret child of Minato Namikaze Uchiha and Kushina Uzumaki Senju. From his father, he inherits the blood of the Uchiha and the potential of the Sharingan. From his mother, he inherits the power of the Senju, the Uzumaki clan, and even the possibility of wood release. But on the night of his birth, everything goes wrong. Minato and Kushina die protecting him, Kurama is sealed inside him, and Naruto is left alone in a village that hates him. But unlike the original story, Kurama does not simply become Naruto's enemy, she becomes his protector. After years of pain, Naruto meets the Nine-Tails inside his mind, and instead of fear, he finds the only being willing to care for him. From that day on, Naruto begins to change. He learns the truth about his parents, he discovers the power hidden in his blood, and he starts walking a darker path. Konoha wanted a monster, now it may have created something far worse. Interesting? Well then, sit back, relax, and enjoy listening.
Chapter 0. I am the 4th Hokage of Konoha. A war hero, I was known as the Konoha no Kiroi Senko. I am the 2nd Jinchūriki of the Nine-Tails. A renowned kunoichi, I was known as the Bloody Habanero. On the night of October 10th, in a cave far from the Hidden Leaf village, a red-haired woman screamed, supported by a blonde man with blue eyes who placed his hand on the seal. The blonde man's eyes began to glow before turning a crimson color marked with 3 commas. I am the offspring of an Uchiha and a Namikaze. I never knew my father and was raised by my mother before she died. I am the offspring of an Uzumaki and a Senju. I never knew my father and was raised by my mother and grandmother before she bequeathed me the powerful Nine-Tails. Using his dojutsu, the 4th Hokage tried to contain the demon that was attempting to escape and seize its freedom by force. The tension was palpable in the chamber as 2 nurses worked tirelessly to expel the baby lodged within the redhead's body. The muffled cries of the beautiful redhead filled the space they occupied as the blonde man pressed down on the young woman's stomach to halt the spread of the immense black mark covering her body. Despite my Uchiha blood, I fell in love with a Senju. A forbidden love that resulted in a birth. Despite the rivalry between our clans, I fell in love with an Uchiha. A secret love that resulted in a birth. A childlike wail echoed through the small room, silencing the redhead's moans. After a momentary pause, during which the nurse revealed a small red-haired head with 3 thin whiskers on its cheeks, a smile blossomed on the lips of the 2 new parents, finally seeing the child they had been waiting for 9 months. The medical staff quickly attended to the newborn in silence, while Minato worked on the seal that contained Kurama, until a nurse exclaimed in surprise. Calling out to the parents, they saw a look of surprise and almost horror on the face of the elderly woman who was assisting with the birth. Yondaime-sama, Kushina-sama. Your child has white eyes. He is blind. They didn't even have time to think before a man entered the room. In a second, he killed the nurses and retrieved the child, placing the blade of a kunai on the neck of the newborn infant, under the eyes of the 2 new parents. The man wore a black mask marked with flames surrounding 2 holes from which shone 2 blood-red pupils marked with black commas. Get away from the Jinchūriki, 4th Hokage, or this child won't live more than a few minutes. This day, which should have been a dream, turned into an unspeakable nightmare. Desiring to save our child, I was separated from my forbidden love. This day, which should have been a dream, turned into an unparalleled atrocity. Kidnapped by a masked man, I was robbed of my demon. Kyuubi was in a forest, bound by chains of chakra and piles of wood that pierced its legs and tails. It let out a howl as its restraints cracked. The summoner of its bonds must have been in dire straits. Minato and Kushina faced the demon, their child in their arms. The blonde turned to his secret love, who smiled at him sadly. I will take Kyuubi to my grave with what little chakra I have left, it won't reappear like this for a long time. It was impossible for him to comprehend. Kushina had to live for their child. She had to continue living to care for the fruit of their love. Unfortunately, the demon's extraction might not have given her a choice. Minato straightened up and looked at his wife. No, save your chakra to see Naruto one last time. I will seal Kurama with the 8 trigrams seal. I am Minato Namikaze, son of an Uchiha and a Namikaze. 4th Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves. User of the Mangekyo Sharingan. I am Kushina Uzumaki, daughter of a Senju and an Uzumaki. 2nd Jinchūriki of Kurama, user of wood release. Together, we gave life to Naruto Uzumaki, child of love and secrets. 3rd Jinchūriki of Kurama and rightful possessor of the Sharingan. Minato and Kushina were both impaled by a fox demon's claw. Driven by anger and the fear of being sealed within a human again, the demon had attacked. Unfortunately for him, they were both still alive. A series of hand signs from Minato and Kushina were all it took. The immense phantom behind the blonde boy seized the fox's fur and drew out a massive golden chakra. The redhead summoned a wooden dragon that bit the fox's neck, drawing out a darker mass of chakra. The two chakras rushed towards Naruto before merging and entering a mark placed there by the blonde boy. The claw vanished, and the open wound gushed forth streams of blood before the two parents collapsed beside the weeping redhead, their white eyes bathed in tears. An old man approached the three people lying on the ground, while Minato held his son in his arms, smearing him with blood. Yet, despite the Shinigami devouring his soul, he retained enough strength to address the third Hokage. "I have only two wishes, Hiruzen. I want him to be treated as a hero, he saved Konoha. And I want you to give him my eyes. This child doesn't deserve to be deprived of the light. Promise me, Hiruzen-sama." With his last breath, Minato held his child close, beside his wife, who had been dead for seconds. Hiruzen looked at the child with a sorrowful expression, bending down to take the crying child as ninjas arrived to take the two victims of the fox, while the Hokage watched the young orphan with the clear eyes. Promise. The story of a child destined to walk in the light, forced to hide in the darkness. The story of a child born of love, reaping only hatred. The story of the will of fire, which fueled the flames of his hatred. The story of a wounded child. A bastard child rejected by his maternal family. Of a bastard child rejected by his paternal family. Of a cursed child, hated by the village. Of a child who turned his eyes away from the light, to embrace the darkness. This is the story of Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 2, I Will Take Care of You. Life is beautiful insofar as it is fierce. Can we say that to a 6-year-old child who has known nothing but loneliness, pain, and hatred? A child who has never known his mother, his father, or even the gentle warmth of a reassuring hug or a simple compassionate glance. A child for whom every day is a battle, every day a perpetual flight where every night is paved with nightmares. A child whose only words are insults, threats, or reprimands. What can we say to a child who is alone, sad, and weakened by life? What can we say to a child who has known no human contact other than the beatings he received from the villagers of his village, a village for which his father and mother had died? A village for which his own body was transformed into a prison to contain the most powerful of the nine-tailed beasts. Because yes, this child who was beaten, abused, and insulted by every villager who filled the streets of Konoha was Naruto Uzumaki. Secret child of Minato Namikaze Uchiha, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, and Kushina Uzumaki Senju, the second Jinchūriki of the Nine-Tails, making Naruto, their child, a vessel of power. However, both his origins and his heritage were jealously guarded secrets by the highest authorities in Konoha. In fact, only a handful of people knew the young boy's true identity. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage of Konoha, was one of them, and he kept the young Uzumaki's files under lock and key, determined to protect him from any harm he might suffer beyond what he already endured at the hands of the village and its inhabitants. However, even though every villager treated him with contempt, some clans were not spared. The Uchiha clan, the founding clan of Konoha, possessed the powerful and legendary dojutsu, the Sharingan. This clan is, according to legend, the clan of the direct descendant of the Sage of Six Paths. Their role within Konoha varies greatly. While they are members of the police force, they are nonetheless powerful ninja, renowned throughout the world. The mere mention of Itachi Uchiha and Obito Uchiha was enough to strike fear into the hearts of many enemy ninja. However, despite the Uchiha blood flowing in the veins of the young Uzumaki, the members of the clan didn't hold him in high regard. Even though their reputation prevented them from openly attacking him, or their role compelled them to act, sometimes, when he was attacked by passers-by. The Senju clan, the founding clan of Konoha, once possessing the legendary and powerful wood release, unfortunately disappeared after the death of Hashirama Senju, the venerable first Hokage of Konoha and brother of the equally venerable second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Although greatly weakened, the clan, which once numbered in the hundreds, was now only about 20 strong, much to the amusement of the ever-expanding Uchiha clan, who watched their former rival decline into ruin. The Senju clan's power lay in their superhuman strength, the first Hokage's wood release, and their perfect mastery of an element, such as the second Hokage's water release, as well as their immense chakra reserves. Like the Uchiha clan, the Senju clan was also a direct descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, the creator of ninjutsu. Yet, despite the clan's benevolent spirit and the Senju blood flowing in the Uzumaki's veins, the clan refused to allow any family members to approach the red-haired Jinchūriki of the Nine-Tails, claiming that, since he possessed the demon, he was nothing more than a dog to the Uchiha. The Hyuga clan, an influential and powerful clan within the village, possessed a powerful and terrifying Byakugan. Although not one of the founding clans, its position within the village was equally important and influential, particularly within the Leaf Village's civil and military council. Because this clan was a significant source of income and invaluable support for the village, the council members turned a blind eye to the clan's somewhat tyrannical management style. The caged bird jujutsu, which the main branch soak members imposed on the branch bunk members to keep them under control and protect the secret of their dojutsu, coveted by many villages, was simply inhumane. A conflict between them and some Kumo ninja had occurred 3 years prior, during which the heiress was kidnapped by Kumo ninja and rescued by the clan head. It was then the Cloud Village's turn to demand retribution and recover the body of their ninja's killer. The clan had sent a member of the branch family to protect the main branch. While this clan was large and influential, it gave Naruto no quarter. The moment he approached the White Eye's domain, he was threatened at best and lynched at worst. There was no way that Demon would dare tarnish the Hyuga name. Naruto was alone. Alone against the cruel world before him, alone against the hateful stares, alone against his deepest fears, and alone against his own life. He walked the paths of life alone. Where a child would be helped by their parents to avoid pitfalls or dead ends, Naruto faced them all. He had learned to read, to write, to count, and the various facets of life. He had learned everything on his own. When children mocked him for being stupid, they shouldn't forget that he learned without support or help. Yes, Naruto Uzumaki was a genius. A genius betrayed by life and the horrors of humankind. It is said that when a child turns 7, they enter the age of reason. In a sense, Naruto had been there since birth. Forced to fend for himself, he quickly, very quickly, too quickly understood that life would not be a walk in the park and that he had to find a way to move forward despite what he would endure. He had to move forward, he had to become strong to show others who he was. He had to show others that he was not an outcast, that he was not the monster they insulted day after day. Yes, once again, Naruto was alone. He was alone against these villagers who were chasing him in a remote corner of the village. He could walk before the others could sit up. He understood that, as in nature, prey had to learn quickly to walk or run to escape predators. Naruto was like that, he learned quickly and he learned well, because he had no choice. Do you know many 3-year-olds who know the safe hiding places in an entire neighborhood, but don't know the comfort of a caress on their hair? The redhead was like that. He knew where to go and when to go to protect himself and avoid trouble, except when they were the ones looking for him. Right now, he was running, fleeing the 6 villagers who were chasing him. Unfortunately, one of them was a ninja. He arrived in front of him and, with a powerful kick that lodged itself in the redhead's jaw, sent him crashing against the villagers, who greeted him with sticks and kicks. "Filthy demon!" shouted a villager, plunging his stick into the child's arm. The point of the wood slowly tore through the redhead's flesh as he gritted his teeth. He knew how to endure pain, a sad advantage for a 6-year-old, but he couldn't stop crying. Another villager raised a hammer and brought it down on the redhead's fingers. He couldn't hold back and screamed in pain as the metal splintered his fingers. 2 blows from a stick rained down on his face, trying to silence him. One of his baby teeth exploded from the force of the blow, which entered his throat, making him cough. "Shut your mouth," shouted a villager woman, grabbing a stone and smashing it against the redhead's forehead. He felt the rock tear away a piece of skin as it slammed violently against the ground. Dazed, he saw the hammer crash down on his ribs, he distinctly felt 3 of them shatter. He cried out in pain, releasing the blood that had pooled in his mouth, along with fragments of teeth. The last villager raised his foot to deliver a heel kick to the young boy's stomach. Naruto coughed from the force before watching the ninja pull a kunai from his pocket and, after raising it high, bring it down. The Uzumaki closed his eyes. Nothing came. No more pain, no more screaming. The liquid that had been running down his face was gone. He opened his eyes to find himself in a dark corridor. The plumbing was exposed on the ceiling, and the walls were cracked. He felt a breath, a presence at the end of the corridor that plunged into darkness. He moved forward slowly, looking around. He truly had no idea where he was. Strangely, the further he went, the deeper he became into the darkness, with no end in sight. Continuing on, unable to see the end of his nose, he was suddenly enveloped by an intense, yet reassuring, warmth. A blinding light made him close his eyes. When he opened them again, he was in a large, pentagonal room whose walls rose toward the sky, their ends nowhere in sight. One of the walls was marked with a red and white fan. He recognized the symbol of the Uchiha clan. Another wall was marked by a trail of flame, as if it were consuming the base. On the opposite side were 2 other symbols. One wall bore a familiar symbol, a horizontal line adorned with 4 arcs, 2 pointing in the same direction, opposing the other 2, a symmetrical symbol. He recognized the symbol of the Senju clan. The last symbol spoke to him while saying nothing, A red swirl encircled by a white ring with 4 small black triangles that seemed to contain the swirl. However, the last wall was the strangest, and for good reason. It was nothing more than an immense cage door, sealed with a scroll. The redhead approached, not truly fearing the 2 enormous red eyes that stared back at him from behind. He wasn't afraid of them. Why should he be afraid of 2 eyes that reflected neither hatred nor anger? He approached before placing his hand on the cage. "Why are you locked up?" "Because I did wrong," the pair of eyes confessed, in a surprisingly soft voice, though deep and cavernous compared to the aura that barely escaped the bars. "Because I'm not like you, because I'm alone." The redhead raised his head with a sad smile. "I'm alone too." He lowered his 2 blue eyes. "I've always been alone, actually." He looked around and then back to the red eyes. "Where am I and who are you?" "I am Kyubi no Yuko." The voice resumed quickly. The redhead was surprised, but showed no fear. "I was the one who attacked your village 6 years ago, and then I was imprisoned here by your parents. To protect the village and its inhabitants, they sealed me inside their child." The voice continued with a maternal tone. As strange as it may seem, the little redhead was reassured by the voice. "I don't mean you any harm, Naruto. You're not responsible for anything. You're a victim too. Even though it's hard to believe, I didn't attack your village intentionally. Although, now, doing so wouldn't bother me." "Why did they do this?" Naruto asked weakly. The demon frowned. "Why does the village treat me like this? Why did they hide who I was? Why am I alone?" Kyubi closed his eyes, sympathizing with the young redhead's pain as he clenched his fists on the metal cage. "Why?" the child screamed, pounding on the cage. "What have I done? How can I make them understand that I'm not the monster they think I am?" "I don't know, I'm sorry." Naruto raised his head, meeting the gaze of the immense fox. He moved slowly past the bars and stepped slightly into the gloom. He approached to see the presence that inhabited its mind. He could finally see it, as his eyes adjusted to the dim light. A huge and magnificent red fox, 9 tails lying on the ground and 2 blood-red eyes, slit like a feline's. "What are you doing?" The little redhead didn't answer and pressed himself against the demon's head, which lay on the ground. An immense tail rose abruptly and settled gently upon the young child's body, offering warmth and comfort, even though it existed only in his mind. "Don't worry, Naruto. I'll take care of you. No one will hurt you, I'll make sure of that." The kunai was seized by a clawed hand, surprising those present at the full-blown hammering session. When they looked at the child's face, they could see his closed eyes, the 3 thick lines on his cheeks, and the sharp teeth protruding from his thin, youthful lips. When his eyelids opened, they saw red eyes marked by a feline pupil and 2 magatamas, characteristic of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Before they could move, the Uzumaki had vanished. The child was on a wall, clinging to it with his chakra. He composed signs before inhaling. "Fire release, devil's breath." The redhead spat a fireball that swallowed the villagers and the ninja, who screamed amidst the crackling blue flames. A log replaced the Konoha ninja. The child turned his head to the side and watched with his Sharingan as the shinobi fled the scene, no doubt needing to warn the Hokage. However, doing so would hurt Naruto, and that was out of the question. That kid belonged to her. Kurama, controlling the young Uzumaki's body, launched himself after him, slicing through the air in a flash of red, finally landing in front of the poor leaf village Chunin. "So, you dare attack a child alone, but as soon as he fights back, you try to run away." The child sneered darkly, forming hand seals and clapping his hands. "You will learn that this kid's heritage is far more impressive than anyone else's in the village. Unfortunately, nothing that happens here can be revealed." Fuin, the domination of blood. The redhead's eyes began to change. Forming 3 commas before merging in a swirl, the ninja's eyes widened. It was the same Sharingan as the 4th Hokage. Kamui. He vanished into nothingness. Kurama gritted his teeth as the Mangekyo disappeared, reverting to a single red comma-shaped eye. She had forced the Sharingan to appear in the boy, but even more, she had managed to activate the 3 Magatamas and then the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, even if she had succeeded, this would likely not be the case for Naruto, at least not for some time. The redhead, possessed, dashed towards his house with speed and stealth. He mustn't be discovered. She didn't know what they would do to Naruto, and there was no way they were going to hurt him. When Naruto opened his eyes, he was lying on a rug of scarlet fur. He smiled, snuggling even closer to the soft, warm, fiery fur. He felt the rug move and opened his eyes, which he had closed to enjoy the enveloping warmth. He slowly pulled himself away to find that a kind of blanket covered him even more. He then saw that what he had taken for a rug was actually a real fox, several meters tall, with its eyes closed and breathing faintly. It was asleep, or so it seemed. When he moved from his makeshift bed to observe the immense canine before him, the animal's eyes slowly opened to look at him. You're finally awake, little fox, the fox observed. Naruto rubbed his eyes before sighing. Was this a dream? The demon smiled sweetly before gently nudging the child's forehead with its snout. The animal then laid its head on the ground. No, Naruto. Everything happening right now is the absolute truth. I am Kurama, the nine-tailed fox. Naruto looked at her before tilting his head to the side. Yes, I'm female, but don't dwell on those details. I'm still a demon, well, a demoness, but who cares about that, right? The redhead shook his head. I can tell you anything you wish, anything you desire. I can help you evolve, I can help you grow and become stronger. What do you want, Naruto Uzumaki? The child looked down at his feet, his fists and teeth clenched in anger, his red hair falling across his forehead. He raised his face to look at the fox, his blue eyes seeming to glow softly red. I want everything. She was surprised. I want to know about my parents, about myself. Knowledge was a weapon, wasn't it? This child clearly wanted to be armed. She nodded, she agreed. She would tell him everything she knew. That wasn't all. A glint of interest crossed the demon's eyes. I want strength. I want power. I want this village to regret treating me like this. I want the villagers to kneel before me. I want to be able to walk the streets without fear of being beaten. Even if it means stepping on their bodies. Kurama smiled. Though she hadn't initially wanted to attack Konoha, what they were doing to this child filled her with destructive urges. Knowing that this child shared her desires was so reassuring and very, very encouraging. As you wish, my little one. The wind blew through the streets of Konoha, and the sun rose lazily over the hidden leaf village. The faces carved into the rock were slowly caressed by the rays of the incandescent star. The villagers were slowly waking up while the merchants had already set up their stalls. A new day was beginning, and what a day it was. Today was the day for the promotion of the new Genin, a new generation of ninja. A new generation of soldiers who would protect the leaf banner. New ninjas who might become great heroes, like the Sannin such as Jiraiya or Tsunade. Cannon fodder, as a young redhead from Konoha liked to call them, bullied by everyone, hated and beaten by the villagers, the merchants, and even some visitors. Just then, this young man walked down the street. His wild red hair had two slightly longer strands that fell over his temples, and his cold, empty azure eyes contrasted sharply with his fiery mane. Fire and ice. His dark skin was marked by 3 thick lines on each cheek, giving him a bestial appearance, combined with sharp canines that were longer than his other teeth, making him look more like an animal. He wore a dark orange t-shirt with a low-cut neck that reached halfway down his chest and sagged to the bottom of his buttocks. A black belt was fastened around his waist, while a hood hung down his back. He also wore 4 blood-red swirls on his shirt, one on each shoulder, one over his heart, and one across his back. He wore another long-sleeved, midnight blue t-shirt with black studded leather panels encircling his forearms, while the orange fabric's low neckline was filled by the midnight blue one. He completed the outfit with black pants and black combat boots. Naruto Uzumaki, the 3rd Jinchūriki of the Nine-Tails, heir to the Sharingan through his father, heir to wood release and a virtuoso of sealing techniques through his mother, was only 13 years old, but his physical and mental development had unfortunately been far more rapid and intense than that of a normal child. Having grown up without parents, without friends, and in a world hostile to his very existence, both body and mind, he seemed older and taller than other people his age. He gave the impression of being 15, and as for his way of thinking and seeing things, it was even worse. The future ninja walked with his hands in his pockets and a blasé expression firmly fixed on his face. He didn't care about the people who looked at him with those hateful, unhealthy eyes. He knew everyone hated him, he knew why everyone hated him. In fact, he knew a great deal. Trained by Kurama since he was 6, the aspiring ninja was a paragon of stealth, or rather, he wasn't, since no one knew it. One of the things he had understood was that Jinchūriki were special in their abilities and attributes, and that each Jinchūriki was different from the others, but that's another story. Accustomed to fleeing from villagers, ninjas, and Anbu, he was undoubtedly one of the most discreet inhabitants of the village. In fact, he was never surprised. His presence was so subtle that it had become almost imperceptible to the uninitiated, and even to some others. Furthermore, thanks to his discretion, he had the opportunity to visit the most secret places in the village. Thus, during one of his seemingly endless manhunts, he had taken refuge in a room in the Hokage's building, the scroll room. There, he found numerous scrolls, one of which particularly interested him, and when he returned to the room 2 days later, he took the liberty of borrowing it, leaving behind a seemingly perfect copy. It was on that day that he retrieved the scroll of forbidden techniques, as well as other scrolls he found beautiful. A scroll marked with the same symbols as those on the walls of his mind. Besides another one marked with the strange kanji, nei, which he'd acquired purely for the sake of numbers, he'd had 5 scrolls, so he figured he might as well take a 6th. He'd learned a lot from them. First, that the first 4 scrolls were his parents' inheritance, and that the last one was very, very interesting. It was, in fact, a kind of report from an Uchiha named Itachi, explaining the circumstances of the Uchiha massacre and his inability to kill Sasuke and Saya, his younger brother and sister. Apparently, if he believed the report, Itachi Uchiha had ended his clan's history under the orders of someone named Danzo. He had no idea who that was, but now Naruto possessed immense power, knowledge. Naruto stopped, finding 3 genin from the previous graduating class standing before him. Normally, he wouldn't have stopped, but they were pretty much in the middle of the path and he couldn't go any further. Barely raising his face, the young Uzumaki sighed. "What do you want from me?" Naruto's voice was cold, empty, and surprisingly deep for a 13-year-old, but it perfectly suited his mature, adolescent appearance. One of the 3 genin stepped forward, a dark-haired boy with green eyes. "You really think we're going to let a demon like you become a ninja?" The dark-haired boy spat. Clearly, he was the leader of the 3 genin. The second was a young blonde girl with dark eyes, and the last was a brunette with blue eyes. "We'll smash you before you even get there." Naruto sighed as the second dark-haired boy slammed his right fist into the Uzumaki's face. He bowed to let the blow pass before seizing her hand and pulling at the fabric covering her arm. He looked at her wrist where a watch was prominently displayed. 7:54 minutes. The redhead noted. With his left forearm, he pushed the brunette's forearm, while with his right forearm, he pressed down on the triceps. With a broad smile, the pressure intensified, and above all, it became sharp. The 2 impacts were powerful enough to break his opponent's right arm, which was now bent at a right angle, but in the wrong direction. "I like the sound of bones breaking right after breakfast." With a kick to the stomach, Naruto sent his enemy crashing against the opposite wall as the second brunette unleashed a barrage of kunai. The blades slammed into the wall. The redhead had strangely vanished before the weapons could reach him. Left arm outstretched, the brunette was surprised to see a hand grab his forearm. "Here, a little lesson. When you throw objects, bring your arm back right after, otherwise." He pulled on the arm and slightly lifted his enemy by pressing his shoulder against his. The latter literally rolled onto Naruto's back and fell to the ground, face down, his left arm held by the redhead. "This is what's going to happen." He placed his hand between Naruto's shoulder blades, bracing himself against his enemy, then violently slammed his opponent's arm back onto his own back, producing an audible crack from the shoulder. Using his arm as a lever, Naruto had just dislocated the brown-haired ninja's shoulder. The blonde hadn't been idle. She lunged violently towards the redhead before leaping onto the wall to gain leverage and rise slightly. Once airborne, she landed on Naruto, who had barely moved. Before she could touch him, he vanished, dodging the kick that landed squarely in the brunette's spine. He cried out in pain as she struggled to her feet. "Damn, I'm..." She couldn't finish her sentence before a hand slammed down on her neck, slamming her against the wall. She gritted her teeth, grabbing Naruto's forearm. "Phew, please. Hey, stop always begging for something I don't have. By now, you should know I don't give a damn about you, right?" Uzumaki smiled coldly, his gaze sweeping over her, taking in her baggy tank top, skirt, and cycling shorts. "Although, I have to admit, you do have a few assets." She swallowed hard, swaying away. His smile faded before he sighed. "But, you're not good-looking enough to interest me." He loosened his grip on the young woman, letting her fall to her knees, coughing and rubbing her neck. He turned away before leaving. "Come back when you have breasts, I like paiserie." She blushed fiercely as he disappeared, raising a cloud of smoke. He kicked open the door, and all eyes turned as he strolled forward with a distracted and rather uninviting gait. He walked to the back table by the window, under the watchful eyes of everyone in the classroom. He sat down on the chair and then placed both feet on the table. Several people were staring at him, and he couldn't stand any of them, having already punched more than one. Sasuke Uchiha, his so-called rival. Brown hair, black eyes, and fair skin. He wore a short-sleeved blue t-shirt with a wide, high collar, emblazoned with the Uchiha symbol across the middle of the back. White sleeves covered his forearms. He wore off-white shorts and midnight blue ninja shoes. He was a typical Uchiha. Cold, distant, unfriendly, haughty, and self-absorbed, he could also resemble Naruto, if he weren't so boastful. Between him and the redhead, there was a stark difference. While Sasuke enjoyed emphasizing the superiority of his rank and blood, Naruto wasn't like that. He didn't proclaim his superiority, he demonstrated it by crushing his opponents. Besides all that, Sasuke Uchiha was one of the last 4 Uchiha in Konoha, and one of the last 5 left in this world. Because even if he didn't bear the name or didn't consider himself one, Naruto was an Uchiha, or at least a quarter Uchiha. Saya Uchiha, a pathetic Uchiha. Straight black hair falling in 2 strands across her face, black eyes, and pale skin. She wore a t-shirt similar to her twin brother's, but emblazoned with the Uchiha symbol over the heart, and 2 white sleeves on her forearms. She wore off-white shorts and gray boots that reached her knees. While her brother was a genius, having developed his Sharingan at 7, though it hadn't truly evolved since, Saya was a failure, with pitiful results and unable to unleash her Sharingan. A purebred, while he had awakened his Sharingan at 6 and developed it further. What amused her, in a way, was that her own twin was cold towards her and treated her like dirt, which was perfectly understandable, after all. Maeko Senju, a Senju worthy of her rival, Saya. A blonde with long hair, 2 strands framing her face, brown eyes, and fair skin. She wore a short-sleeved green jacket and another long-sleeved gray top with a V-neck and a fold-over collar, like a jacket collar. Her bra was a mesh top, visible at the top of her chest, and her clan symbol was emblazoned above her right breast. She also wore gray shorts and brown boots with the same grooves as the rings on trees. This girl bore a striking resemblance to the Sannin, Tsunade Senju. The forest clan was pathetic, according to Naruto. They had lost the use of wood release so long ago that they probably no longer knew how it was formed, to think he had used it unintentionally. Luckily, Kurama was there to help him. Hinata Hyuga, along with the other 3, formed the 4 clan representatives. Girl, unassuming, that was the word. She had long, raven black hair with bangs that fell across her forehead, partially obscuring her white eyes, a Hyuga clan trait, and her fair, almost milky skin. She wore a very large purple jacket emblazoned with her clan symbol on both shoulders and baggy pants with midnight blue shoes. A prude, a tough cookie, blushing and fainting at the slightest hint of tension. Along with the 2 other girls mentioned, she formed a trio of clan failures. In fact, the 3 of them were likely an embarrassment to their families. Abysmal grades, pathetic ninja skills, and frankly questionable personalities, he wouldn't be surprised to see them fail as kunoichi, or as humans at all. The redhead sighed when he heard someone sit down near him, crouching on their desk. He didn't even need to open his eyes before his sense of smell alerted him that a dog had landed on the table. When he opened his eyes, he saw a brown-haired dog with thin, dark eyes and 2 red fangs tattooed on its cheeks. It wore a gray coat and dark pants, a black fur-trimmed hood pulled down over its head, though it still revealed the face of a puppy. "What do you want, Inuzuka? Wasn't last time enough for you?" Kiba Inuzuka frowned. The last time the young Uzumaki was referring to was when, during training, he had simply flattened him in front of everyone. That wasn't a defeat, no. Even in defeat, one can still fight back. "I want my revenge, Uzumaki." The redhead sighed for the umpteenth time, closing his eyes. He swiftly raised his leg, slamming his toe into the dog handler's jaw, sending him reeling backward. He fell to the ground, crashing onto Sasuke, who was sitting below. Sasuke snarled as he straightened up, sending the Inuzuka sprawling. "You should watch your step, asshole." Naruto opened his eyes at the sound of the Uchiha's voice. As he shifted his position, he observed the dark-haired boy glaring at him. A cold smile stretched across the redhead's lips as he buried his face in his hand. "You got a problem, Uchiha." The young Uzumaki amused himself by tapping on his keyboard, his icy eyes locking onto the Uchiha's abyssal gaze. The latter, in a fit of anger, let his eyes gleam, awakening his Sharingan. "Oh, the little Sharingan, it's so cute to see a pupil that's now so rare and on the verge of extinction." Seeing the question in the young Uchiha's eyes, the Uzumaki smiled before clarifying. "Perhaps you don't understand. Look at the magnificent Senju clan, how many of them have mastered wood release." Maeko frowned at the comparison. "Who says your descendants or your sisters will have the Sharingan? After all, maybe they'll have their mother's or father's eyes, if some guy is stupid enough to sleep with your sister." Saya clenched her fists, looking at the Uzumaki who was clearly mocking her. "For all we know, you two will be the last possessors of the Sharingan, along with Itachi, of course." At the mere mention of the elder brother, Sasuke's eyes blazed with virulence. "I forbid you to utter his name," the Uchiha declared coldly, stretching Naruto's smile. "Then shut me up," the redhead taunted. Just as Sasuke was about to lunge forward, Saya stopped him. He couldn't risk being expelled today. In fact, it was seeing the 2 Uchiha bonding that made Naruto smile, amused. "Yeah, there's also this way to preserve the Sharingan," he sneered. "What are you going to call them? Incest and inbred?" Saya's eyes narrowed in horror and disgust, but Sasuke only became more agitated. As he raised his hands, the door opened to let Iruka in. A chunin with brown hair, styled in a ponytail, black eyes, and a scar halfway down his nose. He wore the chunin uniform and a set of black ninja clothes. "Hello, children." He fell silent, noticing the strange atmosphere, but chose not to dwell on it. We're going to start the exam. Take a pen while the papers are being passed around. As the students got to work on their tests, the schoolteacher went to sit on a chair to observe them for a moment. He had always been an honest teacher whenever he could be. Unfortunately, he couldn't remain so when he looked at Naruto Uzumaki. A child, yes, but he was so strange. Naruto was average, he never got above 50% on any of his exams. However, if he got that result, it was because he never did more than half the work. He knew he could easily get 100%, but he was so inhuman. He had recently sent 3 genin to the hospital after they insulted him, and he had even broken one of his teammates' legs during training. Who knew how far Naruto would go if given the chance? He could never let the Kyuubi child become a ninja, it would be too dangerous. Unfortunately, all of the redhead's important exams were checked by the Hokage himself, which prevented him from falsifying them. However, he used his position to exert a certain amount of authority over the Uzumaki, punishing him more than necessary when he was only defending himself, interrogating him for no apparent reason, or even simply lowering his grades to bring down his average and thus assign him extra classes to prevent him from enjoying the outside world. No, Ruruka wouldn't admit it, but he hated Naruto because he had taken his parents from him. Suddenly, he silenced his thoughts. They returned to his girlfriend, Ayame. Together for less than 3 weeks, he was happy with her. A young cook at a family restaurant, she was beautiful and sweet, helpful and kind. In short, the dream girlfriend. Sure, she was young, only 18 while he was over 20, but he loved her. He loved her, but he was a man and had needs, however basic, for such a gallant man. Unfortunately for him, well, in a way, Ayame couldn't and didn't seem to want to go any further than an innocent kiss. Ah, such purity in a woman, it was so rare these days. His watch beeped, the exam was over. With a clap of his hands, he signaled the students to stop writing. The Hokage entered the room with the future inspectors who would be part of the teaching staff. The students stood up, out of respect, except for Naruto, who barely lifted his head from his folded arms, in which he had fallen asleep. Good morning, please sit down, the Shadow of Fire instructed. The aspiring genin took their seats as the redhead rested his face in his folded arms. I've come here for a specific reason. I've decided that this year, I'll be here to judge whether or not you will be counted among our future ninjas. Ruruka suppressed a grumble. If the Hokage was here, then it was for a specific reason. Not to check the level of the future genin, but to ensure that Naruto wasn't being held back by one of the examiners. Very well, I'll go with your examiners then and observe your performance. Good luck. Then, for 2 long hours, people were called according to their position in the room. That's why Naruto was called last. However, he wasn't really bothered by being the last to go. No, he had always made sure to use his time wisely, for example, by drawing seals. When he was 8 years old, after a test, he had drawn an explosive seal from memory on a scrap of paper. Now, at almost 13, he was practicing restraint and confinement seals. The door opened to reveal the Hokage, who urged him to come in. The redhead put down the paper and went to join the Hokage and the 2 examiners, while a Jonin instructor came to pick up the paper. A brunette with red eyes and fair skin, wearing a strange outfit that seemed to be made of white and red bandages under a Jonin jacket, examined the seal for a moment before frowning. It's a B or A rank seal, where did he learn it? In the examination room, Naruto stood before 3 people. The Hokage, Ruruka, and another examiner dressed like Ruruka, with silver blue hair and dark eyes, Mizuki. Of the 3, Naruto knew only one person who truly respected him. Well, Naruto-kun, if I understand your test correctly, you have 100%, the Hokage exclaimed in surprise. Yet, the young man's average didn't exceed 25, at least according to Ruruka's reports. This was what was strange, because the ninja title was based on 3 criteria: the overall average from all years at the academy, success on the final written exam, and success on the final practical exam. Currently, however, Naruto was far from being a favorite. On the contrary, with such an average, he was the last one capable of achieving the rank of genin. Nevertheless, a perfect score did improve the statistics. In fact, he was the only one to have scored 100. Even Sasuke, the best in the class, only reached 98%. Well, I'm going to let Ruruka choose your first jutsu that you'll show us. Ruruka smiled. Naruto had always struggled with the same element, genjutsu. His chakra was so vast that he couldn't really create illusions as weak as the shadow clone technique, so he'd have to rely on that jutsu. I want you to use the shadow clone technique. You'll need at least 4 of them to get a passing grade on this test. Naruto looked at the brunette with a tired expression. He was aware that the teacher was primarily trying to restrict him, to stifle his abilities. He, too, seemed reluctant to count the Jinchūriki among Konoha's ninja. A smile stretched across the Uzumaki's lips. Obviously, he'd never be able to use a shadow clone technique, but he hadn't retrieved the scroll of forbidden techniques to hang in his bathroom in case of a toilet paper shortage. He crossed his fingers and murmured almost inaudibly. Shadow clone technique. A cloud of smoke filled the room, making everyone present cough. When the fog dissipated, about 15 replicas of Naruto stood before them. Each wore a blasé and, clearly, uninviting expression. What was most surprising was their size. The Hokage observed Naruto's shadow clones in surprise. Surprising, you can make 15 at the same time and you're not even tired. How many can you make? Asked the fire shadow, ignoring the fact that the Uzumaki shouldn't normally know such a jutsu. Naruto shrugged, imitated by his clones. I don't know, more than 100. Anyway, even if I did, they wouldn't all fit in the room, the redhead stated flatly. The Hokage smiled, interested and surprised, before asking how he had learned the technique. Actually, I was trying to make illusionary clones, and finally, I tried splitting my chakra to create a clone. That's how my first clone appeared, the Uzumaki informed him, surprising the Hokage. Obviously, Naruto had 12 years of perfect lies behind him, as well as an impenetrable mask. How could anyone know that he had stolen the scroll of forbidden techniques to learn them? Well, in that case, I think we can already give you a bonus point. With just that, you should be able to become a genin. But, I think I'll give you another exercise. Hiruzen mused, taking out a sheet of chakra. It wasn't an exercise at all. He was actually curious. Focus your chakra on this leaf, please. Naruto was a descendant of the Uchiha clan, brilliant fire users. A descendant of the Senju, powerful earth and water users. And a descendant of the Namikaze clan, fearsome wind users. Who knew what affinities this blue-blooded young man might possess? When he grasped the leaf, it split into 3 pieces. One burst into flames, the second became damp, and the last crumbled. Hiruzen was astonished. Had he acquired all 4 affinities? Moreover, it was strange. To determine whether or not one possessed a secondary affinity, or, in the rarest cases, a tertiary affinity, one had to layer 2 or 3 leaves together. Yet, he seemed to possess 4 primary affinities. It was possible to have 1 or 2, in extreme cases, which gave rise to Kekkei Genkei such as Mokuten, the union of water and earth. Had Naruto inherited Kushina's Mokuten? If so, had he activated Minato's Sharingan? That would be so strange and so impressive. Having it from birth was one thing, activating it was another. Moreover, did he have 1 comma? 2 commas? All 3? So many questions and so few answers. From the beginning, Naruto Uzumaki had intrigued him. If he mastered Mokuten and managed to use the Sharingan, then his potential would be immense. Host of the Nine-Tails, wielder of the Sharingan, user of Mokuten, descendant of the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans, 2 powerful and decimated clans. One for the art of sealing techniques, and the other for his extraordinary abilities related to space and time. This child possessed almost limitless potential. Minato, in his time, had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan after the death of his teammate. Kushina had developed Mokuten at the age of 12 and was an undisputed master of Fuinjutsu. So, Naruto was special. Heir to 4 clans, son of 2 legends of the ninja world, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Senju. Admittedly, he was a child hidden from the world under the name Uzumaki, but this young boy was, without a doubt, Konoha's greatest asset. He was simply the village's most powerful weapon, the host of Kurama, the Nine-Tails. For this heritage alone, he had to become a Konoha ninja, so that his devotion would be official and people would learn to fear him. So, did you pass your exam, old man? Naruto asked, tossing the remaining papers over his shoulder. Hiruzen smiled before offering him a headband, but the redhead ignored it before grabbing another headband, this one black. He pulled it to examine it before tying it around his right bicep. He turned and left without looking back, while the Hokage frowned. This kid was truly fascinating, though, using the shadow clone technique. He might have to check the scroll of forbidden techniques. Little did he know, it was in the room of the new genin who had just left the exam hall. Naruto looked up at the sky, the sun was already setting. The time spent on this cursed exam was far too long, he'd known from the start he was going to be promoted. As if someone as strong as him could remain a genin trainee his whole life. Sir is modest, a female voice chuckled in his head, and he smiled. Kurama, his personal demon, was very kind to him, but others didn't find favor in her eyes. Especially not girls. Because yes, ma'am, Miss Kurama was a jealous fox, extremely jealous and very, very possessive. I'm not possessive, I'm protecting what's mine. So, you're protecting me when you threaten the girls who are in the same room as me. You're protecting me when you forbid me from going to eat at Ichiraku. Naruto asked with a smirk. The fox let out a bored moan, and yet, a certain bitterness could be detected in that small sound. Whose fault is that? Kurama asked. If you stopped, maybe I wouldn't be so jealous. Naruto rolled his eyes as his steps led him toward the ramen shop. It was a quiet hour, no one was there at that moment, it wasn't even open. Ayame was still there, though, preparing the ingredients and washing the dishes. The redhead went around to the back and knocked softly on the service door. Footsteps echoed before the door opened, revealing the cook. Her brown hair was still uncombed, her dark eyes gazed at him intently, and her fair skin was covered by her incomplete uniform. She smiled at the young man before stepping aside to let him in. That damn sow is just waiting for this. Stop wasting time with her and come spend some with me. The Uzumaki approached the young woman before, with one hand on her hip, pinning her against the wall. Lemon. So, Ayame, were you waiting for me? The young woman smiled before kissing the redhead. He pressed on her hips to tighten his grip and returned the kiss. The brunette felt like she was floating on air every time he kissed her, she felt so good. Even though she knew his feelings weren't reciprocated, he still gave her so much. It had been several months ago, long before Uruka started pressuring her to be together. During a shift where she was alone, some civilians had held her up and tried to rape her. Naruto had come in to eat and discovered them as they climbed over the counter. A few minutes after Naruto intervened, the civilians were taken to the hospital after a stay in the Konoha River. Since then, her view of the redhead had changed. He was no longer the little boy who seemed sad. He was a strong and very cute young man. She had confessed her feelings to him during another night shift, but he didn't seem to reciprocate them. However, even though it might seem strange and unhealthy, she had agreed to be his, at least in this way. As he laid her on the kitchen table, he removed her top to kiss her neck and slowly moved down to her breasts. Clearly, she understood that he didn't like it when she wore bras, he was wasting his time. Naruto loved Ayame very much, he considered her like a big sister, but he had never been very good at family relationships, so he didn't care what she thought. She was his, her body belonged to him, he could do with it as he pleased, and he was the only one who could. She controlled his heart as she saw fit. Naruto-kun, he groaned, she knew he didn't like being called that. He pulled at her buttocks to slide his hands down and remove her skirt, leaving her almost naked. As his hands slid up her thighs, his lips captured one of her hardened nipples, sucking it eagerly. Naruto, the brunette breathed. He placed one hand on her thigh, pushing her aside to gain access to his entrance. She blushed as she felt the cool air caress that moist part of her body. He had a hold on her, the young man knew how to melt her, how to arouse her without her being able to resist. He stopped sucking on the nipple he had captured and gave it one last flick of his tongue. She moaned as her nipple twitched at the slight touch. His tongue slid down her stomach, skirting her navel, and finally reached the area that had been eagerly awaiting him. He could almost feel it quiver as he approached. He placed his hands on his mistress's damp thighs, parting them as he finally reached his destination. With the tip of his penis, he lightly tapped the brunette's clitoris, she had to bite her fingers to keep from crying out. He placed the tip of his tongue on the clitoris before slowly tracing circles, drawing it into a gentle dance that drove the young woman wild. She began to tremble as her hips started to move. He wrapped his arms around the young woman's thighs, finally grasping Ayame's hips, trying to calm her incessant movements. His tongue slid in, deepening his caress. It was too much for the brunette, who pressed the redhead's face against her burning sex, her legs closing around the Uzumaki's shoulders. She couldn't take it anymore, she felt like she was melting. Her body began to tremble as, in an involuntary and uncontrollable thrusting of her hips, she clenched her teeth, biting hard into her skirt to stifle a cry and alert those nearby. Naruto sat up and glanced quickly at the clock. Your father will be here in 10 minutes. Do you want us to continue, even if it means your father catches you? The hands that unzipped his pants to grasp his penis answered him easily. He smiled before stroking her hair. In that case, you know what to do, right? She knelt down to lick his penis from tip to tip. Yes, Naruto-sama. He smiled at her as she traced the prominent veins that defined the contours of that column of flesh, the sole focus of her attention at the moment. He stroked her hair before sighing with pleasure. God, she was skilled. Though she hadn't seemed very dexterous at first, she had learned to be a highly effective lover. She sucked for a few seconds before sitting up to press herself against the redhead. He smiled at her before turning her over and pressing her against the countertop. He slid his penis between her thighs, rubbing it against her labia. She let out a heavy sigh as he thrust his hips to lubricate and stimulate their already aroused genitals before, with a swift, decisive movement, he impaled Ayame. Ha! Naruto-sama. She stretched her arms to sit up as straight as possible and let out a long moan as Naruto, grasping her hips, began to move inside her. He thrust powerfully, feeling his glands hit her cervix. Faster. Harder. She moaned, digging her nails into the wood. The cook was turned inside out, she loved being taken this way by him. She felt completely submissive, but in good hands. Her eyes rolled back as he took her thigh, lifting her leg and placing it on his shoulder, deepening the penetration. Naruto groaned, and Ayame gasped softly. With one hand, he cupped her breast, kneading it, while the other teased her fully exposed clitoris. Ha! Nah! Naruto-sama. He gritted his teeth as his movements grew faster and faster, and she began to tremble more and more violently. I'm going to come. Naruto smiled before turning her fully over. He took her by the hips, lifting her and pressing her against him, as she wrapped her legs around the waist of the young man who held her by the buttocks. She could feel precisely the erect member of her lover parting her to strike the deepest part of her body. She wrapped her arms around the redhead's neck, pulling him close. I'm coming. She tensed, letting out a cry, stifled by her clenched teeth. Her body writhed violently as Naruto took one of her nipples in his mouth to stifle a moan. He, too, was nearing his own climax, and Ayame wasn't one to listen when she was in that state. With a thrust of her hips as powerful as it was frenzied, Ayame drove her lover's penis deep inside her, offering him the reward he so richly deserved. With a groan muffled by her breast in her mouth, Naruto ejaculated inside her. A wide smile spread across the cook's face as she felt her lover's warm, thick fluid flow into her, filling her body. Her limbs relaxed as the redhead sat her down on the kitchen table, letting the excess semen trickle down her thighs. Suddenly, a raised voice from outside shattered the intimacy of the room. End of lemon. What? Mizuki stole the scroll of forbidden techniques. Naruto turned his head, intrigued. It was now or never to return his own scroll, since he knew perfectly well that Mizuki could never escape the Konoha ninjas. He put his underwear and pants back on while Ayame recovered from her shock. She checked the time before panicking, climbed down from the table to grab the bra she'd brought for serving, and then grabbed her skirt before noticing her panties were missing. The redhead strode toward the door with a sly grin. He raised a finger, revealing the young cook's white panties dangling from his knuckles. I'll keep them. You don't need them anyway. He slipped them into his pocket before opening the door. Don't forget, Ayame. You can do what you want with your heart, but your body is mine. Uruka better not touch it unless I give him permission. The brunette smiled before stating this. Anyway, for now, the redhead had everything. His heart and his body. He left, closing the door behind him. Mizuki ran through the forest, the scroll of forbidden techniques slung over his shoulder, letting it fall down his back to his hip. He finally had it. With this scroll, he would finally be the most powerful. He could then join Orochimaru and become a man equal to the Sannin. The power contained in this scroll was immeasurable, and no one could wield it better than him. He had endured the bullying of the Jonin, who considered themselves stronger than him, under the pretext that he had never attained a higher rank. It wasn't his fault he had failed the Jonin exam twice. He had been sick the first time, and the second time, he had been tricked. Above all, having to spend his time with idiotic, immature kids was really starting to get on his nerves. That's over now. I'm going to be the one in charge. I'll never have to obey again. I'm afraid it won't be that simple, Mizuki-sensei, a sharp voice teased. The silver-haired boy froze as he saw Naruto Uzumaki land on a tree branch in front of him. That kid had found him and… what was he holding? Yes, it was the scroll of forbidden techniques. The real scroll. He smiled coldly as the sensei opened the parchment he held, revealing a long ream of white paper. Surprised. It's nothing, you know. After all, everyone's been seeing it for almost 4 years, but no one's noticed it's no longer the real scroll. Naruto. What if you joined me? The sensei suddenly exclaimed. He wasn't stupid. The fact that Naruto had the scroll meant that, deep down, he didn't truly care about Konoha, otherwise he would never have stolen it. Besides, he didn't know the truth about Kurama. So, he could very well use this to recruit the kid to his team and then offer him to Orochimaru to gain more power and leverage in the likely negotiations. I have information about you. An S-rank secret held by the Hokage. Do you want to know it? What? Naruto asked, scratching his ear with his little finger. Are you talking about the fact that I'm Kurama's Jinchūriki or the fact that I'm the 4th Hokage's son? It was Mizuki who was surprised by the news. He certainly hadn't expected that. Or is it because I'm a Senju who uses wood release? The silver-haired boy's eyes widened. What was he talking about? Wood release was a lost art since the first Hokage. Or is it because I possess the Sharingan? How could Naruto know so much, things even he didn't know, even though he'd been present during the sealing of the Nine-Tails? Well, not exactly there, but he was born nonetheless. Come on, tell me. What secret is the Hokage keeping at S rank? This was bad. Mizuki had no leverage over Naruto anymore, no more treats to lure him in. So, he had to use a more forceful method to retrieve the scroll. He would have to fight Naruto, it wouldn't be difficult, he was just a genin after all. Mizuki leapt into the air to swoop down on the redhead, who looked up, his eyes turning red. 3 commas appeared in his crimson pupils. At that point, the master knew he was in for a rude awakening. Uzumaki jumped back as the silver-haired boy unleashed a volley of kunai. Filthy monster. I know I'm a monster, Naruto simply breathed, forming hand seals. But I'll see the dawn. He inhaled deeply before exhaling forcefully. Fire release, great fireball technique. The flames spewed forth by the redhead struck Mizuki full force as he let out a howl of pain when the flames devoured his skin with a deafening crackle. Naruto launched himself along the tree, walking effortlessly against the bark before dropping into the void to gain speed. He extended his hand behind him. It's not complete yet, but I wish you a safe flight. Rasengan. A powerful gust of chakra formed in his hand. It resembled a miniature typhoon, not a swirling ball of chakra, a sign that it wasn't complete and the final stage hadn't been mastered. However, it was enough. He slammed his palm, sending the chakra emanation into his opponent's stomach, who cried out. If the complete attack caused devastating external damage, the incomplete one had terrifying internal potential. Flames mingled with the spinning motion of the incomplete orb before Mizuki fell to the ground, burned both inside and out. Naruto straightened with a grin as he witnessed Mizuki's final moments. You're pathetic, Mizuki. He raised his leg before bringing his heel down on his opponent's throat, finishing him off swiftly. He couldn't allow Mizuki to be saved, he knew too much about him to risk his safety so easily. A few minutes later, 5 Anbu arrived at his side. They looked at Mizuki, lying on the ground, burned in various places and seemingly dead, while Naruto sat against a tree, reading a book with an orange cover. When he looked up from his reading, he sighed. Judging by the number of Anbu present, he was going to have a lot to tell. Chapter 3, Team 8. The night was already well advanced, and the cool air had invaded the village despite the mild summer evening. The shops were closed, the lights in the houses were rarely switched on, only the light from the televisions in the bedrooms illuminated the windows, letting a few slivers of light filter through the closed shutters. The families were already immersed in the gentle torpor of sleep and the tranquility that filled the streets of the Hidden Leaf village. Yet, in the village, 2 places remained awake despite the late hour. The first location was a room in an apartment, itself in an empty building. Since the demon had been living there, the entire neighborhood had become disreputable, no one came, no one lived there. Except for one single person, the demon in question, Naruto Uzumaki. Since childhood, he had been used to living alone, and the lack of people in the neighborhood gave him the opportunity to do whatever he wanted. His 3-room apartment was now the equivalent of an entire floor. He had demolished the walls and ceilings of the previous floors to create a training room. He was the most hated man in the village, but he also had the biggest house, in a way, and above all, it was completely free. It hadn't come from his parents, so it wasn't an inheritance. However, the owner seemed reluctant to take the redhead's money and had therefore left the property to the Nine-Tails. In the bedroom, he lay on the bed, the blanket covering part of his naked body while his chest embraced Ayame's. The young woman was resting from her recent exertion. Sweat plastered her hair to her forehead as her hand slid along his torso. Both had just finished an intense workout, and she smiled, kissing his chest and gazing at him lovingly. Tell me, are you ready for another round? Uzumaki glanced at the clock and noted matter-of-factly that it was past 10 p.m. She followed his gaze. What are you looking at? Nothing, he replied matter-of-factly. He stroked her hair before sighing as she kissed his chest, her kisses trailing down his stomach, continuing her kisses, covering his skin with kisses. He closed his eyes as, slowly but surely, she approached his now erect penis. She finally disappeared under the sheets as the young man let out a soft groan, feeling her capture his erection between her lips. What would your father say if he saw you like this? He smiled, pulling back the sheets and revealing the beautiful brunette in the act of fellatio. She looked up, meeting his gaze. He could see her hand teasing his own penis, fueling his growing desire. And what would Iruka say? In response, she drew in the air from her mouth, creating a suction effect, as if she were trying to swallow the stiff member in her mouth. He gritted his teeth with pleasure before resting his hand on his head. Damn, she smiled, feeling the effect she'd just had on him before pumping hard and vigorously. The young man groaned before she released him. She quickly straddled him, positioning herself above him. She thrust her hips, drawing his engorged member inside her. She let out a long moan as she felt the head of his penis hit the back of her vagina. He grasped her hips before lifting his own to move inside her as she thrust back and forth. Naruto. Harder. He increased the pressure, giving her powerful thrusts, lifting her with each stroke, making her breasts bounce with each spasm. She leaned firmly against his chest, her face reddened by the heat and exertion, beads of sweat glistening, her hair completely disheveled. The dim light from the bedside lamp cast shadows on her body, outlining the silhouette and curve of her breasts. Faster. She began to cry out. And she did so with pleasure. She couldn't cry out when he took her in the shop or anywhere else. Only here could she truly allow herself to be expressive. Naruto released his partner's hips to pull her against him. With a thrust of his hips, combined with a rotation, he placed her beneath him and half stood. Ayame arched her back with a cry of pleasure as her lover's rigid member lifted slightly from its position. He grasped her hips again to raise her a little, allowing for deeper, more intense thrusts than such a position would otherwise permit. Harder, Naruto. He lifted her legs, resting her calves on his shoulders, and firmly gripped the cook's thighs to increase his hold on the brunette. His movements were powerful and deep, utterly ravaging the beautiful young woman's interior. I'm coming, Ayame cried, arching her back and using her head for support, raising her torso and accentuating her magnificent breasts. The young man groaned, and she could feel her lover's member throbbing between her swollen lips, which sought to engulf him a little more with each thrust. She let out a piercing cry as her hips writhed frantically with pleasure. She felt her beloved increase the pressure between their bodies before delivering a final thrust that released the precious seed she had so longed for. She gasped with satisfaction as she felt her body warm and fill with the red-haired Uzumaki's seminal fluid. End of lemon. He withdrew and lay down beside her. She sighed contentedly before squeezing her thighs together, preventing her lover's semen from escaping. He leaned back against the headboard as she rested her head on his groin. Aren't you going to be late for your date with Iruka? She looked at him, shrugged, and then kissed his stomach. I don't want to go. He's a pain. If my father hadn't agreed to it for me, I'd never be with him. Why can't we be together? Naruto sighed, lifting one leg and resting his elbow on her knee. Couldn't we be together? You know I don't want to be tied down. I'm a free spirit, Naruto replied, placing his hand on the brunette's head, though he didn't look at her. I don't answer to anyone. I love you very much because you're one of the only ones who doesn't hate me, so I feel good with you. He clenched his free fist. But, I don't have this capacity you call love, I can't love like you do. He sighed, though he didn't seem disappointed by his declaration. I loathe men, few people are bearable to me. You're one of them. Ayame lowered her eyes. She knew they could never be together, simply because she wasn't the one who would allow him to open his heart and thus fill the void he'd felt since birth. How could you teach someone rejected by life what love was? He checked the time and looked at Ayame. You're going to be late for your date with Iruka. The young woman sighed before sitting up. She kissed the redhead before getting dressed, then turned to look at him with a slight smile. What's up? The redhead asked. What do you want? She lifted her skirt, revealing her panties, and pulled down her top to show her bra. You always get me something, so this time, I'll let you choose. Because serving with all that semen dripping down my thighs is very embarrassing. He smiled, amused, before looking out the window, completely uninterested in what she was saying. Do what you want, Naruto informed her. She frowned at his thoughtful expression, but without turning her head, he spoke. Today, probably right now, they're deciding on the teams. I wonder who I'll end up with. As long as it's not one of those pompous and useless clan heirs. He watched the brunette lift her top slightly to remove her bra. Your bra? The redhead inquired. Yes, it's the lesser of two evils. She smiled at the young man. I don't know what you do with them, but if you keep them nicely, it's no problem. He neither did nor said anything in response to her barb. He crossed his arms, staring at the bra perched on the edge of the bed. She turned and murmured a few words that he completely ignored. He had always ignored them, so why would he start paying attention now? She finally left as Naruto gazed into the distant sky, which held a deep, inky hue. That bitch is finally gone. Naruto smiled, hearing the voice of the demon, or rather, the demoness, in his head. I want you all to myself, Naru. The redhead stretched out fully on his bed before letting out a contented sigh. Tell me, I get the feeling you raised me solely to take advantage of me when I was an adult. Uzumaki chuckled, a coughing fit seeming to seize the demon, who quickly denied it. Not at all. The demon exclaimed loudly, adding in a low voice, it's your fault. Have you seen how you've changed? Your mother was a bombshell and your father was a heartthrob. It's not fair that you're so attractive. Besides, I love redheads. Naruto sighed. I heard everything, Kurama, the young man replied flatly, folding his arms behind his head. You know you're the most talented. Unfortunately, everything you do to me when we're in the seal only excites me in the real world, even if it is very intellectually stimulating. The demon snarled. I want double, the fox replied. Whatever you do for your future conquests, I want double for myself. He smiled, amused. This demon was possessive, jealous, insatiable, greedy, and appallingly lustful. But she was the only person he truly valued. Okay, Kura-chan, Naruto sighed. But right now, I'd like to rest. I don't know what will happen tomorrow. The meeting isn't over yet, and it promises to be very interesting. Who are they going to Paris with, my little Kura? The demon began to growl furiously. I hope there aren't any girls on your team, or I'll rip them to shreds. The other place that wasn't sleeping was a room in the Hokage's building. A large, round room containing a massive table of the same shape. Several people were there. The most prestigious, of course, was the Hokage. Around him were his two advisors, Kaharu and Homura, his former teammates. Also present were numerous Jonin-ranked ninjas, for the most part, as well as Iruka, the Chunin instructor of the individuals who were the subject of the current meeting. They were currently discussing the allocation of teams. Numerous files lay on the table, in equal stacks for each Jonin and in a larger pile in front of the Hokage and advisors. The meeting, as Naruto had said, was to discuss the future teams that would be formed here. Hiruzen picked up a file and opened it. Alright, we're now on the subject of Team 7, the Hokage informed him. So, it will be Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. He looked up at a person with an amused smile and black hair. Their two black eyes lifted from the file to observe the Hokage. They wore basic Jonin attire and a fan over their shoulder. The team will be under the command of Obito Uchiha. With all due respect, Hokage-sama. Why do I have 4? The Uchiha asked, crossing his arms. I mean, I should have Sasuke and Saya, since we're 3 Uchiha, the last 3 Uchiha. But why only Sasuke and the other 3? The dark-haired boy asked simply, stretching. He yawned deeply before sighing. Sorry, I didn't sleep well. The Hokage sighed. You'll be assisted by Kakashi Hatake. The dark-haired boy sighed. He adored Kakashi, his friend. But how serious and boring he could be. Ever since he and Rin got together, Kakashi had completely neglected the other members of Team 7. Especially since, after the death of Minato, their sensei, the silver-haired boy had become completely antisocial. Obito had no idea that Hiruzen had actually created this team for one purpose. The fact that Kiba and Shino were there was just a bonus, support from 2 relatively important clans within Konoha. The team was everything to Sasuke, really. Kiba was jovial and expressive, a way to lighten the mood and perhaps distract the Uchiha from his demonic vengeance. Shino was taciturn but a very subtle tactician. He would help Sasuke improve his tactical sense and undoubtedly his perception abilities. Obito was there to allow him to identify with someone, a powerful Uchiha, connected to Konoha and relatively happy. Kakashi was the serious face of the training team. Obito was quite laid back, while Kakashi was serious, conscientious, a pure genius. Sakura, one might ask. But why on earth Sakura Haruno? Well, it's simple, simply because the Haruno bloodline was basic. No particular talent, this blood was truly like a sponge. In this way, if Sasuke and she were to conceive an heir, the chances of that child possessing the Sharingan were much higher than with a basic union or with another clan member. Okay, so Team 8. Saya Uchiha, Maeko Senju, Hinata Hyuga. Eyebrows frowned, especially those of a red-eyed brunette. She was in charge of a mostly female team composed of the 3 heirs of 3 rival clans. What a fine team. And Naruto Uzumaki. There was a long silence in the room before the brunette in charge sighed. Under your wing, Kurenai Yuhi. You'll have a second in command too, don't worry. You'll be with Anko Mitarashi, the Hokage added. Quote. But, Hokage-sama, the young Kurenai suddenly exclaimed. Anko and I will be in charge of a very difficult team. Saya, Maeko, and Hinata come from 3 enemy clans, completely at odds with each other. What's more, all 3 of them have enormous deficiencies, they've become ninjas 1 or 2 points above the minimum required. I don't hold any animosity toward them, but why put all 3 of them together? She glanced at another sheet of paper and sighed. Besides, Naruto Uzumaki. You want us to put Naruto Uzumaki on our team. He's been the main instigator of many altercations, and if the reports are to be believed, he hasn't exactly been subtle. I understand that in most cases, he wasn't the one who started them. But, considering he's broken several people's arms and legs, even if he's not necessarily evil, I'm not sure putting him on a team with the heirs of 3 clans who have hated and bullied him since childhood is a good idea, is it? Hiruzen nodded, watching Kurenai make some compelling arguments. Besides, with Kurenai involved, I think Obito should be the one to handle Naruto, his Sharingan could be useful against a demon. I know, Kurenai, the old Hokage stated. But if we look at the same reports you're showing me, you'll see that Naruto has never been violent towards women. So we can assume that if he were on a team with a boy, there would be a conflict between him and Naruto. He rested his elbows on the table. Naruto's behavior is very much like that of an animal. That's true. He defends his territory, doesn't let any males in, and apparently, he tolerates females. I fear that if he were to encounter a man or a boy his own age, he might become violent. Let's not forget that he's lived alone since birth. We don't know how he might react to others if they try to give him orders. He sighed, frowning. Saya Uchiha, Maeko Senju, and Hinata Hyuga are here for specific reasons. The Sharingan and Senju arts are renowned for their ability to contain the power of the tailed beasts. We can also assume that the presence or use of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist might influence the demon's use. By blocking the energy channels, the spread of the demonic chakra will be slowed, or even stopped, so the presence of the Hyuga heiress is a good option. He smiled. Furthermore, they passed their exams with 51 100ths, while Naruto achieved a perfect score, even a 101 100ths. I think we should put them together to balance the team somewhat. Why me, Hiruzen-sama? Asked a young woman with dark purple hair tied in a ponytail and dark eyes. She wore a long beige raincoat and, underneath, simple mesh tights that served as both a t-shirt and shorts, accentuating her ample figure. I mean, I'm a special Jonin, not a Jonin instructor. Hiruzen waved his hand with a smile. Anko, now, let me explain why I chose you. He interlaced his fingers with a slight smile. Kurenai is a powerful kunoichi, even though she specializes in genjutsu. The Yuhi clan is very intelligent and perceptive. While they may not match the genius of the Nara, they possess lightning-fast analytical skills and legendary discretion. The young woman with the sweet name Yuhi nodded. As for you, Anko, even though you don't belong to a clan, I remind you that your former sensei was the Sannin Orochimaru. She clenched her fists at the mention of the Sannin's name. Furthermore, your cursed seal, if I remember its abilities correctly, should allow you to act in the event of the Nine-Tails rampage. If you have the support of the Sharingan, Senju chakra, gentle fist, and Kurenai's abilities, you should be more than capable of stopping the demon if it tries to control Naruto. He crossed his arms before adding. Furthermore, Kurenai is a user of wind and lightning release, likely secondary affinities for Saya and Hinata, as well as Naruto, while you use earth, water, and fire release, likely affinities for Saya, Maeko, and Naruto as well. Between the two of you, you should be able to offer this team a considerable range of jutsu, don't you think? The two young women looked at each other before conceding. Of course, the Hokage was careful not to explain that Naruto was on this team because, not only did he hate men and most adults, but he was also very strongly attracted to women, like any man, after all. He had placed the three heiresses together because Naruto shared common ancestry with two of them, and the third was just as interesting. The fact that he was a Konoha ninja didn't mean he was bound to the village. Desertion wouldn't exist in that case. No, he needed stronger ties to the village. Kurenai was a gentle person by nature, she could easily replace Kushina as a mother figure. Anko was quite unique, but not evil, though a bit extreme, so she could very well take the place of the older sister in Naruto's mind. Saya, Maeko, and Hinata weren't there to play a significant role in his life, at least not right away. They were a dowry Hiruzen was offering to young Uzumaki. Saya and Naruto could revive the Sharingan and even make it more powerful. Maeko and Naruto could potentially revive wood release. Hinata and Naruto could evolve the Byakugan using Kurama's chakra. The fusion of the Sharingan and Byakugan, a new Kekkei Genkei, more powerful and greater than any other, could be born. They didn't know that the Genin generation was controlled by the Hokage. They danced in the palm of his hand, everything had been planned from the beginning. He knew when and how he would evolve Sasuke. He knew when and how he would evolve Naruto. Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki were both individuals with immeasurable potential for growth and destruction. They were the Leaf Village's most powerful assets. Two weapons with enormous destructive potential. Naruto groaned, rubbing his neck. Turning his head, he could see Ayame asleep in the bed. He sighed. When her date was over, she came to see him, and apparently, she'd managed to find out the team compositions before they were officially announced. What could he do? By agreeing to stay with Iruka, she'd also agreed to spy on him. That way, he knew everything he wanted to know in advance and could even adjust his class plans. Knowing his team in advance already gave him an advantage over the others. He could simply skip the class and stay home, because this team was as pathetic as it was uninteresting. He checked the time and saw he still had 20 minutes to get to the academy. He stretched out again to snuggle up to Ayame. Being late was no problem. He knew the composition of his team. Touch her and I swear I'll throw a fit. A groan escaped Naruto as he got out of bed and headed to the bathroom to wash up. Just because he hated his team didn't mean he had to show up looking as filthy as they were useless. After a very long, hot shower, a very quick trip to the closet, and a full breakfast, after a good 30 or 40 minutes, Naruto finally headed to his academy to join the 3 newly promoted kunoichi. He could have sworn they wouldn't pass, they were so incompetent. Seriously, who would accept them with a score of 51 out of 100? You'd have to be stupid to do that, right? Saya was useless, she didn't have the Sharingan even though she was 12 or 13, and judging by her classwork, her fighting skills must have been close to zero. Maeko, too, had a miserable skill level, unable to use would release or any of the affinities like her ancestor, the second Hokage. She boasted of being at least as powerful as her rival, Saya, and she wasn't wrong, at least she was realistic. Hinata, what could he say about her? She possessed the Byakugan and knew how to use it, like all Hyuga, since birth, but she had such a difficult personality. In 6 years, he had never seen her make a decision on her own, always fainting whenever she was faced with a dilemma. However, he didn't know Kurenai and Anko, so he didn't know how to react to them. When he pushed open the classroom door, he could see that the members of Team 7 were there with a man with strange silver hair, a real scarecrow. On the other side were the 3 girls of Team 8, accompanied by their 2 sensei. At least he had to admit they were pretty damn sexy. Look at their eyes, Naruto, and get your hands out of your pockets. He sighed inwardly. Kurama was possessive and she really didn't like other girls. Kurenai turned her head to see that the last member of the team, as well as the only male representative, had finally arrived after being more than 30 minutes late. He could see that the red-eyed brunette was calmer than the purple-haired one, since the latter had just thrown a chair at his face. He simply ducked to avoid it. I've never seen a genin arrive late to the ceremony and the team assignments. Anko shouted, making Kurenai and Kakashi sigh. Naruto shrugged. I wasn't late, I intentionally decided not to come. I already knew I was on Team 8 with Kurenai Yuhi and Anko Mitarashi as my sensei, along with those 3 clan scumbags. The redhead stated flatly, under the surprised gaze of the 3 adults, the annoyed looks of Saya and Maeko, and the saddened look of Hinata. They got up to leave the room and, with slow, calm steps, headed out of the academy. Well, I suppose a good meal is better for discussion, the genjutsu specialist remarked. I don't really have a strong preference for Konoha restaurants, so. Where would you like to eat? I'll treat you. I don't have a preference, as long as I'm far from Senju, Saya indicated, crossing her arms. Anko quickly observed the 4 team members. Saya and Maeko were walking about 5 meters apart, Hinata was walking roughly the same distance behind them, while Naruto had his hands in his pockets and walked calmly along, gazing at the sky. In other words, Saya and Maeko were keeping their distance, Hinata was too scared to walk alongside them, and Naruto couldn't care less. Great start for Team 8. I refuse to eat with the Uchiha, the blonde declared simply, under the blasé expression of the snake, who looked at Yuhi, who shrugged. Clearly, she didn't know what to say or do to fix things either. Hinata took a deep breath to reply. I don't know. I don't care. What we're eating is, the young Hyuga stammered miserably, as Kurenai sighed. This wasn't going to be easy. The only person who hadn't spoken was Naruto, who was still observing the clouds. Sensing a gaze upon him, he lowered his own, meeting Anko's eyes. I don't want to eat with you, the redhead snapped, before turning his gaze back to the sky. Kurenai sighed before turning her head to the side to see Ichiraku ramen. If memory served, Ayame had been Iruka's girlfriend, and it was also one of the few restaurants that would serve Uzumaki. Who's in the mood for ramen? Kurenai asked. There was no reply, they simply turned the corner, keeping their distance, and headed toward the shop. Kurenai truly didn't know what to do. Team 8 was supposed to be a team for espionage, infiltration, and tracking. So, honestly, the fact that the 4 members didn't exchange a single word was one thing, but the fact that some of them didn't like each other was quite another. However, it was relatively manageable, but there were limits. Of the 12 available seats, Saya and Maeko occupied the 4th and 8th seats from the left, essentially opposite each other. Kurenai was in the 5th seat, and Hinata in the 6th, clearly seeking the security of a superior. Anko served as the boundary between Hinata and Maeko, positioned in the 7th seat. In practical terms, the seats were, in order, Saya, Kurenai, Hinata, Anko, and Maeko. Naruto, meanwhile, had settled himself in the 12th seat, far from the team, clearly showing that he didn't care about them at all. After ordering, Kurenai initiated the conversation. Well, I see that your relationships aren't the best, but it's crucial for a team to function well that they know each other. Don't you think? A faint, yes, from Hinata was her only real response. Saya and Maeko made a small nod of agreement, while the redhead didn't even bother to look away from the rest of the team. So, I think we should introduce ourselves. Share what we like and dislike, our hobbies, our immediate goal, and our dreams. What do you think? Seeing that there were no responses, she sighed and began. My name is Kurenai Yuhi. I like takawasa and vodka. I don't like cakes. My hobbies are watching sunsets from the Hokage cliff and training with Anko. My goal is to make you all great ninjas. As for my dream, it's just my own business for now. A long, heavy silence answered her. Seeing the distress in her friend's eyes, Anko continued. My name is Anko Mitarashi. I like dango and Anko soup. I don't like spicy food. My hobbies are making Chana Yu and training with Kurenai. My goal is to make you all great ninjas, too. As for my dream, that's my own business, the snake informed, frowning. Her dream was to defeat Orochimaru, and she wasn't about to tell her students. However, there was no reaction to their students getting involved in the discussion or anything else. No, Saya and Maeko were both eating with their backs to each other. Hinata had her face hidden behind her hair while Naruto chatted quietly with Ayame, who was preparing another bowl for him. Kurenai sighed. Anko understood that he needed to take the initiative. Alright, Hinata, how about you introduce yourself? The brunette jumped before burying her face in her broth, as if she wanted to dive in to hide from the others. I'm Hinata Hyuga. I like cinnamon rolls. I don't like crab and shrimp. She looked around before burying her face in her collar. I like doing oshibana. My goal, to have confidence in myself. My dream, to become strong. A soft laugh came from Naruto, almost imperceptible to the others, only the two sensei could hear it. Finally, it was Saya who took over, without turning her head toward the other members of her team. Saya Uchiha. I like warmth and watching the fire in the fireplace. I don't like anything cold, and Maeko. My hobbies are spending time in a nice hot bath and training to develop my Sharingan. She breathed softly. My goal is to revive my clan. My dream is to restore the honor of the Uchiha. Kurenai and Anko were surprised to hear this. They hadn't imagined the young woman could have such a vision of her future. Hearing this, they felt like Saya saw herself as a mother hen. Maeko, annoyed at being outdone by her rival, continued. Maeko Senju. I like spending time in the forest and taking care of the flora and fauna. I don't like insects, and Saya, which amounts to pretty much the same thing. The Uchiha turned her head away through gritted teeth. My hobbies are swimming in the river and training to control wood release. My goal, to revive wood release in my clan. My dream is to grow my clan and make it the leader of Konoha once again. This time, she wasn't acting like a mother hen, but like a soldier tasked with leading her clan to victory in an imaginary war. It was incomprehensible. Did she have no self-respect? Finally, the three young women on the team had introduced themselves, leaving only the boy. The two senseis' faces turned toward him as he finished yet another bowl of ramen. Sensing their stares, he turned his head. Don't count on me to participate in your nonsense, Uzumaki commented simply. What exactly do you want to do? An introductory session within the team to try, in vain, to create a close bond and a modicum of trust so we can start on a healthy footing and thus have the illusion of a united team. He sneered, taking a sip of water. Nonsense, the man is alone. He always has been and he always will be. If you think that, under the pretext of a slight connection between us, we're going to help each other and form a team. He put down his glass before reaching into his pocket to place some money on the table. What a sweet utopia. He stood up and turned on his heel. It's time to grow up. Wait, Naruto Uzumaki, the beautiful Yuhi announced calmly. Naruto turned his head to look at her. Your teammates played along, so why not you? You can introduce yourself to them, can't you? He sneered before turning his head toward the street. After all, a young man has to introduce himself to young women, right? He lost his laughter before turning his head to look at her coldly. I don't give a damn about them, Kurenai Yuhi. I never asked to be with the 3 clan rejects and the 3 worst kunoichi in my class. He half turned to face her. You want to know who I am? Fine, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I don't like anyone and I don't hate anything, you're all the same to me, and you're completely indifferent to me. My hobbies are ignoring everyone I meet, no matter who they are. My goal is to become even more powerful than I already am. My dream, to show this ungrateful village who's the best. That's who I am, Kurenai Yuhi. Are you satisfied? The declaration sent a chill through the room. The two sensei looked at each other for a few seconds before Anko finally glanced at the redhead as he turned to leave. See you tomorrow at training ground number 8 for a test. It will determine whether or not you become ninjas. 8 o'clock and avoid eating beforehand. Naruto left without showing any sign that he had understood. Saya straightened up before leaving. Maeko quickly followed, while Hinata waited a few seconds before departing. This team is promising. Anko sighed, running a hand through her hair, a sign of discouragement. Her friend sighed back. And this is just the beginning. Hiruzen removed his hands from the crystal ball in front of him. Team 8's first encounter was truly strange. Two enemies, one shy, the other antisocial. Clearly, he'd created the perfect team. However, for now, he had to be patient, the situation would evolve. Because it couldn't get any worse. Naruto had made it clear he didn't care about this team. Saya had shown she disliked Maeko Senju, and the feeling seemed perfectly mutual. As for Hinata, she hadn't shown any determination and seemed somewhat withdrawn compared to the others, or indeed anyone. Kurenai and Anko felt overwhelmed by their students' behavior. It had to be said, she wasn't easy at all. It was highly likely that uniting them and bringing them closer together would be more of a miracle than a matter of training. Yet, he was confident. Naruto remained a wounded child, and the presence of Kurenai and Anko would help him rebuild himself. Then, when he finally came up for air, he would finally look in the direction the third Hokage wanted him to. His gaze would fall upon Saya, Maeko, or Hinata, and he could act as he wished. He could thus train a new, more powerful generation. But first, Naruto had to move forward. He would also have to spend some time with Saya, Maeko, and Hinata to help them assert themselves a little, while also opening up as much as possible, otherwise, his plan wouldn't progress any further. He would wait as long as it took, but he knew his plan would succeed. He didn't know when or where, but he knew everything would end as he had planned. With more power for Konoha. Chapter 4, Another Vision. The alarm clock thundered in a room, disturbing the person sleeping in the bed next to the machine. A woman's hand tapped on it, triggering the mechanism that silenced the shrill sound that had just woken her. Because yes, the person sleeping was a girl, a 12-year-old girl with black hair and onyx eyes. The young lady let out a long yawn as she checked the time. She had just over an hour before her meeting with her team. And damn, how she'd rather be here. Saya, because it was her, got up and shuffled towards the bathroom. When she tried to open the door, she realized it was locked. She punched the door and yelled at her brother, who was probably going to get all the hot water. After 5 minutes, the Uchiha came out of the bathroom and walked past her sister, bumping her shoulder in the process. She groaned, rubbing her shoulder as she entered the room. She closed the door and looked at herself in the mirror for a few moments. She was wearing a long-sleeved black pajama top with gray stripes, baggy pants, and gray panties. She sighed as she unbuttoned her shirt, revealing her torso. Subtle lines dotted her stomach, showing that she trained and had developed a certain amount of muscle tone without compromising her slender figure by distorting it with visible muscles. She slid her hands up her stomach, finally touching her budding, yet undeniably formed, breasts. She frowned, her eyes glancing at her small breasts, a small ADA, she had less of a chest than Maeko. How could she respect her teammates when they were the way they were? Yes, beyond the obvious, it had to be said that Saya hadn't landed on the right team, especially not on Team 8. Mainly because of one person, Maeko Senju. It was Maeko who made her dread every team meeting. Granted, this was the first one scheduled for today, but still. It felt like she'd been stuck with that blonde for 2 years. She hated Maeko Senju, why? Well, because she was a Senju and she was an Uchiha. They were genetically predisposed to hate each other and be enemies. The endless struggle between Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju was proof of that, wasn't it? Besides, she and Maeko were always rivals, whether in terms of physical abilities, intellect, or simply height. They were both the same height, both at 1.5 meters. However, it seemed that Maeko was developing faster than her. Being around this Senju made her feel like she was constantly trying to outshine her. No matter, she would show everyone that the Uchiha clan, even if decimated, remained more powerful than the Senju clan. As for Hinata Hyuga, it was different from Maeko. She didn't hate her, but she didn't like her either. In fact, she couldn't care less. The Hyuga clan members practiced a kind of neutrality. They didn't participate in any of the council's decisions, explaining that they preferred to wait. In this way, the clan wasn't hated all that much, since it wasn't involved in the bad decisions, but it was always there to take credit when the council succeeded at something. From Saya's point of view, a view influenced by the clan's perspective before it was decimated, the Hyuga clan was nothing more than a clan of cowards. In short, Saya had nothing to do with Hinata. In fact, she didn't care. She was just a girl without determination, without any self-confidence, and utterly useless, always fidgeting with her fingers whenever there was a decision to be made and fainting at the slightest hint of tension. She was a bit of a nuisance, always stammering like a scratched old CD. Frankly, in her mind, Hinata had no place on that team. Maeko, even though she was detestable and truly irritating, had the skill to be a ninja, just like her. As for Naruto was different from the other two. He inspired no animosity in her, no trust, no empathy, she was indifferent to the guy. In fact, if he weren't so despicable, so cold, so selfish, and so violent, he might have been approachable. But no. As her father had told her, while he was still alive, Naruto Uzumaki was a monster who preferred violence and hatred to anything else. She had received confirmation of her suspicions when he, without any scruples or apparent reason, decided to attack a student at the academy. He beat him so badly he was almost unrecognizable. He struck him so hard and with such hatred that he smeared the floor with his victim's blood and teeth. There was so much anger and hatred that it took several people to restrain him, and the poor child couldn't speak or eat without a straw for several months. Since then, she was convinced that Naruto was nothing but a heartless, conscienceless monster. He was a vile person to be avoided at all costs, that's all. He was nothing more, nothing less than a bloodthirsty demon. Saya sighed, letting her hands fall. They slid down her hips before her thumbs slipped under her pants and panties. As she moved her hands down her legs, she peeled off the remnants of her pajamas. She looked at herself for a few moments before stepping into the shower and turning on the water. The shower had released a first jet of cold water that made her shiver before, slowly but surely, the cooled water clogging the pipes gave way to the hot water she had requested. She closed her eyes, immersing herself completely under the warm, flowing stream that ran over her skin, tracing a path through her ebony hair, following the curve of her neck and collarbone, and continuing over her still developing breasts. It skirted one of her nipples, hardened by the pleasurable sensation of the heat, slid down her finely sculpted stomach, and veered slightly to follow the path of her thighs, also toned by training, before continuing down to her pubic area. Each ripple left by the jets of water on her breathed a gentle warmth. Each trail of the hot liquid etched a few glowing red marks on her body from the temperature. So much so that after a while, the dampness she felt could just as easily be her own perspiration as the steam rising from the nozzle. She ran her hands through her hair, allowing the water to penetrate the first layer until, finally, it touched her scalp, triggering a powerful, yet pleasurable, jolt. Even in this heat, she had goosebumps. Her eyes slowly opened. Lowering her head and letting her hair fall along her face, her mind drifted back to the events of the previous day, when the two women who served as their sensei had explained that today would be the ultimate test to determine whether or not the members of Team 8 would become Genin. This was her last chance to become a true kunoichi. The outcome of this trial would determine whether or not she would be a kunoichi. At the end of the day, she would or would not be worthy of her name and rank. She had to succeed, no matter what, in becoming a kunoichi and restoring her clan's honor. After spending more than 20 minutes in the shower, she got out and quickly dried herself, carefully wiping her shoulder-length hair. She added a touch of deodorant, you never know what might happen during an exam, and, why not, a splash of perfume, because you never know who you might run into on the street. She stepped out of the bathroom, releasing a large, thick cloud of steam that slowly drifted down the hallway. She hurried toward the kitchen before remembering that she wasn't allowed to eat before the exam. She sighed, grabbed her kunai case, clipped it to her waist, and left without a second thought. She had an exam to take, and she had 15 minutes to get there. So, she still had time. Finally, after about 10 minutes, she arrived at the training grounds. She was surprised to see Hinata already there, reading a novel. Saya watched her. She was sitting on a rock, seemingly completely detached from the real world. Ignoring the Hyuga, the Uchiha went to lean against a wooden pillar that served as a place to vent her frustrations. The brunette crossed her arms and closed her eyes, slowly drifting off to sleep as she waited for her sensei to arrive. The sound of footsteps made her open her eyes. Maeko walked towards a tree, sat at its base, and finally leaned against it. Only the two sensei and the last member, Naruto, were missing. Around 7:55, Kurenai and Anko arrived quietly, chatting before looking at the three members present. Well, first of all, I wish you a good day. How are you? I hope you haven't eaten. Saya shrugged, Hinata nodded, looking down, and Maeko nodded. Why do I have a team of antisocials? Speaking of antisocials, where's Naruto? The question seemed to surprise them, as the three young women looked around, surprised that he still wasn't there. Anko's watch chimed, signaling that it was 8 o'clock. She pressed a side button and looked up to find Naruto leaning against a rock. He had arrived at 8 o'clock, not before and not after, right on time. The snake smiled when she saw the team was there, reached into her pocket, and pulled out 4 pieces of paper folded in on themselves. Take this. One each. One by one, they pulled out a slip of paper and unfolded it to look inside. Naruto and Saya each had a black circle marked on the strip, while Hinata and Maeko each had a red circle. Okay, Naruto, Saya, stand side by side. Hinata and Maeko, stand side by side. They complied. Saya and Maeko, give me your right arms. Naruto and Hinata, give me your left arms. They obeyed, raising the requested arms. Anko approached the two Uchiha and placed two metal rings around their wrists, connected by a meter-long chain. The same was done to Maeko and Hinata. You should have said so. If handcuffs were your thing, I would have prepared something accordingly. Saya turned her head toward Naruto. That guy was just making lewd remarks. Not only was he a creepy, violent, and evil type, but he also seemed like a real pervert. Seriously, he was completely unsavory. Anyway, what were these handcuffs for? Well, our little exam will be rather unusual. Kurenai smiled kindly. You are handcuffed to each other. Naruto and Saya, and Maeko and Hinata, will be two different teams, but with the same goal, the young woman explained, showing two gold necklaces. One was marked with the kanji for unity, and the other with the kanji for team. Anko will have one and I'll have the other. Your goal is to retrieve one. Saya and Naruto will have to retrieve mine, so Maeko and Hinata will have to retrieve Anko's. Where's the catch? Asked her neighbor's cold voice, a shiver running down the beautiful Uchiha's spine. Naruto was truly frightening with that emotionless voice. Anko stretched her smile. There are none. You are bound together. For example, Maeko and Hinata are linked by this chain. It's 1 meter long, so it allows you a little independence, without letting you stray too far from each other. You are linked to one another, so what one does will affect the other. However, only the one who has the necklace will become a genin, the other will return to the academy. The statement cast a chill over the room. The three young kunoichi looked at each other before swallowing. Admittedly, they didn't like or respect each other, but they still had some qualms about not allowing them to reach the rank of genin. In short, just because they didn't like each other didn't mean they would stop themselves from becoming ninja. You have until noon to retrieve the necklace and determine the winner, but be careful. If you cheat, you'll be deprived of your meal. Kurenai informed them, showing 4 lunch boxes. The same will apply if you don't retrieve the necklace or if you try to eat before the end of the exam. The young women understood that this was why they had been asked not to eat. That's indeed why I asked you not to eat. I'm glad to know you listened. Naruto shrugged. Personally, I ate. Kurenai sighed, looking at the redhead. This boy didn't seem to be listening to what was being said, a rebel, clearly. After exchanging a few glances, the two sensei disappeared, leaving the 4 members of Team 8. Naruto moved toward the forest, and once he had covered the meter, the chain violently tugged at the brunette's wrist. Hey, watch out, Uzumaki, the Uchiha retorted. She stepped towards the redhead. Tell me when you want to move. It's already annoying enough being stuck to you, you're not going to make it even more unpleasant. He didn't even acknowledge that he'd understood or simply listened to what she'd said. He continued on, closely followed by the young Uchiha. There was no way he was going to cut her wrist any further. The pair advanced through the forest, walking silently one behind the other. The redhead seemed to be taking the lead, clearing the path. He didn't seem to take the young woman's presence into account. He turned without warning, sometimes causing her to bump into a tree or trip over a root sticking out of the ground. Poor Saya was being completely mistreated by this unpleasant and selfish Naruto. As crazy as it sounded, she almost wished she were with Maeko. I said almost, because even if this guy was bad, he wasn't a Senju, and she hated Senju, but even more, she hated Maeko. Still, she knew that if she'd teamed up with her, at least there would have been a minimum of cohesion. Well, really just a minimum. It wasn't like they were going to have dazzling teamwork. If she'd been with Hinata, at least she would have known who was going to lead the team, even if there wouldn't have been any real cohesion, no. She would have led, given orders, and imposed her will on the Hyuga. Which wasn't necessarily a bad thing, and certainly not a good thing. No, Hinata was truly a woman without any personality. That's why it was great. She could influence Hinata in all her choices and, thus, reinforce her own with an additional voice. So, basically, she could mold Hinata to her liking. Well, Saya was not a bad person who would take pleasure in manipulating another person, especially one as weak and impressionable as Hinata. Her thoughts were interrupted by Naruto, who swung Saya out with his arm. She was startled and fell face first to the ground. Damn it, Uzumaki. Warn me when you do that. The redhead didn't even show that he was affected by the young woman's words or even by the fact that she had fallen next to him. He turned his head to look a little further into the forest. The brunette got up and wiped the dirt off her shorts. What are you looking at? Mind your own business, Uzumaki replied simply. He resumed walking, tugging on the chain to urge the brunette forward. She began to groan at the slight burning sensation that crept onto her wrist. Move along. I can't stand having to carry you around with me. The young woman frowned before continuing on, walking stiffly and angrily. In the end, she hated this guy. If only she could wrap that chain around his neck and strangle him until his blue eyes bulged from their sockets, swollen with blood, and every vein in his throat burst. She felt a terrible urge to kill whenever she was near him. What was it about him that made him loathe her so much? "I hate you," the Uchiha exclaimed. The redhead turned his head to look at her, wearing a blasé expression. "Your words tear at my heart like sharp blades. What a shame it's so insensitive, don't you think?" His voice was empty and cold, clearly showing he wasn't affected at all. The brunette frowned. Why was he saying that to her? "I never imagined I could have preferred to be with the Senju, even if that girl is an idiot," she sighed, looking at him. "You're truly a despicable man." He jerked the chain, pulling the brunette towards him. He raised his handcuffed hand to grab her free wrist and slammed her against a tree. The taut chain pressed against the Uchiha's throat. "Listen to me, fan-wielding brat, I don't give a damn about your hatred or your feelings." He pulled her arms, lightly pressing the chain, imprinting the links into the young woman's skin. "Keep your fucking childish tantrums to yourself. Your rivalry with Senju or your desire to assert your superiority over the Hyuga, I couldn't care less. If you're just going to talk nonsense, go do it in front of a shrink." He loosened his grip, letting Saya fall to her knees to cough and catch her breath. "Let's go, I'm tired of being tied to you. We're going to finish this exam and I'm going home so I don't have to see your ugly mug again." He took a step and pulled on the chain, forcing the brunette to stand up. No matter what anyone said about him, she hated him. There was no way he could become a ninja and she couldn't. The young woman clenched her fists as she followed the redhead. She had to follow him anyway, she didn't really have a choice. The pair moved slowly forward before reaching the edge of the small lake next to the training grounds. Kurenai sat in the center, smiling as she twirled the medallion by its chain on her fingertip. Saya's eyes widened. "How does she stay afloat?" the young Uchiha asked. The Uzumaki sighed. He swept the brunette's feet off her before catching her and hoisting her onto his shoulder. "Hey, let go of me, Bakuzumaki. I have to keep you with me if I want to move forward, and since I don't want to slow down because you have to swim, I'd rather carry you." Kurenai straightened up and sighed, placing the necklace around her neck and crossing her arms, as if inviting them to come. "I wonder how they'll manage to reach me. Probably try to flush me out with a barrage of kunai." The redhead stepped forward and placed his foot on the water's surface. The Jonin's red eyes widened as she saw him push off the liquid. He forced his foot forward and launched himself powerfully toward Yuhi. The force of his push sent a spray of water soaring a good 2 meters into the air before reaching the young woman. He threw a punch that landed squarely in her stomach. She leapt powerfully, launching herself 4 or 5 meters into the air. She could see that Naruto was still there, standing on the water, carrying Saya over his shoulder. What the hell is going on? She fell a little further and faced the young man. "You can walk on water. You can too, so there's no need to get all excited about it," the redhead stated flatly. He straightened up to look at her for a few seconds and then fixed his gaze on the person on his shoulder. "Well, you'll have to change things up a bit. For once, you'll be useful." He bent down slightly and lunged towards the sensei, who raised her forearm to block the Uzumaki's spinning kick. "Powerful, but not powerful enough." The brunette smiled before countering with a knee strike that he parried by curling into a feint. He has incredible reflexes and hits quite hard even while holding someone at the same time. It's really strange. Nowhere in Iruka's reports does he mention even the slightest detail about his physical abilities or even his chakra control. Why keep such a genius quiet? He could have become a ninja long before the others of his generation, especially since someone who consistently averaged 25 100ths can't possibly get 101 100ths on his exam, and it's impossible that such an untalented ninja could walk on water. The brunette finished the exchange of blows with Naruto with a slight apprehension. The redhead took a step back and delivered a powerful arm strike. The chain snapped shut as the brunette on the other side was thrown headfirst, screaming, towards the sensei who, surprised by the attack, didn't even dare move. Saya violently collided with Kurenai, sending her flying. "He's crazy. He just sent Saya flying right into my face, he's not right in the head." The necklace. She reached up to her neck to see that the necklace had been ripped off by the impact. Looking around, she noticed the small golden medallion flying through the air before landing in Naruto's hand. The Uzumaki stared wearily at the medallion. He'd done all this for this little thing. He'd put up with the Uchiha for this. His gaze shifting from the medallion to the Uchiha, who was in the water, her head above the surface, kicking her legs to stay afloat. And to think that with just a little pressure from his foot, he could drown her and finally be rid of her. But then again, he wasn't an assassin. At least, not if it ended so easily and quickly. Kurenai sat up to observe the 2 members of Team 8. Now that Naruto had retrieved the medallion, thanks to Saya, it was true, she was curious to see what would happen next. Saya, meanwhile, was splashing around in the water, wondering what on earth was going on. She felt like she was going to throw up. Naruto's movements were too fast, too abrupt, and too violent. He hadn't given her time to understand what was happening before he was fighting Kurenai. Seriously, what a brute. Now she understood that by hitting Kurenai, she had managed to snatch the medallion from her. Unfortunately, the movement had been too fast, preventing her from grabbing it with her whole hand, and now it was in Naruto's. She was the one who had snatched the medallion from him. It belonged to her. Uzumaki. The redhead lowered his eyes to look at the brunette. You have to give it to me. I snatched it, so it belongs to me. The redhead smiled coldly, swung his arm to grasp the chain, and with the other arm, lifted the brunette to his level. Their faces were only inches apart. This simple fact made the young woman blush. So, because you managed to snatch the medallion, which would have been impossible for you if I hadn't given you the means and the opportunity, you consider the medallion yours. He shoved his shoulder, causing the chain to rattle and create friction between the metal ring and the brunette's wrist. You're a bit stupid, aren't you? Who do you think you are? Without me, you wouldn't even have reached Kurenai, and you'd still be waiting by the lake. She lowered her eyes. He looked at her for a moment. Her cheeks were flushed from the closeness, and her eyes were misty from embarrassment and anger. She couldn't deny that without him, she wouldn't have been able to do anything against Kurenai. Naruto watched her. She was holding the chain to prevent the handcuff from cutting her hand, then he sighed, releasing it. Can you remove the handcuffs? Kurenai made a sign with her fingers, and the rings came undone. He rubbed his wrist and turned to leave. I need this, the brunette sighed weakly. Naruto stopped to look over his shoulder. I need to become a kunoichi. I need this medallion to prove my worth, the brunette explained. She was talking more to herself than to the other two. I'm afraid I won't ever have a chance to become a kunoichi. The redhead sighed, resumed his walk, and flicked his wrist. Something struck the brunette. When she looked up, she saw half the medallion fall into the water and land in her hand. I'm giving you half, but remember, I'm not doing this out of kindness or sympathy, those are two concepts completely foreign to me. He turned to look at her. I don't care about your feelings. If you want to prove you're strong, don't say it. Just do it. He continued on his way. I'm giving you a chance to realize your dreams. It's not something everyone gets. Saya looked at half the medallion before clutching it tightly. This was the beginning of her career as a ninja. And she owed it all to Naruto. Team 8 was gathered at the entrance to the training grounds. While Anko and Kurenai discussed the exam results, Saya looked at the half medallion in her hand and gripped it tightly. She was a genin, a kunoichi. She could prove to her brother that she was just as much an Uchiha as he was. That she, too, had what it took to restore the Uchiha clan to its former glory. Turning her head, she saw that Maeko and Hinata also had half medallions, but theirs looked like they'd been cut by a kunai, unlike hers, which seemed shattered, broken in two. The young woman's onyx eyes slid down to the young man, who was leaning against the rock, his eyes closed, as if he were asleep. Nothing had forced him to do this. No, he could have kept the medallion and left, not caring about her as he always had. Completely ignoring her, as was his habit. He'd shown it during that exam, he was more powerful than her. He was way ahead of her, but she didn't know how he'd managed it. He'd always been alone, no one had helped him, so he shouldn't even have been half or a quarter of the way he was now. No, he was far stronger than her. By extension, he was probably the strongest on the team, since she'd fought Maeko many times, and Hinata's level was mainly based on her grades rather than her physical abilities. She continued to observe the young man, who seemed perfectly at ease despite the slight tension in the air. This guy was mean, fundamentally evil, violent and abrupt. He showed blatant antipathy towards everyone around him. He had a cutting tone in everything he said, never hesitating to spit truths in people's faces. Naruto was truly awful. He had no conscience, saying whatever he thought without caring what others might think or take it. She couldn't stand him, she couldn't imagine that guy being a ninja. He irritated her, and his mere presence was enough to set her nerves on edge. So why had she been staring at him for so long, unable to tear her gaze away? Okay, so Anko and I have been talking, and I think it's time to tell you the exam results. The three young women looked stunned as the only boy opened his eyes. Congratulations, all four of you passed the test. The surprise hit the four of them hard, though the only visible signs were a questioning groan from Saya and Maeko, a raised eyebrow and an open mouth from Hinata, and a frown from Naruto. Obviously, this isn't an individual victory, so remember, it's a team victory. The four listened attentively to the words of the beautiful brunette with red eyes. You didn't achieve this feat alone, you're a team. You have to support and help each other, otherwise, you won't get anywhere. Anko nodded in agreement with her friend and added her own small detail. When we go on a mission, we entrust our lives and our destinies to our teammates. They help us, they allow us to move forward and succeed in the mission. A team as a whole. You are four, but you are one. She paused before continuing. A machine works when all the gears are in sync and work together. She smiled and raised her finger knowingly. No matter the time, the place, or even the situation, you must stay together. You are not alone, you are Team 8. There was a moment of silence before Naruto sighed. He stood up, under the questioning gaze of the other three members, and left without a word. Kurenai sighed. Well, then, see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock for the start of missions. Good afternoon. Saya pushed open the door of her house. Looking down, she saw her brother's shoes in the entryway. I'm home, the brunette announced, removing her shoes. She massaged the soles of her feet for a few seconds before letting out a soft sigh of relief, tinged, however, with a slight pain. Naruto had dragged her through the forest like a dog. She knew a kunoichi had to endure pain, but still, he was somewhat rough. She sighed, stood up, and walked down the hall to the kitchen to get a cake. She tore open the wrapper before reaching for the trash can. Her hand stopped when she saw a shiny object at the bottom. Reaching inside, she pulled out a small metal bell. When she got back to the living room, she found Sasuke in front of the TV, eating a packed lunch that looked very similar to the one she had received from her sensei. Do you know what that little bell is? The brunette didn't even look away and continued eating in front of his show. I had an exam, and the goal was to retrieve the bell. He grunted, placing his chopsticks in the box, then sank down onto the sofa. I had to get help to get it, and that's unacceptable. I'm going to have to practice again. He turned his head to see that his sister was holding the bell. Throw it away, I don't want to see it again. Something like that is truly degrading. To think I owe my genin rank entirely to the help of a guy as talkative as a corpse. Saya realized that he had received the genin title thanks to Shino Aburame. If you have nothing better to do, run me a bath. The brunette looked at the bell before tossing it in the bin. The young woman turned to go to the bathroom where she did as her brother had asked. Before the water had completely drained, she went to her room, warning her brother that it was running. She opened the door to her secret garden and approached the bed. She stretched before settling back onto her bottom. Something seemed to bother her, because she raised her hips slightly to reach into her back pocket and, with her fingertips, pulled out a golden, semicircular object. A piece of the medallion that had made her a genin, a true kunoichi. However, like her brother, Saya didn't owe her position to her own talent or unique abilities. No, she owed it to Naruto Uzumaki. This medallion was, in a way, a part of him. Proof that he wasn't what everyone thought. Perhaps he was a little more human than anyone believed. Sasuke had thrown away the bell that, in a way, brought him closer to Shino. His eyes lingered for a few moments on the gold of the medallion, on the small markings that symbolized half of unity. She gave a faint smile before letting her arm fall. Her hand rested on her nightstand, and finally, she let the small golden piece sit on the furniture. Her eyes closed as, slowly, her muscles relaxed and her consciousness faded. She quickly fell asleep. He pushed open the door to his apartment and groaned, then closed the door before massaging his shoulder. He casually placed his kunai case on the sofa and turned on the TV as he removed his shoes, using the ball of his right foot, pressing it against his left heel to slip them off, and repeating the process to remove the other shoe. He took off his orange top and then the blue one. He leaned on one of his shoulders before making a windmill motion with his arm. Using his chakra, he climbed the wall and hooked his feet onto the ceiling with two straps, allowing him to stay suspended above the ground without expending his energy. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a golden half circle, examining it for a few seconds before sighing. With a flick of his finger, he tossed the medallion, which struck the stereo's power button, causing the wall-mounted speakers to screech and vibrate before the golden jewel landed in the trash. Without a glance from Naruto. Chapter 5, A Difficult Team. Pulling open her bedroom door, Anko let out a deep yawn. She wore only panties and shuffled in slippers, sporting two snake heads. Large, thick tufts of hair sprouted from her purplish locks, and her pupil-less eyes were still hazy from waking up. She sat down on a chair as her temporary roommate, Kurenai, placed a cup of coffee in front of her. For the sake of Team 8, she and Kurenai had decided to live together for a while, to save on commuting time and, therefore, be able to discuss what was happening within their team. Because, it had been a good 2 months since the team had started its activities and there had been no improvement whatsoever. They were practically tearing each other apart. Saya was an Uchiha, which pretty much summed things up. She combined two completely antagonistic traits. She had a kind of superiority complex, inherited from her clan, which had always been very proud and self-important. All because of her eyes, even though she hadn't yet developed her Sharingan. Then, on the other hand, she had a sort of inferiority complex because of her brother and also because she had never really been appreciated by her father, although her mother had somewhat raised the bar. Saya had a rather difficult life. She had lost everyone she loved when she was only 8 years old. Since the infamous Uchiha tragedy, she and Sasuke were the only two survivors of the clan. Luckily, their uncle, Obito Uchiha, had managed to drive Itachi away, but that wasn't enough to do. On top of that, Saya was with people who certainly weren't going to help her develop normally. The team included 2 members of clans opposed to hers, as well as someone who hated members of all 3 clans present. Maeko was a Senju, which also helped to understand the problem. She too had some insecurities, though similar to Saya's. Like Saya, Maeko felt a certain arrogance regarding her clan, one of the founders of Konoha, and a powerful clan renowned for its wood release and its mastery of earth release. After all, the Senju clan was considered the Earth clan, just as the Uchiha clan was the Fire clan. Unfortunately, Maeko also had an inferiority complex towards 2 people, her brother Kurama, who was the same age as Itachi, and her younger sister, Bimera, 5 years her junior. Her brother had disappeared at the same time as Itachi, her rival. As for Bimera, she was far more powerful than Maeko was at her age. In fact, she was currently slightly stronger than her older sister. Her family wasn't very large anymore, barely 20 members in the entire clan, and none of them still mastered wood release, a lost art. Maeko had some trouble fitting in and struggled to accept herself. Hinata was a Hyuga and a shy girl, which made it clear what was going on. Because of her family name, her clan, and her rank, Hinata was a young girl whose progress, or rather, her meager progress, was closely monitored by her father and all the other members of her clan. Unfortunately, even with the best intentions, she wasn't at all able to withstand the constant pressure weighing her down. No, Hinata was a shy girl, desperately lacking in self-confidence. Yet, she could become stronger simply by accepting herself and moving forward. Unfortunately, she hadn't had the necessary spark to unlock her potential and awaken her from her lethargy. In addition to that, she suffered from an inferiority complex because Hanabi, her younger sister, was more talented than her. 5 years younger, Hanabi was already stronger and was constantly bullied by her. In fact, Hinata often tormented herself with completely unjustified remarks, and most of the time, she bowed down every time Saya or Maeko lashed out at her in anger. Not to mention Naruto, when he got angry, it was almost as if she sank into the ground. Naruto. What could they say about him? Even they couldn't figure him out. He didn't care at all about the 3 young women who were with him, and even less about what they said or thought, given how he'd criticized them. Yet, they had believed, they had had hope when Saya and Naruto had helped each other. Well, if sending Saya flying into Kurenai's face could be considered helping each other. Anyway, she had given them hope of a team, but in fact, no. Barely had the next day arrived when the 2 young people had resumed their normal lives. Saya and Maeko had gone back to their bickering, while Naruto had simply reverted to his detached attitude. In fact, he had shown that he didn't care about anyone, and more than once. On the other hand, they understood that Naruto was like that because of his childhood, his past life, in addition to the anger and hatred of the village. However, they had a slight problem with him. Simply because they were constantly surprised, and for good reason, none of Iruka's reports matched Naruto's abilities. He could walk on water, he controlled his chakra better than Saya or Maeko, he was nowhere near Hinata's level, and he had excellent knowledge, which was evident when he spoke, not often, actually. Anko grabbed the cup before taking a sip. "You'd better get dressed, shouldn't you? We have a meeting with the team in 30 minutes. The violet-haired girl slowly raised her gaze to the brunette, who was smiling kindly at her. Kurenai truly had a maternal demeanor, she was always looking after others. Anko grumbled before letting out a yawn. She rubbed her eyes before lying down on the table. "Why do we have to go?" the young woman asked. "Naruto will arrive right on time, and the girls will arrive a good 10 minutes early. Saya and Maeko will fight, and Hinata will hide somewhere while we're gone, and when we're here, they'll ignore each other," the beautiful snake informed Kurenai, who was finishing her cup of tea, with a smile. "I know, that's why we're going to try something new, my little Anko." She raised an eyebrow before making a suspicious face. When Naruto arrived at the meeting place, he ran into the 3 worst kunoichi in the village, and perhaps the world. Or so he thought. How could such sows have become kunoichi? Kurama liked them less and less, she hadn't liked them to begin with, but now it was turning into something even worse. She couldn't stand the 3 airheads who dared to hang around her property. "What do you want me to say? If it were up to me, I would have killed them at birth. Just the thought that Saya, Maeko, and I share common ancestry." The redhead groaned, leaning back against a tree. He quickly glanced at Saya and Maeko fighting amongst themselves, shouting and hurling insults at each other, while Hinata sat a little further away, or rather, huddled in a ball. Damn, knowing those two share my blood makes me want to puke. My poor little Naru-kun, come here and I'll calm you down, the fox whimpered, making the young redhead smile. He knew what she wanted, and it didn't bother him too much. The only problem was, and remained, that everything that went on in her mind stayed in her mind. Everything she did to him was pleasant, very pleasurable, it was true. But nothing interfered with his physical form. In a way, he preferred being with Ayame. What? You prefer that bimbo to me? I'm a demon, I've seduced kings. My charm has brought down civilizations. How dare you prefer that fucking human to me? My beauty is unparalleled. Modesty isn't exactly your strong suit, is it, my little one? The demon began to growl. And besides, you twist everything I say. What you do is unparalleled, that's true. But, even if the pleasure you give me is very intense, my body isn't satisfied because it feels nothing. Only a growl answered him. Clearly, the young and beautiful fox was angry. But, what could he do? Kurama was very skilled, that was true. She was truly unparalleled. It's said that a skilled person can tie a knot with a cherry stem. She could choose which knot to tie, and it was very impressive. Especially when she tied a sailor's knot to entice him. Needless to say, it worked perfectly. What are they doing? The redhead wondered, though he didn't show it. Saya and Maeko, who had been shouting at each other for over 15 minutes now, even though he'd only seen a third of it, had changed tack. The brunette, in a fit of anger, had provoked the blonde. Stop talking and show me if you're really a kunoichi. She took a fighting stance in front of the young woman. Maeko smiled and stood up, mimicking her. Yeah, come on, get over here, I'll show you who's the best, it's about time. Maeko lunged at Saya and slammed her fist into the brunette's jaw. She took a step back, letting the fist continue its trajectory, while, using the weight transfer to her advantage, the brunette spun around, pivoting on one foot. She slammed the heel of her other foot into the blonde's jaw, who, thrown off balance, couldn't avoid her parry. The blow sent her crashing to the ground. Taking advantage of being on the ground and the brunette only having one foot for support, the young blonde swung her foot into Saya's. Completely knocked down, the Uchiha fell heavily to the ground. Both on the ground, they created distance with a roll, then leapt to their feet and assumed a fighting stance. They sized each other up before launching themselves forward again. The blonde jumped in place, executed a hip thrust, and launched her foot. Saya, who was moving too fast, took the full force of the blow. Unfortunately, the young woman grabbed the blonde's calf, sending her sprawling to the ground. Saya doubled over, tucking her head into her arms and placing her palms flat on the ground. Using the strength of her arms, inherited from the Senju clan, she lunged at the brunette. This time, she couldn't avoid the blow and took the full force of the attack in the stomach. The impact knocked her back, sending her sprawling to the ground. With a backflip, she rose to watch the young woman cough as she got to her feet. You're not as pathetic as all the other miserable scum of your clan. A wicked smile stretched across Maiko's lips. You're not that worthless either. You did survive the massacre of your clan, didn't you? A dark aura rose around the brunette, she hated it. No one was allowed to speak of this event. With a furious movement, she stood up and glared at her enemy. She assumed a fighting stance and brought her hands together. You're nothing but trash. She quickly formed hand seals before taking a deep breath. And now it's time to clean house. Kaden, great fireball technique. Saya exhaled forcefully, generating a fireball the size of a man. The orb of flame plummeted toward the young blonde, who swallowed hard, hastily forming hand seals. Sweeten, water bomb technique. She spat out 3 balls of water, each about a meter in diameter, which exploded within the fireball. A cloud of steam billowed from the meeting place. The two young women glared at each other before resuming their attack. In perfect synchronization, they unleashed their attacks. Unfortunately, neither of them had noticed the person who had stepped between them. Watching the fight had truly frightened her. Saya and Maeko didn't particularly like each other, but for them to fight so violently was really going too far. Hinata could understand that they didn't like each other much. Saya was an Uchiha and Maeko was a Senju. The rivalry between these two clans was legendary, the hatred they felt for each other was known worldwide, as were their respective powers. Konoha was a village that housed 2 families whose renown was unmatched in the ninja world. Hinata belonged to the 3rd clan, the Hyuga clan. They were neutral in a way. Her father had always told her to ignore the other clans, that the Hyuga clan was above them all. Their eyes offered them more than just vision, they were like judges. They were there to be witnesses, unfortunately. She could no longer be a witness. Saya and Maeko weren't exactly her friends, but she felt no animosity towards them. On the contrary, she found them beautiful, proud, and radiating willpower, her complete opposite, in fact. Summoning her courage for the first time, Hinata lunged forward, placing herself between them and holding out her hands to shield them. Stop, please. Too late, the damage was done. A fireball and 3 water bombs were already hurtling towards her. The young woman's opalescent eyes stretched wide as, instinctively, her arms wrapped around her to protect her as she buried her face in her neck. Hinata. The 2 young women screamed, surprised and, above all, slightly frightened. Even though they showed it, they didn't really want to hurt each other, but Hinata had nothing to do with it. The young woman waited for the blow, but she felt nothing. When she opened her eyes, she found herself between 2 earthen walls erected by Anko. The violet-haired girl stood beside her student, watching the 2 walls crumble. They had withstood both elemental attacks, and now their defenses were gone. The snake, along with Kurenai, had observed the verbal sparring between the 2 young women in their fight. Naturally, at first, they had been somewhat disturbed by the fact that they were fighting instead of simply talking, but they were quickly surprised by their combat tactics. They weren't particularly skilled, it was true, but they reacted quite quickly at times. The various missions they had already undertaken were useless for evaluating them. Pulling up grass or rescuing a cat wasn't going to give the members of Team 8 any opportunity to reveal their potential. Moreover, the interpersonal relationships within this team were the worst of all the teams, even Team 7 fared better. Their idea was simple. Arriving on time seemed to hold the students back, so by arriving late, they hoped to create an opportunity to develop the relationships between the 4 team members. And they were right, but clearly things hadn't gone well, quite the opposite. Saya and Maeko had nearly killed Hinata by trying to kill each other. The worst part was undoubtedly that Naruto had watched without lifting a finger, which was one of the things that bothered the 2 sensei the most. I'm not congratulating either of them. Of course, that wasn't entirely true. Saya and Maeko had demonstrated their mastery of an element, and Hinata had stood up for herself. That was no small feat. Saya, Maeko, you don't attack your teammates without reason. The 2 young women lowered their eyes, guilty and embarrassed at being scolded like that when they knew they were in the wrong. Hinata, even if you've finally managed to gain some confidence, it's not wise to put yourself between 2 attacks. Hinata slumped to a halt. She had gained confidence, it was true. But she had almost committed suicide in the process. And you? Anko yelled, looking at Naruto, who barely registered a reaction when she spoke to him. You didn't even intervene when your comrade's physical safety was at risk. They could both have been hurt, or worse. Naruto sighed, folding his arms. Seriously. He smirked. Saya is the worst Uchiha I've ever seen. She hasn't even developed her Sharingan, and her fireball was pathetic. Honestly, I wouldn't even want it to light my barbecue. He shrugged. As for Maeko, the Senju wannabe, her abilities are about as high as my opinion of you, and frankly, her attacks were pathetic. They looked like 2 virgins throwing water balloons at each other on the beach. They both flinched. What had he called them? And what do you expect me to say to Hinata? Honestly, it takes real self-awareness to see that you're weak and useless, and courage to choose to end your life. Well, I admit the method wasn't very well thought out, but the effort was noble. The redhead stated matter-of-factly under the irritated gaze of Saya and Maeko, and a sad sigh from Hinata. For once she felt a modicum of confidence, and he had to tear her down. However, he did say she had shown courage, didn't he? Anko was astonished by the coldness of his words. Even though she knew he was caustic, she didn't imagine he could be so evil. Hiruzen sighed, removing his hands from the strange crystal ball. He massaged his temples before taking stock of what was happening. He'd been observing Teams 7 and 8 for some time now, so he'd have to be careful if he truly wanted to move them in the direction he desired. He swiveled his chair to look outside. He folded his arms, considering everything that was going on and everything he needed to do to get them moving, even just a little. Time was running out. In a way, he really wanted things to go as he envisioned, and he was a very skilled tactician, so he was being proactive. Team 7 was advancing slowly, very slowly. Sasuke wasn't opening up to anyone and didn't seem interested in his teammates or even his teachers. He didn't respect Kakashi because he didn't have a Sharingan, and he didn't respect Obito because he had no moral compass and was a complete idiot. Yet, he knew his plan would work. Proof of this was that Sasuke had accepted Shino's help, which was a major step forward. Since then, nothing. The teams seemed to have split into 3 groups. The first was Kiba and Shino. The Inuzuka and Aburame clans had a well-known close relationship. After all, they had often been on the same team for many years. These 2 genin were therefore closer to each other than to the other 2, which allowed for the small amount of teamwork that existed. The second group was Sakura. This young woman had a very difficult and peculiar personality because she lacked restraint and had a way of yelling that would have annoyed many, which she did almost all the time. She did nothing but shout at the top of her lungs that Sasuke was the strongest, the smartest, the most handsome, and so on. The third group consisted of Sasuke and his ego. The young man swore only by his own blood, claiming he was a genius, stronger than the 3 members of his team, and, in some ways, far more talented than those 2 instructors. As for Obito and Kakashi, while they initially thought they could create a team that worked together toward a common goal, they were finally realizing they were in for a real struggle. Hiruzen sincerely hoped the situation would improve, because the atmosphere within Team 7 was truly stormy. If not downright apocalyptic. Team 8 was also moving slowly. Or rather, backwards, would be more accurate. Saya and Maeko did nothing but fight and insult each other, though today they'd crossed the line to the point of trying to kill one another. Hinata wasn't evolving, not at all in fact. Today was the first time she'd taken her destiny into her own hands and acted, even though it had almost cost her her life. Naruto was the worst. Not only did he dislike them, but he did everything he could to avoid being liked, which suited him just fine. Yet, he had helped Saya during her exam, so why had he changed so drastically? Now, we could see not 2 or 3, but 4 groups. The first group was Maiko's, content with herself and the sufficiency of her bloodline. She loved her clan and family just as much as she hated the Uchiha clan. The second group consisted of Saya, and that was it. She loved her clan and constantly boasted about the superiority of her eye, even though she hadn't yet developed it. The third group was Hinata and her lack of self-confidence, which, admittedly, took up a lot of space in her life, but still, she did almost nothing with her life, so it was quite disheartening. The last group was Naruto's. He had no respect for the people around him and didn't even hesitate to crush their hopes. He knew how to hit where it hurt, and he did it well. Kurenai and Anko did everything they could to address these strange behaviors. It was truly difficult work, and frankly, despite everything they did, it didn't seem to be making much progress. If the atmosphere around Team 7 was stormy, that of Team 8 was a veritable deadly and destructive hurricane. He had to stop thinking about his plans, because the door opened to let in the members of Team 8. The 4 positioned themselves so that they were at least 2 meters apart, while Kurenai and Anko looked weary and tired. The Hokage smiled inwardly at the sight of the team that occupied his thoughts at the moment. "Hello Team 8, are you here for a mission?" "No, we're here to change your diapers, Grandpa," Naruto sighed mockingly before receiving a punch from Saya to the top of his head. "Damn it, Uchiha, you can put your fist somewhere other than my head." The Uzumaki growled, rubbing his head. "You don't talk to the Hokage like that, show him some respect." The young man withdrew his hand before sighing, and put his hands in his pockets. "Just because he respects me doesn't mean I'm going to respect him." The redhead grumbled as Hiruzen frowned. Had he guessed his plans? No, that was impossible. "Well then, I suppose you've come for a mission. And not for my diapers," Sarutobi retorted. "I think I have just the mission for you. AD rank mission, then. The Northeast Residential District needs a major weeding, you should take care of it." "What? AD rank mission?" The redhead groaned, then sighed. "Honestly, isn't it about time you gave us something to do? I think we have a pretty high success rate, don't you? I think we can at least get AC rank mission, and besides, I think we have 2 sensei, more than the other teams, which should more than compensate for any problems. We have 3 miserable clan members. How do you expect them to prove themselves if they're asked to pull up weeds? No offense, but if weeding could awaken the Sharingan, I suppose the Uchiha clan would primarily be a gardening clan. They'd be so much more successful." He sighed. Hinata has no self-confidence, and capturing a cat as big and ugly as its owner isn't going to help her gain it. He waved his hand casually. "As for Maeko, her main talent is bellowing like a donkey, and I'm sure that will be enough to protect people. If not, give them suicidal thoughts." "Screw you," Maeko yelled, throwing her fist at Naruto. He jerked his head back, letting the blonde's arm slam into the brunette's chin. This triggered a monstrous cacophony in the room, a grunt escaping Anko's lips. "See, it would be a shame to waste such great energy." Hiruzen shrugged before clasping his hands together. Naruto was skilled, quite a good manipulator. If he hadn't been one himself, he would have been taken in like a novice. No doubt, he took after his father a lot, if only he knew his origins. "Well, I think I can give you AC rank mission." He rummaged through the papers before handing one to Kurenai. The brunette smiled, amused. The Hokage had just agreed to give AC rank mission to Genin, who had only received their rank 2 months prior. "Your mission is actually quite simple. Tazuna-san." The door opened to admit a tall, muscular man who also looked advanced in years. "This is your client. These kids are going to be taking care of us." Look at them, they look utterly pathetic. Tazuna sighed, crossing his arms. Naruto gave a thin smile that did nothing to reassure the customer. Who's the redhead? He's creepy. Finally, someone with some sense. What a shame he reeks of alcohol, the redhead mocked, flashing a thin, sly smile. Do we have to protect him or his liver? Hiruzen smiled, quickly hiding it. We have to protect him, but above all, we have to escort him to Nami no Kuni, the Hokage informed him. Actually, Tazuna is a carpenter working on the construction of a bridge that will, among other things, improve trade and development in the land of waves, Hiruzen replied simply. Saya frowned. Wait, we have to escort him. Why does he need a ninja if all he has to do is build a bridge? Obviously, the request might seem strange, but it's normal for people to ask for help. The paths aren't safe, and there's a chance bandits might be on the way to attack and rob him. But why is he here? Naruto asked. If he works in Nami no Kuni, what's he doing in Hai no Kuni, and what's more, in Konoha? The land of water is much closer, not to mention Kiri. Especially since the whole journey he had to make to get here must have put him in more danger than the journey back. Anko and Kurenai stared at the redhead, the three clan heirs were surprised, too, as was Hiruzen. The worst part was, everything Naruto was saying made perfect sense. Tazuna lived in Nami no Kuni. He hadn't come here because of resource problems, he'd simply come to ask for help to return to Nami no Kuni. Why not ask for help from the nearest village when simply coming here put him in more danger than anything else? Ah, it's a very long story. Tazuna breathed with difficulty. Naruto looked at him before sighing. Hangovers are rough, I understand. Hiruzen sighed before smiling weakly. Well, I think you can go now. I trust you, members of Team 8. Chapter 6, An Emotionally Charged Journey. She'd placed her bag on her bed and turned toward the wardrobe. She'd pulled open a drawer to find the t-shirts, all in shades of green. She was going on a mission and didn't know how long it would last. She had to be careful not to pack anything too ugly or anything that didn't suit her complexion, hair, or eyes. Yes, she was a kunoichi, it was true, but there was nothing wrong with being a little stylish. You never know who you might meet. Why not a handsome brunette with dark eyes, something cute? She'd put a top similar to hers in her bag, in case this one got ripped. She finished packing a change of clothes, then went to the bathroom to get her toothbrush and at least some soap. She studied her face and body for a few moments in the bathroom mirror. Her blonde hair fell across her face and down her back, her brown eyes scrutinizing her curves and her clothes. Her fair skin was nonetheless lightly tanned from her sunbathing. Her green outfit was quite tight and clung to her figure, including her budding breasts. Although larger than Saya's, she still sported a respectable 85A, but she knew she was less well endowed than Hinata. She let her gaze wander over her waist and hips, she had everything going for her, and she knew it. However, she wondered when a handsome guy would approach her instead of the usual jerks. She wasn't desperate for a boyfriend, like those two crazy girls, Ino and Sakura, but she would like to know what it felt like to have someone to love and someone who loved you. However, she wasn't going to have many opportunities to find a boyfriend among her teammates. With Saya, that damn vain Uchiha who thought she was so important and powerful that she practically refused to participate in teammates' missions. For example, when they had to retrieve the daimyo's wife, Madame Shijimi's cat, she sat on a branch and waited to watch them. Or when they repainted a building, she stood far away from them to watch the people walking by. Maybe that was better than Naruto, who hadn't come at all. In short, that girl was stupid and vain, a true Uchiha through and through, in fact. However, there was one thing she had to admit. When they fought together, even though it hadn't been very serious and was quite brief, she had put up a pretty good fight. Perhaps she wasn't as bad as we thought. In the end, she might be a good rival. On the other hand, Hinata, that useless little Hyuga, was truly the antithesis of her idea of the average kunoichi. No, in reality, not only was she withdrawn, trying to avoid being seen or bothered by others, especially those of higher rank, but she was also someone who bowed down at the slightest reprimand, crisis, or conflict that came her way or involved her. She didn't help, she showed no initiative, no ambition, no will, no determination. Honestly, Hinata brought nothing to the team, she was like a weight holding them back, an addition that weighed them down and slowed their progress. However, she had to admit that she was surprised, very surprised, when she and Saya rushed forward to stop them. She never could have imagined that Hinata would show such courage. However, the one person she couldn't figure out was Naruto. She knew that, according to her mother, the Senju and Uzumaki clans shared very distant common origins. But did that justify the redhead being so strange? He wasn't part of the Senju clan, yet that was the truly important clan, the most powerful of all, so she didn't understand his arrogance. While she could understand the source of it in Saya or Hinata, if they displayed it, she couldn't understand it in him. Her father, however, had told her many times not to approach him, to avoid speaking to him, and never to listen to him. He was a monster, a vile being who lived only to satisfy his own needs and his insatiable thirst for destruction. On top of that, other people said he was wicked, fundamentally evil, and heartless. For now, she didn't really know if she could contradict them, he hardly ever spoke to them. A sigh escaped her lips as she zipped up her bag. She slung it over her shoulder and left her room. Carefully closing the door behind her, she walked down the corridor to the door and joined her team. She stopped in front of a closed door and ran her fingers along the wooden barrier, tracing the inscription embedded in the wood. Kurama, the name of her older brother, a pure Senju and the only member of her immediate family who accepted her for who she was and saw her potential. Unfortunately, he had deserted 4 years ago when his rival, Itachi, had also deserted after decimating his clan. A person approached from behind her. The blonde woman turned her head to see a dark-haired man with black eyes and olive skin. He was wearing a black and red kimono emblazoned with the symbol of the Senju clan. "Good morning, Dad," the blonde girl whispered softly, almost dejected under her father's gaze. "What are you doing with your bag?" the father asked in a cold, authoritative voice. The blonde girl jumped before quickly explaining the reasons for her hasty departure. Yukimura, the father, frowned at his daughter's words. "So you have AC rank mission." He crossed his arms. He didn't much like Team 8, he didn't understand at all what the Hokage was doing, why he was putting his daughter with an Uchiha, a Hyuga, and him. He had put a member of the 3 most important clans in the village of Konoha with Naruto Uzumaki. He had no right to do that, he had no right to leave that monster near his daughter, or even near another woman, regardless of her origin. "I see." He turned to leave. "It's a good thing since it's a C-rank mission, but just because you can access C-rank missions doesn't mean you're necessarily good. Don't bring shame upon our clan." He left, leaving the young Senju girl to swallow weakly. Maeko watched her father leave. He had never tried to hide his loathing for the Uchiha clan and for Naruto. He didn't like the Fan clan at all because he considered them incredibly vain, useless, and narrow-minded, always wanting to prove they were the strongest, the most handsome, and the most intelligent. He had explained that the Senju clan had always had the advantage over the Uchiha clan, and that they had never had the legitimate right to claim the title of the most powerful clan in Konoha. As for Naruto, she didn't really know why he didn't like her, he had never said so. The blonde turned to find herself facing a small brunette with dark eyes. The girl eyed her older sister with a thoroughly unfriendly expression. Bimera, 5 years younger than Maeko, was Yukimura's favorite daughter. "Hi, Bimera." The brunette sniffed and went into her room before slamming the door. For some unknown reason, the little brunette seemed to hate her older sister. Yet, Maeko looked after the girl whenever she could, so why did she hate her so much? A sigh escaped Maiko's lips. She finally left to join her team. When she arrived, she could see the other members of her team. Saya was sitting on a rock, rummaging through her bag, checking that she hadn't forgotten anything. Hinata was standing upright against the pillar next to the gates of Konoha. Naruto was leaning against the wall, reading a book whose title she couldn't make out. Anko and Kurenai were talking with Tazuna. As soon as she arrived, the blonde girl bowed slightly to apologize for being late. Team 8 quickly set off, leaving the village gates completely deserted. The route was straightforward. Normally, the journey on foot would take between 15 and 16 hours, with a 3 or 4 hour boat trip. Knowing the climate and the risk of attack, the team knew it was safer to arrive at night or late in the day in the land of waves. This way, the boat crossing would be more discreet and less dangerous. It would still take some time to reach Tazuna's village after this, but the journey shouldn't be too difficult. Even though the atmosphere wasn't exactly friendly, this time the members weren't at each other's throats like they had been earlier that morning. Maeko glanced quickly to the side to see Saya walking calmly, one hand in her pocket, observing the ground and kicking the pebbles in her path. Hinata walked on, her hands clasped at her stomach, playing with her fingers and staring into space. That girl was truly useless. Naruto walked without looking at the road, reading his book with the strange orange cover. Anko and Kurenai walked 6 or 7 meters ahead of them. Tazuna was positioned between the 4 members of the team. The blonde's brown eyes remained fixed on Hinata. During the exam to determine whether or not they would become Genin, the young Hyuga had helped her, it was true. Her keen eye had allowed her to find Anko and thus ambush her. Maeko had tried various approaches to grab the medallion, and it was only when Hinata, thanks to her stealth, stumbled upon the sensei that the opportunity to take it presented itself. The blonde had seized the chance, but the brunette had managed to grab it. Unfortunately, in a twist, the Senju had thrown a kunai. The tip of the blade had shattered the medallion, and thus, the two were able to each take a piece. Anko, who hadn't seen everything, took this as teamwork and accepted them as genin. Barely back home, she threw away the now useless medallion. Thinking about it, the young woman nearly tripped in a puddle. Damn, they couldn't be better at maintaining the forests. Since when are there potholes? It's almost like a swimming pool. She noticed the redhead's blasé expression. Stop messing with me. A strange sound made her turn her head, the sound of a chain rattling. When she finally turned her head, she saw a gloved, metallic hand rush toward her body. The blonde crossed her arms over her face to protect her head from the attack. She felt the sharp, pointed fingers dig into her flesh before they withdrew. Two ninjas were facing them. Both wore long cloaks and breathing apparatus on their faces, as well as headbands. The first had a piece of armor on his right forearm, and the second had a piece of armor on his left. Their arms were connected by a long chain. This chain was being pulled by a young redhead. The two enemies were suddenly pulled back. With a sweeping motion, the redhead kicked one of the two men in the hip and redirected his arm, sending the enemy's hand plowing into his ally's stomach. He cried out as he felt the sharp, metallic fingers dig into his abdomen. Then, with a powerful kick, Naruto pinned the injured man to the ground while a clone slammed the second man against a tree. "Ni-san," the captive cried, seeing his wounded brother. Maeko watched, mesmerized, as the events unfolded. She hadn't understood anything. Just a minute ago, she had been walking along peacefully. The enemies had appeared out of nowhere, attacked her, and it was Naruto who had saved her. The two sensei passed by her to join the team's lone male member. They had noticed a puddle of water, even though it hadn't rained for several days. However, they had foolishly believed that the attackers would have targeted them first before their students or client. Now, the question remained, who did he work for? Tell me, it's funny, those drops coming out of your hand, what are they? The redhead grinned, pointing to the hand soaked in a purplish liquid. Mind your own business, it's not like you can understand. The captive grumbled, watching his brother try to discreetly reach into his pocket. The redhead's hand stopped him before Uzumaki could search the injured man's pocket. What are you doing? Naruto smiled before removing a small vial of yellow liquid. I suppose the liquid that's dripping is poison, and what you're holding, Bakuzumaki, is the antidote. Saya thought to himself, and the redhead turned his head away, unimpressed. He understood that the enemy weapons were poisoned, but he was surprised to see that they had the antidote. Logically, they should have developed antibodies to resist it. But, currently, that was working in their favor. I suppose you poisoned your friend, and judging by the injury, he needs to hurry and get the antidote or he'll die. Seeing the anger in the irritated eyes of the person he was gently questioning, he continued. I have a proposition for you. If you answer my questions, I'll give him the antidote. So, who is your target? Anko smiled at Naruto's remark. She would have done exactly the same as him. Even though he was acerbic, she really liked the young man. We are the demon brothers. We were hired by Gato to kill Tazuna. Our order is to do everything in our power to prevent him from reaching Nami no Kuni, regardless of the consequences or who is with him. Naruto tilted his head to the side before letting out a groan. What? You work for a pastry shop? You're completely stupid. No, Bakuzumaki. Saya shouted, punching him in the head. Not pastry, but Gato. Naruto rubbed his scalp before grunting. Yeah, well, there's no need to be violent. He sighed before crossing his arms, sitting on his enemy, who was suffering from his stomach wound and the person sitting on his back. Naruto-kun, Gato is an important man in Nami no Kuni. He's the head of the Gato company. The redhead nodded at his brunette sensei's words. These two guys work for a pastry chef. Saya slapped her forehead before groaning. Maeko remained silent, observing the verbal exchanges between the various protagonists. Naruto had completely saved her, she had to admit it. Without him, she would have been killed without having been able to do anything about it. Now, the two assailants were blocked by the young man, and the team was interrogating him. She felt strange. Should she be grateful or angry? She hadn't been able to defend herself against her enemies, she hadn't been able to fight, she had almost been killed on her first mission, and she owed her survival to Naruto. Why grateful? Because he had saved her when he could have let her die. He had always shown a deep antipathy toward her and the other two members of the team, so it would have been logical for him to let her die as if she were just a common passerby. He didn't care about anything. This inner conflict made her feel hot. She was both hot and feverish at the same time. Why did she feel like that? She saw Naruto turn around, toying with the antidote. The interrogation was clearly over. Heal my brother. She heard very clearly. The Uzumaki stood up and walked toward the blonde. She jumped. Was he going to slap or punch her because of her weakness? Hey, I told you everything, I answered all your questions. Heal my brother. Naruto sneered before cupping the blonde's cheeks in his hand. Pressing his fingers together, he parted the Senju's thin lips, and her eyes widened. What was he going to do to her? The redhead raised his other hand to his mouth, and with his teeth, he removed the stopper that held the small vial closed. He forcefully shoved the opening of the vial into the blonde's mouth, pouring out the yellowish liquid. Surprised, she swallowed the liquid. Quickly, she freed herself from Uzumaki's grasp and groaned. What the hell are you doing? You've been injured, therefore you've been poisoned, which means that if you don't drink this antidote, you're going to die like the idiot you are. The redhead approached the person on the ground and, with a well-placed swipe, knocked the injured person unconscious. You told me you'd heal him. I lied, Naruto grinned. Even though I don't pay much attention, or even any attention at all, to my teammates, I can't let them die on a mission. Too much paperwork, the young redhead informed, crossing his arms. Besides, if I had to choose, I'd rather save a girl, even if she's a complete wimp, than save a guy. He turned away before putting his hands in his pockets. Shall we go or just stand here staring at each other? Maeko touched her lips and caught the last drop that had dripped from the corner of her mouth. She had completely forgotten that she had been hurt, well, just scratched, but still. He had had the chance to let her die once again, and he could have grabbed her. Then he noticed she was hurt. So he had been watching her. At this realization, her cheeks flushed and a strange warmth rose in her stomach. Suddenly, she remembered that the book he was reading, she had seen it somewhere before. She had seen it in her grandfather's hands. It was a book written by the great Sannin Jiraiya, and it was a pornographic book. He had looked at it. Was he just a pervert or a caring person? She sighed, he would never be caring. Thank you. Naruto stopped moving, walking away. He slowly turned his head to observe the blonde, who was blushing under the young man's blue gaze. Excuse me, but why are you thanking me? The redhead asked, clearly surprised. And he didn't even seem to understand the meaning of the word. Because you healed me, don't get the wrong idea, Uzumaki. The redhead frowned and turned to continue on his way, leaving one of the two demon brothers injured and pinned to the ground, and the other tied to a tree. Kurenai, however, stopped the young man's movements, calling out to him. Wait, Naruto, first, I'd like to know why Gato wants our client dead. The redhead shrugged, he didn't care what was going on. After all, the goal remained the same, didn't it? Well, the reasons are the ones I've already explained. I have to build a bridge that will connect the mainland to Nami no Kuni, however. Gato isn't just running a business anymore, he's taken control of the territory and is getting rich by taking money from all the villages, including mine. He clenched his fists. The creation of this bridge will allow our island to reach the mainland and thus develop trade. We can't let Gato take power, too many people have died fighting him. Anko and Kurenai looked at each other before shrugging. The problem is that with enemies like these, the mission goes from rank C to rank B, or even if we're no longer qualified for such a mission, we'd have to request reinforcements, Kurenai indicated, as Anko nodded approvingly. Please. Naruto sighed. Did you see the level of these two tasks? If she hadn't been taken by surprise, even Senju could have defeated them, that's how strong they were. And besides, it seems to me that you're both sensei, so you should be able to provide twice the coverage in case of a problem, right? For once, Bakuzumaki is right, Saya added. We can't leave a village in need any longer when we could be helping them, the young brunette informed them. At worst, we could stay with them until the bridge is finished to protect them, right? Maeko chimed in, truly excited by the prospect of a more important mission. This way, she could show her father she wasn't as useless and weak as he thought. Hinata didn't add anything but stood by Maiko's side, showing her support. The blonde smiled slightly, it was rather amusing to see that even Hinata agreed. She thought Hinata would have preferred to return to Konoha, which just goes to show that she might not know people as well as she thought. Kurenai and Anko didn't really know how to react. Their seasoned kunoichi instincts told them to leave and return to Konoha to redo the mission with reinforcements. However, today was the first time the team had even remotely resembled a team. They couldn't let such an opportunity slip away. It would be stupid, especially since it was exactly what they'd been hoping for since the team's inception. Damn it, what were they supposed to do? Anyway, who cares? Naruto declared coldly, causing the other three kunoichi to recoil. I'm not going to let a mission of any real interest slip through my fingers just because we're not good enough, especially when, for all we know, the two yokels we defeated less than 10 minutes ago are the only mercenaries sent by the baker to kill the drunk we're supposed to be protecting. Maeko raised her eyebrows in surprise. This boy was truly strange. He could be almost kind, just as easily as he could be cold and acerbic. He had just insulted their client right in front of her, without any restraint. Didn't he feel a little ashamed? Had no one ever taught him basic civility and manners? What a boor. Yet, despite the somewhat abrupt way he'd announced such a thing, she had to admit he was right. The chances of getting another C-ranked mission were practically nil, so she couldn't let this opportunity slip away. She had a lot to prove and far too few chances to do so, so whatever happened, she absolutely had to continue this mission. She didn't know about Saya or Hinata, but perhaps they would understand her situation. Clearly, Anko was swayed by the young man's arguments and smiled at her teammate. I think we can continue the mission, Naruto might have a point. Kurenai made a suspicious face. Maybe she really didn't want to do this mission. Maeko glanced at her two companions, who were observing the staring contest between the team's two sensei, and then, with a sigh, Kurenai nodded. Okay, but we'll still send a message to the Hokage when we arrive at our destination to let him know. They continued on their way as Maiko's gaze drifted to Naruto. He'd done it again. Earlier that day, he'd managed to convince the Hokage to give them a C-rank mission, and now he'd convinced the two sensei to continue. That guy was a manipulator. He had no shame in using people and knew exactly how to get them to do what he wanted. Not only was he completely uncivil, but he was also deceitful and a liar. He had every reason to be detestable, someone who didn't even deserve anyone's attention. She found him utterly detestable, unhealthy, cruel, yet, he had saved her, healed her, and she couldn't look at anyone or anywhere but him. Maeko sighed before turning her attention back to the riverbanks opposite. She thought about what had happened after the fight against the two demon brothers. The team had continued on their way, they had walked for several hours and had even stopped for the night. Nothing too terrible, they had just had a little trouble with the tent allocation, because 4 tents for 7 people wasn't a problem. But 4 tents for 2 female sensei, 2 girls who hated each other, 1 shy, 1 misanthrope, and 1 middle-aged man, the allocation wasn't exactly straightforward. Putting Saya with her was like putting a cat and a dog in the same kennel. Hinata could almost have been thrown out of the tent. Naruto would have simply refused, and even if they had to protect him, no one of the opposite sex would have accepted Tazuna in their tent. In the end, Kurenai and Saya slept together, Anko slept with Hinata, and Naruto was tasked with protecting Tazuna, which meant she slept alone. And thank goodness. She had so much on her mind that she barely slept all night. She thought about her injury, her questions about her purpose, about her abilities, about her relationships within the team, and about Naruto. Why had he protected her when he couldn't stand her? He could just as easily have let her die, poisoned. She had come to a conclusion, but having fallen asleep around the same time, she had completely forgotten, perhaps it wasn't so important. When Naruto woke her, taking down the tent while she was still asleep inside, she was abruptly jolted from a dream she'd forgotten in the process. All she knew was that upon waking, she was surprisingly hot and unable to hold Naruto's gaze, at least not as much as she normally could. What the hell was happening to her? The boat's sudden lurch jolted her from her reverie as the wood sank into the mud of the shore. The 6 ninjas jumped to the ground, Tazuna following apprehensively. They were now on the shores of Nami no Kuni, and therefore, they were undoubtedly in danger in this territory. They thanked the ferryman who had brought them here, and he quickly departed. Team 8 continued on their way, still protecting the carpenter who was with them. The sensei advanced, flanking the team, which was arranged in squares around the carpenter. Suddenly, Hinata stiffened. Bad. Get down. All 6 ducked, except for Tazuna, who threw himself to the ground for protection. A massive blade flew over them and embedded itself in a tree. A person landed on it. He was very tall, with black eyes and hair, and the lower part of his face was hidden by bandages. His bare torso revealed impressive musculature, 2 black and white sleeves covered his forearms and the lower half of his biceps. Wide pants covered his legs, revealing his midnight blue ninja boots. The 2 jonin tensed in surprise, quickly recognizing the person before them. The demon of the mist, Zabuza Momochi. A smile seemed to form beneath the bandages covering his face. So I see you're not as pathetic as I thought, I who believed I was done with this mission. But, I recognize 2 very familiar faces. The Black Snake, Anko Mitarashi, and the Leaf Ghost, Kurenai Yuhi. These are not faces one forgets, and, if I kill you, it will probably bring me a few adjustments when I finally get paid. Kurenai pulled out a kunai before frowning. You work for Gato. The brunette exclaimed in surprise before the dark-haired man smiled coldly, still discernible behind his mask. Obviously, after all, it's not easy to live without money, you know. A soft laugh emanated from Zabuza, and the next second, he unleashed a very powerful, murderous aura that made Saya, Maeko, Hinata, and Tazuna tremble. Naruto looked at them in surprise. Why were they trembling? He was just laughing. Oh, there's a brave one here, I think. Maeko stared at the redhead, who wasn't even moving. Wasn't he afraid? Was this guy completely insensitive? He was truly a monster, devoid of feeling nothing. The Uzumaki turned his head toward the brunette, who was still spouting stupid nonsense about being born from the bloody mist or something. She couldn't understand much of what he was saying, she could barely hear anything. Her vision was blurred by the murderous intentions that licked her skin like razor blades. It felt like she was being slashed by millions of blades as thick as hair, yet enough to leave their mark on her body. Hinata fell to the ground, quickly followed by herself and Saya. She couldn't take it anymore, it was excruciating. He had to stop, or she'd go insane. Naruto stood for a moment, watching his three trembling teammates, unable to comprehend anything. My presence immunizes you against auras. After all, who can surpass the deadly aura of a nine-tailed fox? Kurama's voice echoed in Uzumaki's head. The redhead frowned. Her jealousy. Your jealousy even surpasses your immeasurable power. The demon sighed as Uzumaki formed a series of hand seals, to the astonishment of the three young women at his side and Anko. Since when did he know any jutsu? Fire release. Great fireball technique. He exhaled a fireball that could easily make Saya's look like a cigarette lighter. A fireball the size of a house erupted from the young man's mouth. It traveled along the path, illuminating the area. Zabuza jumped to avoid it, preventing the flames from burning him. At the same time, he had to cease his aura. He landed a little further away to get back into a fighting stance. If there's anyone who has the right to make my teammates tremble, it's me. So avoid taking on a role that isn't yours. Kurenai frowned, she hadn't known Naruto could use jutsu. I don't like insolent people, Zabuza muttered, lunging towards Uzumaki, who immediately assumed a fighting stance. A snake emerged from the ground and attacked him, but he used his imposing sword to block its reptilian jaws. He should have known that at least one of the two sensei would have intervened to protect the students and the client. He slashed across the ground, decapitating the reptile, but then had to jump to avoid the 6 others that erupted. Damn, these snakes are getting on my nerves. I'll have to deal with them differently. He performed a powerful somersault, forming a series of hand seals. He completed the sequence as he touched down in the water. Water release, great waterfall technique. The water surged up, crashing down on Team 8. The 3 kunoichi, still reeling from the shock, didn't have time to recover. So, 4 clones grabbed the trio and the client and carried them away from the impact site. Can I ask why you're saving these sows from their natural habitat? Kurama asked. Naruto landed on a tree to avoid being swept away by the torrent and calmly answered his demon. It's very simple. Letting them die would cause me too many problems. The time it would take for the paperwork to be signed, for the Hokage to deem the team stable enough, or even for the team to be reformed, and the time it would take to reach another C-rank mission would be far too long. And I'm tired of spending my days training when I could just as easily be going on missions. Besides, I'm not saving them, I'm moving them away. A fight between Jonin is a golden opportunity to acquire some jutsu, and I don't want any of the 3 of them to discover my little secret. Naruto's blue eyes blazed, turning crimson, each marked by 3 magatama. With my father's Sharingan, I should be able to recover a number of highly interesting jutsu. The demon sighed, but her Jinchūriki was right. Maeko watched as Naruto, who had just saved her, vanished in a cloud of smoke. Clearly, he still had a sense of professional responsibility, since he had saved them without hesitation, but still. Being lifted up, held in Naruto's arms, and carried around so easily and carelessly was awkward. She straightened up and stayed with Tazuna to protect him as they slowly advanced toward the battleground where the 3 high-ranking ninja were fighting. Zabuza was powerful, he managed to juggle Kurenai and Anko without losing his focus. It was easy to see that Anko was more powerful than Kurenai, but the latter acted with more caution. The kunoichi's movements were synchronized, leaving the Kiri deserter few opportunities, but he was skilled and left almost no openings. He had an ease with which he wielded that thick blade, it was as if he were making it dance. The blonde swallowed hard as she watched the fight unfolding before her and clenched her fists on her shorts. A fight like this wasn't something you saw every day. With a somersault, Anko moved away from her enemy and formed a series of hand seals. Fire release, fire serpent breathing. She exhaled, and the exhaled air transformed into a fire serpent, quickly joined by 3 of its brethren. The fire reptiles moved swiftly and nimbly toward their enemy. Zabuza leapt into the air before forming his hand seals. He touched the surface of the water and struck the liquid. Water release, water spear. The water rose up, passing through the fire monsters. However, he was interrupted in another of his attacks by an electric sound that resonated behind him. Lightning release, lightning spear. Kurenai, having leapt into the air to get a better angle, launched a 5-foot-long spear made entirely of lightning at the brunette. The latter rolled sideways to avoid the attack and jumped. The spear struck the water and spread through the liquid in a powerful burst of lightning. However, Zabuza was already far away and decided to take advantage of the situation. He formed a new series of hand seals. Water release, water dragon. The water surged up, drawing up a layer of electricity that accompanied its movement. Maiko's eyes widened as she watched the water reptile shimmer in the air before collapsing onto the two kunoichi, who had to retreat to avoid the shockwave. Zabuza fell to the ground and looked around. They had clearly fled. He took a step, but then noticed something. His legs could no longer lift. He lowered his head to see a snake coiled around his leg. It opened its mouth wide and bit the Momochi's calf with force. Ha! Fucking reptiles. He slashed with his kunai, decapitating the animal and tearing away a chunk of flesh in the process. The wound was deep, and the effects were already being felt. He was surprisingly hot, the heat was radiating from his leg. He staggered for a few seconds before regaining his balance. Fire release, snake venom. Interesting, isn't it? Anko chuckled, sitting down nearby. Zabuza grinned before raising his blade. Was he going to fight again? This man was truly a monster, just like Naruto. Besides, she couldn't see Naruto anymore. Where was he? This isn't over. I'm going to get you with this. He couldn't finish his sentence before metal needles pierced his chest and neck. His eyes widened before he fell to the ground, as the blonde gasped in surprise. He wasn't moving. He was dead. A man appeared, or so she thought. With long black hair and an Anbu mask marked with the Kiri symbol, he wore a navy blue uniform. He was accompanied by someone who resembled him, except their hair was white and they wore a light-colored outfit. Thank you for taking care of him. We've been pursuing him for several days, the dark-haired person informed him in a soft voice. Rogue hunters, Anko observed, stepping back from her guard position. Indeed, the white-haired person replied, their voice deeper, but not threatening. We'll take care of the rest. They disappeared, taking Zabuza's body with them. The members of Team 8 regrouped, only Naruto was missing. He had examined the corpse and found it strange that the chakra flow in Zabuza's body hadn't been interrupted, even though he should have been dead. Oh well, he'd talk about it later. Why did they leave, sensei? Saya asked simply. Kurenai smiled, seeing her students safe and sound. She began her explanation, saying that the deserter hunters had to behead and burn the bodies of those they captured to justify their captures and preserve the Kekkei Genkei, thus preventing malicious individuals from exploiting the clan's powers. Maeko frowned. They could have done it right then and there, no less. Sure, it would have been horrible, but they'd left really quickly. Looking around, she could see that Naruto was thinking about something else, and that the other two young women were also lost in their own thoughts. Maeko decided to stop her musings. There was no point in asking too many questions. She wouldn't necessarily get the answers, so she might as well move on. The only thing that came to mind was that, for the second time in 2 days, she owed her life to Naruto. She watched him for a few seconds and frowned. This guy was truly something else, an enigma unto himself. She didn't understand him and was afraid to understand who he was. Her father and loved ones had told her so many things about him that she was eager to know and separate fact from fiction. If there was any fiction at all, it was Tazuna who pulled her from her deep thoughts. My house isn't far, let's go rest after this emotionally charged journey. Chapter 7, Week of Rest. Her large, opalescent eyes opened. She fluttered them for a few seconds before realizing she was in a room that wasn't hers. The day before, she had woken up in a tent next to a young woman who was as beautiful as she was intrusive, completely taking over the sleeping space they had occupied during the night. Of course, she hadn't mentioned that she was bothering her or even that she had half slept on top of her. How could she possibly tell the woman who was training her? No, it was impossible for her to tell Anko how intrusive she was. It was important to remember that she was undoubtedly one of the shyest people in the village, and probably in the surrounding area. She gently pushed back the duvet and looked around to see that Saya and Maeko were also sleeping in the same room. They had clearly fallen asleep in conflict, since Saya was holding the blonde's collar in her hand and Maeko was holding the wrist that gripped her top. The brunette with opalescent eyes drew her legs up to her chest and blushed slightly. Looking at her two teammates, she realized her body was more developed than theirs. Her breasts were already a small 75B, while theirs barely reached an A cup. Her hips were also slightly wider than theirs. In fact, her puberty, which was more advanced than that of other girls her age, was her main source of shyness. She knew that if she asserted herself, she would probably be the most sought-after girl of her generation, and that terrified her. The gaze of others had always held this power over her. They penetrated her with their inquisitive eyes, searching for her every weakness and constantly challenging her. She watched the two sleeping girls for a moment before closing her eyes. Saya Uchiha was a good girl, she knew it. She was a little rough with Maeko and didn't hesitate to hit Naruto, even if he didn't really show his pain, he just grumbled for show. She saw in his eyes the sorrow and pain that lingered within her. No doubt the consequences of the destruction of her clan, her brother's behavior towards her, and how she was perceived in the village as the survivor of a cursed clan and a witness to the violence and decadence of the ninja world. She was labeled a harbinger of misfortune and a harbinger of bad luck. This earned her the nickname, Crow of Konoha. Maeko Senju was also a good girl. Unlike Saya, she didn't always show her violent and impulsive side. On the contrary, she tried hard to remain calm, but like Saya, it never lasted very long. Because, despite everything, she had a fiery temper and wasn't ashamed to show it, especially when she hit Saya or threatened Naruto, who, again, didn't even seem to care. She didn't have some kind of pseudo-curse following her everywhere, unlike Saya. No, she had a different problem. Her parents didn't seem particularly interested in her or what she did, as if she were a burden, a nuisance simply by existing. She then focused on the last person on her team, the only man. Naruto Uzumaki. This time, her powers of observation were of little use, if anything at all. Her father had already told her many times never to go near him because he was a bad, unjust, and unhealthy person. That he reveled in vice and filth. Every day she saw people around her vilifying this young man, calling him a demon, a monster who had ruined many lives, a vile creature who enjoyed causing suffering. Yet, despite everything, she wondered why someone who was so hostile would have spent time feeding and caring for young kittens. It was 4 or 5 years ago, perhaps, she couldn't say exactly, when, seeking refuge from the pressure of her clan and family, the young heiress had retreated to the village park, near a small pond. As she sat on the bank, she heard strange, high-pitched, repetitive, yet endearing sounds. She looked away from the sight of the water reflecting the sunlight to see, a few meters away, a young redhead playing gently with 2 tabby kittens. He had brought cans of tuna to feed them. He had come especially for them and had done this for several days, almost 2 weeks. However, she had never noticed that if she had seen them, so had a group of boys she didn't know. The next day, the kittens were gone. Or at least, not entirely. Their bodies were there, but they had been robbed of their breath. When classes resumed, she watched helplessly as Naruto pummeled the boys who had done this. Such violence, such rage, such ferocity. It was nothing but the vengeance of a father who loses his children. She had seen both sides of Naruto. The one that seemed to gaze at the light and shine with clarity. And the one that emerged from the darkness, bathed in blood. She was therefore the one best able to understand him. She saw the difference between what people saw and what Naruto truly was. This was undoubtedly why she found it so difficult to speak to him, so difficult to meet his gaze. Sometimes, when he spoke, he had this strange air of sadness and loneliness, which he concealed behind a cold and acerbic mask. Hinata was therefore the only one on the team who saw her teammates as they truly were. She was a Hyuga, she understood others more quickly, her eyes piercing through facades, whether material or immaterial. A moan from Saya made her lower her gaze. The brunette sat up and yawned, stretching. The Uchiha looked around before turning her attention back to her teammate. She had forgotten that they had slept at Tezuna's house. The day before, after their somewhat eventful encounter with Zabuza, teammate had set off for their client's residence. A simple but fairly large house, built by Tezuna himself. A 2-story house, with a kitchen, living room, and dining room on the ground floor, and 5 rooms upstairs, not counting the bathrooms. The team had also met Tezuna's family. Her daughter, Tsunami, was a middle-aged woman, around 36 years old. She had long black hair, dark eyes, and fair skin. She wore only a black dress under an off-white apron. She was very beautiful, Hinata realized when she saw her smile. Tsunami's son, Inari, was only 8 years old. He had straight black hair covered by an off-white bob. He also wore a black t-shirt and dark shorts. There was something strange about him, as if he were sad, burdened by something. He had a shifty gaze, his eyes detached from what he saw, and a sullen expression, showing a strange fatalism for children that age. Tsunami's daughter, Sumi, was about 15 years old. She looked very much like her mother, with long black hair, dark eyes, and fair skin. She wore a short dress over a pair of dark pants. She was pretty too, with a smile similar to her mother's. However, something bothered her more than she'd thought. Anyway, after meeting Tezuna's family, getting to know them, and sharing a meal, it was time for bed. This time, the sensei had wanted to believe in the cohesion that had developed earlier in the day. Tezuna, Tsunami, Sumi, and Inari had taken their assigned rooms, leaving 2 rooms free. The 3 heirs thus had a room to themselves. Anko and Kurenai had their own rooms, while Naruto had decided to sleep on the sofa, trying at all costs to be as far away from everyone else as possible. A new day began. Hinata watched Maeko and Saya quickly change under their blankets before going downstairs, exchanging the usual gentle nudges. Quickly, the young Hyuga changed and went downstairs, making as few movements as possible so as not to be noticed by the others and thus disturb them. However, she was surprised to see that it was Naruto who noticed her first, even though he had been asleep just before she arrived. The young woman jumped as she felt the redhead's breath on her back. She felt her limbs tremble and her body heat up, she couldn't take it anymore. This young Uzumaki had a strange power over her. The moment he was near her, the moment he looked at her, the moment he spoke to her, even if it was just for a second or less, she felt her body tremble in his presence. As if he were a giant threatening her, except it wasn't frightening. It was different. The young man didn't even stop for her and joined the others who were having breakfast. Except he wasn't fully dressed, he was only wearing his pants, leaving his torso as bare as the day he was born. She jumped, however, when she saw numerous, but fine, scars marring his muscular back. They clearly couldn't be training marks. Good, Kurenai began, taking a sip of coffee, once Hinata had sat down. Anko and I have been thinking. Sending the whole team to the bridge is pointless. It would make more sense for her or me to go while you or two of you stay here to train. Seeing her students in enthusiastic expressions, she sighed. Come on, I think training will be just fine. I don't think we'll be here very long, so we can at least make the most of the time we have left. And Zabuza? Naruto asked simply, pushing away his empty bowl and lounging in his chair. Hinata frowned and hid her blushing face behind her bowl. She didn't understand what Naruto meant, but as she turned her head to look at him, she couldn't bring herself to look at his face. However, she wasn't the only one staring, but for some of them, it was questioning. It's just that, those two rogue hunters, aren't they a little strange? They could have done everything right in front of us. After all, we're ninjas. Then, Senbon needles. I know much more deadly weapons that are far less of a pain to handle. Maeko coughed, trying to look away from the young man's chest. I found it strange too. Especially since if they'd been chasing him for a long time, they could have at least helped us before instead of letting him take us by surprise and. Am I the only one who thinks they only acted when it became dangerous for him? The blonde asked, taking a sip of her hot chocolate. Anko and Kurenai looked at each other for a few seconds. In the heat of the moment, they hadn't thought of it, but they were right. Zabuza had been saved by the intervention of the two masked ninjas. Was there a chance they'd been tricked and that, in reality, the two rogue ninja hunters were Zabuza's allies? I think. You need to train after all. We don't know how much time we have, Anko sighed. In the meantime, we'll stay as we said. Kurenai and I will rotate guard duty for Tazuna at the bridge, and we'll take you with us depending on your training progress. Is that clear? Saya and Maeko agreed before glaring at each other. Hinata nodded slightly, and Naruto sighed before getting up from the table. Where are you going? I'm going to change, unless you'd prefer I stay like this, the redhead announced flatly, turning his head. Hinata blushed furiously. He had no idea what had just flashed before her eyes. A wave of heat erupted in her stomach, and her cheeks burned. However, despite everything, she could clearly see that Sumi had a slight smile, as if she had been waiting for just that. Anko grunted, bringing a teasing smile to the Uzumaki's lips. Just as I thought. Team 8 was outside. Hinata sat in the shade of a tree, panting as she watched her two teammates. Saya leaned against the bark of another tree, holding a kunai. She was sweating and panting heavily, looking exhausted. A little further away, Maeko was drinking water straight from the spout, leaving two thin trails of liquid running down her jaw. She was sweating and flushed from the effort. Further on, Naruto sat reading a book, the same one as always. The young Hyuga sighed, wiping her brow to turn her attention back to the immense tree that served as her umbrella. Areas were marked by various cuts or split bark. The highest cut was about 6 meters out of the 30 meters the tree was supposed to reach. The day before, Kurenai and Anko had taken them to the edge of a stream, where trees much taller than Tazuna's house stood. Their mission was simple. The team had to climb the tree without using their hands, relying solely on their chakra. At first, the heirs hadn't quite grasped the request and thought it was a joke. However, it was when Naruto demonstrated the objective and realized it that they understood the purpose of the exercise, to control the distribution and regulation of chakra within the body. The first attempt was disastrous. Between Saya kicking the tree, Maeko not even getting a foothold, and Saya tearing the bark, there was a lot of work to be done. For his part, Naruto preferred to work on a technique he was struggling to master, but didn't want to demonstrate to everyone. His secret weapon, he had said. Hinata stood up before falling to her knees. From concentrating her chakra in her legs, she was having trouble walking normally. The influx of chakra must have weakened them, so she would have to wait a while for the hypersensitivity there to dissipate. She gritted her teeth, she was truly weak and useless. Her father was right, actually. When she looked up, she saw that Saya and Maeko had resumed their training. They didn't need time, they always had this ability to move forward, while she. What was she doing? She was watching them, sitting in the shade. As always, the small, unassuming, useless girl. She drew her legs up to her chest and rested her head on her knees. Whatever she did was pointless, she would never move forward. She would never succeed at anything, she had no future. You're going to just stand there and watch them train when you need it just as much as they do. Hinata jumped before turning her head. She landed on Naruto, who had closed his book with the strange orange cover. She blushed before looking away and burying her face in her arms and knees. No, it's just that, I won't be able to. The young woman stammered, closing her eyes fatalistically. Naruto sighed before crossing his arms. So, she jumped and turned her head in surprise. Tell me, what do you want? I want to become strong. The redhead nodded before reaching into his kunai pocket. He pulled out 2 small capsules, one reddish and one bluish, both small and round. What is this? It's up to you. The red pill will allow you to become aware of the truth, of your mental and physical potential. The blue pill will lead you astray from that truth. It's up to you, take one. 2 pills for 2 different paths. The first was the one she was looking for, she wanted to be strong and assertive. She wanted to show the world that she could be different from how she was perceived, she wanted to prove to her family and her sister that she wasn't the weak, frail girl, she was different. However, could she handle it? Could she accept no longer being the same, no longer being Hinata? In any case, if she became aware of her potential, she would remain herself, she could simply stand tall and proud. The second pill could lead her astray from her goal, it would prevent her from asserting herself and becoming as strong as she wanted. So, could she take it? She had a choice between her goal and its pure and simple antithesis, so why hesitate? She grabbed the red pill and swallowed it under Naruto's apathetic gaze. She paused for a moment, savoring the strange taste. Sweet. She'd eaten one before, she was sure of it, and frowned. Is this a jelly bean? The redhead grinned. Of course, you poor fool. He flicked her forehead. A pill that makes you stronger. You really think that exists? If you thought you could get stronger by eating something, then quit your career. He smiled coldly. If you think you can't get something for nothing, then you have no business here. You might as well go slit your wrists, you won't be a great loss. She felt a sharp tear in her heart, as if what the young man had said had ripped through it. If you want to become strong, do it on your own, not with tricks. If you want to change, it starts here. He placed his finger on the young woman's forehead. Nothing comes for free. If you want to progress, then fight. Push yourself, never give up, give yourself a reason to move forward and a goal to reach. And even then, don't just reach your goal, surpass it. Her heart, already ripped by his abrupt words, now seemed to swell. Was he encouraging her? Was he giving her a path to follow, a road to take, and a goal to achieve? She wanted to show him he was right, she wanted to prove she was as strong as him. She simply wanted to walk beside him. And the other pill. The redhead looked at the blue pill. It's cyanide, Uzumaki announced flatly, making the Hyuga's eyes widen. You just got lucky, that's all. He put the pill away and left, leaving Hinata alone as she watched him go. Her lips stretched as she gazed at the tree. She closed her eyes before launching herself forward. She leapt, landing on the bark, and ran along its length. Keeping her eyes closed, the image of the Uzumaki running along the bark before her showed her the way. She felt herself stagger and suddenly opened her eyes to see that she had reached the treetop. She didn't even know how she had done it. She didn't know by what miracle she had managed to do it, and yet, a huge smile stretched across her lips as she looked around at the forest stretching out before her. She was above everyone, she was alone, and she was at the center of the world. She was at the summit, she was strong, and she had asserted herself. Unfortunately, just like the tree's leaves, Hinata had to return to the ground. To where she was one among many. To where she was Hiashi Hyuga's daughter. To where she was the clan's heir. To where she was a shy, unassuming, invisible, and useless girl. She let herself fall, running down the bark, and with a graceful, fluid leap, she landed on the greenery surrounding the immense conifer that had allowed her to climb. Wow, not bad, Hinata. Anko congratulated her, clapping and making her blush. I didn't imagine you could cover such a great distance in one go. Saya and Maeko should take note. The young Hyuga lowered her eyes and head, blushing fiercely. She didn't like being the center of attention, even if this time it was different. She hadn't descended, but been praised, it was so strange and pleasant. Well, I wouldn't want to belittle such an achievement, but you'll have to try it again, this time walking. Hinata agreed. She would try again and succeed because she now had a goal to surpass. Hinata advanced down the corridor, her steps difficult, painful, and unsteady. She hadn't managed to climb the tree on her first try, she had tried many times, only reaching halfway. Meanwhile, Saya and Maeko had also made significant progress. They had reached the top in the late afternoon, and with difficulty, it had to be said. However, the excessive concentration of chakra in their legs had also created hypersensitivity in their legs and lower bodies in general, as well as a very unpleasant burning sensation that prevented them from walking normally. It was with great difficulty that the young Hyuga made her way to the bathroom to relax a little. Limping and leaning against the walls, she finally arrived. She pushed open the door and froze, her eyes wide and her cheeks flushed. The bathroom was already occupied, and by her male teammate. He was asleep in the bathtub, the water was hot, and the steam rising from the room was enough to make the beautiful brunette sweat. Feeling the cool air tickle his upper chest, the young Uzumaki opened his eyes to see Hinata there, watching him, embarrassed. She was only wearing a towel that covered her chest down to her knees. She thought she was alone. After all, it was past 10 p.m., and her two female teammates were fast asleep. She had foolishly thought Naruto would do the same. Good grief, how embarrassing. Being watched by someone was awkward enough under normal circumstances, being watched by Naruto was even worse, but being watched by Naruto while wearing only a towel was excruciatingly difficult. She would have much preferred to sink into the ground and never come out again. "What do you want?" the redhead asked after a while. He had at least had the ambition to get her to speak instead of turning into a beacon in the night. You, the redhead sighed. Was she going to use all the pronouns? Hinata closed her eyes. It was so hard to talk to him, he wasn't even giving her time to recover from her emotions. She was facing him, and he was naked. She clutched her towel to her chest before stammering out a few incomprehensible words. Uzumaki lost interest in her and relaxed in the bathtub where he was practically steaming. "I came to take a bath." Naruto shrugged. She could do what she wanted, right? "Well, there's room for two." The brunette's eyes widened, her pupils constricted in surprise. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Her cheeks flushed even redder, something Naruto thought impossible. She couldn't hear anything anymore, her heart pounded and echoed in her head. Her vision blurred as her body heated up violently. Was it the heat of the bathroom, or something else? Her breathing became increasingly rapid, unable to think coherently. She was interrupted by a sound. Naruto had stood up and wrapped a towel around his waist. "Relax, I was just kidding." He walked past her and left the bathroom, leaving the brunette to catch her breath. It wasn't right to do that to him. After getting everything ready for her bath, she relaxed in the warm, soothing liquid. It was her second day here, her second night, and something was bothering her. People were nice, well, Tsunami and Tazuna were nice. Inari didn't talk much, but Sumi was getting on her nerves, and she gathered she wasn't the only one. The dark-haired girl with black eyes seemed to be circling the blue-eyed redhead, which didn't seem to sit well with the other two female kunoichi of Genin rank. None of them had any legitimate claim on him. He was free and independent, while neither Saya, Maeko, nor she had any claim on him. There was only one shadow over all of this. Why? Saya had said it herself. Naruto irritated and disgusted her. Maeko had said, just like her colleague, that the redhead was nothing but a bitter and immature person. As for her, what could she really say? She had seen both sides of him. The child who laughed with kittens, the child who cried while burying them, and the vengeful being. She was the one best equipped to understand him, she could see in his eyes the almost imperceptible nuances of his mind. She had rarely seen the true glimmer of anger, of hatred, that shone through his words. He seemed to show something other than what he truly was, as if he wore a mask every time they were together. As a Hyuga and as Hinata, she longed to understand and see Naruto's true face. Her eyes suddenly opened. The water was cold, leaving a slightly pasty taste in her mouth, her throat dry, and her eyelids heavy. She had dozed off, yawned, and then drained the tub, running a stream of hot water over her skin to warm up after splashing in the cold. She got out and quickly dried herself, wiping her damp hair and refreshing her burning face. She didn't feel very well. Her steps were unsteady, even weak. The time spent lying in the hot water, even though it had cooled down, had relaxed her muscles more than she realized. Once again wrapped in her towel, she made her way with difficulty down the hall to the room she shared with Saya and Maeko. She stopped, however, when she heard raised voices downstairs. She approached the stairs and activated her Byakugan so she could see and hear what was happening on the floor below. She easily recognized Naruto and Sumi. What was she doing downstairs with him at this hour? And then, what time was it? Are you trying to make me believe you're not with any of the three girls on your team? The brunette's voice rose. The young Hyuga narrowed her eyes, concentrating on what he was doing and saying. You could at least be honest with me. Why be honest with you more than with anyone else? You inspire no sympathy or trust in me, so I don't see why I should confide in you, even though there's nothing to hide right now. He smiled before half lying down on the sofa. There's nothing to hide anyway, so go to bed. I'm tired, and I have a lot to do tomorrow. Even Hinata shivered at the cold tone he had just used. Sumi stood up and leaned over to whisper something in the redhead's ear, something the young Hyuga couldn't hear. However, a strange murderous impulse rose in the room. It seemed to come from Naruto, yet not from him, very strange indeed. The brunette headed toward her room, urging Hinata to do the same. A strange euphoria then seized Hinata. He had just rebuffed her with such coldness that it would have made a penguin shiver. It wasn't his tone that made her euphoric, on the contrary, it even frightened her a little. It was truly a sharp and icy tone. But he had rebuffed her, and that was what had completely filled her heart. A huge smile stretched across the young woman's lips. She entered the room and snuggled under her duvet to change into her pajamas. It was at that moment that the light came on, and the two other heiresses sat up to look at the young Hyuga. The latter blushed fiercely, but couldn't shake her silly grin. What's with that smug smile? The blonde asked, making poor Hinata blush even more as she hid behind her duvet. Come on, tell us. The young Senju shouted, though not quite screaming, jumping onto the Hyuga's bed, followed by the Uchiha. You can tell us where that smile came from. What happened during those 2 hours? Hinata flinched. Had she spent 2 hours in her bath? Had she been soaking in tea for 2 hours? Her skin would have been completely faded and dehydrated, damn it. She understood now why her legs felt so slightly limp when she woke up. Tell us. The brunette observed the beautiful heiress of the fan. How could she tell her two teammates, who didn't particularly like her, that she had overheard and spied on their teammate while he was talking to a very attractive young woman, but that he had rebuffed her without a second thought, and that how she had loved God. Nothing happened. The Hyuga stammered under the suspicious gaze of the two young women. They glanced furtively at each other before smiling mischievously. The two rivals positioned themselves on either side of Hinata, pinning her against the mattress. Maeko sat on the lower Hyuga's stomach while Saya grabbed Hinata's arms, holding them up. The next second, the young Senju tickled the beautiful Hyuga's ribs. She gritted her teeth to keep from laughing, before finally bursting into laughter. She begged, as best she could, for this torture to end. Speak, and we'll stop. The blonde ordered with a teasing smile. Saya made a suspicious face. Perhaps if we let her breathe, she could speak more easily, the Uchiha suggested, which made Maeko shrug. She knew it, but even if she stopped, there was no guarantee she'd actually talk. Hinata gasped before simply shouting. I'll talk. Please, stop. Maeko ended her torture with a faint smile. It's just, I'm happy because, should she confess the real reason she was happy, or should she lie to them? No, with Saya and Maeko, if she lied, she'd be killed. Because Naruto turned Sumi down, she blurted out breathlessly. She could clearly see the surprise in the two young women's eyes. They, too, had noticed Tsunami's daughter hovering around the young man who was part of Team 8. However, she was surprised to see two thin smiles stretching across their lips. They didn't even seem aware of their smiles. Well, then, I'll never confide a secret in you, Maeko teased, without budging from her pedestal. Now, explain to me, why are you so pleased that Uzumaki put that other sow in her place? Strangely, the young Hyuga was hardly surprised by the highly derogatory nickname the Senju had bestowed upon Tsunami's daughter, but she was struck by the hint of bitterness that seemed to linger in her words. Please, the young woman stammered. She looked away before blushing. I don't want to. The other two heiresses were surprised, but said nothing more. If she didn't want to, or at least if she truly didn't want to, then they weren't going to press the issue. At least, not for the moment. The time spent there was quite long. They had spent a whole week training. A significant improvement, in fact, for everyone. Saya and Maeko were very good at climbing trees, to the point of performing acrobatics that were as pointless as they were dangerous. After that, the three of them had focused on learning to walk on water, which was quite practical and very useful for chakra control. Naruto, however, hadn't really stayed with them. He already knew how to walk on water and also how to walk on trees, so he preferred to stay on his own to train. At first, he had some burns on his hands and arms, but it didn't seem too serious since they would disappear in a night or less. In addition to these training sessions, the team was sometimes separated. One group went with one of the two sensei to watch over the bridge, while the other stayed behind to train or help Tazuna's family with chores and other tasks after their training. Eventually, their cohesion improved. Saya and Maeko no longer fought constantly, but they still held silly competitions where they put themselves in danger as foolishly as they did needlessly. Like seeing who could hang upside down from a tree branch the longest, more than 20 meters above the ground. Hinata had become a little more assertive, not much, but she could speak without stammering every 3 seconds. Naruto. Well, let's just say he could speak with a little less sarcasm now, but still. It wasn't obvious. As it happened, on the eve of Zabuza's supposed last day of recovery, the Konoha members were eating with Tsunami's family. Hinata gritted her teeth when Sumi sat down next to Naruto. She herself didn't fully understand why she disliked the brunette so much, but she didn't even want to look for a reason. She wanted to hate her, with all her heart. The conversation flowed freely, the many people eating passing the various events from one to another. Maeko smiled as she bit into a piece of fish. Once we defeat Zabuza, Gato will probably leave here. Obviously, as if that Zabuza could stand up to an Uchiha, Saya boasted with a presumptuous smile, making Naruto laugh as he sipped his sake. Says the girl who knelt before a murderous aura. Saya snarled before flicking her chopsticks at him, which he caught between 2 fingers before sighing. It's useless, I remind you that I am stronger than you, Uchiha. Stop taking everything so lightly. Inari yelled, suddenly jumping to his feet. Naruto glanced down at the dark-haired boy as the others turned their heads toward him. You won't succeed. You can't do anything against Gato, everything you try is doomed to fail. He slammed his hand on the table. There are no heroes. Hey, wait, Maeko began, but Naruto cut her off. Forget it, Senju, the little shit's right, the redhead sighed. No matter what we do, even if we make short work of Gato, it's pointless. This village, this people, this country is weak. Once we defeat Zabuza, once we oust Gato from his position, then another fat little man will come and take his place to rule the island and enslave these pitiful, pathetic people. He sighed before looking Inari straight in the eyes. You're right, brat, everything we can do is doomed to failure, and you know why. Because it wasn't Gato who killed your village, it was you. So, it's true, we can't help you. You can't build a house on sand. The little brunette gritted his teeth as tears streamed down his cheeks. He ran off, hurtling down the stairs under the sighing gaze of young Uzumaki. Naruto. Kurenai shouted. The redhead sighed and turned his head away. How dare you say that to him? The brunette asked. You have no right to pass judgment or hurl such insults at a village. That child has had no luck. If you had listened to Tsunami-san or Tazuna-san, you would know that Inari lost his father after he tried to rebel against Gato. You should be able to understand that this child is sad, shouldn't you? The blonde sniffed. Are you happy, Bakamaki? Maeko asked. Naruto turned his head away, his face betraying no emotion. Do I look burdened with remorse? He straightened up and walked towards the door. Saya stopped him, calling out. Leave me alone, Uchiha, I don't give a damn about that brat's feelings or yours. A kid who can't think about anything but himself makes me sick. He opened the door and stormed out, slamming it shut. Hinata stared at the closed door for a few moments before looking down. It was true that someone like Naruto wasn't exactly tolerant, but his difficult childhood made him seem less than patient and understanding towards people like Inari. From a certain point of view, Inari had a sad childhood, having lost his father, but his childhood was in every way enviable compared to Naruto's. Far away, yet in the same country, a person stood up and grasped an imposing sword to examine it. Haku, Kimimaro. The 2 young people stiffened, snapping to attention. The end is near, we'll take action tomorrow. Chapter 8, Confrontation on the Bridge. Kurenai sighed, looking around. Team 8 was on the bridge, keeping an eye on Tazuna and the small group of workers toiling away. It was still admirable that, despite everything, a few people were working to lift this country out of the misery they all found themselves in. Having watched the construction site for some time now, she knew there was a sort of rotation system, and that around noon, the workers changed shifts. This way, production wasn't lost, since the pairs of arms were always working hard and didn't tire. A noble and somewhat strange effort, because if they were all working together, would it go any faster? In a way, it amounted to the same thing, and besides, could we ask so much of villagers who lived in fear? No matter how you looked at it, they were brave to come to work despite Gato's threat. It was true that they never worked a full day, was that a way to protect themselves? However, she couldn't help but respect Tazuna and his work ethic. Despite his pronounced fondness for alcohol, he was reliable. Proof of this was that he was always there, no matter what. Unlike everyone else, he worked all day and ate right there. He clearly didn't go home. He obviously didn't want to leave his job, probably out of fear of sabotage. Nearby, Kurenai could observe the other people guarding the construction site. Anko was sitting on a pillar, watching everything that happened to one side. She had deployed snakes to warn of any arrivals and react accordingly. In this way, the path leading to Tezuna's house was safe. Kurenai sighed, looking at her teammate and friend. The young woman had been feeling unwell for some time. It was a bad time of year, the anniversary of Anko's abandonment by Orochimaru was approaching. On this occasion, the impulses of her seal went haywire, as her own anger stimulated the mark, not the other way around, as the fallen Sannin had originally intended. Naturally, as a friend and a kunoichi, Kurenai worried about Anko. If she couldn't focus on her current goals and kept chasing after illusions, she could lose herself. And she shouldn't forget that she was a sensei now, she had to set an example for the team. Well, team. Kurenai looked away from her friend to watch Saya chatting with a laborer's son, a boy clearly her own age. Judging by the blush on his cheeks, it wasn't just a casual conversation. Anyway, the Yuhi sighed, watching the young Uchiha girl either being flirted with or flirting with the boy. Did she still have this absurd and illogical goal of serving as a breeding mother for her clan? Kurenai knew Saya felt terrible because if her uncle hadn't intervened, both she and her brother would have been killed by their elder, Itachi. What could they say to this young girl? It was a little difficult to explain that she shouldn't put her clan above everything else, since her brother and uncle were all she had left, the last vestiges of a glorious past. However, despite all her enthusiasm, she didn't seem to find favor in her brother's eyes, and clearly, that was what bothered her the most. Could she thrive on this team? Certainly not with that personality. She and Maeko did nothing but fight. She seemed to ignore Hinata, and she didn't just have a grudge against Naruto, she had a whole set of dentures. She and Naruto were constantly at each other's throats, even if the redhead was much more discreet. Leaving Saya and the boy who was hitting on her, she ran into Maeko, who, for her part, was eyeing a construction worker who looked barely 15. Why were these two, assertive, students wasting their time flirting? In short, the little blonde was like Saya, yet completely different. While Saya saw herself as a mother hen, a serial breeder, Maeko saw herself as a soldier in an imaginary war. Incomprehensible, she didn't know how Yukimura and Era cared for their daughter, but it was something nonetheless. Maeko, too, had a difficult life. Her parents watched her closely, yet they seemed completely uninterested in her true abilities. It was more as if they expected something from her, but she didn't know what. Kurenai worried a lot about Saya, but also about Maeko. The latter was hard to understand because she tried to be strong in every situation, even if she didn't seem to take all the criticism as well as she appeared. It was this pride that clashed violently with Saya's, creating real conflicts between them. In fact, they had two strong personalities on the same team. However, she didn't seem to be in conflict with Hinata. After all, who could be? As for Naruto, it was unclear what to make of her since she had never shown any hostility nor her sympathy, since she had already hit him numerous times following their altercations. Leaving Maeko to her own devices, Kurenai now looked at little Hinata. The brunette with white eyes was sitting in the shade of a tree, her legs wrapped around her arms, her gaze distant. She was thinking. For some time now, Hinata had been lost in thought, deep in her own world. She didn't know exactly what had happened, but Anko had told her that she and Naruto had had a brief chat. This had been followed by an impressive improvement in her training. According to her friend, Hinata had completed the exercise in mere seconds after their little conversation. It was quite interesting about Hinata. When she was motivated, she was capable of moving mountains. Unfortunately, at the slightest remark, good or bad, she seemed to lose all her willpower and revert to her old, timid ways. She knew her living situation was rather difficult, she had to admit. She was the clan's heir, so everyone seemed to follow her every move, constantly looking over her shoulder at her every action, like a sword of Damocles hanging over her head, a merciless and irrevocable judgment. She also had a slight concern about her sister, who, being stronger than her, received all the favor from their father and the council. Within the team, she seemed to have some difficulty asserting herself. In fact, she rarely did. She had even nearly been killed trying to stop the anger between Saya and Maeko. She was genuinely concerned about the team's well-being, but unfortunately, her voice wasn't loud enough to be heard. Kurenai sighed, crossing her arms beneath her chest. The last member wasn't there. In fact, he hadn't come home the day before. He'd spent the night outside, and she couldn't blame him for that. Naruto had been quite harsh with little Inari, but he must have had his reasons, right? For him, as a child who had lived alone and been hated by an entire village, seeing a child cry when he had a family must have been truly difficult and humiliating. He, who strove to remain strong and dignified, watched someone mock everything he did. Naruto intrigued him more than he surprised him. Kurenai had always had a soft spot for riddles and mysteries, so having Uzumaki Naruto on her team was a dream come true, a poisoned chalice. Because he was interesting, mysterious, and enigmatic, but unfortunately, he wasn't easy to understand at all, since not only were his origins shrouded in mystery, but his present was just as obscure. He wore such an opaque and deeply ingrained mask of indifference that she could never figure out what he was thinking. Especially since, she had to admit, he was a little creepy. When they had appointments, he arrived precisely on time, but without being noticed by either her or Anko. Like Hinata, his behavior meant he didn't have any impact on the team, but for him, it was more due to a lack of interest than a lack of trust. Stopping her questions and reflections, the brunette frowned. Around her, a kind of particularly opaque smoke screen spread across the bridge. Anko straightened up as the other three kunoichi had to abandon their activities. Soon, visibility was almost impossible beyond a meter. Team 8 gathered around the workers, a smile spreading across Saya and Maiko's lips. They had the chance to shine in front of the boy they were flirting with, yet neither of them could stop their bodies from trembling. Well, isn't that pathetic? These girls can't even stay calm without shaking. 6 Zabuza appeared, emerging from nothingness, making Anko smile. You're wrong to underestimate them. Saya, Maeko, go ahead. The two vanished before the 6 Zabuza exploded into liquid, giving the workers a chance to escape. However, they were blocked by the arrival of 2 figures. Well, Zabuza announced coldly as he appeared, his immense sword resting on his shoulder. Hiku, Kimimaro, I think you'll be able to let off some steam. Yes, Zabuza-sama, they both exclaimed simultaneously. Kurenai and Anko gritted their teeth. They had no idea how strong Zabuza's 2 disciples were, but they didn't seem weak. At the same time, they couldn't afford to let Zabuza fight only one of them. Unfortunately, the last member of the team wasn't there. And that was a big problem. Tsunami sighed as she cleaned up the kitchen. She had finished preparing lunch and now she could relax with her daughter in front of a movie. The mother turned her head to see Inari sitting in front of the television, next to her sister. The two were completely still, focused on what was happening on their program. This simple sight brought a smile to the young woman's face. Knowing that even in these difficult times, the bond between a brother and sister still remained was something wonderful. She wiped her hands with a cloth before hearing a knock at the door. Seeing that the children didn't seem to be moving to answer it, she went to the door, announcing her arrival so the guest wouldn't get too impatient. She opened the door with a smile. Can I? Her eyes widened as she saw not one, but 2 men before her. Seeing their sinister expressions, their weapons at their waists, and their smiles, she realized they were mercenaries in Gato's employ. In a desperate gesture, she tried to close the door. However, one of them slammed his hand against the door and pushed the barrier aside, simultaneously repelling Tsunami. Overwhelmed by the force and the surprise, she fell to the ground and tried to get as far away as possible from the 2 intruders entering her home. Well, I suppose she's Tezuna's daughter, sighed one of the mercenaries as he advanced. He drew his weapon and brandished it at the young woman, who watched in fear as the 2 confronted her. Unfortunately, the commotion they made attracted the attention of young Sumi, who entered the room. She froze upon realizing what was happening, but one of them spotted her. That's a bonus. Get her. The others will be glad we thought of them. No, Tsunami screamed when she saw him approaching her daughter. Listen, if you so much as touch her, I'll kill myself by swallowing my tongue. Whatever you want to do with a hostage, wouldn't it be wiser to have her alive? One of the 2 mercenaries sighed as he approached Tsunami, grabbed her arm and lifted her up to look her straight in the eyes. But who says we necessarily need you? The mother's eyes narrowed in terror. On the other hand, you're lucky because you're much more attractive than her, you know. He pulled her toward the door with a smile. Let's see what that old man has to say. Sumi watched her mother being dragged away by the mercenary. She was reliving, once again, the tragedy that had preceded her father's death. Her limbs trembled, a movement behind her made her turn her head, and she could see her little brother looking at his mother. His eyes widened as he saw his mother being kidnapped before his very eyes. Mom! The little boy cried, stopping the mercenaries in their tracks. A wicked smile stretched across the leader's lips as he turned his head to see the boy. Sumi made a sudden movement to break free from her kidnapper. Inari, Sumi, run! A backhand punch deflected her and sent her crashing to the ground. Inari jumped when he saw one of the mercenaries running towards him, drawing his weapon with a broad grin. He attacked with his sword, striking the brunette's neck. The blade lodged in the wooden wall, a few inches above Inari. The small brunette stared at the adult, surprised that he had deflected his blade before striking, when he could have easily killed him with a single blow. From the mercenary's perspective, it was different. He had encountered a problem because, before striking, he had felt a pain in his hand, and it had, on its own, moved to avoid the pain. Huh, I thought Tsunami-san told you to stop. The mercenary turned to see a young man with red hair. Naruto was standing in the doorway, holding a plastic bag full of supplies by his fingertips, his hand resting on his shoulder. "Who are you?" "Her boyfriend." "What's wrong?" the mercenary asked, pointing the tip of his blade at Sumi. Naruto didn't answer and approached Sumi. He lowered his hand to place the bag beside him, surprising everyone present. "I came to repay what I took from you," the Uzumaki announced flatly before standing up to face the two menacing mercenaries. "You make me feel sorry for you. You're attacking a family that has nothing to do with any of this." The mercenary, clearly subservient, lunged at the redhead. Leaning to the right, the ninja dodged the attack and delivered a swift strike. His right hand struck the back of his enemy's hand while his left hand struck his wrist. The blow sent a jolt through his limb, causing him to drop the weapon. In a fluid motion, the Uzumaki seized the katana before sending the pommel into thigh as he slashed his opponent's throat. He fell to the ground, unconscious. A mercenary fighting a ninja. It's like a race between a baby and an adult, it's stupid. Naruto stepped forward as the mercenary lifted Inari, placing his blade against the child's throat. "Don't take another step, or I'll kill him." Naruto smiled, meeting the mercenary's gaze. "Like I already told my teammates, don't say things." His eye turned red, marked with 3 magatama, making the mercenary jump. "To them." The mercenary barely finished speaking before he fell to the ground, unconscious. The Sharingan vanished from the Uzumaki's eyes before he turned to leave, under the watchful eyes of Tezuna's family. "If the underlings are here, then the big fish are out." Kurama finished as Naruto's eyes widened, though they retained their azure color. Kimimaro and Haku were positioned on either side of the group of workers. However, they faced the 3-leaf village Kunoichi while the two sensei grappled with Zabuza. Kurenai glanced over her shoulder to see that they were not in a position of strength, quite the opposite. Zabuza raised his blade and brought it down forcefully, though he wasn't aiming at anyone. This was the signal, however, because as soon as the blade was lowered, the two disciples of the Mist Demon rushed at the workers, targeting them primarily. Haku opened his hand to grab a senbon, but it met a kunai, held by Saya. "You won't go any further." Both were straining their weapons. Unfortunately, the dark-haired boy had more strength than her, but luckily, she had better footing. Sagging slightly, Saya let her enemy's arm swing over her and, with a swift, powerful blow, sent her fist crashing into his stomach. The Yuki leapt backward, avoiding the blow that could have seriously hurt him given the angle. Still airborne, he performed a spin, simultaneously unleashing a volley of senbon needles. The Uchiha jumped back, dodging the strangely shimmering needles. Kimimaro had also attacked, throwing his fist at the first worker. He hadn't expected Maeko to position herself in front of him and block the punch with the palm of her hand. "The Senju are the strongest," the blonde declared flatly before throwing her fist at the silver-haired man. Her hand struck her opponent's jaw, but she frowned. He had certainly jerked his head violently, but was his jaw made of concrete? She hadn't managed to dislocate it or even break a tooth like a blow like that usually did. It made you wonder. They moved apart before Kimimaro sighed and got into a defensive stance. During this interlude, Hinata had the opportunity to guide the workers away from the battlefield. With her eye, she could see the various events unfolding on the bridge. From her vantage point, she could see Saya and Maeko grappling with Haku and Kimimaro, as well as their sensei tending to Zabuza. One thing, however, seemed to catch the young Hyuga's attention. Saya, Maeko, their chakra isn't normal. The two jumped. What was she saying? What did she mean? As if to confirm and prove Hinata's words, the two enemies shifted their positions, revealing their unique abilities. Bony spikes erupted from Kimimaro's arms, while ice formed around Haku. They have Kekkei Genkei. However, something else puzzled the young Hyuga. The different chakra used by the Kekkei Genkei was only visible when they used it. This meant that either they had a deformity, or they had been using their Kekkei Genkei from the beginning. Maeko then understood the origin of her opponent's strength as well as the resilience of his jaw. The blonde assumed a fighting stance, her brows furrowed. She was ready to fight Senju style. For her part, Saya had also understood the power of the senbon. They were ice spikes. Kimimaro, I'll take care of this. Try to deal with the workers. The silver-haired man obeyed before running towards the workers' escape route from the bridge. Maeko gritted her teeth before leaping to stop him, but Haku had already anticipated this, and a mirror of ice formed in front of her. The blonde still managed to avoid hitting the wall by bending her legs to brace herself against it. So, she performed a magnificent somersault to land near her teammates. "Let us through," the blonde shouted, her brows furrowed as more mirrors appeared, enclosing the trio in a kind of dome, divided into 4 layers. The first had 12 mirrors facing them, the second had 8 mirrors placed at a more oblique angle, creating a slight curve for the dome, the third had 6, this time at an angle, and the last had only 1 mirror positioned parallel to the ground. The brunette placed his hand on one of the mirrors before entering it, merging completely with the reflection. What is this? Saya gritted her teeth, forming hand seals. Who cares, it's ice, it'll melt. Genin, great fireball technique. She exhaled forcefully, generating a powerful fireball the size of a human. The flame struck one of the Arctic mirrors head-on, under Haku's gaze, who showed no concern whatsoever. It's not melting. It's not such a weak fire that will be enough to melt my ice mirrors, Yuki stated flatly. The young Uchiha gritted her teeth as her heart sank. These words reminded her too much of Naruto's words to her. Saya is the worst Uchiha I've ever seen. She hasn't even developed her Sharingan, and her fireball was pathetic. Honestly, I wouldn't even want it to light my barbecue. Seeing the pain and sadness in the young Uchiha's eyes, Hinata placed her hand on her shoulder. Don't worry. Kekai Genkei. Have nothing to do with natural elements. It takes high-ranking techniques to overcome them. The Uchiha's dark eyes seemed to light up, as if she were becoming aware of something. Thank you, Hinata. She sighed before raising her face to Haku. I've sunk pretty low to be fooled by this guy. The enemy removed his mask, revealing his face, his delicate features, dark eyes, and fair skin. By a very cute guy, certainly, the brunette agreed. Maeko had to force herself to agree, because the young man was very cute, more so than the one she'd been eyeing, and yet something was missing, she couldn't quite put her finger on it. I'll have to finish this quickly, we have a mission to complete, the dark-haired man announced calmly, raising his hands, each holding 3 senbon. He brought them down and vanished simultaneously. The young women's eyes widened as they saw that all the mirrors were occupied by the young man and that the senbon were flying towards them. 6 senbon per mirror, meaning more than 120 senbon were launched from all directions at incredible speed. The kunoichi cowered, protecting their vital areas to avoid serious injury. Unfortunately, he was attacking too fast for the 3 kunoichi. He was launching attacks faster than they could blink. The rain of senbon stopped, and Hinata, using her Byakugan, sensed a movement behind her. She turned to see Haku approaching, too fast to fully see him and too fast to block. She struck with the energy of desperation. The dark-haired man tilted his head to the side, avoiding the blow, and countered simultaneously. The Yuki's fist slammed into the young woman's jaw as her palm slammed hard into the enemy ninja's shoulder. Hinata! Saya cried as she saw her crash a little further away. The Uchiha jumped to join her teammate as the dark-haired boy emerged from his senbon needles to resume his attacks. He made a swift movement, but she had time to see him move. She slapped the dark-haired boy's wrist with her palm, deflecting the senbon needles and protecting the young Hyuga girl who was slowly getting to her feet, coughing. She removed the needles embedded in her arm from her fall and watched Saya grappling with Haku. The dark-haired boy frowned. He was quite fast, so how was she managing to retaliate and counter his attacks? He performed a backflip, simultaneously dodging an attack from Maeko that he had slightly forgotten. He landed a meter away and had to roll to avoid an axe kick from the blonde, which cracked the ground. She hit hard, that much had to be said. Maeko, use your water bombs. Saya formed hand seals before inhaling, and the Senju girl followed suit. Genin, great fireball technique. The fireball streaked past the descendant of the first Hokage. Ignoring the fact that Madara Uchiha's descendant had just given her an order, she obeyed. Sweden. Water bombs. Maeko shouted, spitting out 3 water bombs that struck the fireball, creating a thick cloud of steam. Hinata didn't wait and launched herself into the cloud to reach Haku, intending to fight him. She had an advantage, she could see thanks to her dojutsu. She executed a series of fluid and powerful movements, at least by her standards. She punctuated her attacks with circular motions, as if she were dancing with him, except that she was landing as many blows as possible. Strangely, she didn't feel like she was hurting him all that much, yet he was taking the blows. With a sudden movement, she kicked the brunette in the hip. Her foot sank into his flesh before it shattered into ice. Hinata realized she had fought an ice clone. But then, where was the real one? Saya jumped to tackle the Hyuga to the ground, clearing her of a dozen senbon needles positioned in her blind spot. Another volley was dodged by the Uchiha, under Haku's suspicious gaze. Slowly, the young Uchiha raised her head, her black hair falling over her forehead, casting shadows on her eyes and highlighting her red pupils, which were struck by a black magatama. She had succeeded, she had awakened her Sharingan. She could see Haku's movements, she could predict how, where, and when he would attack. She was going to be able to turn the tide. However, the brunette certainly didn't see it that way. He formed a series of signs before the mirrors on the last 3 layers, so, indeed, 15 mirrors of ice shattered. Hyoten, ice rain. The shards of ice stopped mid-air before suddenly crashing to the ground in a powerful and deadly rain. Zabuza raised his blade to block Anko's strike, gritting his teeth before leaping back. He'd drawn the short straw. Anko was a snake woman, so she could sense any movement within a 5-meter radius of the ground. This was a serious problem for him, a supposed shadow assassin, an invisible and merciless killer. Fighting this girl rendered his fighting style obsolete, but no matter, he had other tricks up his sleeve. He whirled his weapon around before forming hand seals. Sweden, water dragons. He jumped back as 2 enormous water dragons erupted from the water beneath the bridge, crashing down on the 2 young women from Konoha. Anko's roll allowed him to stay out of harm's way. However, before he could react, 2 lightning spears hurtled toward the dark-haired man. He leapt into the air as the spears exploded through the bridge, tearing a hole in it before plunging into the water. "Kurenai, we have to act quickly," explained Orochimaru's former student. She formed hand seals as Kurenai did the same. Taking a deep breath, the young woman initiated a fire attack, if the last hand seal was interpreted correctly. Fire release, fire serpent breathing. Anko unleashed a powerful blast of fire, which hurtled toward the rogue ninja. He raised his blade, which became engulfed in water. Unfortunately, he hadn't foreseen what would happen next, since he hadn't seen it. Futon, divine breath, Kurenai added, creating a violent distortion of the mist and a powerful blast that fed the dragon's fire. The beast doubled in size before striking Zabuza. Luckily, he was able to dodge it by diving into the water, but had to leave his blade behind to avoid being slowed down. No sooner had he been immersed in the liquid than he began forming hand seals, creating ripples on the surface before, in a powerful tumult, the water rose into 5 mighty dragon heads, all composed of that life-giving liquid. Water release, the Hydra of the oceans. He clasped his hands together before raising his 2 index fingers. The second head from the right opened its mouth wide, generating a blue sphere between its jaws. With a sort of roar, it spat out the sphere, transforming it into a beam of water that nearly sawed the bridge in 2. Anko and Kurenai dodged, the red-eyed brunette forming hand signs before launching shurikens that multiplied from 5 stars to a good 20 or so. Raising his 2 little fingers, Zabuza moved the 5th head, which positioned itself in opposition, blocking the bladed weapons intended to kill him. "You don't stand a chance against me." He raised his middle fingers, moving the central head. It rose up and crashed to the ground, shattering the surface of the bridge before. With a powerful rumble, it crawled towards the 2 young women, easily turning over the rock. Earth release, earth wall. Anko slammed her hand into the ground, and the earth rose up to block the water beast's path. However, despite the elemental balance or even the wall's strength, the dragon's powerful jaws were enough to shatter the earth barrier protecting Orochimaru's former student. "Damn it, what is this?" "The Ocean Hydra is a special technique," Kurenai explained, forming hand signs. "Look at her fingers, with each movement, the technique and attack change. The index finger corresponds to the second head from the right, for ranged attacks. The middle finger is the third head, the middle head, for physical attacks. The pinky finger, the 5th head, is for defense." She opened her hand, creating a white sphere that she launched into the air. The sphere soared into the sky, streaking like lightning. The Hydra corresponds to her hand, the question is, what do the thumb and ring finger correspond to? Zabuza smiled behind his bandages and gave a thumbs up. The first head from the right rose up before swooping down on Anko. She jumped back to avoid it. Unfortunately for her, the 2 dragon heads separated and encircled the young woman. She gritted her teeth as the dragons exploded, striking her. "Anko!" Kurenai cried as she watched her friend vanish into a thick mist. The brunette raised her 2 ring fingers, summoning the 4th and final dragon, which rose up and charged at her. It transformed into 15 spears that streaked across the beautiful brunette. Yet, a smile stretched across her lips. She raised 2 fingers before slamming them down, generating a powerful thunderous roar. Raiden, White Lightning Dragon. The previously launched white ball exploded, releasing an electric dragon of immaculate whiteness. The reptile plummeted from the sky to bite the water monster. The power of the lightning, combined with the dragon's jaw strength, was enough to shatter one of the Hydra's heads, the one corresponding to her ring finger. "Well done, Ghost of Konoha." However, it won't be enough. He raised his other 4 fingers. The dragons rose up before swooping down on Kurenai, whose eyes widened in shock. Unable to avoid such an unleashing of power, she raised her arms to protect herself. The 4 attacks completely shattered the surface of the bridge, sending Kubikiribocho flying through the air. Raising his hand, Zabuza grabbed his blade with a cold smile. However, there was a problem. This blade felt lighter, which wasn't normal. His eyes widened as he realized what was happening. He dropped the weapon, but it exploded in smoke, revealing Anko. With a spinning motion, she kicked her opponent in the stomach. The dark-haired man let out a muffled groan before, extending her arm, the young woman summoned 5 snakes to bite the mist demon. Nimpo, the spectral serpent's grip. Zabuza gritted his teeth as a purple aura began to swirl around him, forcefully gnawing at the snakes. A powerful aura rose from his body, forcing Anko to retreat to avoid being struck by the dark aura surrounding her. This man was emanating such a deadly wave that it seemed to take physical form. He leapt forward, covering the distance between her and his weapon in mere seconds. No sooner had he retrieved his blade than Zabuza unleashed a powerful sword strike. The blast from the blow sawed through the ground and hurled a blade of wind of rare intensity at the dark-eyed brunette. Unable to dodge such a swift attack, she was struck by the blade and vanished in a cloud of smoke. The dark-haired man released his blade, then picked it up with his other hand, delivering another powerful sword strike. He hurled the same invisible blade at Kurenai, whose eyes widened in shock at the speed of the attack. Kimimaro leapt from tree to tree, slowly but surely approaching his primary target. He extended his knuckles to the tips of his fingers before launching them with force, like bullets, at the workers. The bone bullets exploded on the surface of an earthen wall that shouldn't have been there. He landed on a branch, frowning. I guess there weren't only 3 kunoichi. He saw someone emerge from behind a tree trunk to face him, arms crossed and a broad smile on their face. You must be the 4th member, the one Zabuza-sama warned us about. Naruto shrugged. I don't know and I don't care, the Uzumaki stated flatly, looking around. You're alone, I suppose your boyfriend isn't around, so. He's against Saya, Maeko, and Hinata because I doubt Anko or Kurenai would leave Zabuza with one of them. He sighed before uncrossing his arms and extending them along his sides as the silver-haired boy got into a fighting stance. Get out of my way, I have no animosity towards you, Kimimaro stated flatly, advancing towards the workers, paralyzed by fear, a few meters behind Naruto. I have a mission to accomplish, the silver-haired boy added, and the redhead raised his hand to block him. I have no animosity towards you, I have no interest in protecting them, and above all, I have no interest in doing so. I wasn't paid for them, but for Tazuna. He smiled coldly. I want to fight your master to test my level and abilities. He pressed down on Kimimaro's chest, forcing him back. So, I'll tell you straight. I have no animosity towards you, but if you're truly this guy's student, then I'm not going to let you go without showing me what you can do. If your goal is to hurt Zabuza. Kimimaro breathed as 2 bones erupted from his back, forming horns. Bones then emerged from his forearms as his gaze hardened. I can't let you do this. Naruto smiled coldly as his enemy slammed his fist into the Uzumaki's face. A backspin allowed Naruto to dodge the blow, then he slid down from the tree. Pushing off with the balls of his feet, he moved away from the vegetation, followed by Kimimaro who opened his hand, unleashing a sword made of bones. Naruto barely touched the ground and performed a roll, avoiding being impaled by the sword. He jumped to his feet and formed a series of hand seals before inhaling deeply. Sensing the danger, the silver-haired man lunged at his opponent. If he could block him before he launched his attack, then he could open his guard and inflict heavy damage. Unfortunately, the redhead was faster. Fire release, dragon's fire. He breathed a trail of flame that engulfed Zabuza's student. Pushing his legs together, he leapt powerfully, flying over the flames and landing on top of Uzumaki. The latter looked up, just in time to see Kimimaro falling on him. Ceasing his attack, the redhead retreated sharply, but he was too slow, as the bone blade slashed violently across his torso, tearing his shirt. Naruto gritted his teeth in pain but managed to recover before forming hand seals. Once again, the silver-haired boy sought to reach his opponent before he could finish his assault. Once the last hand seal was complete, the redhead opened his guard and raised his forearm. The bone spear struck the bandages that wrapped around the young Uzumaki's limb. Kagaya's eyes widened as he saw that his sword had been blocked by mere bandages. They had to be different from the other pieces of leather. Naruto stamped his foot on the ground. Earth release, earth wall. The earth rose up, striking Kimimaro squarely in the stomach and lifting him up in the process. The silver-haired boy was thrown sideways but managed to land safely on both feet. He frowned as the wall crumbled to reveal Naruto, arms crossed, sporting an amused smile. You look stronger than the other 3 kunoichi fighting Haku. You bet. Naruto sighed before pulling a kunai from his pouch. He twisted the blade around his finger before gripping it like a dagger. Come on, we're not going to keep staring at each other. Kimimaro drew a second blade before frowning. The wound on his chest had disappeared. It was impossible to heal such an injury that quickly. For his part, Naruto, despite his cocky demeanor, wasn't nearly as confident as he appeared. This guy was incredibly skilled, as much as, if not more than, him. He wielded bladed weapons with ease, was quick and agile, possessed excellent reflexes, and had a phenomenal ability to adapt. No doubt, he'd been well trained, but Naruto had more than one trick up his sleeve. His eyes flashed, turning blood red with 3 commas marking the area, surprising Kimimaro. Is that the Sharingan? Impossible. Only members of the Uchiha clan can have those eyes. Naruto shrugged before leaning forward. Pushing himself forward, he lunged at his enemy, gripping his blade tightly, which he imbued with wind-release chakra, the only element he truly knew how to adapt to close combat. The 2 weapons clashed, and despite the wind element, the blade only penetrated the bone a few centimeters, not enough to break it. With a spinning motion, Naruto let Kimimaro pass to the side and delivered an elbow strike to his jaw. The silver-haired boy staggered for a few seconds before the redhead quickly formed hand seals. After a deep breath, he exhaled. Wind release, divine breath. He unleashed a powerful wave of wind that slashed the ground and trees with ferocity. The Uzumaki could see wounds opening on the Kagaya's torso and arms. The damage caused by the wind element was very impressive, if it could be controlled. However, just when he thought the silver-haired boy would give up, he was surprised to see the wounds split open, revealing bones as thin and sharp as razor blades. Naruto tightened his grip on his weapon before his enemy lunged at him. This was about to get dangerous. His opponent was skilled in Kenjutsu and quite strong in Taijutsu, and unfortunately for him, Kagaya's entire body was becoming a deadly blade. Luckily, the Sharingan allowed him to anticipate each of his opponent's attacks. The movements were swift and precise, but Uzumaki was more skilled than he let on. He'd honed his skills over time. He was skilled because he had no other choice. With a powerful leap, Kimimaro gathered momentum before plummeting toward the ground to strike him, driving his fist into the earth. The dance of the tree ferns. The earth heaved, unleashing spikes of bone over a meter high and as sharp as a katana with a radius of 5 meters. Naruto managed to dodge the attack with a backflip, landing on the bark of a tree, his brows furrowed and slightly out of breath. Even though he was skilled in close combat, he struggled to keep up while on the defensive. His ability to anticipate attacks was a good thing, but it was also incredibly exhausting. Even if he had the advantage, he couldn't retaliate because he didn't have time to land a blow. However, the tables had just turned. The technique he had just used seemed to have tired him out. Now it was time to counter, Uzumaki style. Naruto formed a series of hand seals as a clone appeared beside him. Fire release, dragon's fire. Wind release, divine breath. The 2 attacks created a powerful wave of fire that completely engulfed the bone fern field. Unfortunately, the light from the flames did not allow him to see Kimimaro emerge, covered in a strange white substance, from the cartilage that served as his shield. Naruto could see the flames dancing on his shell as well as on that immense bony spear that resembled a drill. The flower dance. He hurled his spear at Uzumaki. The spear plunged into the young man's stomach, generating a powerful jet of blood that splattered the ground and the tree. It's over. A laugh emanated from Naruto as his red eyes began to change, revealing a narrow pupil, like a feline's, encircled by 3 black commas. ... Don't celebrate too soon. I still have an ace up my sleeve. Chapter 9. Mission over. Tsunami, Inari, and Sumi watched in surprise as they witnessed the unfolding events in the city. A dozen people were running towards them, clearly fleeing from something. Judging by where they were coming from, it was the construction site they were escaping. Tazuna arrived, breathless, near his family. He breathed quickly and looked sharply toward the battle that would likely determine the future of their village, perhaps even the entirety of Nami no Kuni. What's going on, Dad? Tsunami asked. The old man swallowed hard. He had seen something during Naruto's fight. Something no one wanted to see. Demons are on Earth. Kimimaro bounced off several trees before rolling to the ground. Luckily, his body was stronger and more resilient than the others, because otherwise, he would have been torn apart by the force of the throw. He got to his feet and turned his gaze toward the young man facing him. He stood there, shirtless, only the leather straps clinging to his skin. A blood-red aura clung to his body, and his eyes seemed disguised. The 3 magatama of his Sharingan circled around his feline pupil. A laugh emanated from Naruto as his red eyes began to change, revealing a thin pupil, like that of felines, surrounded by 3 black commas. ... Don't celebrate too soon. I still have an ace up my sleeve. Kimimaro's eyes widened as he watched the redhead explode in a cloud of smoke. He had just killed the clone, but where was the real one? A movement occurred to the side, and as he turned his head, a clawed hand slid into his chest, digging its sharp nails into the Kagaya's hairless torso. With a swift, powerful movement, the Uzumaki sent the silver-haired man crashing into the ground. Still airborne, he opened his mouth. Fire release, great fireball technique. Without forming a single hand seal, he unleashed a powerful fireball that exploded on the ground. Luckily, Zabuza's disciple dodged the attack and, in a swift movement, formed hand seals of his own. Like all members of the Kagaya clan, he had always been a highly skilled fighter in taijutsu and kenjutsu. He was incredibly skilled and powerful thanks to his training with Zabuza. But in an extreme emergency, he could still use ninjutsu, and his only technique was offensive. Taking a deep breath, filling his lungs to their maximum, Kimimaro exhaled forcefully. Fire release, blazing breath. Naruto didn't even try to avoid the blast of fire. He plunged headlong into it, surprising Kimimaro and the workers, who were convinced they needed to get out of there. A mass emerged from the flames, revealing the young Uzumaki covered in a cloak of fire. He armed his arm before striking the silver-haired boy with force. The Kagaya let out a cry before being thrown back. A roar of rage from Naruto created a blast that extinguished the flames that were stinging his skin. He was a horrific sight. His face, torso, and arms had been devoured by flames, revealing charred flesh to all who gazed upon him. Then, the most terrifying thing they could have witnessed in such a situation occurred. The aura of blood surrounding Uzumaki began to cling to his skin, healing the young man's body with terrifying speed, all the while producing strange sounds caused by the regeneration of his cells. In less than a minute, he regained his original appearance. A smile stretched across Uzumaki's lips, his clothes having taken quite a beating. He tore away the remnants of his shirt to examine his healed skin as if he had never been injured. You look so wild. Come see me anytime. Kurama's voice whispered in his head. The young Uzumaki smiled as he raised his gaze towards the silver-haired man. He turned his head to see that all the workers were still there and that they had been able to see, in detail, his regeneration. Get out of here. The workers reacted to the order and ran off. As Uzumaki inhaled deeply, he unleashed a powerful wind dragon that struck young Kagaya, mercilessly sweeping him into the forest. Sighing at the newfound difficulty, Kimimaro stood up with a grim expression. This guy was truly too powerful when that red aura surrounded him. However, one thing puzzled him: he had received a massive power boost. It was surprising, but not unprecedented. His master's fury was the prime example. When enraged, he unleashed a corrosive aura of murderous intent, enhancing his abilities. No, what puzzled him was that the redhead's body trembled intermittently, as if he himself were racked with intense pain. Naruto sighed. He had to stop using Kurama's aura. Sure, it doubled his abilities, but the seal meant their two chakras had to be balanced, so he had to expend as much chakra as the surrounding chakra, or risk injuring himself even more than his enemy was already doing. The fact that he was starting to feel pain meant the ratio between their two chakras was no longer equal. His chakra was no longer counterbalancing Kurama's, so he had to stop using it or risk being crippled by his own demon. The red aura dissipated, leaving the Uzumaki without its demonic protection. Kimimaro raised an eyebrow, seeing that his opponent was no longer using his aura. Have you finally given up on fighting? Naruto smiled as his Sharingan observed the silver-haired boy. He wasn't at his best either. No, but I decided to finish this as quickly as possible. He raised his hands before forming hand seals, however, Kimimaro didn't recognize them. He saw in the series of seals specific to water techniques, but also signs specific to earth techniques. The silver-haired man preferred not to wait for the answer to his questions and charged at the red-haired man, who continued his movements, not even caring about his opponent's assault. He finished his series of seals by crossing his hands. Wood release, forest growth. The earth rose up, destabilizing Kimimaro. Roots erupted from the ground to knock the enemy from their summoner. Others sprang from the ground to wrap around the Kagaya's arms. He tried to summon his spear, but he couldn't concentrate enough. He couldn't even deploy his cartilage armor. The tree began to grow, trapping Kimimaro inside. The bark began to compress, immobilizing Zabuza's disciple. Another series of hand seals from Naruto finished the job. Fire release, dragon's fire. He unleashed a powerful trail of flame that engulfed the vegetation, holding poor Kimimaro captive. Now, even his cartilage armor wouldn't protect him from asphyxiation. Haku emerged from one of his mirrors to approach the crash site of his other ice creations. The crystalline dust still hadn't settled and formed a kind of opaque dome over the impact point. He frowned at the sight of a strange brown mass beneath the thin layer of snow. He leapt into the air to get as far away as possible from this strange bark. Was that bark? It wasn't a tree, but some kind of shield made from the bark of a tree, undoubtedly a massive one given the size of the wood, but still. How had it happened here? Slowly, the protective barrier opened, revealing the three young kunoichi. Saya and Hinata lay on the ground, visibly dazed by the attack, but surprisingly, Maeko was standing over them, as if she had tried to shield them. A noble gesture, but strangely, the bark seemed to have protected Maeko first. She slowly opened her eyes, surprised to find she hadn't been injured. She didn't know why, she didn't know what had happened in her mind, but her body had reacted and her heart had screamed. No, She couldn't let them die while they were fighting together. It was beneath the Senju to let people die right before their eyes. When she raised her head, she could see a wooden shield covering her, like an umbrella. Saya appeared to have been struck on the head during the fall, since she was unconscious and Hinata was holding her ankle, which was probably broken. "Hinata, you absolutely must wake Saya up. I can't do it alone." The young Hyuga nodded as the blonde stood up, feeling as though her chakra had been drained by something. Was she the one who created this strange defense? A simple hand gesture was all it took for Haku to reform his various ice mirrors. He stepped into the nearest one to regain his perspective as the bark disappeared before Maeko and Hinata's eyes. This is strange. What could create something like this? Could she have done this? If so, why not sooner, and why is she surprised? The dark-haired man sighed. He had to stop asking himself questions. The fight had to end quickly, otherwise, Zabuza might be in trouble. He raised his hand, displaying his Senbon needles. "Why are you fighting?" Maeko asked, trying to buy time so Hinata could wake Saya. "Because I have to do it to protect Zabuza-sama," the dark-haired man stated matter-of-factly. "Because I owe him my life, he has the right to dispose of it as he sees fit." He paused before continuing. "I was born during a turbulent time. I saw my mother die at my father's hands because she was special, just as I am. My father and my village wanted to kill me, but my power protected me. Without Zabuza, I would be dead by now, so my life belongs to him. I am his weapon." Maeko was astonished by the dark-haired man's words. "I am here to serve my master's purposes, nothing more." Maiko's eyes widened. He was just like her. She, too, fought to serve her clan's purposes. She fought for the Senju family to regain its former glory and reclaim its rightful place at the forefront of society. She had to fight to allow her clan to regain its strength and, in doing so, show the world that they were the ones to fear, even if they no longer possessed wood release. Haku also fought for this reason. He fought for Zabuza, to allow him to become stronger, to allow him to achieve his goal, and, in a way, he wanted to show that he wasn't a mistake of nature. That he, too, had the right to live. Seeing that Maeko was no longer moving, Haku decided to end the fight. He unleashed a barrage of Senbon needles intended to kill her. Hinata was faster and shoved the young Senju girl, sending her crashing to the ground. The pain in her ankle made her stagger. Using her newfound knowledge, she channeled chakra into her legs to steady herself. Whether by luck or design, her disastrous stability caused her to spin around. She managed to find a stable footing, but couldn't stop the rotation caused by the lack of support on one leg. She began to spin, the chakra surrounding her feet exploding to generate a strange dome of bluish energy. The various Senbon needles ricocheted off the dome, sending them crashing forcefully into the mirrors. The needles and mirrors, being made of ice, collided violently. Of the 27 mirrors, 23 were destroyed by the power of the Senbon needles. Haku managed to step out of his mirror to avoid being hit by the deflection of his attack. Hinata stopped spinning, completely disoriented and exhausted. All her chakra had just been depleted, and her leg wasn't helping. She fell to the ground and watched Haku advance toward them. Maeko slowly got to her feet and reacted as soon as she saw the danger. She lunged at the dark-haired man, who dodged the strike and jumped back. He formed a series of hand seals before slamming into the ground. 5 ice spikes erupted from the earth, impaling the blonde. But Saya intervened, pulling her teammate back and saving her life in the process. "Are you okay?" the Uchiha asked. No. Maeko wanted to answer. She was fighting someone who shared her ideology, her goal. She and Haku were alike. Just as he was alike to Saya. Just as he was alike to Hinata. All 4 of them were seeking recognition, all 4 wanted to prove they deserved to live. They wanted to show everyone they belonged here, in this world, on this earth. However, she closed her eyes for a few seconds. She wasn't getting anywhere, she couldn't move forward. After all, who cared about her? She had no help, no support. Not her, not Saya, not Hinata. None of the 3 had received what they wanted, recognition and a little support. Naruto chuckled before grasping the blonde's cheeks with his hand. Pressing his fingers together, he parted the Senju's thin lips, making her eyes widen. What was he going to do to her? The redhead raised his other hand to his mouth, and with his teeth, he pried off the stopper that held the small vial closed. He forcefully shoved the opening of the vial into the blonde's mouth, pouring out the yellowish liquid. Surprised, she swallowed. Quickly, she freed herself from the Uzumaki's grasp and groaned. "What the hell are you doing? You've been injured, therefore you've been poisoned, which means that if you don't drink this antidote, you're going to die like the idiot you are." The redhead approached the person on the ground and, with a well-placed blow, knocked the injured person unconscious. She jumped. Why was she thinking about that again? And more importantly, why now? What did it feel like? She paused for a moment before realizing that, in this way, Naruto had healed her. Hadn't he shown some gratitude? By acknowledging that her life was more important than anyone else's. A faint smile crept across her lips, and she stood up to be at Saya's level. Yes, I'm fine. And it was true, something inside her gave her the strength to continue fighting. Haku raised his hand before freezing. He had just seen something, and it wasn't the best thing he wanted to see. He vanished in a shunshin. Saya and Maeko were surprised and looked at each other. Whoa, you've got your Sharingan. Did you see? The brunette smiled before thinking back to what she had seen before losing consciousness. By the way, your shield is amazing, I don't know how you made it, but it was brilliant. The two exchanged a few smiles before realizing the situation. In unison, they turned their faces away with a haughty sniff. However, Saya still had one question. Where did that guy go? Zabuza frowned as his aura pulsed around him, hovering above him like a ghost. The attack hadn't had the desired effect, why hadn't it sliced through everything? The smoke cloud was too thick and too close than usual. Slowly, the dust cloud dissipated, revealing Anko, arm outstretched, holding the head of a snake. From the snake emerged a meter-long blade, the same weapon as his former master, Kusanagi. A smile stretched across Zabuza's lips, a smile that vanished upon seeing his enemy's body. Black markings spread across his face, resembling black flames that covered the left side of his face and body. His left eye was gold against a black background. Impressive, Zabuza commented, tightening his grip on his weapon. Anko glanced over her shoulder. Kurenai nodded before crouching, forming a series of hand seals before vanishing in a puff of smoke, as if blown away by the wind. The violet-haired girl gripped her weapon and lunged at her enemy. Stupidity. As if she could possibly compete with a swordsman of mist. With a sneer, Zabuza lunged forward and struck. Anko dodged the blow and extended her hand, sending two snakes to bite him forcefully. She swung a circular motion, sending the deserter flying behind her. He rolled on the ground before forming hand seals, only to be stopped by a reptilian head, composed of earth, which burst from the ground and impaled him with its sharp fangs. A sideways roll allowed him to avoid it, and a slight jump gave him the chance to get back to his feet. Fire release, fire snakes. She slammed her sword into the ground, creating a fiery explosion that sent 15 fire snakes hurtling towards the former Kiri ninja. Defending himself, he unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, dispelling the elemental summons. Seizing his chance to retaliate, he formed a series of hand seals. Water release, great waterfall. Water surged up around him, crashing down on Anko. The violet-haired girl used her increased speed to reach her enemy and swung her sword at him. Using his own weapon, the deserter parried the blow, redirecting it to the ground. He raised his hand, delivering a powerful punch to the young woman's jaw. She clenched her teeth and recoiled, slightly stunned by the blow. Zabuza raised his blade, unleashing his aura before striking with force. The attack never landed, however, as nylon threads bound his arms and legs, restricting his movement. He made a few attempts to dislodge himself, but in vain. He looked at Anko, whose black marks were fading. Well, it seems you've calmed down. You didn't notice anything, did you? He smiled coldly. In any case, I'll finish you off. He shouted, jerking his wrist, his sword falling on the violet-haired girl, who had to jump back to avoid it. Using the fact that he was no longer holding his weapon, he redirected his strength and managed to free one of her arms, leaving long gashes on his freed limb. He gripped the hilt of his weapon before delivering a powerful sword strike, despite being weakened by his wounds. It's over for you. He formed a series of hand seals, not seeing that Kurenai was behind him, holding a lightning spear, determined to finish him off and thus halt his assault. This was without taking into account the intervention of Haku, who took the blow to the lung, stopping the advance towards Zabuza. Kurenai's eyes widened as she saw the look on her victim's face as Zabuza finished his attack. Water release, Poseidon's fury. He finished his series of hand seals, a vortex of water erupting beneath his feet, rising up and engulfing everyone around him within a 3-meter radius. A water orb surrounded the Kiri deserter before the water began to swirl wildly, as if they were in a blender. The sphere of water moved the liquid so fast that the current began to lacerate the bodies of those inside. At the center of it all, Zabuza was forming hand seals before freezing. He could no longer move his fingers, and this technique was only active in relation to the speed at which the hand seals were formed. What was happening? The water fell back, dispersing, having run out of chakra to maintain its spherical shape. It's finally working. Anko breathed, straightening up. Her body was covered in numerous wounds. You don't remember, but my snakes have bitten you often. The first time, I injected you with rock venom. From all the movement, the venom spread throughout your body and paralyzed your muscles. Soon, your heart muscles will cease. And you will die. Zabuza groaned before collapsing to the ground. You failed, Zabuza Momochi. I have more than one trick up my sleeve. And we have four. Four that form a single weapon. Kurenai replied, tearing her gaze from Haku. He died protecting you, you finished him off yourself. So, you will die alone and slowly. The dark-haired man laughed, looking at Kurenai. I've always been alone, I've always frightened people. I was hated because I was strong. But, only those two children weren't afraid of me and saw me for who I truly was. Kurenai was surprised to hear that. The truth is, Her eyes glazed over as her sentence trailed off, unfinished. The brunette watched the violet-haired girl as she watched the fog lift. She smiled when she saw Saya and Maeko bickering and Hinata sitting beside them. When she turned her head, her smile faded. Gato was there, surrounded by about 100 mercenaries. Kurenai sighed as Anko positioned herself to face them. Seeing the potential danger, the three young kunoichi advanced toward their mistresses, supporting Hinata, who was struggling to walk. I see my doubts were well-founded. Zabuza really is a useless, talentless guy. Sighed a short, stout man with pale brown hair, wearing a black suit. Well, I'll leave you to deal with these young women. Numerous satisfied groans rose from the group of mercenaries. Help yourselves, it's a gift. So, you're having a party and you didn't invite me. A cold voice rose, making Gato jump. The voice came from behind him. He turned to find himself facing someone considerably taller than him, which, in a way, wasn't an insurmountable challenge. The businessman observed the redhead, shirtless, who was staring at him with those two azure eyes. I suppose you're the pastry chef. Saya sighed. Clearly, Naruto still hadn't understood. A mercenary appeared behind the Uzumaki and slashed with a circular sword, aiming to decapitate the intruder. However, he was already gone, standing behind his teammates. I see you've won against Haku. The weed seems to persist, the young Uzumaki grinned, making the beautiful Uchiha snort while the Senju pouted. We won't let you get away with this. Anko simply announced. A mercenary laughed as he advanced. He had to stop when an arrow landed in front of his foot. He looked up to see the workers, the civilians, and even some children, all equipped with makeshift weapons ranging from swords to cooking pots, rolling pins, and wearing some armor as unusual as it was useless. Nami no Kuni is ours. Inari shouted. If we want our village to be free, we must liberate it ourselves. The small, dark-haired boy added, beaming with pride at his mother, sister, and grandfather. Clearly, what Naruto had said had given him pause. The villagers slowly advanced before charging. Gato sighed before looking at the rebels. Kill them. The mercenaries charged, armed with real weapons. Kurenai and Anko positioned themselves in opposition while Saya and Maeko exchanged glances. Shall we go too? Maeko asked. Of course. Hinata. The brunette put her foot on the ground and winced in pain. She gritted her teeth. Ultimately, there was nothing she could do. She couldn't even go help her teachers, she couldn't help these people fighting for freedom. She so longed to participate in this fight, to feel useful. If you think you can't get something for nothing, then you have no business being here. You might as well go slit your wrists, you won't be a great loss. She felt a sharp tear in her heart, as if what the young man had said had ripped through it. If you want to become strong, do it on your own, not with artifice. If you want to change, it starts there. He placed his finger on the young woman's forehead. You don't get anything for nothing. If you want to progress, then fight. Push yourself, never give up, give yourself a reason to move forward and a goal to achieve. And even then, don't just reach your goal, surpass it. The beautiful Hyuga opened her eyes, a powerful determination shining through. She ignored the pain in her ankle and smiled. Yes, let's go. She blushed, realizing she had spoken without stuttering. They turned to the redhead, who was flatly observing the unfolding action. Sensing their stares, he averted his gaze to observe the three young kunoichi. What? The redhead asked. Honestly, do you really think I'm going to participate in this? They nodded. I wouldn't even do it for Konoha, so why should I participate in the liberation of a village I have nothing to do with? A blasé expression crossed the faces of the trio of heiresses. Saya shrugged as she gestured, focusing her chakra in her eyes. She frowned, she couldn't activate her Sharingan. Something wrong? The redhead asked, finding it strange that she wasn't moving and nothing was happening. I can't activate my Sharingan anymore. The Uzumaki frowned. So, she had used her eye, she had become an Uchiha. A true one. However, she couldn't activate it the way she wanted, which meant she hadn't understood the origin of the Sharingan. If she didn't understand it, she wouldn't be able to use it as she wished. Concentrating chakra in her eyes, anyone can do that, but activating the pupil of the Uchiha clan was something else entirely. What's happening to me? Why can't I do it? Maeko frowned, yet she had seen it, she had seen the Sharingan in Saya's eyes. She should be able to reactivate it whenever she wanted. Perhaps in the heat of battle, you'll be able to use it again. The young Uchiha nodded before turning her head toward the battleground. Let's go. The three heiresses set off under Naruto's blasé gaze. Why were they doing this? There was no advantage, and they wouldn't gain anything from it. Fighting mercenaries was really nothing special, nothing to be proud of. However, the story of Saya's Sharingan brought back a childhood memory for him. Naruto sat in front of a mirror. His short red hair was tousled and damp, showing he'd just stepped out of the shower. His blue eyes shone slightly from the rush of chakra. His pale skin betrayed a lack of exercise. At 6.5 years old, little Naruto had learned a lot about himself and his family. His hair was his mother's, but his eyes were his father's, literally his father's. Having learned the truth about his parents, he knew he possessed the Uchiha clan's dojutsu. He also knew that Kurama had already activated it during their first encounter. Several times during the night, after his nightmares, when he woke up in a sweat, his eyes glowed like hellfire. Unfortunately, except during moments of crisis, he couldn't activate this effect. Kurenai-chan, why can't I have my Sharingan? A long sigh echoed in the little redhead's head. She hated him calling her that. Kurama-sama, Kyubi, at a pinch, but Kurenai-chan was so degrading, it relegated her to the status of a pet fox demon. I've already explained this to you, Naruto. The Sharingan isn't a weapon. It's a tool. If you think you can summon it as easily as you draw a katana, then you won't succeed. The demon explained. The redhead nodded before sighing. Kurenai-chan, do you think I could activate it on my own? The young boy asked. The demon breathed at the nickname before answering honestly. Yes, the Sharingan is your father's will. He gave it to you because he loved you. The little redhead frowned. Love, friendship, compassion, pity, gratitude, tolerance, human warmth, happiness, so many words he didn't understand, so many words whose meaning eluded him. So many empty terms in his eyes. I know you might not understand. But these eyes, your Sharingan, and everything that will come from them. It's because your father wanted you to be able to defend yourself. Your father and mother fought so you could be born. Your father and mother gave you more than life, Naruto. Your Sharingan isn't just a weapon, it's not meant to kill or hurt. It's meant to defend you. When your eye is activated, it's your parents' will awakening to protect you. Naruto looked at himself in the mirror for a few moments before closing his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes began to shine. When you activate your dojutsu, what are you thinking about? Dad. And Mom. Her eyes turned red, marked by a comma. The comma began to spin at high speed. For a fleeting second, he had the impression of seeing a four-toothed whirlwind replace his usual red eye. Naruto watched Saya, Maeko, and Hinata fight against the mercenaries. Turning his head, he saw Gato making a hasty retreat. A simple sigh escaped the redhead's lips. He took a step forward, and vanished in a shunshin. He reappeared before the small businessman, who jumped. He looked up to meet Naruto's gaze. Come on, pastry chef, it's time to bow out. The redhead's blue eyes began to roll, turning blood red, struck by 3 black magatama. Gato's eyes widened, drowning into the deepest darkness. The brunette fell to the ground, the sound of his fall bringing the fighting to a halt. The mercenaries turned to see their employer in a coma. They looked around, unsure whether to continue the fight or stop. However, the villagers' opposition stung their pride. They absolutely had to prove to everyone that they were the best. Attack! Yelled a mercenary. No, he hadn't anticipated this. He was jaded by his enemy's attempts to seize power. Saya and Maeko fought as best they could, even though they were exhausted. Hinata was having some difficulty, but she wasn't doing too badly either. Kurenai and Anko weren't exactly putting up a fight either. They were simply stunning or trapping anyone who approached them in genjutsu. Unfortunately, there were a few casualties among the villagers. Stop! Naruto simply exclaimed. A red aura began to seep from his body. Zabuza's appearance was more rabbit-like than predatory. The Uzumaki's red, slit-like eyes seemed to be reflected in his back. 100 clones appeared all around the battleground. Get out of here and take the scumbags you call teammates. The next warning shot will be blazing. The mercenaries didn't hesitate any longer, and above all, they had just lost their only advantage, their numbers. They left quickly, and when one of them grabbed Gato, a shuriken slammed into his forearm. I advise you not to take him with you. Gato is a prisoner of Konoha in the land of the dead. Maeko shouted with a proud smile. The mercenaries started running, knowing full well that they were powerless against the monsters facing them. The clones vanished, leaving the villagers with the real Konoha ninjas. A roar of joy echoed across the bridge. The villagers were overjoyed to have finally gained their independence. Kurenai-chan, I hear a lot about it, but what is happiness? A 6-year-old child, soon to be 7, asked his inner demon. The demon was silent for a moment, she didn't really know how to explain it. Happiness, Naruto. It's a state, like when you're hungry, except, this time, it's something good. A state where you feel good, like when you're under your blanket at night, just before falling asleep. A moment when you feel strong, invincible, free, and powerful. The fox girl explained vaguely, not really knowing how to define a concept that even she struggled to grasp despite her vast knowledge. When you feel it, you'll know what it is. The Uzumaki sighed. He saw all these people displaying happiness, while he himself still couldn't understand the meaning of the word. He turned and left, leaving the bridge to return to the village, under the watchful eyes of his team. Maeko frowned, he was having a rather strange reaction. Even she felt that sweet euphoria that made her want to jump around, that euphoria that made her feel warm when she looked at her teammates. Why was he reacting like that? Wasn't he happy to know the village was saved and free? Thank you. Naruto paused, walking away. He slowly turned his face to observe the blonde, who was blushing under the young man's blue gaze. Excuse me, but why are you thanking me? The redhead asked, clearly surprised. And he didn't even seem to understand the meaning of the word. The blonde sighed softly, she so wished she could understand. She turned her head to see Haku's body, completely torn apart by his master's attack. He had died seeking recognition, he had died wanting to prove his worth and his right to live. Unfortunately, he hadn't succeeded. She looked around, seeing the villagers slowly moving toward the village. She could also see that the villagers had sustained many injuries. Some were holding their arms, others were pressing on their wounds. They had won their independence, but at what cost? Maeko turned her head to see that the other members of her team were waiting, and she joined them. There was something to celebrate. Naruto walked through the village, the festival in full swing several streets away. He didn't like festivals, any more than he liked people. Konoha's major celebrations had always strangely coincided with the times he was beaten up with the most ferocity. Tired of being targeted by every drunk in the village, he had learned to avoid festivals, ceremonies, and any other displays of joy he didn't understand. At the same time, Naruto was a potential misanthrope. Would it make sense for him to be the biggest party animal in the whole village? He much preferred evenings spent reading or watching TV alone, or, in extreme cases, with a yame, even if with her, the evening wasn't entirely centered on television. As he moved away from the village center, the young man reached a wooded area perched on a cliff. Not far from the bridge and not far from where Kimimaro had died, his lifeless body still trapped in the tree. The redhead approached the edge to see he wasn't the only one who had escaped the commotion. Oh well, the forest wasn't his, and he had no problem sharing an open space. As long as it was open. He sat down on a tree stump to keep a bit of distance from the other person there. He turned his head to look at her, clearly embarrassed by the young woman's moans beside him. Why are you crying, Maeko? Maeko had been here for a long time, she didn't even know how long. She had ended up here while she was reflecting on everything that had happened during the day. She had spent some time in the village, celebrating and making connections. But the one she was interested in hadn't even bothered to pay attention to her, having slipped away to frolic with some girl she knew nothing about. Now, she was there for another reason. She had wanted to walk a bit, to avoid dwelling on recent events. In vain. She kept reliving her fight against Haku, the moment Saya and Hinata fell and were nearly killed, the wooden shield, Saya's Sharingan, Haku's escape, his death, and the fight against the mercenaries. She could never have imagined teaming up with Saya and Hinata, even if it had been short-lived. She had to admit, though, that the result had been quite remarkable. Their teamwork had been miraculous, in a way. The three of them had held their own against Haku, trained by a powerful and bloodthirsty killer. They were incredibly proud of their feat. Unfortunately, a slightly bitter taste still lingered in her mouth, making her victory bland and unremarkable. Normally, the first victory against a powerful enemy is an unparalleled feeling. It's the first, it's the mark of one's growth, it's a testament to one's willpower. Yet, she hadn't felt she deserved this victory. She hadn't felt like she had won. And yet, she had every right to. She had unconsciously developed an elemental defense. She had formed a shield made of bark that had protected her, but how? She didn't know what had done this, she didn't know what had happened to allow her to create such a thing. It was unprecedented for her, no one in her clan had ever spoken of it. As if, even for them, it no longer happened. Was this a form of wood release? Perhaps she had managed to develop a base that would allow her to control her ancestors' Kekkei Genkei. Could this, with it, finally revive her clan, restore its former glory? Surely she could then show her father that she was neither weak nor useless. However, thinking this, she couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart. He was like her, and vice versa. He fought for Zabuza, he owed his life to this man who had taught him everything. He had dedicated his life and entrusted his destiny, his fate, to this man who had used him as a weapon, a disposable weapon. To Zabuza, Haku was no more important than a kunai. Besides, what happened to Zabuza's weapon? No, pointless question, she had no reason to ask, she didn't care anyway. That guy didn't deserve any attention. He hadn't hesitated to sacrifice Haku, even though Haku had come to save his life from an attack that should have killed him. Would the same thing happen to her? Would she too be sacrificed by her clan once she'd fulfilled her role? Would she, like Haku, fall victim to her own devotion? Maeko didn't know what to think. After all, the relationships were different. Haku, Kimimaro, and Zabuza weren't related by blood, just by gratitude, a debt seared into their hearts, whereas with her, it was different. She was a Senju, she worked for the Senju, and she what? Had she ever received any recognition? A light pat on the head or a simple, congratulations, a little, well done, or a, thank you. Didn't she deserve a little gratitude? Ever since she was little, she'd done everything by the book, despite everything she was told. Didn't she have the right to feel useful? She hadn't sensed Naruto approaching, as always, that guy was a ghost. He was there, but she almost never felt his presence, except when he wanted her to. She lowered her eyes when he spoke to her, she hadn't even noticed she was crying. Clearly, the thought that her family would never see her the way they expected made her sad. Was it a punishment? A twist of fate, karma? She breathed heavily before replying gently. Nothing. So, you have no reason to cry, you can stop, the young man said calmly, keeping his gaze on the moon reflected in the water. Unfortunately, she didn't seem to stop sobbing. What are you sad about? The guy who ignored you even though you saved him, or is it something else? The young woman gritted her teeth, staring at the horizon. That guy isn't worth it. She turned her head sharply toward the redhead, her eyes wide and wet with tears. Why are you telling me this? The blonde asked. Normally, he was always so sarcastic and so acerbic, that seeing him show kindness was surprising. And then some. You've never said anything nice to me. Since we've known each other. The redhead left the surface of the water to look at the blonde, without moving his face. He could see that she was blushing and seemed embarrassed, judging by the way she was looking at the ground. I realize I'm not the most subtle person. I also realize I'm not the most approachable, and that suits me fine. I prefer being alone to being surrounded by hypocrites and selfish people whose only desire is to be well regarded by others to satisfy an irrepressible need to be the center of attention. Maeko raised an eyebrow for a few seconds at the sentence he had just blurted out without pausing. I don't say nice things because I'm not like you, I don't lie, I don't mislead. I'm frank, I say what I think and I mean what I say. If I want to or need to tell you something, I will. The blonde nodded silently. So, maybe I've never said anything nice to you because I don't know what that is. I'm not the kind of man to flatter you to be well regarded. He turned his head to look at her. I don't want to reassure you or reinforce any idea, because I don't give a damn, but that guy doesn't deserve you. So move on. Maeko closed her eyes for a few seconds, everything he was saying was strange. She felt better, but not reassured. She slowly opened her eyes before looking up at the sky. Thank you. But, it's not because of him that I'm crying. Naruto had lost interest in the rest of the sentence. But why was she saying, thank you, to him? Tell me, you, who are so frank. Do you think you'll be able to achieve my goal? The redhead forced himself to stop questioning himself, he would ask Kurama later. No, it would be better for him not to tell him anything. And what is your goal? The Uzumaki asked flatly. The Senju was surprised to hear him answer, she could have bet he'd brushed her off. But oh well, maybe it was the effect of the full moon. I want to restore my clan to its former glory by making it the leader of Konoha once more and reviving Wood Release. The redhead watched her, his eyes reddening for a few seconds, too short a time for her to notice but long enough for him to see what he wanted. Last time, when he was fighting Kimimaro, Naruto had sensed a chakra fluctuation more powerful than the others. As a user, he'd realized Maeko had used Wood Release. So yes, she could do that for her clan. Making it the leader of Konoha again was something else entirely, and he didn't care about that. No, that wasn't what interested him. What's your goal? I already told you, I want to. No, you gave me the objective your clan expects of you. It's just you and me here, tell me, what is your objective? I want to grow my clan, Maeko breathed. Naruto looked at her blankly. In that case, you'll die like Haku, killed by the one you wanted to see grow up. Maeko jumped to her feet. She and Haku were different, she wasn't going to be abandoned by her clan, it was impossible. She was part of it, she was the clan leader's daughter. I can't be abandoned by my family, because blood ties aren't as strong as you think, they don't really matter. Otherwise, Itachi would never have killed his entire clan. Otherwise, your brother would never have abandoned you. Maeko tensed as she heard Naruto talking about Kurama, about her brother. About her older brother who had allowed her to assert herself at least a little and who had decided to leave the village to join his rival. Now, I ask you a question. What is your goal? Do you want anything other than to die like Haku did? Haku died for his beliefs. Haku died like a fool. Naruto sighed, standing up and facing her. He died trying to save a man who was using him. Others work themselves to death to help people who don't even understand what they're doing or trying to do. Haku died like a soldier. And you're following his example. We're not soldiers. Maeko screamed, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had just shouted something she knew deep down but hadn't wanted to admit to herself. She had acted like a soldier fighting in an imaginary war. She had just realized that she could achieve her goal, but that she would never fully accomplish it. She could restore her clan to its former glory, Master would release, and elevate a member of her family to the rank of Kage. But she was going about it the wrong way and was only hastening her own demise. She was on the wrong path. Because, deep down, she was searching for something more personal. You said the right thing. You're not a soldier, you're not just a kunoichi. Above all, you're you. He lifted her face with 2 fingers, forcing her to meet his gaze. Now, tell me, what is your goal? She stepped back and raised her arm, trying to create a barrier between them, her voice growing louder. Maeko, you asked me something, I'll answer it, but if you want me to do it, then you have to tell me for sure. She began to tremble. I don't want to be alone anymore. The blonde girl murmured, trembling. He maintained his impassive expression and made her repeat it. I don't want to be alone anymore. He didn't react and made her repeat it for the 3rd time. I don't want to be alone anymore. He grabbed her arm and pulled at her to get a reaction, ordering her to repeat it. I don't want to be alone anymore. She screamed the 4th time, gasping for air. She remained motionless for a second before bursting into tears, letting her head fall against Uzumaki's chest. His eyes widened weakly, he wasn't used to such a reaction from him. I don't want to be alone anymore, I don't want to be abandoned anymore. I want to be loved. Naruto watched her cry, clutching his t-shirt. That was all she wanted. Maeko Senju wanted more than recognition. For a child who didn't interest her parents, for a child who had lost her bearings, for a child who couldn't find her place, recognition wasn't the only thing she could ask for. A child neglected by her own family, seeking only acceptance and comfort from her loved ones. All of this was naturally found in the bonds between a parent and child, bonds that boiled down to a single emotion, love. That was what she was looking for, that powerful connection that united 2 beings, binding them forever and ever. Unfortunately for her, she was asking for advice from the only person for whom that term was just a word. Further away, out of sight and beyond the Uzumaki's radar, a young woman, brunette with red eyes, listened to what had been said between the 2 members of Team 8. Kurenai smiled weakly. She realized she was going about it all wrong. Now, perhaps she could move forward. Chapter 10. Return to Konoha. Hinata slipped to the ground before rising with a roll followed by a jump, made possible by the strength of her arms. Upon landing, she unleashed a volley of shuriken, which Maeko dodged with a side roll. Once she was back on her feet, she drew a kunai and charged into close combat. A roundhouse kick from the blonde was evaded by a somersault from the brunette, who, upon landing, raised her leg to strike the Senju, who dodged by stepping back. No sooner had she touched the ground than the Hyuga lunged at the young Mokudan heir. Sending her fist toward the Byakugan heir's face, she opened her guard, allowing Hinata, after a slight dodge, to counter with a powerful palm strike. The blow landed squarely on the blonde's stomach. However, Maeko had anticipated the move and lowered her body to lessen the force of the blow. Raising her arm, she placed the blade of her kunai against her teammate's throat. The scene paused as Kurenai clapped her hands. Good. Congratulations to you both, you've improved your fighting style considerably, and you have every reason to be proud. The brunette informed them as the 2 young women resumed their usual stances. Hinata, your reaction time has improved, that's very good. Maeko, you're making fewer unnecessary movements and improving in taijutsu, that's a good thing. The 2 kunoichi nodded, thanking their sensei. She checked the time before sighing. I have to go. Anko and I have an appointment with the Hokage. We'll meet back here in 2 hours, okay. The 2 kunoichi nodded in agreement. Saya, who was standing to the side, did the same, while the redhead, lying a few meters away from the brunette, simply raised his hand, showing that he understood. The red-eyed brunette left, thinking about what had recently happened within the team. Team 8 had returned to Konoha a month ago. Kurenai hadn't rediscovered the cohesion they'd shown during the mission to the Land of Waves, but she had noticed a slight improvement in their relationships. Not a huge one, but still, it wasn't something she'd expected in such a short time. Hinata was asserting herself and showing she could compete with the team members, even though she hadn't actually fought Naruto, since he refused to train with her. Saya felt a bit bitter about her training, as she still hadn't managed to activate her Sharingan at will and was afraid to ask her brother or uncle for advice, for fear of disappointing them. Maeko was clearly searching for something. She often practiced concentrating her chakra in her hands to inject it into the earth or the air, without really having any idea what she could do with it. Naruto, and this was probably the hardest thing to believe, no longer seemed to belittle them as much. As if their standing firm against Haku had raised them in his estimation. Thinking about all this, she finally arrived at the Hokage's office. She ran into Anko, who had been busy with the paperwork and the small tasks she was in charge of for an upcoming event. She also saw Kakashi and Obito, miraculously on time, and Asuma. Naturally, the beautiful Yuhi was surprised to arrive last, but she was even more surprised to learn that it was because her students' training had gone on for ages. Normally, once the hour was over, the students would stop on their own to go home. So, how was it? Anko asked, and her colleague recounted the entire training session, detailing the various improvements she had observed. The small team of Jonin entered the room to face the village chief. Hiruzen raised his face with a smile. Kakashi Hatake and Obito Uchiha, leaders of Team 7. Kurenai Yuhi and Anko Mitarashi, leaders of Team 8. Might Guy, leader of Team 9. Asuma Sarutobi, leader of Team 10. They were there to present their teams for the upcoming Chunin exams, which would include Konoha, Suna, and Omegakure. Well, I'm glad to see you arrived on time. So, what do you have to tell me? Kakashi stepped forward. We, Obito Uchiha and Kakashi Hatake, wish to register Team 7, consisting of Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame, for the next session of the Chunin exam which will take place in 1 week. It was Anko's turn to step forward. We, Kurenai Yuhi and Anko Mitarashi, wish to register Team 8, composed of Naruto Uzumaki, Saya Uchiha, Maeko Senju, and Hinata Hyuga, for the next Chunin exam session, which will be held in 1 week. I, Might Guy, wish to register Youth Team 9, composed of Rock Lee, Neji Hyuga, and Tenten, for the next Chunin exam session. I, Asuma Sarutobi, wish to register Team 10, composed of Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akamichi, and Ino Yamanaka, for the next Chunin exam session. Hiruzen looked at each team representative in turn. He closed his eyes for a few seconds, absorbing all the information. Team 7 had evolved somewhat, it had to be said. Kiba and Shino had maintained their close friendship and were therefore the two driving forces behind the team's cohesion. However, they had already managed to get Sakura to work with them to complete a mission or, in slightly more extreme cases, to win Sasuke over to their cause. More than once, Team 7 had demonstrated impressive teamwork, albeit often incomplete and imperfect. Just because he was working with them didn't mean the young Uchiha had to take care of his teammates. To achieve his goals, he had already left his teammates in danger when he could have helped them. Unfortunately, the young brunette didn't seem to pay much attention to his teammates. Hiruzen felt their relationships weren't developing quickly enough. However, if they developed too quickly, they might develop negatively, and that wasn't the goal at all. Team 8 was just as difficult and different. The three young heiresses seemed to be progressing in the right direction. They were asserting themselves and achieving better results, which would undoubtedly catch Naruto's eye. Furthermore, if he was to believe the various mission reports, the young man seemed to view his teammates differently. It wasn't quite the perspective he'd hoped for, but everything has to start somewhere. All he had to do was wait and see how things would develop. However, for the moment, things were looking quite promising. Team 9 wasn't particularly difficult. Created during the previous Genin class, this team was a year older than the other three. Composed of 3 ninjas with strong physical potential, this team was intended for missions requiring advanced physical abilities beyond those of the average ninja. This was precisely why their sensei was Might Guy, a master of taijutsu and, to say the least, a rather unique individual. He wasn't one to give up easily, which suited Rock Lee perfectly, as he had completely adopted his master's style. This team wasn't exactly difficult, but it wasn't easy either. Lee was what you might call a failure, incapable of using ninjutsu or genjutsu, but he displayed breathtaking physical abilities. Neji Hyuga, on the other hand, was what you might call a genius. A talented ninja, he was nonetheless a member of the branch family with a dark past. Tenten was a young woman who could be described as nameless, meaning she was the first kunoichi in her family, as her parents or grandparents had never chosen that path. Lacking any particular talent, she specialized in swordsmanship. A rather unusual team, in fact. Team 10 was the easiest, without a doubt. The trio of Ino, Shika, and Cho had already proven themselves in the past, and the cohesion within the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akamichi families was once again evident in this team led by the Hokage's son. The three members of this team had known and been close since childhood. They shared a strong bond, much like the bond between the Aburame and Inuzuka families. Their spirit and teamwork were sufficient, not to say quite good. Hiruzen had no doubt about his son. He knew Asuma would do a good job when he entrusted him with this team. Well, I have no reason to object after all. It was Iruka who reacted to his Hokage's statement. He couldn't say that. He had been the sensei of all the new recruits, and above all, he couldn't say he hoped Naruto would never become a Chunin. He'd already become a genin against his will. He couldn't let that monster become an intermediate-level ninja. It was impossible. But, Hokage-sama, I know the genin being presented, and I know they aren't strong enough to participate in such an exam. It's far too dangerous. Sasuke might be strong enough, but he must be the only one. He sighed. Saya, Hinata, and Maeko are nowhere near Chunin level. They're barely genin level, and Naruto isn't exactly what you'd call a stable ninja, and shut your big mouth, Iruka. Anko shouted, advancing dangerously and slamming her fist against the table separating them. You don't know Naruto, and you don't seem to know Hinata, Saya, or even Maeko. Hiruzen couldn't help but smile at the protective nature of the beautiful Mitarashi. Saya is an Uchiha like no other. She never complains about training, no matter how difficult, and makes incredible progress when you know how to explain it to her. Obito smiled at Anko's comments about his little cousin. Maeko is a senju who knows how to stand by her choices and her doubts. She's much more thoughtful than she's ever been and knows how to weigh the pros and cons before each of her actions. Not once did she want to give up when things got too difficult or even when she found herself in trouble. She never even considered abandoning her teammates. Iruka frowned. This wasn't at all how he remembered her. Hinata had changed like no one else could. She had become more assertive, finally proud of herself and what she could do. She was starting to gain confidence in her own abilities and to rely on her allies without feeling like a burden. She was a Hyuga, possessing a superior sense of observation and a logic coupled with an interpretive ability far above average. Suddenly, a smile twisted the snake woman's face, as if the end of her tirade had filled her with boundless joy. As for Naruto, the demon, as you like to call him, he's quite different from what your reports told us. Strange, isn't it? How can a dunce who can't even use chakra in a simple exercise walk on water and use advanced elemental techniques without any outside help? You yourself lowered Naruto's results. What's wrong? You were afraid Naruto would become a ninja, so you. Anko, please stop this. Hiruzen suddenly cut her off. I'll grant all your requests, but there's no point in attacking Iruka. There's no point in dwelling on what happened before. He watched her step back and smiled kindly. Fine, I'll leave you to discuss it with your team. You'll see if they want to take the exam or not. Maeko let out an irritated groan as she raised her hands. She was trying to channel her chakra into the ground so it would absorb the natural element and form bark, just as she had done against Haku. Beside her, though keeping a certain distance, Hinata was attempting to replicate the feat she herself had accomplished. The chakra vortex she had unleashed was the Kaden, a secret technique of her clan. She had managed to use it in the heat of battle, but hadn't been able to repeat it. Saya, meanwhile, sat cross-legged, concentrating her chakra in her eyes to activate her Sharingan, something that had only happened rarely during missions or training, when they had reached a certain level of skill. Naruto, however, was reading a book and observing the three young women's training in a completely sporadic way. It almost pained him to watch. He sighed. How could he enjoy a book if such auras of ineptitude were poisoning his atmosphere? Saya was just a few feet away, so he could start with her. Aren't you tired of never succeeding at anything? Shut up, Bakamaki. The Uchiha growled, hurt but unwilling to admit it. I'd like to see you try. Activating the Sharingan is really difficult. I don't know why or how to activate it when I want to. In combat, it's dangerous if I can't rely on it. Oh well, it's just one eye. The redhead sighed, looking at his book. Just because it's read with 1, 2, or 3 commas doesn't change anything. The young man breathed. The Sharingan is just a slightly evolved eye, a tool at best. It's because your clan was dependent on his eye that it ended up the way it was. He fell silent, cut off by a violent slap from the young Uchiha. He looked up to see, amused, that his Sharingan was pulsing in his eyes. I forbid you to speak of my clan like that. The brunette yelled, making the other two young women's heads spin. The Uchiha clan is one of the 2 founding clans of Konoha. It wasn't dependent on anything. She grabbed Naruto's collar and pulled him close, her face close to his, her gaze locked. You have no right to speak ill of them, do you hear me? A smile stretched across the Uzumaki's lips. You have very beautiful eyes, Saya. She jumped. Now that he mentioned it, she saw things differently. Her perception was strange, but she saw better. You see, there are a few things you don't understand about your clans. He released her grip before straightening up. Do you know why the Uchiha clan failed? Do you know why your pathetic eye won't awaken? It's because you don't have what it takes. An eye. A weapon. PFF'd. What a joke. An eye can never be called a weapon. Does Hinata's eye attack? No. Do your brothers or Obito's eyes attack? No, they use their eyes to complement each other, not the other way around. The redhead informed her. The Sharingan, the Byakugan. It's a tool, at most. You don't brandish a tool for pleasure, you use it for a specific reason. If you want to activate your Sharingan, you must first understand what triggers it. You don't start a fire if you don't know how to make one. What do you mean? Saya asked, troubled by the young Uzumaki's words, her dojutsu having deactivated under the various emotions assailing her. Nothing more than what I just told you, the young man stated calmly. Obviously, you're not the only one who shines with incompetence. The redhead sighed. Look at Maeko, she's struggling to create wood when she knows nothing about that damn Kekai Genkai. Injecting chakra into the earth has never done anything, otherwise any moron could master Mokuden. This element is a fusion element. Fusion. Are you printing? The redhead asked, tapping the tip of his index finger on the surprised blonde's forehead. Wood is vegetation. If you replace the sun with chakra, how do you make plants grow? By stroking the earth. I'll never hire you as a gardener. She frowned, truly offended by this treatment. You can repeat that, you. Senju growled. She was finding it very difficult to tolerate the young man speaking to her like that, especially after what had happened during the mission to Nami no Kuni. She felt so close to him now. I'm not repeating myself, you should have listened. When I say something, it's not for it to fall on deaf ears. He sighed. Besides, I seem to recall saying that Saya wasn't the only one who was useless. Don't worry, you're not alone with the Uchiha, which just goes to show that being from a prestigious clan isn't a guarantee of talent. Look at Hinata. The redhead asked, positioning himself behind the brunette and placing his hands on her shoulders. See how someone wastes their own abilities. For someone who managed to redirect her chakra into her feet to create a chakra dome when she only had one good leg, you have to wonder what the point of having 2 feet is. Incapable of concentrating on more than one thing at a time, she's stubbornly trying to create a chakra dome with her feet. He sighed. This is exactly the kind of pointless thing someone incapable of thinking would do. And here I thought the Hyuga clan was skilled in perception. How can a clan so proud of its supple fist create jutsu based on using their feet? The whole body, why not, but just their legs? That's really counterproductive. He released the young woman and stepped back to retrieve his book before lying down on the grass, the book covering his face. I don't even want to watch you pretend to train anymore. I'm going to sleep. The 3 young women didn't know how to react to such a declaration. Saya sat on the ground with her arms crossed, as if sulking. Yet, in her mind, the redhead's words were turning her brain inside out. What could she say in the face of such a rebuke? He had practically spat his weakness in her face. She felt hurt by the young man's words, a deep wound she didn't understand. Normally, when someone made a comment to her, it didn't affect her this much, not even her brother or boyfriend could hurt her so much with so few words. Why was he talking to her about the Sharingan? She was a member of the Uchiha clan, she should know more than anyone. Yet, what he had said had seemed so true, so powerful, so right. Why did she feel so bad? She looked back at the young man over her shoulder. There was something in what he'd said, the Sharingan, the Byakugan. It's a tool, at most. You don't wield a tool for pleasure, you use it for a specific reason. What did that mean? That if her Sharingan wasn't activating, it was because she was doing it wrong. She didn't really understand what he was saying. He was implying that she didn't understand the true purpose of the Sharingan, that this eye was used for. It was used for. What was it used for? How had she activated it so far? When had her eyes awakened to reveal that pupil characteristic of her clan? The first time, it was to protect Hinata. Looking back, her eye had never activated for fighting, always for defending, whether it was Maeko or Hinata during training, or clients on escort missions. Should she activate her dojutsu using a means other than anger? Her eyes closed slowly as she pondered, what did she want to protect? Why or for whom was she fighting? Maeko kicked a pebble, sending it into the lake a short distance away. She approached the shore and sat, gazing at her reflection in the water. Her blonde hair fell across her face. What he had told her was so much harsher than she had imagined. Since he had allowed her to understand his motivations, she felt he was different. She had seen him from another perspective, helping him to assert himself in his ambitions. Now, His presence reassured her. She was happy to see him on missions, to attend meetings, and to train with him. She didn't talk about it with her parents. She was afraid of being reprimanded by her father because of this new perception. However, besides the pain she felt, she kept replaying everything he had said. What exactly did he mean? That she wouldn't achieve anything this way. Yet what did he know? She simply wanted to revive Mokuton, because she could. Yet, she couldn't, and what he had told her was strange. Blowing chakra into the earth has never done anything, otherwise any idiot could master Mokuton. This element is a fusion element. Fusion. Do you get it? A fusion element. Like Haku's ice, a mixture of water and wind, if she remembered what Hinata had noticed. So Mokuton would be an element derived from two basic elements. Wood is vegetation. If you replace the sun with chakra, how do you grow plants? To grow a tree, a plant, or even grass, what was needed? Soil, of course. So why didn't infusing chakra into the earth work? She looked up to see reeds protruding from the water's surface. Water. Water. That was it. The second element that allowed plants to grow and be born in the earth. The earth provided nutrients, the water nourished them, and the sun gave them energy. Thus, earth release had to combine with water release, and, fueled by chakra, this created wood release. Hinata, meanwhile, had gone to sit at the foot of a tree, watching Uzumaki sleep under his book, completely detached from his teammates' feelings. Did he not care that he had crushed her spirits? She thought she'd figured him out by now, but she was wrong. This guy didn't seem to care about their reactions at all. Just look at how he'd criticized the three members of her team, as if he were just talking about a TV show. Not at all. He'd simply said what he thought without worrying about how they might take it. Whether they took it badly or well, he didn't care, and she'd noticed that. He'd never intended to make lots of friends, she knew that wasn't his style. But to tear them down every time they struggled with an exercise, it was serious that he did nothing but criticize them whenever they had trouble with something. Yet, had he really criticized her? He'd just told her that what she was doing was wrong, but was it wrong in the sense that it was ineffective, or wrong in the sense that it wasn't the right way? How can a clan that prides itself so much on its supple fist form jutsu based on the use of their feet? As for the whole body, why not, but just their legs, that's really counterproductive. Obviously, in a way, he wasn't wrong. She had formed the Kaden by creating a chakra overload in both feet to maintain her balance during Haku's attack, except her lack of balance had caused a rotation which, combined with her body radiating chakra, had generated a chakra dome, and her body radiating chakra. Was that the goal? Was it to form a chakra dome not from her feet, but from her entire body? In a way, she would lose much less chakra, but wasn't that harder? They had to stop their thoughts when Kurenai arrived on the field. Saya walked past Naruto and kicked his shoe to wake him up. He removed the book from his face to see the red-eyed brunette smiling kindly at him, holding 4 sheets of paper. Well, I see no one's moved. She also noticed that the 4 young people facing her were keeping a certain distance between them. Preferring not to dwell on it, she displayed the 4 sheets. This is confirmation. Anko and I have registered you for the Chunin exams, which will take place before the end of the week. She quickly saw the quartet's attention rising sharply. To complete your registrations, you will need to come to room 303 of the academy in 2 weeks with this paper. However, you must all be present. Team 8 must show up, not just one member. There was a silence before the sensei distributed the sheets. Since Anko is busy, I can look after you alone, but I think with the exam coming up, you each need to make a few adjustments on your own. So, I'll give you a week to prepare and decide whether or not you want to participate in the exam. Saya glanced at the sheet of paper and looked up to see a young man a little further away. He had short blue hair, dark eyes, and pale skin. He was wearing a tight white tank top and beige pants. A katana hung from his waist. He was about 14 years old, a year older than Saya or Naruto. When she saw him, the young Uchiha smiled broadly. She put the sheet of paper in her back pocket and ran toward the young man. Shinji, the young woman exclaimed. You came. The blue-haired boy smiled as he saw the Uchiha approaching. He raised his arm to put his arm around her shoulder and gently led her back. He pressed his lips to the brunette's cheek, who, for some unknown reason, quickly looked away to the redhead on her team. A pang of sadness crept through her when she noticed that the young Uzumaki was ignoring her and had settled down against a tree to read a book. What are we doing today? Saya asked, looking at Shinji, who offered her a slight smile. How about we go eat together? Shinji suggested, under the watchful eyes of Maeko and Hinata. For some unknown reason, they had the feeling that the young Uchiha was embarking on a path whose beginning and end she didn't know. However, if she was happy, then they would let it go. It was her life, and she could do what she wanted with it. The couple withdrew under the azure gaze of the young redhead. Now this is getting interesting. Hinata stepped out of the shower, drying her hair. She turned her head to see the paper Kurenai had given her earlier in the week on the desk. Tomorrow was the deadline, the start of the exam. The beginning of an important step in her life and career. Becoming a chunin would mean showing everyone that she was worthy of her rank and her title. But would she succeed? She had been training, secretly and for several days, to master the Kaden. The first time she had used it, she had done so completely unconsciously and hadn't paid attention to how she had done it. So, she had tried, many times, to repeat what she had already done in the same way she had when she protected Maeko. Without success. However, she felt an improvement. As if she were getting closer to her goal, but only since her teammate had explained, in his own way, that she was doing it wrong. Unfortunately, whether she knew how to do it or not didn't help, since she could never complete the technique. Preferring not to be discouraged, she dressed quickly and went out. It was still early, so she had time to practice a little to access her Kaden and, perhaps, improve her Byakugan's perception. Maybe, with luck, she would see Naruto and, thus, perhaps he would help her control her jutsu or the sweetened technique she had tried to learn with Maeko. It was, in fact, while strolling down an alley, that the beautiful Hyuga bumped into the beautiful Senju. "Hey, Hinata." The brunette jumped before turning her head to see her teammate. "What are you doing?" I'm going to train." Surprising, but logical in a way, considering the team she was on. The young Hyuga had quickly had to solidify her personality to assert herself, otherwise she would never have achieved anything in Team 8. "Do you want to come with me?" The blonde made a thoughtful pout. Obviously, she too had gone to train. After all, she still hadn't managed to form a wood-release technique, but did she want to train with Hinata in particular? Well, she wasn't against having company, but why not the other member of the team, the one who wasn't a girl? Yes, okay, fine. She probably wouldn't admit it to anyone, but she would have liked to train with Naruto. She felt good with him. When he had spoken to her so candidly during the Nami no Kuni mission, she had felt a sense of closeness and intimacy between them. Yes, why not? The two young women resumed their journey together towards the training grounds. However, as if they had all had the same idea, the blonde and the brunette bumped into Saya, who was walking briskly towards the training grounds. "Hey, Uchiha." The brunette with the Sharingan turned around, surprised to hear her rival's voice. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to train. By focusing so much on my Sharingan, I'm going to start losing the habit of using ninjutsu," commented young Saya. A smile stretched across her lips as she crossed her arms. "Anyway, when I have the means to activate the Sharingan, I'll be even stronger." Maeko gave a mocking smile. "You're not going to get stronger just by spending time with your boyfriend." Saya frowned. She'd only been with Shinji for 2 weeks. Maybe they hadn't gone beyond a simple kiss on the cheek or a cuddle while watching a movie, because despite everything, Saya was a bit shy, but she was happy with him. Admittedly, she had a rather strange feeling, as if she'd missed out on something about Shinji, but it wasn't anything serious. "You're just jealous," commented the Uchiha. "Anyway," exclaimed Hinata, raising both hands, trying to calm her two teammates. "What if we used this passion for training?" The two young heirs of the two founding clans sniffed and looked away, but accepted the Hyuga girl's request. The trio then headed towards their assigned training ground. They came across an altercation taking place between two people. One of them was a small, light-skinned boy with dark brown hair, black eyes, a pale green t-shirt, gray shorts, and a long scarf. This was Konohamaru Sarutobi, grandson of the third Hokage and a student at the Ninja Academy. As a young boy, he had a difficult personality and a slightly arrogant demeanor, which he likely inherited from Ebisu, the Jonin in charge of his education, a sort of tutor who was also responsible for his safety. The other was a teenager dressed in a purple jumpsuit so dark it appeared almost black, a kind of veil over his head that seemed to protect him from the sun. Traces of paint obscured his features, making it difficult to get a clear picture of his face. Only his dark eyes and pale skin remained clearly visible. On his back sat a shapeless mass wrapped in bandages, like a weapon. He wore a ninja tag on his forehead bearing the symbol of Suna, the village hidden in the sand. He wasn't alone, as a young woman could be seen behind him. Roughly the same age, around 13 or 14, she sported a mane of blonde hair styled in 4 pigtails, dark green eyes, and fair skin. She wore a kind of kimono that left her shoulders bare and stopped mid-thigh, covered by a chainmail top that reached down her thighs. On her back, like her teammate, she carried a folded fan slightly taller than herself. She wore the symbol of her village on the headband around her neck. The reasons for the altercation were rather obscure to many, but Saya understood that Konohamaru was fleeing from someone or something when he violently collided with the young man in makeup. Maeko was the first to notice Sakura and Kiba nearby. The Inuzuka was on the ground, staring in surprise at the Suna member. I still haven't heard from you. The Suna member grumbled. Apologize. Let him go, Maeko exclaimed, approaching. This didn't impress the young man, but it did elicit a reaction from the blonde woman accompanying him. Kankuro, let him go, she ordered, making Kankuro sigh. He turned his head toward her. But, Tamari, the young man protested. He started. When he turned his head, he met the arctic blue eyes of a young man with blood-red hair. Without even letting him speak, the redhead's hand landed on his neck and, without showing any difficulty, lifted him off the ground. Damn, the Suna ninja growled. Who are you? Let him go, Naruto ordered coldly, revealing a feline, azure blue pupil. Hurry up before I decide to close my hand. Kankuro's hand opened, releasing Konohamaru, who fixed his gaze on the redhead. His longtime hero. It went back to the day his grandfather's enemies had tried to get at him to pressure Konoha into making decisions. He had taken refuge in a neighborhood and, unfortunately, had been trapped in a dead end. But Naruto had intervened and saved him by sending everyone to the hospital. Naruto, for his part, would never admit it, but he liked this kid and his peculiar personality. At least it passed the time. Are you alright, Konohamaru? The small, chestnut-haired boy nodded, massaging his neck, even though his hero hadn't turned his head toward him or even adopted a remotely warm tone of voice. Putting Kankuro aside, the redhead continued to watch him, making sure he didn't say or do anything. I know you're here, stop hiding. A swirl of sand erupted, revealing a young man. He had red hair, pale green eyes surrounded by dark circles, and fair skin. The symbol of love was emblazoned on the upper left side of his forehead. He wore a black t-shirt over a slightly longer knit t-shirt and black pants. A white sash encircled his torso, starting at his right shoulder and extending over his left hip. A sand-colored strap passed underneath, supporting a jar on the redhead's back. The symbol of Suna was attached to this same strap. Kankuro reacted immediately, as he and Tamari began to tremble and sweat slightly. Gaara. Most of the people jumped. The two red-haired figures standing before them, Naruto Uzumaki and Gaara no Sabaku, were like ghosts. Neither had been noticed before they appeared. It was as if, before they were in front of their eyes, the two young men hadn't existed. They stared at each other, not a word passing their lips. A kind of tension had settled over the scene before the redhead from Suna simply initiated a semblance of conversation. Gaara no Sabaku. Naruto Uzumaki, the latter replied darkly. The redhead from Konoha glanced at the two other Suna ninjas before fixing his gaze on the blonde. What's your name? Seeming completely surprised that the young man was speaking to her while standing in front of Gaara, Tamari couldn't help but flinch. She stammered a few words, blushing more than ever, under Kankuro's astonished gaze. She took a full minute to introduce herself. I would be happy to show you around the village, so that you don't retain so few memories about the Chunin exam. How do you know that? Kankuro began. Only a fool wouldn't understand why you're here. In a day, the Chunin exams will begin. You three ninjas from Suna, probably a team, even if your chakra levels are similar, probably a family. He sighed. You're at most 14 years old. Now, for the past 4 years, in every village, the law dictates that a ninja can only become a genin at 12 years old. It's often preferable to have 1 or 2 years of training to be able to take the exam. However, you didn't do it because you lacked the necessary skills, but because you were waiting for Gaara, 1 or 2 years younger than you. He's younger, but he's far stronger than you. His young age means he can't be a Chunin, so naturally, you've come to take the Chunin exams. Seeing the surprised looks on the two older ninjas' faces, he smiled coldly. You're halfway between the nearest hotel and the old man's office, which means you probably have your passes. I don't care whether you have proof or not, but whatever the pass is, I don't think it grants total impunity, especially if you're messing with the Hokage's grandson. Out of sheer laziness, I'll let it slide this time, however, I won't let you touch that kid again. A faint aura emanated from the Uzumaki, causing Kankuro to falter. However, a huge smile, a mixture of madness and sadism, distorted Gaara's face. You, the Suna ninja indicated, looking at Naruto. I like you. I'd give your blood to my mother. The Uzumaki looked at the Sabaku before flashing a mocking smile. Honestly, you don't interest me that much. On the other hand, your sister is damn cute. Naruto added, stepping forward and passing Gaara, completely ignoring him. He positioned himself next to the blonde from Suna under the watchful eyes of several people, including Maeko, Hinata, and, oddly enough, the young Uchiha. Another person observed the scene with an interested, and therefore rather detached, gaze. Sasuke Uchiha was comfortably seated on a tree branch. Tell me, Tamari. Naruto smiled, one of his rare smiles, inherited from his father and enough to make many blush. Would you be against the idea of a guided tour sometime today or in the next few days? With your brother on your team, I'm sure we'll see each other until the end of the exam. Stuttering like a young schoolgirl, Temari tried to politely decline, even though she really wanted to. Well, in that case, we'll see each other later this afternoon. He turned to leave before Gaara stopped him. Just because you ignore me doesn't mean I'll let you get away with it, Naruto Uzumaki. The redhead turned around, a smile on his lips. Don't worry, Gaara no Sabaku. You told me your name, I won't forget it, and you'll get your share too. The trio from Suna withdrew, leaving the Konoha members to themselves. The redhead turned to Konohamaru. Will you never learn? The boy lowered his eyes as Uzumaki sighed. Now go home and don't do anything stupid on the way. The young boy nodded before running off to join his small group. A long silence followed. The members of Team 7 watched the only male member of Team 8 head towards his teammates. However, just as they thought they were leaving, a voice rang out, making Sakura's heart leap with love and Saya's with fear. You're not as bad as the other members of your team, Naruto Uzumaki. The redhead smiled before turning his head toward young Sasuke Uchiha, who had just climbed down from the tree. It's a shame I can't say the same about you, Sasuke Uchiha. The dark-haired boy frowned, not liking being lumped in with his teammates. You seem pretty sure of yourself. My team may not be the best, but it's clearly superior to yours. Naruto allowed himself a smile. Probably in terms of stupidity and uselessness, because, frankly, with Sakura and Kiba, you're starting from scratch. The Inuzuka boy became irritated. You got a problem, Uzumaki. Sasuke and Naruto turned their heads toward the brunette. Now, why would I have a problem with you? I don't think the boot has a problem with the ant. He sniffed for a few seconds before sighing. Well, a bedbug would probably be more appropriate for your presence. The brunette slammed his fist into the Uzumaki's jaw. It met two red eyes, each with a black comma. Saya had just stepped between them and blocked the Inuzuka's blow. Naruto was the first to be surprised, since he hadn't expected his Uchiha teammate to intervene. Get out of here, Saya. You have nothing to do with this, Sakura growled. If you have a problem with Naruto, you have a problem with Team 8, Saya hissed, pushing Kiba away. If you want to fight, we'll settle this during the Chunin exams. A smile stretched across the redhead's lips. This was all turning out to be quite amusing. We're going to kick your asses. The pink-haired girl yelled. We've got Sasuke-kun. Maeko smiled as she positioned herself with Naruto and Saya, joined by Hinata. So, you may have Sasuke on your team, but we're not scared because if we take Sasuke away, you guys are useless. The blonde girl provoked, annoying Kiba and Sakura. However, Sasuke at least had to admit that she was right in that, ultimately, perhaps she wasn't so uninteresting after all. You don't seem so stupid, Senju. If your skill level even remotely approaches your lucidity, then perhaps you could take their place on Team 7. It would still be better than staying with the pathetic Uchiha right next to you. You don't interest me, Uchiha, the Senju informed him. The Uzumaki smiled at his teammate's words. For once, she and I are on the same page. This exam will be very fun. The Uzumaki's lips tightened, revealing his sharp canines. Chapter 11, First Test. Naruto opened his eyes. The sun caressed his face, coming through the window and filtering through the curtains. He grimaced. Today was the start of the Chunin exams. It was going to be long and boring. Well, with the challenge from Team 7 and Gaara, it might actually be fun. And then, for once Kurama agreed with him and the girls on his team, and she was starting to like them after all. Not at all. A smile stretched across the redhead's lips as he turned his head to see Ayame asleep beside him. Ah, is she still here? Can't you just move her out of here? I'm not sharing. The Uzumaki sighed as he got out of bed. The young man stretched, gazing out the window. His eyes were fixed on the Hokage's faces, his gaze lingering on his father's. A faint smile flickered across his face before vanishing abruptly. He had never resented his father for making him a Jinchūriki, well, maybe not at first, but when he learned that his parents had sacrificed themselves for him, that his father had given him his eyes so he could see, and that he had been born despite all the problems that entailed. He knew his mother and father wanted him, he knew his presence wasn't due to chance, luck, or misfortune. His parents had wanted him and knew what to expect. He stopped thinking about it as he headed to the bathroom. He pulled back the shower curtain. Having slept naked, he saved time undressing. He turned on the water, letting the cold liquid that clogged the drain flow onto the floor. He didn't like cold water, and putting himself under the first stream was truly foolish. Once the water had warmed up, he slipped under the showerhead and submerged himself completely, letting the weight of the water settle in his hair and trickle down his face. He raised his hand to look at it, closed his eyes, and focused his chakra. For some time now, he had been training to master Suiten chakra, the one he was least proficient in along with Doten. Like every element, water affinity had its own steps. The first was simple, he just had to manage to form a bubble of water from another source. The second step consisted of shaping the bubble. The last was slightly more complicated, though not really, it involved reversing the water flow. The jet of water began to slow down before returning to the pipe. Lemon. His concentration was broken when a hand grasped his penis. He smiled weakly, turning his head. Ayame had woken up and joined him in the shower, hoping for a slightly more pleasant awakening than the cold embrace of a sheet. The young woman used pressure to make the member she held harden. She kissed the redhead's neck as she moved to face him. You were planning to leave without saying goodbye. Naruto smiled faintly as he grabbed her thighs and, in one swift motion, lifted her against the wall. She moaned as the cold tiles pressed against her back while hot water cascaded over her torso, accentuating the curves of her breasts and hips. She kissed her lover as their bodies pressed together. The brunette's hips began to move along his shaft before, with a single, smooth thrust, he entered her. She gasped as the Jinchūriki's engorged member slid inside, lubricated by her fluids and the water flowing between them. She embraced the young man as he thrust powerfully, lifting her in fits and starts. With each spasm, she felt the redhead's penis withdraw, leaving only the head inside so that, upon falling back, she would be impaled with force. His penis pressed against the depths of her being. Trembling with the force of his movements, she knew she was approaching her climax. She also sensed the young man was about to withdraw. Without waiting, she wrapped her legs around his waist. You won't get away with this. The beautiful cook moaned before letting herself go with a cry of pleasure, enjoying herself unrestrained in this carnal union. Naruto continued with a few thrusts before ejaculating freely inside her. End of lemon. She knew that what they did together meant nothing to him, for the simple reason that he didn't understand the feelings she was experiencing. Naruto hadn't grown up like other children. He wasn't the type to tolerate rudeness. The idea of people using others to satisfy their desires and achieve their goals disgusted him. He had grown up faster, making the redhead an original in his appearance, his behavior, and his worldview. So many things made him appealing to her, but so many things made him completely indifferent. She wanted him to feel something for her that meant nothing to him. In his eyes, love was just a word, not a feeling or a state of mind. None of the concepts taught to a child seemed to have any meaning for him. He was a child who had taught himself, a teenager who had grown up without support, and a man who lived independently. Ayame knew she wouldn't be the one to teach him the subtleties of love, joy, and happiness. But she accepted living this way because she loved him and being by his side brought her so much pleasure. She watched him get dressed, finishing his preparations, before glancing at his arm, where a black circle of writing surrounded a kanji character marked with another kanji she hadn't been able to decipher. The young man finished dressing and pulled his hood up before turning to face her. I don't know when I'll be back, so I'm leaving you the keys. Do what you want. She nodded before he jumped out the window, not wanting to waste any time. He had a meeting with his team for the test, and one thing was certain, teammate would prove they shouldn't be underestimated. I don't want to be alone anymore. She screamed for the fourth time, gasping for air. She remained motionless for a second before bursting into tears, her head falling against Uzumaki's chest. His eyes widened slightly, he wasn't used to such a reaction from him. I don't want to be alone anymore, I don't want to be abandoned anymore. I want to be loved. Naruto watched her cry, clutching her t-shirt. The young man raised his hand to lift her face, stroking her cheek and giving her a slight smile. His fingers slid behind her neck, drawing her closer, their faces just inches apart. I won't abandon you. And besides, I love you. He leaned down before kissing her. Maeko closed her eyes, enjoying the passionate kiss the young man shared with her. His hands slid down her hips to grasp her buttocks as the redhead's lips trailed down her neck, nibbling at her trapezius muscle. She opened her mouth to let out a sigh of pleasure before he kissed her. When she opened her eyes, Naruto's face wasn't in front of her for the simple reason that she was in her own bed. The young woman sat up, her face burning, her heart pounding in her chest, her stomach tingling, and her lower abdomen feeling like it was spontaneously combusting. How many times had she had this dream? How many times had she woken up with this feeling, a mixture of joy, pleasure, and utter disappointment? With a sigh, she ran a hand through her hair, tucking it behind her ears. She was hot, the strange heat that enveloped her seemed to have made her sweat profusely because her thighs were soaked. Pushing back her duvet, she got up and walked through her room. Her cheeks were flushed from the shameful sensation she felt walking with her thighs damp from her dream. She grabbed her towel, which was hanging on a chair, dodging a few things on the floor, and headed towards the bathroom. Once there, she undressed and looked at herself in the mirror. She was surprised to see her crotch glistening strangely in the light, a sign that the liquid was, in a way, quite cool. Her brown eyes slid over her body, and instinctively her hands reached for her breasts. They were barely formed, small, not very attractive, certainly, somewhat prominent compared to Saya's, a little less so than Hinata's, but still. Had he ever even glanced at them before? She slapped herself. What was she thinking? Naruto was a member of her team, nothing more. She stepped into the shower and set the temperature to the lowest setting. She didn't care about getting hypothermia, she absolutely had to calm her ardor and soothe the fire burning in her stomach, her heart, and between her thighs. Seriously, what was wrong with her? Why did she feel so hot? It was just a dream, and goodness, it was so much sweeter than the one the night before. She let the water glide over her skin, giving her goosebumps like she'd never experienced before. Her eyes opened as her alarm clock rang. She stopped her shower, having washed herself thoroughly, and went to her room to get dressed. She put everything she needed in her kunai pocket and finished by grabbing a piece of pain au chocolat. As she was putting on her shoes, sitting on the floor in the entryway, someone sat behind her. A beautiful brunette with dark eyes and olive skin wore a short-sleeved dress that doubled as an apron. "Do you have your exam?" asked Era, Maiko's mother. The blonde nodded briskly before standing up. "Yes, I have to join my team," the young Senju informed her. The brunette knew nothing of what was going on in her daughter's head. She had no idea of the powerful and outlandish thoughts that crossed the little blonde's mind, thoughts that revolved around a young redhead. On top of that, there was her need and desire to understand, obtain, and master wood release. Did she truly want wood release for her clan, or did she want it to prove to herself that she could do it? As Naruto would say, don't say it, do it. So, she was going to do it. She was going to prove to everyone that she wasn't a failure. Don't forget that you mustn't stress, otherwise you won't achieve anything and you won't move forward. The blonde sighed weakly. Of course she was going to stress, she was about to take the first stage of the Chunin exams, which she was terrified of failing. She was afraid of being rejected, as she had told Naruto in Nami no Kuni, she was afraid of being abandoned. She didn't want to disappoint him, she didn't want to be a burden to him. Suddenly, and for no apparent reason, she jumped. "What is it, Maeko?" Era asked. Nothing," the young woman stammered, looking down at her feet. Why was she thinking about him in the first place? Why was it him, his face, his voice, and his scent that kept coming back to her in this situation? Not wanting to disappoint him. But why was she thinking about him now? I'm going to go. See you later, Mom. Maeko quickly left under the gaze of Era, who sighed before shaking her head. "Maeko, you're embarking on a very difficult path." The young woman hurried to the academy, her team was probably already there, and she couldn't afford to keep them waiting. She refused to let them think she was giving up on becoming a Chunin. Naruto absolutely couldn't think she was any weaker than she already was. She would show everyone who she was. Her name was Maeko Senju. Kunoichi of Team 8 and future user of wood release. She wouldn't give up, because she couldn't afford to. The world would know that the Senju clan was to be respected and feared. Now more than ever. The alarm clock rang in the room. However, it was someone wide awake who banged on it to turn it off. The young woman in the room was experimenting with different hairstyles in front of her mirror. Saya, because it was her, didn't know how to style her hair. After all, she was going to take the Chunin exams with Shinji and his two brothers, she had to make a good impression. Shinka and Shinra, her twins, were quite particular about her brothers' relationships, and if she wanted to stay with him, she had to put on a good show. She looked at herself in the mirror for a few moments, adding a few light touches of makeup to accentuate her eyes, foundation, eyeliner, and a very thin swipe of lipstick, a shade slightly pinker than her usual lip color. She put on her usual outfit and looked at herself for a few seconds, checking how it looked with her top and bottom. The result wasn't too jarring or odd. With a smile, she straightened up and checked her equipment. Just because she was being coquettish didn't mean she should neglect her duties as a kunoichi. Making sure she still had her set of kunai, shuriken, a few explosive tags, 3 meters of steel cable, and 3 smoke bombs, she finally left the room. Heading towards the kitchen to have breakfast, she came across a young woman of about 30 with brown hair, dark eyes, and fair skin. She wore a simple outfit, black pants and a matching skirt, with the Uchiha symbol on her shoulder. This young woman wasn't a Sharingan heir, but the wife of one. It was Rin Uchiha, Obito's wife and a high-ranking doctor, though she didn't quite reach the level of the great Sannin Tsunade Senju. "Well, look who's dressed up. Is this for Shinji or some other boy?" The brunette frowned, but couldn't stop her cheeks from blushing. "It's for Shinji, obviously, not Naruto. I don't see why I'd dress up for him anyway. He wouldn't even notice. Rin smiled, placing his finger on the little brunette's nose. I didn't mention Naruto. The brunette teased, making the young Uchiha jump. It was true, she hadn't. Blushing, she went to sit down at the table to pour herself some cereal. Are you ready for your test? The brunette nodded, looking around. Was she the first one up? Impossible. Normally, her brother was always there before her. Sasuke already left. He said he wanted to make a few adjustments before starting the test. I don't know what he wants to do, but he seems very motivated for the exam. He told me about Naruto, like you two aren't brother and sister for nothing. Although I was hoping he was attracted to girls, but oh well. Who am I to judge? Rin chuckled, pouring a glass of orange juice for the young Uchiha. I don't think Sasuke has anything to do with Naruto. At least, not in that way. Smiled the kunoichi from Team 8. Let's just say, yesterday, Team 7 and we had a little altercation. And, one thing leading to another. It's possible that Sasuke ended up threatening and challenging Naruto. Which means, our two teams will be in direct competition. Rin nodded in agreement before sighing. A problem? No, none, replied the young woman with a smile. She wasn't about to say she found it a shame that Naruto and the two Uchiha twins didn't get along as well, given their shared origins. Obviously, Rin Uchiha was a doctor, but Rin Nohara was a kunoichi who had been part of Team 7 in her youth. A team led by the Jonin Minato Namikaze Uchiha, Naruto's father. So she knew about the young Uzumaki's origins. You should eat well, you never know what might happen to you. The brunette nodded, finding her cousin-in-law's reaction strange. Finally, Saya finished her meal and went to fetch the missing piece of her kit, her headband. Once she had it, she fastened it around her waist and allowed herself a smile. No doubt, Shinji would love it. She looked at herself in the mirror, swaying slightly. She checked for stains or any embarrassing marks, but found nothing, proving she wasn't as clumsy as she'd thought. In short, she was ready and quite pleased that her beauty and figure were accentuated. She hoped at least that Shinji wouldn't find it vulgar. It was true she didn't show off her charm every day since she spent all her time training, but she did it for him. Especially since she thought he was getting a little too close to Maeko and Hinata. During missions, he barely even looked at her and, no, she was getting confused. Shinji only had eyes for her, so she had no reason to be jealous. Jealous? Why would she be jealous? Naruto did what he wanted but why was she even thinking about him? Saya ran her hands through her hair before shaking her head, completely undoing her hairstyle before straightening up. She had to go, otherwise, she'd be late. She left, waving goodbye to Rin and her cousin, who had just woken up. Obito watched his little cousin leave and took a sip of coffee. What's wrong with her? She's in love, you idiot. Rin chuckled, kissing her husband's forehead. She watched Saya run out the window. Rin knew the young woman's state of mind perfectly well. In a relationship with a boy because her mind dictated her actions, while her heart had chosen another. And this was only the beginning of her trouble. The last member of Team 8 had also fallen out of bed. Too stressed to sleep properly, she had woken up at the same time as the servants, about an hour or two before the rest of her family. She had used this time to prepare and readjust her equipment. She had had time to keep herself busy and check her weapons. She had sharpened her kunai, honed the blades of her shuriken, tested the seal on her scrolls, checked the contents of her smoke grenades, and the set of makebishi she kept on hand, just in case. After finishing preparing everything, she went to take a shower. Like her teammates, she lingered under the running water for a while, enjoying the warmth. However, she had to leave the pleasant sensation of the hot water on her fair skin. Once her shower was over, she went out to her room. She remained clad only in a towel, surprising the housekeeper. It was the first time she had seen Hinata display even a modicum of confidence. However, she couldn't help but smile at her mistress's charm. The young Hyuga entered the room to dress, but then she hesitated. Did she really have to wear these baggy clothes again? It was ruining any chance she had of ever winning the redhead over. Why was she thinking this? She sighed as she rummaged through her wardrobe. She pulled out a long-sleeved, dark purple jacket, much tighter than her previous one, which accentuated her curves somewhat. She left the jacket half open, revealing a pale purple, almost white, t-shirt. She added dark, almost black, capri pants to cover her legs. Her kunai and shuriken case was slung around her waist, over her left buttock. She picked up her shoes to examine them for a few seconds, checking that her hidden blade was indeed concealed. Satisfied, she slipped them on and left. Seeing the time slipping away, she moved to the kitchen to have breakfast. She ran into her mother, a beautiful brunette with white eyes and fair skin. She was wearing a yukata in a shade between purple and brown. Good morning, M. Hey, her mother, Hikari Hyuga, interrupted. You look beautiful like that. Hinata blushed fiercely. Clearly, her mother liked her outfit. But would it appeal to the young man who occupied her thoughts? It suits you better than all those baggy clothes you always wear, Hikari admitted as her daughter came to sit down at the table to take a glass of orange juice. So, what's his name? Spitting out the juice forcefully, the young brunette turned her face toward her mother. What? For such a radical change, it has to be for a boy. Who is it? Stammered little Hinata. She couldn't say it was for Naruto. She knew her father didn't like the redhead, she knew her entire clan disliked him because he was. She didn't know exactly why, but there had to be a good reason, right? A sigh from the young woman made Hikari smile, who understood that her daughter wasn't going to tell her. She was probably going to tell her it was complicated and try to change the subject more or less subtly. It's quite complicated, Hinata added. Can we change the subject? Bingo. What do you mean, no? She had indeed said it was complicated and had changed the subject, admittedly in a rather unsubtle way, but she had done it. If you like, the mother said, amused, sipping coffee as a maid served the young woman. Are you ready for your exam? The girl nodded, blushing slightly. Was the young man also taking the exam? That would explain why she was changing her outfit today, but her behavior had been evolving for some time now, and did her daughter have a crush on Naruto? Yes, because Hikari was different from the other Hyuga, something her daughter had inherited. Far from being a fierce fighter, she was an unparalleled analyst. She had known Minato Namikaze well, she had known Kushina Senju well, and she knew they had had a child. Then, a few moments later, she understood the young redhead's origins. Obito, Rin, Kakashi, Hiruzen, and herself. Not many knew the truth, she hadn't even told Hiyashi, who knew what he might have done to that child. She knew that the Senju and Uchiha clans, while he was alive, had no idea of the truth. The fact that he called himself Uzumaki had completely erased his civil status for almost everyone. He was just a Jinchūriki, and that was all that mattered to them. Tell me, darling, you wouldn't be making all these changes for your teammate, would you? Hinata suddenly paled, confirming her mother's words. No, I didn't do this for Naruto-kun, her daughter stammered miserably. I just wanted to change my look, to be a little more assertive. Hikari nodded, clearly understanding that her daughter wouldn't say anything more, or she'd faint. Looking at the time, Hinata saw an opportunity to escape. An opportunity she seized with both hands. I'll go, I'm going to be late. Yes, of course, my dear, hurry up. Hikari smiled before adding slyly, don't keep Naruto-kun waiting. Hinata chuckled nervously as she got up from the table. She opened the door and ran off, making her mother giggle. Good. Now, Hiyashi mustn't find out about any of this. He could be mean to Hinata, and it could be even worse with Naruto. Makoto, if only you were still here. Your little cousin could really use you. In front of the Ninja Academy, where the Chunin exams would take place in about an hour, a red-haired young man was reading a book, comfortably seated against a pillar. He saw Shinji, Saya's boyfriend, enter with his two brothers, Shinka and Shinra. The first was a boy with purple hair, black eyes, and fair skin. He wore the same clothes as his brother, but in gray. The second was a boy with mauve hair, black eyes, and fair skin. He wore the same outfit as his brothers, but in black. However, while the redhead had seen them, the feeling wasn't quite right. So, Ni-san, how's it going? Shinka asked Shinji. I'm almost there. The blue-haired boy chuckled. Saya's eating out of my hand, just a little more and I'll get there, Shinji added. Still, are you sure it's okay? Because, if she hasn't activated the Sharingan yet, it's pointless. Shinra finished. The blue-haired boy sighed, crossing his arms. Yeah, I know, but we still have time for that. You two need to take care of the other two. Maeko and Hinata. Mom and Dad are counting on us. If we can get the three most powerful clans in the family, then we should be able to succeed. He paused before adding, then, when we have the Sharingan, the Byakugan, and the Senju power under our control. Then, we'll deal with the demon. The one who killed Shiba. Naruto smiled coldly at that. He was right. Shinji, Shinka, and Shinra were hanging around his teammates a little too much to have only one simple and noble goal. Not that it was impossible for young men going through puberty to be interested in Saya, Maeko, or Hinata, because they weren't ugly and. But what was he thinking? He mentally slapped himself. Since when did he care about other people? He shook his head to clear his mind and looked up to see his team members arriving from 3 different directions. He slammed his book shut, closing it at the same time, and put it in his kunai pouch. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Saya apologized automatically. The redhead shrugged. You're on time, that's what matters. I couldn't let Team 7 snub us like that. A smile stretched across Maiko's lips when the young man replied. The four headed towards the academy, but before that, the Uzumaki turned to Saya. "Are you wearing makeup?" The brunette blushed and lowered her eyes, fidgeting with her fingers behind her back as the tip of her foot dug into the ground with nervousness. You noticed." Obviously, she didn't understand why she felt so nervous, nor why her heart seemed to swell at the young man's remark, but she didn't dwell on it. She felt far too happy for that. As if one could just ignore it. The redhead sighed, almost blasé. He took a handkerchief from his pocket and cupped the young woman's face before wiping it away, removing the makeup that had taken him so long to apply. He withdrew his hand and put the handkerchief away before the young Uchiha realized he had removed all her makeup. It's pointless to do that. If he doesn't like you as you are, then he doesn't like you at all. Saya opened her mouth but couldn't find anything to say. Had he just complimented her? She preferred not to dwell on it and followed the young man into the academy. Clearly, there were a lot of teams in the building. Would they all be taking the exam? With a quick glance, Saya could see that there were about 50 ninjas in the hall. Reaching room 303 was going to be difficult if they couldn't even get to the stairs. "We could go around the outside, along the wall," Hinata suggested. The redhead looked around. Damn, he hated people. It was sad to have to come to this, but no. He'd never run away from a crowd, especially when the opportunity to show who was in charge presented itself. "No, Hinata, we'll just have to forge our own path." He stepped forward and began to force his way through, unleashing his deadly aura. People moved aside slowly, more out of instinct than any real awareness of what was happening. The three other kunoichi followed the young man, but they couldn't understand where he was getting such an aura. It was the same one he had displayed on Nami's bridge. However, they wouldn't say more, since they didn't know all the mysteries surrounding young Uzumaki. So, after a few minutes of walking, they arrived at room 303. They hadn't bothered to stop on the second floor, like everyone else. Completely incomprehensible, since when was room 303, by definition the third room on the third floor, located on the second floor. You'd have to be stupid to go there. Anyway, once they entered the room, they could see that the 50 or so ninjas in the hall were only half the number, since another 50 or so were in front of them. This brought the number of participating teams to about 34. There were already 17 teams present, including 6 from Konoha, 2 from Suna, 2 from Odo, a new village, about 3 from Aim, and 4 others from a village they didn't recognize. In any case, there were a lot of people this year. They saw another person in the room, someone they knew well since he had been their instructor during their years at the academy. Haruka Umino, Naruto's #1 detractor and officially, the man Naruto was cheating on. No sooner had they entered than the Chunin handed them a box. "Pick a number." The 4 of them drew a number at random. The redhead noticed a slight tension as he took his number. "You won't get away with this." A huge smile stretched across Uzumaki's lips as he plunged his hand into his pocket, under the gaze of a few people interested in the scene and his teammates who seemed quite worried about the situation. "Funny you should say that." The young man took something out of his pocket before placing it in the brunette's hand. Uzumaki's closed hand had prevented anyone from seeing the object. When he opened his hand, Haruka could see the fabric of a pair of panties he'd seen before at Ayame's house while she was doing her laundry. "Because Ayame told me the same thing this morning in the shower." Haruka's eyes widened when he realized that the sweet, beautiful cook he loved so much didn't share his feelings and that she'd slept with Naruto. He wavered for a few seconds before looking at the redhead. "Don't worry, she didn't cheat on you. Since we were sleeping together before she started dating you." Then he went to sit down, leaving Haruka to examine his girlfriend's panties in his hand, which seemed slightly hardened despite its cleanliness, a sign that the fabric was still heavily impregnated by what were undoubtedly repeated encounters. He clenched his fist before shooting a hateful look at Naruto, who had sat down at his table with a smile on his lips. Then, he closed his eyes, showing that he wasn't afraid of him. However, strangely enough, everyone had watched the exchange and, more importantly, they had all understood the situation. The strongest reactions, though not explicitly shown, came from Team 8. Maeko was genuinely surprised to learn that the young man was flirting with a young woman. Hinata seemed sad, disappointed, and jealous when she realized that the redhead was no longer a virgin, like her. Saya clenched her fists when she understood. She didn't seem to take the young man's promiscuity well either. The door opened, gently waking the young Uzumaki. Looking around, he saw that everyone was there. A man walked into the room, accompanied by several ninjas. There must have been about 10 of them. Haruka was still there, holding his girlfriend's panties in his hand, making Naruto smile. This guy was an idiot. The leader, the man who was walking forward, was a veritable mountain of a man. A black bandana bearing the Konoha symbol covered his head, a hard face, small black eyes, and tanned skin. He wore a black raincoat and ninja attire that looked more like military gear. Perhaps the most striking thing was the 2 scars on his face. "I see everyone's here," the giant snapped before looking at Iruka, who was clenching his fist. "And I see someone's already angered an examiner, I hope they do alright." He snapped his fingers, and sheets of paper appeared in front of the Chunin aspirants. The Uzumaki turned his head to look at Temari's sheet, his neighbor, and Shikamaru's, his neighbor. A young man with dark hair and black eyes, wearing a short-sleeved gray jacket over a mesh top and black capri pants, noticed that the 3 sheets of paper were different. "I am Ibiki Morino, and this is a questionnaire," the man known as Ibiki stated. "It is 9 o'clock, and you have 1 hour to answer the 10 exam questions." "But there are only 9 questions," remarked an AIM ninja. He was met with a dark glare from Ibiki. "I can still count, kid." The ninja shrank to attention before Ibiki's booming voice. "There are only 9 questions, for the simple reason that the 10th will be asked in 45 minutes. Now, let me tell you about this test." A long silence followed, showing their attentiveness. "There are 10 questions, which means each question can contribute 10 points towards the score out of 100. So, 1 question is worth 10% of the final score. A correct answer therefore grants 100% of the points." He smiled. "However, there are 3 rules. If the answer is incorrect or incomplete, then it will be considered null and void. You can explain everything in 20 lines, but if a single piece of information is missing, then you will have lost the 10 points and the question will be considered not answered." The restriction surprised them a little, but they let it go. Second rule: if you forget or don't answer a question, then you will be eliminated. If you answer 9 questions and forget 1 or don't answer it at all, then you're out. "Wait, you mean, if you get a question wrong, then it's considered blank, but if you hand in a question that's blank, then you're eliminated. Which means," began a Konoha ninja. "Exactly. If there's even 1 mistake in all the questions, then you'll be eliminated." A wave of astonishment swept through the room, and several throat clearings could be heard. Saya, Maeko, and Hinata looked at each other in panic. Would they be eliminated for the slightest mistake? That was all well and good, but saying that to girls who lacked confidence was the best way to make them lose their composure. Third rule: no matter who makes the mistake, if someone is eliminated, then the whole team goes with them. The 3 young women stiffened before looking at Naruto, who didn't seem to react. Did he trust them blindly? A smile flickered across their lips. If he could trust them, then they would succeed. It goes without saying that it will be difficult, so if you cheat, be discreet. Okay, start. He smashed an alarm clock on the desk and pressed the button. Silence fell as the examiners moved around the different rows to observe them unobstructed. The sound of the alarm clock hands echoed through the room. The incessant ticking seemed to hammer away at the minds of those too stressed by the exam. Naruto glanced furtively around, noticing, for example, that Shikamaru, Sakura, and others were writing their answers as if they were simply writing their names. He also saw that Sasuke and another guy were using their dojutsu to cheat with relative ease. The biggest problem was undoubtedly Saya and Maeko. However, if Saya could activate her dojutsu, the problem would be completely gone. But something was wrong. What he was doing was a big joke, wasn't it? So the only way to pass was to get a perfect score. Impossible for an exam, especially since, if all the answers were identical, how would they know he hadn't simply copied from his neighbor? Because the neighbors never had the same papers. There was a set of 3 sheets arranged like this. ABC ABC. Making basic cheating impossible, especially since copying from the people in front or behind was too difficult. A set of 3 sheets also made it impossible for members of the same team to have the same sheets, thus eliminating any possibility of information sharing. Something was wrong, but what? Getting a perfect score on such an exam was impossible, and above all, the genin were too stressed and uncertain to be able to think things through in such a short time. The resonant ticking was almost like a club, there to disrupt his mental focus and distract his reasoning. Why did he have this feeling he was missing something? For now, he hadn't written anything down, and it was pointless. Not that he didn't know the answers, but he wanted to understand why he wasn't afraid. Something told him not to worry, but he didn't know why. Tapping his fingers on the table, he racked his brains. What Ibiki had said was strange too. It goes without saying that this will be difficult, so if you cheat, be discreet. Was he encouraging them to cheat? Wasn't that the ultimate goal? There were far too many examiners for a simple questionnaire, normally, 3 would be more than enough. So, they were there to monitor for attempts at cheating. It was therefore something important. The ticking clock drove more than one person mad, as some Chunin aspirants sweated profusely, typing rapidly and strangely haphazardly. Cheating was therefore a significant part of the exam. Cheating or something else. What was cheating, anyway? In an exam, it was just retrieving answers. Answers. What had he called it again? However, there are 3 rules. If the answer is inaccurate or incomplete, then it will count as null and void. You can explain everything perfectly in 20 lines, but if a single piece of information is missing, then you will have lost the 10 points and the question will be considered, not answered. A piece of information. When this term was used by a high-ranking person, it inevitably took on a stronger, more important meaning, almost as if it were crucial. This wasn't copying answers, but retrieving information. The goal wasn't to answer the questions, the goal was to gather all the information without falling into the traps set by the examiners. Okay, now the, what should I do? Question was settled, but that still didn't explain the lack of fear young Uzumaki felt. The tapping of his fingers in time with the ticking of the clock echoed in the silence. Naruto let a smile stretch across his lips. So that was it. He looked up at Ibiki, his azure eyes meeting the examiner's deep gaze. The examiner looked surprised. Had he understood the purpose of the exercise? From his seat, he could see that his sheet of paper was blank, but the redhead's determination made him realize that his task was far from a simple questionnaire. Crossing his arms, Ibiki simply waited for the 45 minutes to end. The alarm clock began to ring. Startling more than one person, it was then that Naruto noticed that, of the 34 teams present at the start, only 27 remained. 9 teams from Konoha, 1 from Suna, 1 from Odo, 8 from Aim, and 8 from another village. Clearly, there had been a significant reduction during his reflection and nap. Alright, that's over now. Prepare for the final question. Most of the ninjas swallowed hard, only a few remained impassive. However, I have a few remarks to make. From this moment on, all your scores are reset to 0. What you wrote is obsolete. A wave of astonishment swept through the ranks. Your success in the test depends on your decision and your answer. Do you want to answer this question, yes or no? A ninja sneered. Under these circumstances, we're bound to answer it. Let me finish, kid, Ibiki snapped coldly. You should know that this year is special. I was chosen for this test, so I'll make sure only the elite pass, and only the elite. That's why, if you answer this question wrong, you'll fail, your name will be marked, and you'll remain a genin for life. The statement sent a chill through the room. However, you can withdraw and try again in the next session, except if you withdraw, you'll disqualify the other members of your team, and they'll be penalized. They won't be able to take the next session for another year. He crossed his arms behind his back and smiled. Now, the choice is yours. Either answer the question and risk remaining a genin for life, or withdraw and try again in 3 months on your own, leaving your teammates to try again in a year. Saya clenched her fists. She couldn't remain a genin forever, she had too much to do, too much to experience, and too much to prove. She couldn't do it all as a mere genin. The only way was to give up, but she had forged bonds with her teammates. Could she betray them like that? Maeko and Hinata fought just like her, to prove something. She couldn't do that to Naruto, who had helped her so much, even if he had never done it in a gentle or kind way. She reached for her necklace, a half medallion. What should she do? What would he say to her? Maeko closed her eyes. Remaining a genin forever would be a disgrace to her clan. She couldn't do that to her family, she couldn't let the people close to her mock her for failing. She was a descendant of the Senju clan, the founding clan of Konoha, and a user of wood release, she couldn't remain a novice kunoichi. Yet, could she give up? Doing so would handicap her teammates too much, and she couldn't do that to them, not now that she felt close to them. And she couldn't do that to Naruto, he had allowed her to find her own strength. She wanted to show him she was strong, she wanted to show him she was proud. But what would he say to her, right now? Hinata swallowed, looking at her hands. Now that she had asserted herself, she couldn't back down like this. She couldn't risk stagnating forever at the same level, she couldn't give her family proof of her pathetic state, that would be asking for trouble. She was afraid of failing, afraid of being bullied by her family when all she wanted was to do the right thing. But if she gave up, then everything she had done before would be for nothing. Everything she had managed to accomplish would mean nothing, because she would have lost her confidence. No more trust from her team, since she would have betrayed them, and no more confidence in herself, because she would have betrayed her own values. She wanted to trust her instincts, she wanted the strength to move forward. What would he tell her now? Saying things is easy. If you want people to value who you are, don't just say it, do it. The 3 kunoichi of Team 8 smiled, remembering Naruto's words. It summed things up perfectly, words alone were useless. Action was necessary, regardless of the consequences, as long as they accepted them. Ibiki, for his part, had watched the teams give up, and it was with barely concealed glee that he observed how the more time passed, the more people faltered. Suddenly, a groan rose in the room, causing everyone to turn their gaze to Naruto. His 3 teammates feared for a moment that he was planning to quit. Okay, are you happy now? Now that a lot of teams have left, are you going to ask us your question? Oh no, sorry, I forgot. There isn't a 10th question, is there? A huge smile stretched across Naruto's face, quickly shared by Ibiki. He adored that kid. Well, it's rare to come across kids like you, capable of passing this test without even touching your pen. Ibiki smiled before adding in a loud, clear voice, indeed, there is no 10th question. Simply because this exam is designed to test your ability to obtain and retain information. The goal wasn't to answer, but to retrieve information from the Chunin that my team and I had placed in the room for this purpose. He smiled wryly, yet remained cold. The 10th question tested your mental resilience. Giving up here means you're capable of abandoning your village and your allies. It means you're no better than the vermin that attack our villages. He ripped off his bandana, revealing hideous scars that crisscrossed his scalp. This is proof of my loyalty to my village, to my Hokage, and to the people of Konoha. This is the price to pay for the safety of this village, which is mine. This is what I wanted to test. I wanted to see your mental strength, your resistance to torture, and the bonds that unite you with your teammates. And I am reassured to see such greatness here. You mean that? Sakura began, still reeling from what she was hearing. Exactly. You have passed. You have completed the first stage of the Chunin exams. Chapter 12. Second stage, the battle begins. Exactly. You have passed. You have completed the first stage of the Chunin exams. Ibiki had just dropped a bombshell on everyone's mind, or almost everyone's. One of the most shocked was undoubtedly Sakura Haruno, the only kunoichi on Team 7, hopelessly in love with Sasuke Uchiha. She had been assigned to Team 7 because of her academic performance, not her kunoichi abilities. And she would have a hard time admitting it, but she had almost given up. Just 1 minute. If Ibiki had waited 1 minute. If Naruto had remained silent for 1 more minute, then she would have given up. What had stopped her was her fear of disappointing Sasuke, the shame of being the weakest, and above all, Naruto's intervention. Could she admit that it was he who had saved her and not her Sasuke-kun? She turned her head to look at the redhead. He didn't even seem concerned by what was happening. Without any warning, the window shattered, and a thick, dark purple cloud spread through the room. A smile stretched across Team 8's lips. Such an entrance, it could only be their sensei. Once the cloud dissipated, Anko was there, in the center of the stage and under a banner on which was written in large letters, second stage of the Chunin exam. The violet crossed her arms with a big smile. Well, Ibiki, you're leaving us with 21 teams. Are you getting soft or sentimental? The bald man laughed before looking at Naruto. The young woman followed his gaze before smiling. Her little protege had been up to his old tricks again. Let's just say there was a strong personality. Anko nodded before checking the time. It was only 10 to 10, the first test hadn't lasted long enough, so she needed to buy herself some more time. She looked up at the 60 or so people present. Alright, then, let me introduce myself, Anko Mitarashi. She announced loudly. I will be the examiner for your new test. I hope you have strong stomachs. Anyway, I have nothing else to tell you for the moment because it would spoil the surprise. Anko smiled coldly, sending shivers down many spines with that simple smile. However, her teammates weren't at all afraid of the young Jonin. After all, they'd been around her for a few months. Well, since you weren't supposed to finish so quickly, I'll have to arrange a meeting around. She looked at her watch. 13 o'clock, which gives you 3 hours free. However, you'll give your satchels and equipment to your sensei. You came with some equipment, so you'll have to make do with that, the snake informed them. She smiled before disappearing in a cloud of smoke, though her words lingered after she left. Meet me in front of the forest of death. The aspiring shinobi looked at each other for a few moments, somewhat embarrassed by the young woman's introduction. Naruto was one of the first to stand up, used to this young woman's manner. He moved over to Kurenai, who was there as Team 8's sensei. He handed her his kunai pouch and left, quickly followed by his teammates. After about 15 minutes, the room was empty. Saya saw Shinji in the distance, talking with his brothers. She took a deep breath and walked towards him. Shinji. The young man turned his head with a smile. It was then that the beautiful brunette remembered that Naruto had wiped off her makeup and that her morning's questions had ruined her hairstyle. She, who had gone to the trouble of getting ready, was now showing up in her natural state in front of her boyfriend's twins. Do you want to eat with me? Of course, why not invite your teammates for my brothers, so we can all get to know each other at the same time? The young woman was surprised, but the idea wasn't bad. Why not introduce Hinata and Maeko to Shinra and Shinka? She agreed and went to find her teammates. Shinra sighed. I know it's not very appealing, but well, for the sake of our mission, we need their powers at hand. Our clan will regain its former glory. Even if we have to gouge their eyes out to do it. Once the 3 kunoichi from Team 8 and the 3 ninjas from Team 6 were together, they moved towards a shop. Strangely enough, it was the 3 members of Kurenai's team who seemed to be leading the small group. The young men were quite surprised to see that the women didn't even give them a choice and, most surprisingly, that they didn't even consult each other but simply headed in the same direction. Shinji raised an eyebrow when he saw that they had been led to the Ichiraku ramen shop, and they were even more surprised when they saw Naruto Uzumaki. Shinra breathed. Hearing the name, the redhead turned his head to see that the 3 members of the Okami family were there. Preferring not to dwell on it, he returned his gaze to Ayame and resumed his conversation. He frowned, feeling a few sharp, murderous barbs near him. The young women hadn't come there by chance, far from it. Knowing that Naruto and Ayame had a relationship that was more than just professional and client irritated them more than they should have. They didn't know why, they had no right to be with him. He was free and, no, what he'd done to them was simply disgusting, and they didn't even know what was causing their rage. Especially since it wasn't entirely normal in a way because, well, Saya was in a relationship, so being angry about Naruto and his girlfriend was truly idiotic and illogical. Maeko wasn't supposed to say anything, since she and he weren't a couple, they were just friends. So why the reaction? As for Hinata, it was the first time she'd ever had such an uncontrollable reaction. They sat down, not far from the young man, even though he'd tried to move away from them. This, however, made Ayame smile. So, how was this first test? That's none of your business. Saya snapped, under Ayame's surprised gaze, the bewildered looks of the 3 Okami sisters, and overheard by the other 2 heiresses. Naruto rolled his eyes at his Uchiha teammate's cold expression. She dared to throw a tantrum, which he didn't understand, at Ayame while she was being manipulated by the 3 idiots accompanying them. Can we eat, or do we have to sleep with you too? The cook jumped before looking at Naruto, who was reaching into his pocket for money. He had finished his meal, so he had nothing more to do there. Where are you going? Naruto looked at the brunette, his expression weary and blank, before looking away. I do what I want. I'm free, it seems to me. What I do with my life, my time, and my body is none of your business, Saya. The same goes for the 2 of you, Hinata and Maeko. The 3 glanced furtively at each other, as if accusing one another. We have an appointment in about 2 hours, so don't be late. He glanced at the 3 young men before looking away, completely indifferent to the Okami family. The Chunin aspiring officers were all standing before the immense gates that surrounded a forest as dark as it was vast. The 21 Genin teams were near 2 enormous tents. Arranged in rows and teams, they all faced Anko. The young woman smiled, seeing that all the teams had arrived on time. Clearly, they were afraid of her. Well, I'm still quite pleased to see that, despite everything, you've come. Well, I think we can begin the explanations. She crossed her arms under her chest, dangerously emphasizing it. This test will take place in several stages. The first is a survival test. You see, in this forest there are beasts that would frighten even Jonin. Inside, both the fauna and flora can be deadly. A flash of worry crossed the eyes of the Genin, unprepared for all this. Team 8 didn't seem particularly frightened, they were used to dirty tricks with her. The second stage is, she took out 2 scrolls, one brown and one blue. A tracking trial. Each team will be given one scroll, either the Earth Scroll or the Sky Scroll. The goal is to have both. Each team with the Sky and Earth Scrolls will be able to advance to the next stage of the exam. However, it won't be that easy, as I doubt the opposing team will generously offer you their scroll. Then will come the third trial, the combat trial. The final trial, the speed trial, will depend on this one. She smiled before crossing her arms. You have 5 days to complete this step and therefore, you have 5 days to complete and pass these 4 tests. But there might be alliances between villages, right? Asked a kunoichi from AIM. Anko smiled, looking at the young woman. This is where it gets interesting. The number of spots is limited too. There was a pause before a unanimous, huh, echoed through the assembly. There are 21 teams. Normally, there should only be 10, but I'm not that kind of person. You have 5 days, but only the first 5 teams will count as validated. The 6th will be invalid and count as a failure, the young woman informed. She raised a finger, and a huge sound resonated through the forest. Each time a team is validated, this sound will echo through the forest. After 5, the remaining teams will be eliminated. She crossed her arms, pleased with the effect, and pointed to a tent behind her. Once I've explained the rules, you can go to that tent. You'll sign a document there, and you'll receive your scroll. What kind of document? Ino asked. A waiver of liability in case you die, Anko stated matter-of-factly. Right, then the most important rule. If a member of your team is unconscious or dead when you arrive at the tower, which is in the center of the forest, the finish line of the test, then you'll only be counted once all 3 members are conscious. If you come in second, 3 teams finish after you, and then your teammate wakes up, you won't be second, but 5th. She let the information sink in, then clapped her hands. Okay, go ahead. One by one, the teams entered the tents and left quietly. Naruto quickly glanced at the bluish color of his scroll, the one representing heaven. He glanced briefly at Team 7, who also possessed the Scroll of Heaven, so there was no point in fighting them, they would only waste precious time in this trial. However, too engrossed in his thoughts, he bumped into someone. I hope you know how to run away, whispered a voice he recognized. Looking up, Naruto observed Shinji. Because we won't let you go until you pay. That's not my problem, commented the Uzumaki flatly, completely detached. I'm ready to pay, if you can force me. A smile stretched across the Uzumaki's lips as he placed his hand on Shinji's shoulder before walking past him. We'll meet again in the forest, you can be sure of that. The blue-haired boy frowned before turning his head to see Saya talking with her 2 teammates. He had to speed up his mission, otherwise they would never finish on time. Once in possession of their scrolls, the teams were deployed to the various gates leading into the forest. Accompanied by their sensei, who ensured the good faith and safety of their students, they waited before massive and intimidating metal gates. When a sound rang out, signaling the gradual opening of the gates, Kurenai turned to her students. Good luck to you all, I hope everything goes well. The 4 nodded before, once the gates were fully open and the sound had ceased, the members of Team 8 plunged into the darkness of the forest of death. I hope nothing happens to you. Team 8 ran through the forest, using Hinata's eyes to avoid being spotted. They progressed quite easily and quickly. Naruto was in the front line, Hinata in the middle, while Maeko and Saya brought up the rear, positioning themselves on the flanks. From above, it resembled the race had been going on for a day, and the team had been running for 3 or 4 hours. Keeping the scroll with him, Naruto was designated as the team leader. They had decided to conserve their energy and avoid unnecessary fighting. Hinata's Byakugan should allow them to select the appropriate team. However, after such a run, they needed to take a break to assess the situation and rest. Not everyone possessed the legendary endurance of the Uzumaki clan, nor the good fortune of being a Jinchūriki with immeasurable chakra. Therefore, the 4 stopped to catch their breath at the foot of a tree whose crown seemed to vanish into thin air. They took the opportunity to observe the forest in more detail, or at least, what they had seen of it so far. Aside from the fact that the trees were as tall as the tallest buildings in a village, it was a normal forest. However, everything seemed adapted to that. Recently, they had come across a type of leech easily a meter long. Such a creature could drain a man of his blood in seconds. If the insects looked like that, they were a little apprehensive about encountering a mammal like a tiger. On the other hand, they understood that, even if it was pretty, they had to stay away from the plants, and especially the flowers. Their pollen seemed to be toxic, judging by the creatures that were unconscious around the patches of blossoms. As the team drank, Naruto stood up and patted his backside to remove the dirt that had probably settled on his pants. He turned in one direction and walked away from his teammates. Wait, we're in hostile territory, Saya exclaimed, but he didn't listen and continued walking away in silence. Naruto, where are you going? He didn't answer. We decided not to split up. You decided that, Naruto replied. That's not the point, we can't split up. We could be targeted if we're alone. Where are you going? He groaned. Clearly, she was getting on his nerves. This hurt her somewhat, and he half turned to look her straight in the eyes. I'm going to take a leak, maybe you want to hold it for me. Saya exploded, her face turning crimson as she stammered a few words. He turned and walked away calmly. That's what I thought. Maeko turned her head toward the young Uchiha, who had lowered her eyes, very embarrassed at being treated like this. The line he'd used had unsettled her somewhat, much more than she'd realized. Are you all right? The brunette nodded before looking away, calming her racing heart. After a few minutes, the redhead returned to his teammates and crossed his arms. Something wrong? Yes and no. I have a date with someone. I'll leave you now. He reached into his pocket before handing Saya a kunai. She frowned at him. Take it, it'll let me know where you are. She complied, taking the weapon, and watched the young redhead head toward a tree. Be careful, the blonde pleaded. The redhead turned his head in surprise. What exactly did she want? He frowned. Why was she saying that to him? And what did she even mean? It just means I'd like you to avoid anything reckless or that could put you in danger. She explained, realizing he hadn't grasped her meaning. Basically, come back to us safe and sound. He closed off, showing none of the faintest hints of emotion that sometimes flickered through. He turned and left quickly, disappearing into the darkness of the forest. Aren't you getting a little too close to him? The young Hyuga's voice rose. Maeko turned with an embarrassed smile. Well, shall we go? Shinji sighed, gazing at the sky. He and his brothers were now on a plain, with no one else around and no animals in sight. They were taking a break because the trial had been going on for a good day and 5 or 6 hours. They had encountered a few animals, but no other participants, as if the place where they were was completely untouched. However, it was understandable, 21 teams for such a vast and dangerous territory, it was almost normal that they hadn't seen anyone. The forest was almost the same size as Konoha, encountering enemies who possessed the Earth Scroll would be a dream. A sweet utopia. Shinji turned his head toward Shinra, the genjutsu specialist. Have you rested? Yes, but it's a nuisance having to create an illusion to protect ourselves. Can't we just take a pill? The purple-haired boy asked before sighing. He uncrossed his clasped hands to massage the knuckles of his fingers and began another hand sign as the purple-haired boy stood up. Shinka swung his arm around. We should go find the other Uchiha. Your little Saya could be useful to us. The purple-haired boy informed him, making the blue-haired boy sigh. I know, but we can't use her, not right now. We're not even sure she has the Sharingan. Shinji let out a deep sigh before looking towards the edge of the forest. Especially since that monster being near her could distract her from our objective. We mustn't let that demon stay with them too long. The two brothers nodded in agreement. To accomplish our mission, they absolutely must trust us and do exactly what we want them to do. Mom and Dad are counting on us. As soon as we've subdued them, we'll be able to grow the Okami clan. Shinka exclaimed. But, you think it'll work the way you want? Of course, Shinji smiled. Saya sees herself as a broodmare, so I'll give her what she wants. She'll lay eggs for the Okami clan, that's all. He crossed his arms. Hinata should be enough for you, Shinka. As an ninjutsu specialist, you'll compliment her, and besides, she's so shy and naive that she'll hang on your every word as long as you're even slightly kind. As for Maeko, that'll be you, Shinra. Your genjutsu will be complementary, so she'll approach you for more strength. Then you can use her as soon as she starts relying on you. He crossed his arms. Then, when they're eating out of our hand, we can finish and kill the monster. We'll use them to make that damn demon disappear. He won't be able to harm his own allies. Then he will let it happen and he will pay for Shiba's death. A very interesting plan, which unfortunately will never have the chance to come to fruition, a voice exclaimed. The trio turned to see a young redhead approaching them. The Uzumaki smiled coldly, his hands in his pockets. Shinka looked at his hands, surprised. Obviously, you're stupid. If you thought genjutsu had any effect on me, you were wrong. If that were the case, then I wouldn't be so skilled. He stopped a few meters from Team 6 and glared at them. I had no animosity towards you, but I can't let this go. What do you mean? Shinji asked simply, as his brothers stood up to face the young man. Naruto closed off his face, showing that he was impervious to all sensations and emotions. There are few things I like, few I dislike. But above all, I loathe people who use others to achieve their goals. A dark aura emanated from the young man. I have few friends, but my most important friend has already been manipulated. I refuse to let anyone else suffer the same fate. He looked at them one by one. Saya, Hinata, and Maeko are my teammates. They're under my protection. They're in my territory. If anyone can use them, it's definitely not you. He smiled coldly. I won't give you a chance. What a beautiful speech, as if you could have feelings for those 3 pieces of trash. The redhead frowned as his hand tightened. You want to protect them. How sweet. Don't worry. When I'm dealing with Saya, I'll protect myself. Shinji added. Naruto's eyes narrowed. He took out his sky scroll and showed it. What a shame. We have no reason to fight. He held up the sky scroll from his pocket. A flash of red erupted before him, and the scroll vanished. I know. Naruto breathed, revealing a second sky scroll. But I didn't come here to chat. I marked you when we spoke before the exam. Wherever you go, I'll find you. Shinji tugged at his shirt to reveal a strange seal. I can only use it as a marker if the mark is within about 5 meters of me. Besides, it allows me to track you wherever you are. He glanced at the second scroll before making the tiger sign. He inhaled a shallow breath before exhaling, igniting the sky scroll that belonged to Team 6. Now you have a reason to attack me, don't you? The 3 drew their katanas. Naruto raised an eyebrow. There are 3 of us, and we're armed. You're alone and unarmed. You're finished. Naruto smiled before tugging at his sleeve, revealing a strange black tattoo. So, the redhead slapped his forearm, triggering a chakra explosion. From the mark emerged a strange black mass which, once completely withdrawn, condensed into a massive sword they recognized, having seen it before in a book. Kubikiribocho. The redhead grinned, resting Fire Zabuza's weapon on his shoulder. It's beautiful, isn't it? I felt sad to have to throw it away, so I kept it. Contracting his arm, he lifted the weapon with one hand before brandishing it at his enemies. It's very heavy, so I'll make a point of smashing you with it. He lunged forward and struck. Shinra slashed, leaping at Naruto. The clash of the two blades was utterly futile. Because the cleaver's density was greater than that of a normal katana, the purple-clad man's blade shattered as the Uzumaki's weapon completely lacerated the Okami. Penetrating several centimeters into his stomach, once the blow was sufficient, it sent the wounded man flying, who rolled to the ground. The good thing about this test, he thought, is that I can kill you without fear of retaliation. He sensed an attack coming from behind him and used the strength of his arm to swing his sword behind him, like a cloak, for protection. The strike was blocked by Kubikiribocho, however, Shinka arrived from the front to strike the young man. Raising his other arm, he grasped the hilt of his weapon and, in a weight transfer, executed a sweeping circular motion, striking the purple-clad man. The latter had extended his arm to strike the Uzumaki, which caused the blow to completely sever his arm at the elbow. It's over for you, ninjutsu specialist. Continuing his circular sweep, he completed a full turn and repelled Shinji, who was fortunate enough not to be torn to shreds. You seem more skilled than your brothers. You're not human, so we weren't prepared. Naruto smiled as he sheathed his weapon in his arm, clenching his teeth for a few seconds. Using Kubikiribocho is too difficult right now, I don't have enough training to lift it so easily. He's faster than his brothers, I don't know if I'll be able to fight him without the Sharingan to anticipate his moves. No, I'll take him down with my bare hands and without using my Kekai Genkai. Is that all you're after? If you're doing this, Naruto, are you doing it just because they used them, or is there some other, more personal reason? The Uzumaki got into a fighting stance, followed by Shinji. In perfect unison, they lunged forward. The blue-haired boy launched a roundhouse kick, the red-haired boy ducked, dodging the strike, and, rising to his feet, unleashed a powerful uppercut that sent the Okami flying. He regained his footing with a backflip and, in a similar motion, launched a barrage of shuriken. With a leap, Naruto dodged the stars and surged forward to rush his enemy. The latter met him with a punch that struck the Jinchūriki squarely in the jaw. Pushing the redhead back, Shinji managed to create some distance between them. They faced each other for a few seconds before simply sighing. You'll pay for what you've done. You'll pay for making my brothers suffer. Naruto's expression was completely cold and detached. Excuse me, the young man asked. I'll have to pay because I made your brothers suffer. He started laughing, as if he were insane. He raised his face, stopping his laughter as his eye turned red, though its shape remained unchanged. And you don't have to pay for everything you've done to me. The earth began to rumble around him. What have I done to you to justify everything I've suffered since I was a child? You'll be the first, Shinji Okami. Naruto straightened up with a huge, predatory grin. You'll be the first to pay for what I've suffered. You'll be the first to pay for what we've suffered. Shinji took a step back, suddenly fearing for his life. Don't worry, Shinji Okami. Wherever you go, you won't suffer. Unless you get lost along the way. He lunged forward, swooping down on his enemy like an eagle on its prey. Raising his hand, he grabbed the blue-haired boy's face and slammed him to the ground. The latter cried out in pain and thrust his fist toward the Uzumaki's face. He ducked back, dodging the blow. Opening his mouth, Naruto released the Kyuubi's chakra, his fangs baring. Like an animal, he bit Shinji's forearm, sinking his teeth in several centimeters. Raising his hand, he used the razor-sharp claws granted by his demonic influence to tear at his opponent's bicep. But why are you doing this? Shinji screamed, between gasps of pain. He knew his brothers couldn't save him, they were probably bleeding to death. Naruto delivered a powerful circular blow with his head, tearing off the arm at the bicep, which had been slashed by his claws. Because it's mine, Uzumaki growled. You attacked my territory, so you're attacking me. And you're the first to pay for all this. For everything you've put me through. He straightened with a smile, letting the blood trickle down his jaw. He wiped it with the back of his sleeve and raised his hand to look at his palm. You're all the same, calling me a monster, saying I have no soul or feelings. Shinji tried to move away with his good arm. Maybe you're right, maybe you've seen into my soul or maybe you're the ones who made me who I am. Who knows? He raised his foot before delivering a powerful blow, as if he were trying to crush an insect. His heel struck Shinji's, shattering the blue-haired boy's foot. I thought, you didn't care about these girls. The blue-haired boy moaned, biting his lip in pain. The redhead moved forward without showing the slightest emotion. I don't care. He stopped and looked at his hands, covered in blood. I don't know why I'm doing this. I just know I have to. He smiled, lifting his face. I don't care why, I'm going to do it. Because more than a duty, I want to. He jerked his head sharply to the side. Something's happening. I'll have to finish quickly. Team 7 hadn't encountered any team with the reverse scroll to theirs. Even though Kiba had been attacked, they had only faced a single member of an aimed team, so there had been no point in fighting that guy. However, they had rightly thought it was time to establish a password to avoid falling into an enemy trap. You never know what might happen in such a situation. After devising a password as long as it was cumbersome to remember, they decided to continue on their way. Shino's insects were constantly deployed to scan their surroundings and prevent any unpleasant encounters. Kiba and Akamaru were on high alert, carefully analyzing the various subtle nuances of scents that hung in the air. Sakura, lacking any real detection abilities, simply followed and obeyed orders. Sasuke, meanwhile, had activated his Sharingan to observe their surroundings. If they were attacked, they would be ready. My insects are stirring, Shino commented suddenly. Kiba sniffed the air before opening his mouth. Unfortunately, he couldn't say anything before a violent gust of wind struck. The earth ripped open, trees were uprooted, and a vast, opaque cloud of smoke rose into the air. A tunnel of wind completely encircled a large section of the area in front of them before the smoke dissipated, revealing that the ground had been hollowed out and Kiba had vanished. Where did Kiba go? The bushes began to stir before a mass of them crashed miserably to the ground. Sasuke sighed at the sight of Kiba. What a pathetic guy. Sorry. When I saw that, I hid. Shino approached and asked him for the password. Ah, I forgot, it wasn't anything like that. Sasuke sighed and turned to look at Kiba. Who cares, it's not like you're supposed to remember it. He looked a little further to see where the attack had originated. I knew you wouldn't remember the password, that's why it's so long. As expected, you're quite the planner. Kiba's voice rose, though it was as cold as ice. Shino turned his head toward his friend before taking a punch that sent him flying several meters before he fell to the ground completely unconscious. Sasuke and Sakura assumed a guard stance to prevent any possible attacks. Now, Sasuke-kun, you're not going to push me away like that. Not with what I can offer you. Kiba breathed, exploding in a puff of smoke, revealing a Kusa ninja. Long black hair, pale skin, and black eyes. He wore a pale beige tunic, resembling light gray. Seeing the true appearance of the fake Kiba, the two hardened their guards. Now, it's pointless, and you might hurt yourselves. Put down those weapons. An aura rose from him. Otherwise, I'll have to hurt you badly. At that moment, Sasuke and Sakura felt kunai pierce their limbs. Blades as thin as razors and as sharp as the finest katana licked their skin, carving deep furrows and tearing their flesh like paper. More than just flesh, the blades struck bone. It was as if the tips of countless kunai were sinking into their bones, slowly twisting to separate the two skeletal fragments. A wave of heat licked their faces, finally burning them as if they were mere cookies in an industrial oven. Their bodies, subjected to an abominable temperature, seemed to deform. They had the impression, the sensation, the conviction that their bodies were melting and collapsing to the ground in a mound of a mushy, skin-colored substance. As if their flesh were crumbling to pieces before their very eyes. The horrid heat suffocated them, their breaths felt like drinking acid. Their bodies collapsed to the ground, their tendons snapping. The young Uchiha groaned, staring at the kunai embedded in his knee. He'd just forced it in to escape the terrible sensation. When he turned his gaze, he saw Sakura lying on the ground, drool dripping from her open mouth, her eyes rolling back, and tears streaming down her temples. Turning his head, he saw that Shino, even unconscious, was trembling like a leaf in a storm. When the crow looked at his enemy, he understood at least one thing: they weren't in the same league. Clever, you injured yourself to escape my aura. However, your teammates weren't so lucky. The Kusa ninja grabbed some kunai and smiled. Now, I'll take care of you. He threw his kunai, aiming for Sasuke's neck, who was still unable to move freely. Earth release, earth wall. The earth rose up to block the blades, protecting Sasuke from certain death. When the wall crumbled, Maeko finally appeared, surprising the Uchiha. So, little Sasuke, need some help. The dark-haired boy groaned before being slapped by Saya, sending a wave of chakra through his body and freeing him from his temporary paralysis. The young Uchiha looked at the blonde who had just saved him. Clearly, she wasn't stupid, she seemed to have some fighting skills, so she might not be a bad match. And who knows, the union of Uchiha and Senju could produce something good. For now, he kept that thought in mind, he had other things to think about. Be careful, this guy can throw something at you that paralyzes you. The young Uchiha warned. The three kunoichi of Team 8 nodded. They had sensed something as they approached, but they were starting to get used to it, even if what they felt was stronger than anything they had ever experienced with Zabuza or Naruto. Speaking of which, where was the only man on their team? Unfortunately, they wouldn't be able to spend too much time thinking because the dark-haired enemy had decided to interrupt their thoughts. I see some of your friends have come to help you. He laughed coldly. This is pointless, you will never be able to defeat me. Sasuke closed his eyes before revealing his Sharingan. The young Uchiha added her own dojutsu, followed by Hinata, who activated her Byakugan. The sight of these three dojutsu brought a smile to the young genin from Kusa's face. Well, was he really a genin? This is going to be incredibly fun. He launched himself forward, arms dangling behind him, before engaging in combat with his feet. He displayed remarkable agility and speed, for on his own, with only 2 legs, he managed to hold his own and even repel the attacks of the 4 genin, although, admittedly, they weren't coordinated. While Saya, Maeko, and Hinata showed a semblance of teamwork, Sasuke attacked or retreated without regard for his allies, sometimes exposing them to serious danger. A spinning kick forced Saya to her knees to avoid it. Taking advantage of her proximity to the ground, the brunette swept her feet and swept off the enemy ninja's foot. She rolled to the side, allowing the young blonde to deliver a powerful punch to the genin's stomach as he fell. The force of the strike and the lack of support sent the opposing brunette reeling. He rolled to the ground before getting back up, once again without using his arms. He had to assume a fighting stance, however, as Hinata and Maeko charged. Hinata used the gentle fist, performing a graceful dance to strike, while Maeko used the rare moments when the brunette was cornered to unleash devastating blows. In a synchronized move, they managed to corner him against a tree and, using kunai and nylon thread, they pinned him down. He gritted his teeth, seeing that they hadn't been idle. Sasuke and Saya formed hand seals side by side. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke exhaled a fireball the size of a house while Saya completed a different series before inhaling. Saya sighed heavily, her hands trembling, and everything before her was scorched. She couldn't do it. Why was Naruto's fireball bigger than hers? She was the Uchiha, she was the one who should have the upper hand with fire, not him. She formed hand seals before inhaling. We're not all the same, Saya. Distracted, she simply exhaled. She turned her head to see the young Uzumaki, leaning against a tree and staring at the earth scorched by her countless attempts to match his fireball. What do you mean? We're equal, you and I. The Uzumaki chuckled as he approached her, stopping less than a step away, making her blush. She had never been so far from him. I mean, you being a man, and me a woman, that doesn't make us different. Yes, it does. You're useless, you're incapable of projecting a massive amount of chakra. The redhead informed her, making the brunette groan. There are several types of people. Those with outer chakra, those with inner chakra, and those with middle chakra. She tilted her head to the side, not understanding where he was going with this. It's very simple. The outer type is like me. I can expel chakra with ease, which makes techniques like the Great Fireball technique very easy to perform on a much larger scale than a normal person can. She nodded, she now understood his ease with such large techniques. The inner type is Hinata. Precise use of chakra, almost surgical. Fairly easy to handle, low but precise damage. She's not the type to perform devastating jutsu. She's more the type who enjoys the darker branches, like assassination or medical techniques. Saya continued to nod, hanging on the young man's every word, even though she didn't quite understand his point. Then, the middle type, yours or Maiko's. A type that, as the name suggests, is in the middle. A middle type can expel chakra and use it more easily, shape it or whatever, but you'll never be able to release as much as I can. I don't really see what you mean. The young man shrugged. I'm just trying to tell you that you can't put out a fire with a water pistol. You're trying to make a fireball as big as mine, it's impossible. What you need to do is adapt your own version to suit you. He sighed before putting his hands in his pockets. Well, the reason I'm saying this is partly because I'm tired of seeing you burn this poor forest to the ground. If you're useless, it's not his fault. He stepped back as Saya stared at his hands. So she was a medium type. What if he'd just been feeding her a line? Well, she had nothing to lose by trying. Fire release, phoenix feathers. She spat out a volley of golden feathers that began to float towards the brown. Her brother's fireball created a distortion in the air current, which caused the feathers to swirl around the fireball. The sight was magnificent. The fireball was a hue somewhere between orange and red, encircled by luminous golden filaments reflecting off the feathers. The last of the feathers followed the orb of fire. The Kusa Genin crossed his arms in front of his face for protection. Sasuke's fireball exploded violently, generating a dome of heat. However, the feathers swirling around it fell to the ground, triggering multiple powerful explosions, as if a carpet of explosive scroll had just rained down from the sky. After a minute, the explosions ceased, and the rising smoke dissipated, revealing the young man's completely charred body. Sasuke smiled as he straightened up. One less thing to worry about. He simply approached, all he had to do was retrieve the scroll, and it would be over. As he reached out, another hand shot from the corpse's open mouth. What? He managed to break free and jump to join the members of Team 8. Two hands pried open the jaws, finally allowing a body to emerge from the charred remains. What are you? I am immortal, smiled the enemy Genin. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a scroll of earth. You know what I want, Sasuke Uchiha. The dark-haired man felt an icy drop slide down his back. What was he to do? He could never win against him, even with the support of all the other ninjas of his generation. They would be killed in seconds. He didn't even know how they had managed to survive so long. A giant snake sprang from behind their enemy and lunged at them. Sasuke snapped back to reality as the three kunoichi took their fighting stances. Behind them, Sakura and Shino lay unconscious. If they let the snake pass, then the two fools would be killed. Fire release, Dragon's Fire. The giant snake was struck head-on by a burst of flame that far surpassed the fire of Sasuke and Saya. It took no more time for the reptile to burst into flames and thrash about in the inferno. Naruto landed in front of his team, his eyes as cold as ever. The Kusa Genin was surprised to see that his summoning was already complete. He also noticed that the redhead was holding someone on his shoulder, a person he dropped heavily to the ground. He immediately recognized the one whose appearance he had borrowed earlier. The Kusa member smiled, unfurling his aura, much to Naruto's dismay, as he felt nothing of it. Wait, Sasuke shouted. He rummaged in his pocket and pulled out the sky scroll. With a sweeping gesture, he sent the scroll flying past Naruto, landing on Kusa's limb, who caught it casually. I don't want it anymore, so take it and leave. The enemy grinned broadly at the scroll. It's only natural to give something up to survive, especially when it's something the enemy desires, the dark-haired enemy smiled coldly. He formed the tiger hand seal before exhaling, generating a flame small enough to consume the blue scroll. Except that's not what I want. He produced his own scroll and sliced it in two with his chakra. Now I'll finish you off. I doubt it, Orochimaru, Naruto simply stated, surprising everyone present. Let's see, a genin with that kind of power, a snake summoner, capable of holding his own against three decent genin and one pretty good one, all without using his arms or any technique whatsoever, emerging unscathed from a technique that would have taken down a jonin. If that's not the work of a Sannin, then I'll have to review my lessons. The dark-haired man smiled. With a blink, he revealed reptilian pupils. I don't know who you are, but you're very intelligent. The redhead shrugged. Let's just say my sensei has prepared me a little for you. Orochimaru understood implicitly that he was talking about Anko. Moreover, speaking of her, she shouldn't be long now. When I ran into that guy, he was fighting a snake. After getting myself a new wallet, I warned Anko. She should be arriving with some anbu, maybe even a few more. No matter how powerful you are, you won't survive in enemy territory against Anbu, Jonin, and the Hokage. The snake burst into laughter. You're very interesting, but not interesting enough. You don't have what I want. He stretched his neck, thrusting his head toward the group. He passed by Naruto, who didn't even flinch. Opening his mouth wide, the Sannin prepared himself and, with a powerful blow, closed his jaws on Sasuke. His fangs sank into the base of his neck. A scream from Sasuke echoed in the silence before Orochimaru pulled his head back to see, with satisfaction, that a symbol representing the three Magatama of the Sharingan was forming where he had bitten the Uchiha. If he wants power, he'll come to me. He vanished, melting into the ground under Naruto's indifferent gaze, while Saya frantically tended to her brother, who had just fallen unconscious. The redhead turned his head toward the team and sighed. For some reason, he sensed that a big problem was looming. Chapter 13, Second Exam, Conclusion. Team 8 was in a cave. Saya hadn't had the heart to leave her brother alone. Luckily, Sakura had woken up. Team 7 was also there, or at least as much as they could be. Kiba was unconscious. Apparently, a giant snake had bitten him, and the poison had affected him in some way, since they were still suffering from the aftereffects even after the venom had been removed from inside him. Shino was less fortunate in a way, because Orochimaru's attack had dislocated his shoulder and broken several ribs, 6 to be exact, one of which had lodged in his left lung. After being saved by Hinata and Maiko's medical skills, he needed rest. Sasuke seemed to be reacting to the mark, as his body was racked by powerful spasms that either completely paralyzed him or made him tremble, causing occasional periods of apnea that worried those concerned about his condition, primarily Saya and Sakura. It was mainly for Saya's sake that they remained there, and also to recover from their emotional ordeal after their brief confrontation with Orochimaru. Saya and Sakura hadn't left the young Uchiha's bedside, except to eat or drink a little. Maeko and Hinata were tending to Kiba and Shino, making sure they didn't relapse into their various medical complications. The only one who was neither unconscious nor overly attentive was Naruto. Magnanimous, he had decided to provide protection. Unfortunately, at least from that perspective, no team or even animals were approaching that cursed cave. This caused the redhead to be incredibly bored and unable to leave his allies. When he did, they were attacked by the fallen Sannin. Preferring to relax rather than wait like a child expecting Christmas presents, the redhead had resumed reading his book. They had now slept for 1 night, 1 day, and 10 hours. So, it had been 2 days, 2 nights, and a little over 17 hours since the trial had begun. Soon it would have been 3 days, and only one team had completed the trial, about a day and 8 hours ago. And to think that if Team 6 had obtained the Earth Scroll, they would have finished the mission. Speaking of which, should he tell Saya that her boyfriend was dead? Well, dead, he didn't know, but with a broken leg, a torn-off arm, and a shattered ribcage from a punch in hostile, savage territory, how long did he have to survive? Not to mention that one of his brothers was half cut in two, and the other had had his arm severed by Kubikiribocho. Damn, that weapon was pleasant, he was glad he'd kept it. Turning the page of his book, the Uzumaki felt someone approach and sit down beside him. He said nothing, he knew Saya was feeling unwell. She hadn't heard from her boyfriend, and wouldn't for some time, and her brother was in critical condition. Overcome by both mental and physical exhaustion, the beautiful brunette let her head fall onto the young man's shoulder. He watched her out of the corner of his eye. Trying to understand the purpose of such a gesture, he was surprised to see her asleep, a faint smile on her lips. Driven by a desire for comfort, she wrapped her arms around Naruto's and snuggled closer to him. He closed his book, knowing full well he wouldn't be able to read any more since Miss Kurama was having a fit, insulting and threatening the Uchiha who was using her property as a pillow. It was unforgivable, Naruto belonged to her, and no one could argue with that, least of all him. Maeko, for her part, watched the young Uchiha enjoy a well-deserved rest against the team's male representative, who was also the only man awake in the cave for 4 girls. Obviously, in such a situation, many men would have insinuated all sorts of things, but not him. It was as if he didn't care. Of course, it shouldn't be forgotten that he wasn't a virgin like her, since he'd already been intimate with Ayame. He had experience, so maybe he'd be disappointed with her. Why was she even thinking about that? She mentally slapped herself, she needed rest, actually. Maybe she could join Naruto and Saya in their makeshift bed. No, she couldn't take advantage of the Uzumaki's kindness, it was rare enough as it was. But could she really let this Uchiha, who was already in a relationship, get ahead of her? Why get ahead? It wasn't a race since she felt nothing for him. Yes, she felt nothing for him, he was just a teammate, an occasional ally. He was just the guy who kissed her in her dreams, or the guy who was more forward when waking up didn't disturb her in the middle of her dreamlike reverie. No, there was nothing between them. Hinata sat between Kiba and Shino, using her Byakugan to check the internal damage and see if it was receding or expanding. However, she wasn't only using her dojutsu for that, she was also taking the opportunity to check that Saya wasn't eyeing the redhead too much. What she was doing was understandable, she was looking for comfort. But honestly, seeking comfort from Naruto was like seeking warmth in a freezer. However, the way she was holding him like that was truly infuriating. Especially since she already had a boyfriend, but her eyes allowed her to see something. Besides the fact that Maiko's heartbeat seemed particularly agitated, visible thanks to the chakra pulsing in her veins, she could see that, even though she was asleep, Saya's heart rate was relatively rapid near the young man. So, for her, it was official. She definitely had 2 rivals in love. Oh, yes, she knew it. Hinata was already aware of her feelings for the young man, and it wasn't a recent development. However, having confirmation that her 2 teammates, and sometimes even her distant friends, had their sights set on the same boy as her wasn't exactly reassuring. Sakura, the last of the awake ones, was stressed. This was to be expected, one might say, since she was alone in the presence of 4 potential enemies, alone in enemy territory, and alone with 3 unconscious people to move. Furthermore, Anko had stated that for the challenge to be valid, all members had to be present and conscious. However, she wasn't starting from a position of strength with 3 unconscious members, representing 75% of Team 7. What could possibly go wrong? She'd already thought she was going to be killed when that guy, supposedly Orochimaru, unleashed his aura. That feeling of impending death had at least made her realize one thing, she was weak. Whether it was Saya, Hinata, Sasuke, Maeko, or this Naruto, all 5 had remained conscious under such a sickening wave. However, she saw some traces in her fellow kunoichi, slight shivers and powerful tremors intermittently, symptoms that she sometimes experienced herself. But not him. He had been there, he had been affected, and yet he showed no trace. It was impossible that his body could have forgotten that sensation so quickly. Really, was he a monster, like everyone was saying? A sigh escaped Maeko, causing a few glances to turn in her direction. Why do you think that guy took all those risks? She felt strangely compelled to clarify her statement. I mean, he infiltrated Konoha, killed a genin from Kusa. All that just to challenge Team 7. It doesn't make sense. The blonde crossed her arms and turned her head to look outside at the setting sun. He had a goal, an ulterior motive, otherwise he never would have done all that. Do you think he was afraid of Sasuke-kun and wanted to kill him before he became too powerful? Sakura suggested. The redhead rolled his eyes before looking outside. What? The pink-haired girl growled. Sasuke-kun is the strongest, he can easily scare the Sannin. It's impossible for any Sannin to be worried about Sasuke for any good reason. That guy is useless, Naruto simply stated. He only thinks about himself, reinforcing the idea that he's the best and doesn't need anyone's help. That's wrong, and he realized it today, that's why he lost. Thinking you're the strongest cuts you off from others and you die alone like an idiot, Uzumaki simply stated. It's crazy that you'd say that about Sasuke-kun, you're the same. That's wrong. I don't think I'm the strongest, and I don't cling to any idea. Sasuke feels superior because his brother spared him. He thinks he knows what the pain of loneliness is. But he's wrong, he's not alone, because Saya, Obito, and all his fangirls are here. If he's alone, it's by choice, not by necessity. That's where we're different. Being alone isn't a choice I made. In fact, it's the only path I know. He closed his eyes for a few seconds before slowly opening them again. Sasuke and I are different, my ego doesn't make me self-absorbed. If I isolate myself from the world, it's not because I feel superior, it's because I hate it. This world is rotten. It's time people learned what this is. The world needs to know the true face of despair. Uzumaki's tirade at least had the merit of silencing Sakura. Saya had listened, even if she hadn't opened her eyes. Yes, was it necessary to mention that she wasn't asleep at all and was taking advantage of the redhead's excessive kindness to cuddle up to him? No, but in any case, she should think about breaking up with her boyfriend, because she didn't feel that close to him. Anyway, she was trying to understand everything he had just said and, strangely, she felt sad listening to him speak. She had seen that Sasuke was cutting himself off from the world, but she never would have imagined that Naruto could feel so alone. In fact, they all felt sad listening to him speak, but they were all equally moved by the young man's loneliness. However, they didn't understand his last words, the world must know the true face of despair. What exactly did he mean? Without warning, he stood up, disturbing the beautiful brunette who was resting. He massaged the shoulder on which she had been lying and headed for the exit. The young Uchiha glanced at her companions before looking at the Uzumaki. Where are you going? We should stay together. Are you really planning to reenact the scene from the previous chapter? She adopted a blasé expression as he smiled caustically at her. My offer still stands. Her blasé expression vanished, and she blushed furiously. Why did he always have to say that? Anyway, it's pointless. Whether you're here or not, it makes little difference. He looked outside, hiding his face, but they could detect a faint trace of sadness in what he said next. I'm better off alone, he added softly, almost inaudibly. It's just a matter of habit. He withdrew, leaving the four young women in the cave with the three convalescents. Maeko sighed before Sakura asked a simple question to change the subject. By the way, where's our scroll? Sasuke gave it to us in an attempt to save us, but it didn't work. Right after Naruto arrived, Sasuke made the exchange, Saya informed him, before adopting a thoughtful expression. Besides, he had the chance to get it back, I wonder why he didn't. What do you want me to do about it? It wasn't my scroll, so it wasn't my problem, Uzumaki informed from the far end of the cave. Of course he didn't care, it wasn't his scroll, it wasn't his team, so why would he do anything for them? He'd already been kind enough to wake Sakura up, sure, he'd given her a hard slap, but he'd woken her up, hadn't he? As he finally left the cave, he stopped to watch a squirrel run toward him. Saya smiled as she saw the animal approach. However, as it neared the cave, Naruto's hand intervened. The redhead bent down to pick up the small mammal and lifted it, before removing a piece of paper from its back. What are you waiting for? Naruto grinned, as the animal came to rest on his shoulder and rub against him, showing its gratitude. Your explosive scroll is currently useless. And it was true, the mere fact that the Uzumaki was in contact with the seal had been enough to disable it, short-circuiting the two connectors used to detonate the scroll. An ordinary person, without Fuinjutsu knowledge, would have been completely fooled and blown to bits, but not just anyone can be called Uzumaki. 3 people landed in front of them. A boy with a bandaged face, one black eye still visible. He wore a heavy blue-gray coat with thick fur at the collar, and blue, gray, and black military-style trousers. A strange device was attached to his left arm. The second was a brown-haired boy with black eyes, wearing a yellow-tinted t-shirt over a long-sleeved gray top and the same trousers as his teammate. The last was a woman with long black hair, eyes of the same color, and fair skin. She wore a khaki tank top, a scarf, and trousers of the same color as her teammates. Naruto recognized the three headbands, those of the Sound One, Oto. "Have you been here long?" The brunette sighed, looking at her teammates. "We've been tricked. What should we do? Do we keep going anyway?" The mummy nodded before heading towards the cave. The four kunoichi emerged. "Wait, Dosu, we've lost the advantage." The redhead raised his hand, blocking the other young women. "I've waited long enough. They're mine. I'll take the first turn." He advanced, signaling the others to stay put. He stopped 3 meters from his opponents, crossed his arms, and snubbed them with a smug air. "So, what do we do?" "Kin, Zaku," Dosu began. "We'll use our usual maneuver. Our target isn't this guy." The Uzumaki observed them for a few seconds. They weren't after him, but they had to come here. For once, his opponents weren't trying to kill him directly, he had to be with a target. But oh well, at least he'd have something to distract him from. Kin leapt into the air to unleash a volley of kunai. The redhead didn't even flinch, knowing full well the blades would pass by him, which they did. However, he hadn't considered being blocked by steel wires that surrounded him on both sides. Dosu made a breakthrough, rushing towards him with speed. He raised his arm as Zaku positioned himself behind him, extending his palm towards Dosu. Wind release, searing waves. An air cannon propelled the mummy forward as the device on his arm began to vibrate, a sign of some kind of activation. The lightning-fast blast sped past the redhead, who frowned. The cables and his speed made any chance of escape nearly impossible. However, he wasn't out of his depth, as he had more than one trick up his sleeve. Fire release. Dragon's fire. After a short series of hand seals, the redhead unleashed such a torrent of flames that they traveled up the wires to reach the young brunette, forcing her to release her tethers. Dosu leapt aside to avoid the flames as Naruto's flames, fueled by Zaku's wind, caught up with him, turning a bluish hue. The three members of Oto separated to avoid being hit by the powerful fire. Taking advantage of the blind spot, the young woman of sound launched a volley of kunai at the Uzumaki. He didn't even turn his head and fired back with his own kunai. He didn't wait any longer and produced a card, a 2 of clubs to be precise. Like in regular decks, he threw the card, which hurtled toward the young woman. Once it reached a meter away, the projectile revealed a seal. This seal glowed and triggered a powerful explosion that sent Kin crashing into a tree a few meters away. Dosu and Zaku frowned. This wasn't a common projectile, and above all, the explosion was considerably larger than those of the usual scrolls. "What have you done?" The redhead shrugged and showed a card, a 2 of diamonds. "That's not it. We want to know what you did to her." A sinister aura grew around Naruto. "Let's see, if I tell you. This won't be fun." Zaku raised both hands and tensed. The stinging waves he unleashed swept across the 3 kunoichi of Team 8 and the lone member of Team 7. The Uzumaki's eyes widened, and for a split second, they turned red, marked by 3 commas. He raised his hand and launched a volley of 2 cards, the 3 and 4 of diamonds. The 2 cards hurtled toward the young women but were deflected by the air blasts. Zaku's attack vanished into thin air, or rather, was swallowed by one of the redhead's 2 cards, surprising everyone. "How dare you touch my territory?" The Uzumaki growled as a black mass trickled down his left hand. He slammed his fist into the ground, spreading a kind of black goo, from which he extracted Zabuza's sword. "What's this?" The Uzumaki didn't even reply and seized the weapon with both hands. He raised it above his head and, in a powerful motion, sent Kubikiribocho hurtling towards Zaku. The latter sneered, leaning to one side. "You poor fool, you don't even know how to." Naruto vanished before reappearing behind Zaku, holding the hilt of the blade, which bore a mark similar to Shinji's. "What the?" Using the power of rotation and the speed of his teleportation, the redhead delivered a powerful spinning attack that sliced through Zaku's arm without leaving a trace of blood, which was immediately swallowed by the blade. Under the horrified gaze of those present, Dosu recoiled, trembling as the brunette fell to the ground with a scream of pain. "Wait," the mummy suddenly pleaded. He pulled a scroll from the earth and threw it. Naruto caught it in midair, without even looking away from Zaku's arm. "Take the scroll. We'll retreat, okay." The redhead laughed, resting the enormous sword against his trapezius. "No," Naruto suddenly declared in a cold, unwavering voice. "You have a target, and that's fine by you, but I have my reasons for fighting." He turned to place his foot on Zaku's arm. I don't care who your target is, I don't care what you do to them once you find them. But you've set foot on my territory, on my property, on my possessions. That's unforgivable, so I'm not going to let you get away with it just because you gave me your scroll. He plunged his blade into the ground, slicing the fallen arm in two. You can run, you can hide, it's useless. You are my prey, you are my targets. No matter where, when, or how, I will find you and I will kill you simply to atone for the fact that you trespassed on my land. To relieve myself of this feeling of intrusion you have instilled in me, he smiled, revealing overgrown canines. You'll pay for everything you've done. The two looked at each other before blurting out a single word. Then take kin. The redhead turned his head toward the unconscious brunette. He didn't care about this girl, she didn't interest him. She hadn't done anything to his territory. A groan escaped Naruto when he felt a presence behind him. Without even turning his head, he spun around, sending his foot into Dosu's ribs. Under the force of the blow, the Oto ninja gritted his teeth before being thrown sideways. Damn, does he have eyes in the back of his head or something? The redhead sighed before forming hand seals. Water release, chaos wave. He inhaled deeply before spitting out an imposing ball of water, as big as a house, which exploded against Dosu. Pushing off from the ground, he charged at the mummy, whose eyes widened in surprise. Raising his hand to protect himself, Dosu produced sound waves that made Uzumaki stagger. Damn, what is this thing? Sound waves. Trying to ignore it, he made a powerful arm movement. Pulling his cleaver with the strength of his hand, he managed to bring the weapon down on his enemy. He managed to defend himself, but the device on his left forearm exploded under the force of the blow. Continuing its path, Kubikiribocho lodged itself in his forearm, but the multiple barriers stopped the Oto ninja's bone. Zaku, seeing this as an opportunity to strike his opponent, raised his last arm and unleashed a searing wave with the maximum amount of chakra he could muster. Dropping his weapon, Uzumaki used Dosu's body to shield himself from the attack. A groan of pain emanated from the mummy as his bone was nearly shredded by the force of the attack. Now it's my turn to strike. He threw Dosu's body to the ground and formed a series of hand seals. Wind release, storm dragon. A violent tornado engulfed the redhead before the column of air coalesced into a dragon. A smile stretched across the young Uzumaki's lips as he began another series of hand seals. Fire release, dragon's fire. The immense wind dragon took on a bluish hue as flames ignited the air currents. The colossal beast soared into the sky before crashing down on Zaku, who smiled slightly. Stupid attack, I can dodge it. He frowned, lifting his foot, something was blocking him. When he lowered it, he could see roots entwining his ankles. No, what the? He couldn't finish his sentence before the dragon swooped down on him, creating a vortex of fire that shot several meters into the air. The torrent of fire began to focus on a specific point before exploding, generating a wave of heat that licked the faces of many people. Especially those who, drawn by the sounds of the attacks, had decided to come and watch the fight. Team 10 and Team 9 were already visible. Naruto laughed when he saw Zaku on the ground, slashed and burned all over. Turning his head, he saw Kin getting up and watching, mesmerized, the bodies of her two teammates. They saw faint breathing from both of them, but also, and above all, that all of this was the work of only one man. You're a monster. The redhead shrugged. That's how I was made. I didn't have much of a chance of survival in this pitiful, unhealthy world. He advanced slowly toward the brunette, increasing the pressure with each step. In this world, it's, eat or be eaten, and I refuse to be prey. I'm a predator, a hunter. I have my territory, and I don't tolerate intrusions. He raised his hand before striking his seal, fitting Zabuza's blade into its mark. Your two teammates made the mistake of attacking my possessions, they paid the price. You did nothing, so I'll spare your life. He stopped 2 meters from her. I don't care what you think of me, I don't care about the image you or others have of me. Now, get out of here. And leave them there, the young man ordered as she approached Dosu. They are my prey, it's up to me to decide their fate. But there's no point in pretending to care about them, your aura is even more hateful towards them than it was towards me when you were supposed to be fighting me. Get out of here before I change my mind. The brunette looked at the bodies of the 2 young Oto ninjas, slowly dying, then she left. As she approached the edge of the forest, she cried out in pain. The Uzumaki turned his head to see that his wrist was broken. And not by just anyone, because it was Sasuke Uchiha who had done it. It's not like you, Naruto Uzumaki, letting targets get away. He exclaimed in a dark, maddened voice. A kind of dark purple aura swirled around him, his Sharingan glowing in his eyes as black flames tattooed on his face, neck, and left arm slowly spread to the right. Kin jumped aside to distance himself from the dark-haired boy. A terrible, murderous aura filled the air. Sasuke. Saya shouted, advancing toward her brother. You're going too. Her eyes widened as she felt the cold metal of a kunai against her neck, sinking into her flesh. Before the blade could reach her windpipe, a hand grabbed Sasuke's to block it. Naruto-kun. The redhead had just blocked the strike, but he was struggling to hold it with one hand. It's impossible. His power level has almost doubled. Without activating my Sharingan or revealing my wood release, I have no choice but to draw upon your chakra, Kura-chan. The redhead analyzed before the demon agreed, flooding the young man with demonic chakra. He tightened his grip and pushed him back before delivering a powerful punch to his jaw, sending the brunette crashing a meter or two from his starting position. He slid to the ground before getting back up as if nothing had happened. I think I understand. Orochimaru has placed a seal on Sasuke, a kind of juniper technique that increases the power of its user by completely disinhibiting them. Very interesting. It's like a drug that will make him dependent by creating an addictive effect that will never be satisfied if he doesn't master it. And I suppose he'll only master it if he joins that snake. No doubt about it, this guy is a genius of evil. Is that all you know how to do? Sasuke chuckled as his purple chakra erupted around him. He formed hand seals before clasping his hands together to inhale deeply. Fire release, dragon's breath. The cursed one exhaled a flame that shot like an arrow toward the young Uzumaki, who shoved his teammate aside before clasping his hands together. Water release, chaos wave. He spat out a ball of water that violently exploded against the trail of flame meant to strike him. A violent explosion of steam erupted. However, the Uzumaki couldn't see the young Uchiha melt through the opaque cloud to attack the redhead. A spinning kick flew towards his ribs, blocked by the Jinchūriki's forearm. Taking advantage of the close quarters, Naruto punched Sasuke in the stomach as the latter brought his foot down on his right shoulder. The two strikes created a slight momentum before they were both knocked apart. Performing a roll, the redhead drew two cards, a 4 of clubs and a 5 of spades. He threw them as Sasuke threw two kunai. The card depicting the 4 of clubs began to smoke before exploding, a detonation louder than the one that had knocked Kin to the ground, sending Sasuke's two kunai plowing into the earth. The card bearing the 5 of spades continued its trajectory, sinking deep into his left shoulder. What the hell is this? Sasuke snarled, reaching up to grab the card, but tensed, feeling a strange heat at the wound. With his Sharingan, he could see that the card carried a small amount of chakra, but more importantly, he saw a seal on it, invisible to the naked eye. What are these shitty cards? 4. Suits. Clubs explode. Diamonds protect. Spades cut. Hearts deflect. All of this, created from my seals. He chuckled, raising a card and revealing the ace of clubs. The power varies depending on the number. He sent the card landing at Sasuke's feet and, with a smile, the redhead announced, the ace isn't considered a 1. A violent explosion ravaged the ground, lifting the earth and sending the dark-haired boy flying like a wisp of straw. However, Naruto hadn't anticipated the Uchiha regaining his footing in midair and starting to form hand seals. I'll have to finish this. He pointed his hand towards the ground, a blue aura swirling around it, quickly becoming electric. All this unfolded under the watchful eyes of Saya and Naruto, both discreetly displaying their respective Sharingan. Chidori. The dark-haired boy lunged at the redhead, who tilted his completely relaxed hand backward, forming a sphere of chakra, condensed by Kurama. Rasengan. The two darted towards each other before, with a powerful and swift movement, they struck. The two attacks met, but neither was fully completed. Both generated a shockwave that was then licked by numerous, but thin, strands of blue chakra and by slight electrical friction around them. The chakra around them condensed before exploding and repelling them both. Sasuke slid to the ground before violently hitting a tree. He slowly got to his feet before smiling coldly at the Uzumaki. You lost. He burst into laughter, as people turned to see that Naruto had been pierced by a branch in the stomach. Now I just have to. He fell silent at Naruto's laughter, pulled himself from his stake, and let himself fall. He looked at his t-shirt before sighing. Damn, with all this, I'm going to have to change. Indeed, the multiple blows he'd taken since the start of the trials had finally torn his orange shirt. He pulled it off and let it fall to his feet. There was no point in keeping this rag on. Well, do you want to continue or are you going to stop? Sasuke let himself be overwhelmed by the mark before a violent pain seized him. He gritted his teeth before letting out a cry of pain, falling to his knees, the black tattoo folding back into its mark. Phew, luckily he was at his limit. I didn't want to show any more. Revealing the Sharingan or the wood release would be stupid right now. Sakura ran to join the Uchiha on the ground. Sasuke-kun, are you alright? He exhaled, trying to regain a steady breathing rhythm. His body trembled with pain, but he was still conscious. However, he had the feeling that someone else had taken his place to fight Naruto. But why? This guy, what was his level? Okay, his body wasn't in top shape, but that overwhelming chakra was almost enough to compensate for his temporary weaknesses. Looking up, he could see that the young man in front of him had no injuries. That was impossible, he had just been pierced clean through by a branch. Why was he unharmed? Yes, what had happened all this time? How much time was left for the exam? Where was Orochimaru? Saya approached her brother and told him everything in detail, while Maeko and Hinata rushed over to their teammate to check on his missing injury. What? The dark-haired boy shouted. Where are our scrolls? Naruto's head was turned to one side. Teams 9 and 10 had spent time observing the fights, but neither had decided to act. Clearly, they didn't want to get involved in a fight like this. Did they have both of their scrolls? No, otherwise they wouldn't be there. They only had one, so they still had a lot of work to do to complete the test. Especially since the test had started 3 days ago, time was running out. There were 2 days left before the end of the test. Maybe even less, considering that with rest time, there was practically only a day and a half left at most. Naruto shrugged and turned around. Team 8, let's go. Naruto, we could give one of our scrolls to Team 7. Saya began softly, and the redhead turned around. They don't have any left, we have 2. So, we could give them one, right? Uzumaki approached her and looked at her coldly. Excuse me, I fought those 2 guys to protect those 3, even though I didn't give a damn about them. I retrieved that scroll myself, it's up to me to decide where and when we use it. I did this for my team, not for Team 7. He lifted the brunette's chin, fixing his blue eyes on the beautiful Uchiha's dark ones. Your brother, I don't give a damn about him. I remind you that you're the ones desperate to prove yourselves. I'm giving you the opportunity to give your best without risking your lives during this trial. But without us, Maeko began. What, without you? Naruto asked, his brows furrowed with a slight anger. Would they have done the same for you? Would they have fought to help you? Would they have stayed by your side if 3 of us were unconscious? They looked at each other, undecided. You want to help them? Fine, stay with them. I don't care, I can manage without you, I can survive perfectly well on my own. I've done it before, he added more quietly. I always have. He turned and started to leave, but Sakura stepped in front of him to block him. Wait, please, without your help, we won't get anywhere. The Uzumaki looked at her without betraying the slightest emotion. Shino and Kiba are unconscious and we don't have any scrolls. We only have 2 days left. So, hurry up, the redhead announced flatly. The scrolls aren't going to arrive by just standing here talking nonsense. Please. A 5-year-old boy was running down the street. It was night, and behind him, about 10 adults were chasing him. He was just a child, he couldn't outrun a group of adults. But one of them was more skilled than the others. He grabbed a stone and threw it. It flew across the 10 meters separating them from young Uzumaki before striking him on the head. He let out a small cry before falling to the ground. The adults rushed to his side as the child curled into a ball, trying to protect his vital points. How many children do you know who know the location of vital points? Naruto Uzumaki knew how to protect his. Before he could even utter a word, he was beaten. Kicks, blows with sticks, and even blows with shovels rained down on his young body. After about 5 minutes, which felt like almost 20 in the child's mind, he lifted his bloodied, tear-stained face to look at his torturers with his large blue eyes. Mercy. A monster like you doesn't deserve this. The man with the shovel yelled before bringing it down on his face, breaking his nose and several teeth. As the young boy's vision blurred, corrupted by the darkness of unconsciousness and tinged with the red of his blood, he saw 2 people approaching. A young boy of about 11, wearing an Anbu uniform, with red eyes marked by 3 commas, and beside him, another boy of the same age with brown hair streaked with white. The first bore the emblem of the Uchiha clan, and the second that of the Senju. That was all he saw, for pain and exhaustion dragged him into the depths of unconsciousness. That word is meaningless, the redhead whispered weakly, recalling a painful scene from his childhood. Without you, we won't make it. Sakura Haruno almost moaned. The 3 young kunoichi of Team 8 were nearly ready to help, but it was Naruto who had retrieved the scrolls, it was up to him to use them. If you rely on others, then you're useless, Naruto slapped harshly. You're annoying me, Sakura Haruno. If you can't do anything yourself, go bury yourself alive, at least you'll be feeding the worms. He pushed past Sakura, giving her a violent shoulder shove that made her stagger. Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga. I'm going. It's up to you to decide what you want to do. I don't care, just be here before the end of the test. He took a running start. Wait, I'll grab my things and come with you, Maeko said simply, running towards the cave. Hinata followed while Saya watched her brother and Sakura. A warm liquid trickled down her neck. She touched it to feel the blood coming from the wound her brother had inflicted. It had dripped onto the medallion Naruto had given her when they had taken their test to determine whether or not they would become genin. I'm coming too, wait for me, Saya said, joining her teammates and passing by her brother. He had considered attacking them, but there were 4 of them and only 2. He and Naruto were evenly matched, but Sakura would have been defeated in seconds by one of the 3 kunoichi on Team 8. Both of them were in a bad position. The 3 young women returned with the still usable items. See you later, Sasuke. Team 8 dashed into the forest, leaving Team 7 alone in the clearing. After 2 hours of running, Team 8 reached the tower. Upon opening the door, they found themselves in a large, round room. In the center was a large stone panel, clearly engraved with the final test. They approached, and Hinata read aloud. If you do not possess heaven, gain knowledge and be prepared. She frowned, it made no sense. If you do not possess earth, run far away in search of strength. There was some kind of parallel between strength and intelligence, as if one needed both strength and intelligence to become a chunin. Without needing to read further, which was incomplete, Hinata understood that they simply had to open the 2 scrolls together. Since one symbolized the intelligence required of a chunin, and the other the strength necessary for such a rank, opening only one would imply that only strength or only intelligence existed, but both must work together, otherwise it won't function. It was like a team. If the members weren't in harmony, then it wouldn't work. If strength and intelligence weren't in equal measure, there would be an imbalance that could be detrimental to both the institution and the individual. This was reminiscent of the power dynamic between force and justice, since there was always intelligence behind justice. Justice without force is powerless, force without justice is tyrannical. In a way, this semi-riddle served to warn the future chunin against the pitfalls of vanity, a sort of moral code that every person of middle rank or higher was expected to follow. The young woman turned to give instructions in her own interpretation of the sentence. Saya and Maeko opened the scroll simultaneously, creating a thick, powerful cloud of smoke. Then, Hana Inuzuka, Kiba's sister, appeared before them, causing the kunoichi to recoil but the Uzumaki to remain unmoved. Congratulations, Team 8. You have completed the 2nd stage. As always, it is a chunin's responsibility to inform you of the tasks that will soon be assigned to you, should you become chunin after this exam. She smiled at the 4 young people before continuing. A chunin is the intermediary between genin and jonin, they act as a guide. Unlike a master, a chunin is an advisor to genin, someone who must combine both justice and strength. This is what is required of you and what will be required of you if you are promoted. Upon reaching the rank of intermediate ninja, you will be given more dangerous missions, but you will often guide a few genin, and you will have to show them the way, the right path. The quartet silently agreed. Good, so if that's finished, I'll ring the gong for you. She gestured before a sound resonated through the tower and echoed throughout the forest. You have officially completed the 2nd stage and are the 2nd team to finish your trial. Chapter 14, Preliminary Trial, A Taste. Team 8 had been in the tower for several hours. The quartet had gone to their assigned room to rest in anticipation of a likely preliminary trial. Barely an hour after their trial was completed, another team arrived, Team 9. This brought the number of people from 7 to 10 and drastically increased the chances of a preliminary trial. In a corridor, they crossed paths with the Suna team. While Gaara had completely ignored the 3 kunoichi in favor of Naruto, the latter didn't reciprocate, choosing instead to pay no attention to the redhead from Suna. He focused instead on the blonde, who showed no resistance whatsoever to his charms or his rather abrupt flirting. This didn't sit well with his 3 teammates, but he didn't care, given that their hesitation and the fact that they had almost agreed to give a scroll to Team 7 had significantly lowered his opinion of them, both as individuals and as a group. In short, once they arrived at their quarters, they found a large room with 4 beds arranged in the 4 corners, a door leading to a private bathroom, and a window. A simple room offering minimal comfort, which was more than enough since the team wasn't supposed to stay there for more than a few days. No sooner had they arrived than the redhead went to claim his bed, the one furthest from the door and in the dark corner, blocking the light from the bathroom or even the window. Saya and Maeko took the first beds, while Hinata took the second, which was next to Naruto's. There had been almost no conversation since their arrival. The redhead hadn't gotten over how his work was being treated and hadn't said a word to the others. As for them, of course, it didn't take them long to realize they had disappointed the young man, if such a thing as disappointing him was even possible. However, they didn't know what to say, since they couldn't really figure him out. He wasn't the type of boy to be very expressive with his feelings. It was late, so without discussing it, they went to bed. Tomorrow would be the last day of the exam, so they had to be prepared for any eventuality. As the members of Team 8 settled into their respective beds, the young Uzumaki threw off his blue top, the last garment he was wearing to cover his torso. He opened the bathroom door and stepped inside, letting the light highlight his muscles, at least long enough for them to appreciate it, completely unaware of his presence, of course. After a few seconds, they heard the water running. Saya lay down and tucked the duvet under her chin. "We messed up there, didn't we?" The Uchiha sighed softly. "And I thought we were a team, we didn't even think about him, even though he did everything by himself." The young man's words still echoed in their heads. "I remind you that it's you who desperately want to prove yourselves. I'm giving you the opportunity to give your best without risking being killed during this test." He had done all this for them. From the beginning, he had taken care of them. In fact, he had single-handedly shouldered the responsibility for the test and, by doing so, had exposed himself to danger so that they wouldn't have to. Which would have worked if they hadn't encountered Orochimaru, because of Team 7. In fact, everything that had happened to them during this test was because of Team 7. He was right after all, would they have done all this for them? "We have to stop relying on him." Maeko sighed. "He's taken too many risks for us. We should show him that we can take care of the team too." Hinata nodded, completely agreeing with her friend. Unfortunately, they couldn't chat any longer, as they were too tired to continue talking. They lay down comfortably in their beds while the redhead finished his shower before going to sleep. The night promised to be long and full of questions. A young girl was running, her brown hair flying down her back, falling onto her dark-colored top. The Uchiha symbol was emblazoned across her back. She looked up to see thick, dark clouds from which torrential rain was falling. Saya had to hurry home, or her parents would scold her. She had finished the academy a long time ago, but she had gone to the library to do some research for her history presentation. Cold water trickled down her forehead before she turned off into the grounds. Everyone was home. No wonder, it was raining. She ran home to her front door. "Mom, Dad, I'm home," the little brunette announced, kicking off her shoes. Strangely, it was dark inside. She flicked on the light switch, but the light didn't come on. Undeterred, she walked down the hallway to her parents' room. She opened the door and suddenly stopped. Looking down, she saw her brother, illuminated by a faint beam from one of the streetlights outside. He was lying on the floor, trembling and crying. "Sasuke." When she looked up, she was met with darkness. Lightning flashed across the sky, creating a powerful beam of light and a deafening roar that froze the scene in the young woman's mind. Before her, her mother lay on the floor, a gaping wound sawing her torso in two, running between her breasts, her eyes wide and staring. Blood trickled down the wound and between her lips. A volley of lightning thundered through the air, creating numerous flashes of light, and Itachi appeared. Her older brother, his eyes red, revealing his Mangekyo Sharingan. "Saya, it's time for you to join Sasuke. I want you to see everything that's happened." Before he could cast his illusion, Obito arrived, blasting open the door and lunging at his nephew. Just as their blades were about to clash, a lightning bolt shattered the glass, flooding the room with light. Saya sat bolt upright, wanting to scream, but unable to. She struggled to breathe, tears streamed down her cheeks, and her heart raced. She turned her head toward the window to see the driving rain pounding against the glass, then looked around. Maeko and Hinata were sleeping peacefully, though she could barely see them in the dim light. She glanced back at the Uzumaki, but lightning flashed across the sky, followed by a thunderous roar. She jumped, burying her face under the covers. She was afraid of lightning, and normally, she would go to sleep with her uncle and aunt when there was a thunderstorm. Another flash of lightning thundered through the air, making the young Uchiha tremble in her bed. She couldn't go to her uncle, that would mean going outside, and she couldn't do that. A third lightning bolt struck right next to the tower. Her body reacted involuntarily, she jumped out of bed and ran to the nearest bunk. An animalistic growl woke him. Without opening his eyes, he already knew where the growl was coming from, though he couldn't quite grasp its origin. A movement in his bed immediately made him understand why his roommate was growling. Slowly opening his eyes, he looked down to see that, hidden under the duvet, but almost strapped to him, a mass was trembling violently. The lightning bolt ripped across the sky as the intruder flinched. "What do you want?" Slowly, the duvet lifted, revealing Saya's head, half hidden by the fabric. He recognized something in her eyes, fear. "Saya, go back to sleep in your own bed." He flipped his pillow over to get the cool side and lay down, closing his eyes to fall back asleep. However, the brunette didn't move an inch. "Please," the brunette begged weakly. I know, you're going to think this is silly, stupid, and immature, but can I sleep with you?" The redhead's eyes widened. Had he heard her correctly? The little Uchiha was asking him to sleep with her. "I'm afraid of the storm," the young woman confessed, trying to justify herself. She knew it was pointless, but why not try? She was surprised, however, when he shifted to stand against the wall and give her more space. It was only a single bed, but that didn't mean she couldn't be comfortable. Thank you. Sleep, Uzumaki ordered, turning his back on her. She smiled faintly and closed her eyes, her body still trembling. Visibly annoyed, the redhead raised his hand and placed it on the brunette's, stopping her abruptly. Stop. She completely stopped trembling and felt her heart almost stop in surprise. However, more than surprise, she felt a warmth flow through her, an indescribable shiver that coursed through her entire being, leaving no corner untouched. A smile stretched across her lips as she snuggled against his back to fall asleep. At that moment, Naruto jumped. Kurama had just struck the seal to take her place. It was the first time that had happened to him. Was she trying to force the cage open? He sighed. What was happening to her now? No, I refuse to let either of them near. I can't leave you, Naruto. It's still too early. When Maeko woke up, the sound of the windowpane being pounded by the heavy rain completely filled the room. She sat up, stretching lazily. Hinata was still asleep, and Naruto was too, but where was Saya? It was then that she noticed the small tuft of dark hair stuck to the redhead. Saya, the blonde yelled, startling both Hinata and her neighbor. However, the young man didn't even pretend to react. At the same time, with a demon girl regularly throwing a tantrum, it was understandable that a simple scream wouldn't wake him up. The Hyuga sat up, rubbing his white eyes before turning his head to see that the young Uchiha had slept with the Uzumaki from their team. What on earth are you doing in his bed? Saya was as embarrassed as she was speechless. She had thought that once the storm had passed, she would get out of bed and return to her own, but she hadn't expected to sleep so soundly that she would forget the weather phenomenon that frightened her. She sat up and stammered a few words before a flash of lightning streaked across the morning sky. The flash and the rumble barely had time to disappear before the brunette was under the covers, snuggled up to Naruto. Are you afraid of lightning? Maeko chuckled at Hinata's remark. I have very bad memories. During stormy nights, the two narrowed their eyes, trying to remember which memory she was referring to, but the answer hit them. The Uchiha massacre. They understood the source of her fear. But that didn't explain why she was with the Uzumaki, and in his bed no less. Sensing the exasperation of her teammates, she pulled herself out of bed, but froze for a second when she felt the hand he had placed on hers was still there. She blushed before slowly withdrawing her hand. I'm going to wash up, the Uchiha announced quickly, running into the bathroom, followed by the two other young women who hadn't finished their conversation. It was at that moment that Naruto opened his eyes. Did you sleep well? Kurama's voice asked, making the young man smile. He nodded, amused by his demon's concern. That's very good. So now that you're wide awake, you can tell me why you let one of those girls sleep with you. The redhead sighed. I don't know. She was scared and I remembered all the times I've been scared. What I wanted at that moment was a reassuring presence, and you were there for me. The fox didn't add anything. It was somewhat normal for a child like Naruto to develop a minimum of empathy for people who suffered like him, at least to a certain extent. Just because he had agreed to let Saya sleep in his bed didn't mean he was going to invite all the orphans to an amusement park. And you, why are you getting so upset? Are you going to tell me it's because of Saya? The fox sighed and lay down, cutting off communication with her guest. The redhead got up and pushed back the covers. He could almost feel the young woman's warmth against him. A rather surprising sensation, to say the least, but not entirely unpleasant. Anyway, he stopped thinking about it. Today was the last day of the challenge, which meant that within 2 hours, all the other teams should arrive. The sound of another arrival rang out in the silence, a sign that another team had just completed the challenge. There would be 13 of them then. With that, he was sure there would be some foreplay. The young man got up and dressed, having slept in his underwear. He looked out the window to see that the storm was calming down and the rain was getting lighter. He could still hear raised voices in the bathroom, a sign that the shower was lively. It was 7 o'clock, so it was time to go get something to eat in the cafeteria. When he left, it was in perfect sync with the trio of young women who were exiting. No, Saya, you're already in a relationship, so it's not justifiable at all. Leave me alone, Maeko, the Uchiha growled, drying her hair. Just because you're going to throw a jealous fit doesn't mean I'm going to apologize profusely. Nothing happened, and nothing will happen. I'm not in love with Naruto. Hinata gave a thin smile. We never mentioned you being in love with Naruto. We just said you took advantage of the situation. The beautiful brunette froze. This was the second time she'd been tricked like this. The first time by Rin, and the second time by Hinata, but the second time was definitely the most embarrassing. Both times it involved Naruto, as if that guy made her lose all her composure. She blushed and looked away. That's not the point. I don't feel anything for him. She stopped slowly. Speaking of relationships, I don't think things with Shinji will last. I don't know why, but I have a strange feeling. Maeko shrugged before sitting down on the bed. Well, you do what you want, but if you think it's the right thing to do, then go for it. The brunette smiled at the remark. But don't take this opportunity to jump on Naruto, the blonde almost threatened. You're annoying me, Saya suddenly shouted. It's not my problem if you have a crush on him. Stop projecting your feelings onto everyone, go tell him to reject you and leave me alone. Maeko was surprised by the tone the young woman used. But what hurt her the most was the, go tell him to reject you. She had never thought of or even entertained the idea of being in love with her teammate. However, what Saya had said, even if it was in anger and embarrassment, had struck her to the core and left the blonde in a catatonic state, before she suddenly snapped, grabbing Saya by the collar. I won't let you talk to me like that. The blonde yelled, shaking her. It's not some survivor from such a rotten and cursed clan who's going to lecture me. We're not the same. You may have lost your parents, but mine never cared about me at all. She straightened up, frowning, before turning to leave. I'm sick of you, you spoiled brat. We're all different, so don't assume your own experience is universal. She stormed out, slamming the door behind her as the other two exchanged surprised glances. The test was over. The examiners gave the participants an hour to complete their preparations, realizing that the rain had probably been more disruptive than anticipated. There were 13 of them. Team Suna with Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. Team 8 with Naruto, Saya, Hinata, and Maeko. Team 9 with Neji, Tenten, and Lee. Team 10 with Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji. This necessitated a preliminary test, but it didn't prevent them from having some time to clean off the various traces of blood, mud, and other substances. All the teams were assembled, except for Maeko. The Hokage and the sensei were there, in front of the various genin. Hiruzen frowned. Why was the young Senju who was on Naruto's team absent? Someone's missing, isn't there? Asked the Sarutobi, making Kurenai jump. She had hoped he wouldn't notice anything. Where was Maeko Senju? The young woman was currently in the shower in her room. She was completely unaware of the time and even of the world around her. What Saya had said had left her utterly bewildered. She didn't understand at all why she had reacted like that. Her heart pounded in her chest, unable to calm down. How could simple words hurt her so deeply? She drew her legs up to her chest before wrapping her arms around them. All she wanted was to no longer be alone, to no longer be abandoned, to be loved. She closed her eyes for a few moments. When they had been to Nami, he had shown such a different face than usual. It was that face that had made her understand it was more than friendship. She didn't want to see the Uzumaki from afar, she wanted to walk beside him, hand in hand. She didn't know if she was in love, but damn it, she wanted Naruto for herself. She longed to be with him, for him to hold her, to whisper sweet nothings in her ear, even if that wasn't his style. She heard the bathroom door open and a cool breeze caressed her bare skin, making her shiver. Let go of me, Saya, the young woman almost spat, far too jaded and annoyed to be polite. Saya's still downstairs. It would be best if you joined us before you get eliminated by default. A male voice snapped, making the young Senju girl pale. She knew that voice. Turning her head slowly, she saw Naruto, who was also in the bathroom. Fully dressed, but keeping his distance from the water, he turned it off by turning off the tap. It was then that the young woman remembered something. She was naked. She let out a soft cry, pressing her hands to her chest as her legs squeezed together to cover that most intimate part of her anatomy. Go get dressed, everyone's waiting for you downstairs. Get out of there, the young woman cried, red with embarrassment. I'm completely naked, you idiot. He shrugged, she wasn't the first girl he'd seen naked. Don't look at me. It's okay, relax, you don't have enough breasts to interest me anyway. Ignoring the decidedly unkind remark, she tried to curl up, knowing full well that the young man had an unobstructed view of her naked and perfectly exposed body despite the numerous contortions she made to conceal it. If you look at me, I won't be marriage material anymore. Ah yes, he'd forgotten that. The purity that a woman from a good family was supposed to possess, or that women often proclaimed. It's fine, it's not like it's going to change anything. He walked past her to force her to stand. Now, hurry up before you're declared the loser before you've even had a chance to do anything. Why are you being so mean to me? The blonde sighed as the young man grabbed the door handle. He paused before turning to look at her. She was still covering her breasts and genitals with her hands as Naruto sighed. You were different in Nami no Kuni, you didn't always wear this mask. We don't matter to you. The young man turned completely around to look her straight in the eyes. If you hate us, then why are you doing all this for us? He took a step forward, making her step back the same distance. He simply moved forward, pushing the young woman against the tiled wall. She blushed fiercely as he approached. I don't hate you, and if I'm doing this, it's because I want to. She raised her head to look at him and, for once, meet his gaze. You've finally managed to admit what you've wanted deep down. I thought you understood. He crushed her hands on either side of her body, pinning her against the wall. I'm not nice, I'm not mean. I'm just being honest. People don't understand the difference, they're just navel-gazing, imagining themselves important in the world when they're nothing but insignificant marks in the sand. No one leaves their mark long enough for their name to be etched in stone. I'm telling you, I don't hate you. She lowered her eyes, blushing. So, why did you do this? With Ayame. The redhead raised an eyebrow for a few moments. Was she having a fit because of his relationship with Ayame? Impossible. And so illogical. What exactly did she want? For him to do the same to her, to sleep with her whenever he had time to kill. He sighed before removing one of his hands from the wall. Why? Because I wanted it. She seemed surprised and looked at him. Ayame and I have a purely physical relationship. I don't know what your love is and I don't care, you know. She seemed more saddened than taken aback by his remark. If I understand correctly, you're jealous of Ayame. She looked away. Of course she was jealous. However, her eyes widened as she felt the redhead's hand move to one of her breasts, past her own. He moved his fingers for a few seconds, making her blush and let out soft moans. Grow up a little here and we'll see. Maybe for your coming-of-age ceremony, I'll show you what Ayame and I did, from a completely different perspective. He lowered his gaze to his hand and smiled weakly, almost mockingly. You'll have to grow up, though. Without removing his hand, he used his other to lift his face. Now, get dressed. You're expected downstairs. Finally, all 13 participants were present. The Hokage smiled slightly upon seeing Team 8. Seeing the blush on the young Senju's cheeks and the jealous looks on the other two, he understood that his plan was working as intended, since the 3 heiresses clearly had feelings for the young man. Now that the first step was accomplished, he had to ensure that the feelings were reciprocated, otherwise it wouldn't work. However, he was surprised not to see Team 7, but after all, something could always go wrong. For now, the plan he had for Naruto was about to come to fruition, and he had waited too long to let it all slip through his fingers. Well, first of all, thank you to Miss Senju for gracing us with your presence, the Kage said, amused, making the blonde blush. I think it's time to tell you the origin of the 3rd stage of the Chunin exams. You see, a few years ago, about 20 in fact, Chunin were chosen based on the number of successful missions, their skill level, their record, and even the reputation they had earned in the village and its surroundings. He nodded his head before continuing. It was a rather personal way to grant such a promotion without really judging one's abilities. So, it was customary for one's superior to put them through a test that was both physical and mental. He glanced around to see Naruto yawning so wide his jaw almost unhinged, while the 3 kunoichi on his team exchanged glances, seemingly focusing their stares on the blushing blonde, still smarting from the embarrassing memory. Saya still had vivid memories of her night against the redhead, while Hinata mentally berated herself for having been so foolishly outpaced by her teammates. Shikamaru seemed almost to fall asleep on the spot. Ino looked around, surprised not to see Sasuke, while Choji silently ate his chips. Lee stood ramrod straight and listened intently to the Hokage's pronouncements. Tenten looked blasé as she stared at the green beast, while Neji watched his cousin out of the corner of his eye. Tamari listened to what the Hokage was saying before glancing at the redhead from Konoha, who had made some pretty strong advances towards her earlier in the day. Kankuro had put down whatever he was carrying on his back to lean on it, while Gaara was only half listening, at least as bored as his counterpart from Konoha. Hiruzen sighed inwardly. He needed to at least pique their interest, so he would have to explain the origin of the exam. It all stemmed from the fact that before the founding of Konoha, Suna, Iwa, Kumo, or Kiri, wars ravaged our lands. Clans clashed with one another, causing the untimely deaths of countless people. When our villages were established, the age of ninjas changed, from 4 to 5 years old, then to 9. Unfortunately, despite training and ranks, children continued to die, and wars raged on. Seeing that he already had more attention, but none from the Jinchūriki, he continued. After the last great wars and witnessing the death toll, we decided to create something else. The Chunin exam serves as a miniature war. This war pits our villages against each other, and in the final stage of the exam, our ninjas compete in a tournament. People raised an eyebrow. The exam ended with a tournament. How unoriginal. Obviously, there are a few too many of you, so we can't really prepare for the tournament with 13 members. Therefore, we'll proceed with preliminary trials. However, dividing 13 by 2 doesn't give us a round number, so. Does anyone want to forfeit? A long silence followed these words. Well, in that case, we'll see. A man stepped forward, with brown hair, looking unwell, and wearing basic Jonin attire. I'll leave you with Hayate. The young man coughed before stepping forward. Well, in that case, I'll let the board choose the first two challengers. The two boards displayed a series of names very quickly before freezing to show two names. Gaara no Sabaku vs Maeko Senju. The blonde was surprised, while Naruto reacted to the name. As Naruto headed towards Shinji Okami and his brother's position, he heard raised voices. Preferring to pause and enjoy what was undoubtedly a very entertaining spectacle, he took a seat on a raised branch and watched Gaara and his team confront three AIM ninjas, each wearing a kind of raincoat and carrying an umbrella. Clearly, this was a conflict that would be resolved with a swift fight. One of the AIM ninjas launched his umbrella into the air. Nimpo, needle rain. The umbrella began spinning at high speed, unleashing volleys of needles that rained down upon the ground like a torrential downpour. A thin cloud of smoke rose, concealing Gaara, the only one targeted. Tamari and Kankuro had shown no fear. When the dust cloud dissipated, Gaara appeared beneath a dome of sand that had absorbed the needles. That's all. Gaara's dull voice rose. In that case, you made it rain needles. Then I'll make it rain blood. He raised his hand, summoning three waves of sand that engulfed the three AIM ninja. The sand coffin. From the sarcophagus emerged the earth scroll, landing in Kankuro's hand. Meanwhile, he raised the umbrella above him. He slowly closed his open hand, crushing the bodies of his enemies. The desert tomb. He closed his hand, clenching his fist. The sarcophagus squeezed the body until it was crushed and scattered jets of blood all around, sending them crashing down in a torrential rain. Did you enjoy the show? Gaara's voice rose before he looked at Naruto, who didn't even seem shocked or embarrassed. No, once again, he showed no emotion. See you later, brother. Naruto disappeared as Gaara's smile stretched across his face. A battle awaited him, a fierce struggle that would only end with the death of one of them. Naruto had, of course, told his teammates about Gaara, knowing full well that if they fought him, they would lose. It was a certainty, as sure as two people. They had promised to forfeit, however, what had happened that day had completely changed their perceptions of what was going to happen. Maeko. Naruto began. I'll do it, the blonde interrupted, completely surprising the young man. What I told you is true. And it's even more true for you. He frowned. What exactly did she mean? Didn't she want him to forfeit her, or was it something else? I can't lose to Saya or Hinata, so I'm going to show you that I'm not useless. She smiled kindly at him. I want to prove to you that you can count on me, because I won't abandon you either, so this fight is for you, look at me. The young Uzumaki was surprised by what she said, but he had to part ways with her. Wondering about the meaning of her words, Saya and Hinata stood by her side and smiled at the blonde. I wouldn't lose to either of you either, Hinata confessed. As if an Uchiha could let herself be upstaged by a Hyuga or a Senju. They smiled at each other before separating, leaving Maeko to face her enemy from Suna. Begin. Maeko jumped back, performing various acrobatic maneuvers to make her movements smoother and less predictable. It's impossible to attack him like that. Naruto said he has a sand shield, so I think a simple punch or kick is doomed to failure. He controls sand, so the best weapon would be water release. Damn, and to think I only knew one technique. Luckily, Naruto taught me one or two. She looked around before the young woman began the hostilities. She sent a volley of shuriken, which didn't even worry the redhead. Still with his arms crossed, he raised a wall of sand that met the stars before a sand clone took its place to send replicas made of sand at him. Performing a few rolls, the blonde dodged the volleys and prepared a second assault. Propelling about 10 kunai with force and speed, which lodged in his shield, she clasped her hands. Katsu. Scrolls appeared on the weapons before smoking and, with a powerful bang, exploding together. 5 powerful blasts split the sand and, as expected, struck the redhead. A cloud of smoke obscured the Jinchūriki from the sand as Maeko rummaged in her satchel. She realized she had to move when 3 volleys of sand hurtled toward her. She jumped, dodging the first. Jugging her shoulder to create an imbalance, she performed a spin that allowed her to avoid the second. By jerking her head back, she dropped her body and was able to protect herself from the third sand strike. However, it would take more than that to escape Gaara. Desert spears. Long spikes of sand erupted from Gaara's shell and crashed down on the blonde, whose eyes widened. Now she was in trouble. Forming hand seals, she took a deep breath. Water release. Water bombs. She spat out not 3, but 6 water bombs that exploded onto the spears, which, once wet, became compact and too heavy for Gaara to lift. He finally appeared from behind the cloud of dust, but showed no signs of injury. Clearly, his sand shield had protected him from the explosions. Damn, so only water release can work. At worst, I have this. She formed a series of hand seals and lunged forward, dodging the jets of sand aimed at her before spitting out forcefully. Water release, chaos wave. A huge ball of water erupted from the beautiful Senju's mouth. The liquid shattered the sand barrier, allowing Maeko to bypass the young redhead's defense. The Senju are the founders of Konoha. Don't underestimate them. She slammed her fist into Gaara's face, and combined with the strength granted by her blood, she completely threw the Jinchūriki backward. He hovered for a few meters before falling to the ground, rolling and sprawling across the tiled floor. The other Suna ninjas watched in stunned silence, their expressions of utter panic. It's starting. The sand around Gaara rose and swirled around him like a furious, deadly tornado. The young woman swallowed hard as she watched Gaara rise, blood trickling from his lips to his jaw. You made my blood flow. He let out a mad cry, sending waves of sand flying in all directions before they rained down on the blonde. She jumped and rolled sideways to avoid a barrage. Quickly leaping, she dodged a second blow and stopped, letting the next attack pass. The young woman inhaled deeply before spitting out a blast of water that slammed into the sand. Water release, water cannon. She leapt into the air, intermittently projecting bursts of water as needed, which jammed the sand, pinning it to the ground and rendering it useless. No sooner had her feet touched the ground than a massive wave of sand rose, like a tsunami, crashing down on the beautiful Senju. She quickly performed a series of hand seals before taking a deep breath. Water release, water barrier. She exhaled a jet of water at extremely high pressure, creating a watery ring around her. The wave of sand crashed down on her as her barrier rose into the sky. When the attack ceased, Maeko stood in a hole that the sand hadn't yet filled because the water had blocked the oar's advance. Gaara raised his hand, summoning the sand before. As he lowered it, he brought it down violently on the blonde. She used chakra in her feet to escape the attack and charged at her opponent. Running swiftly, producing numerous water bombs that defended her, she leapt to deliver a spinning kick that struck Gaara squarely in the head. A cracking sound followed, but it wasn't a bone or anything. A thin layer of sand fell from Gaara's body. He had just used an advanced protective technique. He raised his hand, encircling the blonde's outstretched leg. Sand coffin. He swung his arm, sending the blonde flying. He closed his hand. Desert tomb. The blonde screamed in pain as she felt the sand compress around her leg until it snapped in multiple places. She fell to the ground under the horrified gaze of many onlookers. Hayate stepped forward. The fight is over. Gaara, no. No. Maeko cried, struggling to her feet. She formed hand seals and slammed her fist into the ground. A root sprouted from the earth, transforming into a long, stalk-like stem, surprising many onlookers. Had she just used wood release? She used the stem to pull herself upright, using it like a walking stick. This isn't over. I have to prove to him that I can do it. She formed a series of hand seals, despite her unsteady balance. Her final water release attack. She didn't even have complete control over it. Water release, tidal wave. She unleashed a wave of water larger than the chaos wave, but much smaller than the one normally associated with that attack. Gaara raised his hands, lifting the sand that crashed down onto the water. While the water weighed down the sand, it was important to remember that the sand could also trap water. Following with a sweeping gesture, the Jinchūriki hurled sand at Maeko. The imperial funeral. Blood spurted from the mass of sand, falling to the ground like a torrential downpour, before the horrified eyes of the audience. Maeko. Chapter 15, Preliminary Test, Miniature War. Blood flowed, crashing in drops onto the ground. A rain of sand and blood fell from the sky, making the scene so dark that it was almost impossible to discern any details. However, they noticed one thing. Maeko was sitting on the ground, one leg outstretched and the other bent, clutching the wooden cane she used to stand with her shattered leg. In front of her was someone who had taken the hit, blocking the blow with their arm, which now hung limply at their side, while opposite them stood Gaara, a mad smile on his face. He could clearly see the blood-red eyes, those feline pupils disguised by those three black magatama. He saw her in those eyes, the promise of an epic battle between them. He could almost feel the fight, his blood churned in his veins, and his heart pumped powerful bursts of adrenaline. He felt alive just by looking into those eyes, but perhaps his injury was too much. Nah, Naruto. The blonde moaned, surprised to see her teammate in front of her. He turned to look at her with his two blue eyes. I thought I gave you an order, didn't I? You were supposed to surrender. The redhead from Konoha suddenly threatened, his voice even colder than ever. Uzumaki. Gaara called, disliking being ignored and wanting to see that look again. You, shut your mouth. You'll get what's coming to you sooner or later. The Jinchuriki of Shukaku was surprised to see him pointing at him with his arm, which was supposedly broken. He turned to Maeko, who seemed to be staggering from the pain. The adrenaline rush was wearing off, and everything she had been fighting inside was now overwhelming her. Go on, pass out, run away from the conversation. She didn't wait any longer and fell to the ground, stunned by the pain. Uzumaki crossed his arms and turned to head towards the spectators. Stanza's medics came to take Maeko to the infirmary and the examiner declared Gaara the winner by default. Kurenai frowned. Naruto had acted before them, had he been faster. He must have sensed the danger. He wasn't faster, he had simply acted at the right moment. However, how had his arm survived such pressure? It was impossible. Something wasn't right. He had taken the blow for Maeko, but paid her no attention. It didn't make sense. Had he acted for her or for something else? Thinking about it, it was true that his actions were never clear in their intentions, but he didn't show animosity towards others either, and in fact, he showed nothing. He hadn't shown any emotion when they passed the Genin exam. He hadn't shown any emotion when they freed Nami no Kuni. He hadn't shown any emotion when they offered him the rank of Chunin, no emotion when he pummeled and killed the 3 Okami brothers, no emotion when he nearly killed the 2 Odo boys, something she'd seen on the security cameras monitoring the ninjas. However, she couldn't imagine him being so expressionless, unless there was something else going on. The question wasn't, why didn't he show any emotion? But, did he even feel anything at all? Well, the next fight will be. Hayate interrupted, looking at the scoreboard. Choji Akamichi vs Kankuro no Sabaku. The two competitors headed toward the arena, which Gaara had cleared of sand. They faced each other, even though Choji had no intention of fighting. His teammate had explained that he needed to move forward and do something to achieve his goal. The young auburn-haired boy had been considering giving up to avoid exhausting himself or risking unnecessary injuries like Maeko, especially since he knew his fight would be disappointing because it wouldn't be as impressive as the previous one. No, not at all, he wouldn't be able to captivate the crowd like the two previous fighters had. He looked at Shikamaru and Ino as his sensei gave him an encouraging nod. Despite everything, he was already resigned. As he raised his hand, a voice rang out. Hey Fatso, you're going first. We're not going to wait for you to lose weight to watch a fight, we're not immortal. There was a long silence during which the members of Team 10 stared at the redhead. Obviously, who else? What? Asked Naruto, not understanding the bewildered looks on the faces of the 3 ninjas in front of him. There was only one thing you mustn't do. One thing you mustn't say. You must never insult an Akamichi by calling him fat. The slightly chubby young boy's body spasmed. Ro, Choji yelled, I'll show you. Akamichi lunged forward, expanding his arm, and with a powerful blow, he sent his fist hurtling towards the young man. His fist was easily 1.5 meters long, yet surprisingly fast. So fast, in fact, that the Suna ninja couldn't dodge and was thrown back by the strike. As he slammed into the wall, Choji rolled into a ball. The human bullet. He began to swell, reaching almost 2 meters in height, and rolled at incredible speed to strike Kankuro, who cried out in pain. A massive leap followed, during which Akamichi transferred his chakra, along with his expanded arm, into his foot. The giant's axe. The blow shattered the earth, slamming the Suna ninja into the ground before the young Konoha ninja landed a short distance away. So, what do you think? Choji shouted at Naruto, the one who had insulted him. I didn't look. Choji opened his mouth to reply, but a sound made him turn his head. As he observed the slight dip he had made, he jumped and quickly ducked, dodging a volley of kunai. The sand ninja stood up with a smile, opening his mouth to spit out another volley of kunai. Akamichi rolled over before Kankuro pounced, waiting for him. He grabbed a kunai and threw a blow that Akamichi dodged. The young man smiled before angling his arm to strike from a blind spot. Surprising everyone, his arm had just reached an angle completely impossible for a normal arm. Choji managed to avoid the blow, but the blade cut into his neck. What the? The auburn-haired man stammered, clutching his neck in surprise at the injury. How did you? He inflated his arm and struck the Suna ninja, sending him flying before inflating his other arm to catch him before he could fall. Tightening his fingers, he tightened his grip on his opponent's body. Give up before I break your bones. The young man's face cracked, startling Choji. A piece of his opponent's face fell to the ground, shattering like pottery. But what the? Beneath the solid layer covering his face, the face of a wooden being with 4 eyes watched him. The puppet opened its mouth wide, firing volleys of kunai. Choji had to loosen his grip to jump sideways, dodging the blades as the puppet fell back to the ground and slowly rose again. The partially torn black fabric gave the impression of facing a crow, an omen of death. Kankuro emerged from behind a beam, his fingers partially bent, a slight smile playing on his lips. So, it seems you were stronger than Karasu. The Suna ninja smiled, a flick of his fingers sending the puppet hurtling towards the auburn-haired man. The latter delivered a powerful backhand punch that sent the puppet crashing to the ground. Taking advantage of his enemy's weapon being on the ground, he lunged at him, cocking his arm. You really think I'm useless without my puppet? He flicked his fingers, the young man's fist slamming into his own jaw. With another flick, Choji delivered an uppercut that sent him sprawling to the ground. Moving his fingers, Kankuro used the Akamichi's hands to tighten a grip on his own neck. Quote. I can't not. He concentrated his chakra and grew to over 2 meters tall. Using his increased strength, he broke free from his opponent's grasp and struggled to his feet. Kankuro smiled coldly, raising a finger. The puppet rose, extending its 6 arms, from which blades sprang. With a flick of his wrist, the desert ninja sent his puppet's limbs tearing at poor Akamichi's body, forcing him to shield himself by crossing his arms in front of his face. With such a massive reach, he would never be able to fight such small weapons. Suddenly, the auburn-haired man leapt to attention, unleashing a powerful blast that repelled the blades. Raising his arm, he prepared to slam his fist into the pillar, shattering it instantly. Kankuro tumbled to the ground before Choji's fist could reach him. But it was too late. Choji fell to the ground, his normal size restored and completely unconscious. The Suna ninja sat up and handed a pill to the examiner. Here, this is the antidote to the poison I soaked the kunai in that injured him, it should be enough to save him. He flicked his finger, sending the puppet flying as he returned to the stands with the other participants. Meanwhile, Choji was taken to the infirmary after receiving the antidote. Alright, I declare Kankuro no Sabaku the winner by ko and I call. He turned back to the name boards. Naruto jumped over the railing and landed on the ground, to the surprise of his teammates. He had his arms crossed as the names stopped being called. Rock Lee and Naruto Uzumaki. Lee quickly reached his opponent, and Hayate raised her hand and then lowered it. Begin. No movement was initiated. Lee remained in his guard stance, his right arm bent behind his back while his left arm extended towards his enemy, his hand open. Naruto kept his arms crossed and observed the young man. Bending his knees, he propelled himself towards his enemy. With a hip thrust, Lee delivered a roundhouse kick aimed at the redhead's jaw. Leaning backward, Naruto dodged the strike and observed his opponent with a dull expression. Taking advantage of the rotation, Lee launched his other foot at Naruto, who dodged by leaping backward. Uncrossing his arms, the young Uzumaki reached behind his back and produced a pair of shuriken. With a fluid motion, he hurled the ninja stars at his enemy, they whizzed through the air with a sharp whistle. Lee countered with the same attack and darted towards the redhead. He leapt into the air for a front flip, brandishing his leg at the last moment, and delivered a slashing blow that shattered the ground, failing to connect with the young Uzumaki. Sliding across the ground after dodging the strike, the redhead grabbed a kunai and hurled it at the young brunette. Lee managed to catch the kunai midair. Naruto raised 2 fingers. Katsu. The kunai began to smoke before exploding. The Jinchūriki threw a punch to his right, his fist meeting the foot of the taijutsu master. The impact was tremendous and sent a cloud of smoke billowing out. Both opponents backed away to create some distance between them. You're skilled. If you were capable of using ninjutsu, you'd be a killer, you know. How do you know I don't know how to use ninjutsu? Well, you're muscular, that much is clear. You're fast, you're slender, and you have excellent reflexes, so you train your body a lot. It's almost customary to throw shuriken or kunai at an enemy during the first exchange, as the initial reaction is very revealing. You attacked in close combat, but not only that. When I dodged, you used the same movement to hit me, a sign that you've pushed your taijutsu techniques to the extreme, so you've invested time in them. Your hands are rough, you have calluses on your fingers, which is rare to see, almost incompatible for someone who performs hand seals. You have to take care of your hands and fingers, the speed of execution depends on it. Given that you're a fast person, I conclude that it's not important to you that you can't perform hand seals quickly. Speed of execution being paramount in a fight, I assumed you couldn't use ninjutsu, and you just confirmed it. Naruto explained, pausing the fight and raising a finger with an expert eye. Therefore, the fact that you can't use ninjutsu means you're not well liked by many people, so you compensate with those who show you even a modicum of interest. I bet you're a fan of your sensei. Very impressive, Naruto-kun. Lee suddenly shouted, his eyes shining. Indeed, it was very impressive to see Naruto analyze someone in such a short exchange. However, it only half impressed Neji and Hinata. Being Hyuga, they, too, possessed superior analytical skills. And how do you know about Gai-sensei? My fighting style. My dynamism. No. The awful haircuts and tracksuits you both wear. Honestly, I feel like throwing up just looking at you. You look like Legumin after jumping a Playmobil figure. Tenten burst into laughter while Guy and Lee watched the redhead with surprised expressions. Even Neji was torn. Should he laugh like his teammate or be surprised like his sensei? I forbid you to insult Guy-sensei. Lee yelled, unleashing his chakra all around him, making Naruto sigh. I didn't insult him, I'm just saying it's time to change your look. It's even urgent. I'm afraid a flying saucer might smash through the roof to come and get you. Lee rushed at Naruto and delivered a powerful punch. The Uzumaki ducked to the side, dodging the blow, which continued to hit the wall further away. The redhead turned to watch him emerge from the wall, surrounded by his chakra. The next second, Lee was above Naruto. Reacting quickly, Naruto jumped to the side. He narrowly avoided a devastating kick, as the ground exploded under the force of the blow. Naruto performed a side roll to avoid the incoming attack. Alright, I'm starting to get your attention. How are we going to finish this fight? Lee stood up fully and looked at his sensei, who gave him a thumbs up with a wide smile. The green-haired ninja smiled back and put his hands to his ankles. He pulled out pieces of stick about 10 centimeters long and sent them flying into the air. The redhead moved backward to avoid the splatter, which shattered the ground. That explains the weight of your feet. Lee darted forward, vanishing completely. He retrieved the 10 sticks from the ground, reappearing beside Naruto and striking him with a weapon fashioned from them. The stick, easily a meter long, flew straight at the Uzumaki's face. More by instinct and luck than skill, the young man managed to dodge the blow by ducking. Taking advantage of the rotation once again, Lee spun around and struck Naruto squarely in the stomach. The force of the impact knocked the redhead back, sending him flying through the air before, in a magnificent pirouette, he landed on the middle finger of the immense statue. You managed to avoid being knocked unconscious by the attack, that's impressive, Lee sincerely congratulated. The redhead straightened up and lifted his t-shirt, revealing grayish skin accentuated by his sculpted muscles. What is it? Earth affinity allows you to increase or decrease the density of an object or person. By targeting, I can harden my body and thus increase my strength and resistance. He sighed, letting his shirt fall back onto his stomach. Before you ask, yes, that's why Gaara and his sand didn't do anything too serious to me compared to Maeko. He reached for his leather bandages, slowly untying them and letting them hang down his arms like two whips. If you don't mind, I'd like to finish this quickly. Lee planted his staff in the ground and crossed his arms, concentrating his chakra before suddenly stretching out, projecting a powerful emanation of chakra. His hair stood on end. Her skin reddened and her pupils disappeared completely as green chakra surrounded her. Why always green? First gate, the initial gate, open. He vanished in a gust of wind. Naruto leapt into the air and swung his arm out. Lee appeared, shattering the first knuckles of the giant finger. However, he noticed at the same time that the Uzumaki had wrapped one of his bandages around his foot. Using his foot as a counterbalance, he stepped forward to land on the finger and, with a swipe of his arm, sent the dark-haired boy crashing to the ground. In a somersault, the young man caught himself to avoid injury. Naruto lunged towards Lee, who performed a backflip and raised his leg. Despite his arms crossed to block, the redhead was struck full force and thrown sideways. No sooner had he touched the ground than the dark-haired boy reached Naruto's back and delivered a punch to his stomach. Feeling flesh beneath his fingers, not overwhelming resistance, he knew his blow had been successful. The young man was ejected and sank into the wall. The aura of the first door deactivated, and Lee let out a deep sigh. I did it. Guy-sensei. I defeated him. He smiled. After everything I've been through, I'll make it. Good, then, since Naruto Uzumaki can't anymore. Hayate froze. Cold sweat trickled down his back. A powerful aura rose in the room, a kind of murderous intent as potent as it was malevolent. People turned their heads toward the hole Naruto had made upon landing. You're all the same. He laughed as he climbed out of the rubble. Always putting on a smug face when you're nothing but monsters of hypocrisy and selfishness. He straightened up and cracked his back. You're just like everyone else. Just because you think you've experienced something sad doesn't mean you deserve anything. You don't know despair, you don't know pain, you don't know hatred. He staggered a few steps before yelling. What do you know about suffering? His chakra exploded around him, forming a kind of fox-like specter above him. Come on, Rock Lee. You'll be the first to taste despair. He raised 2 fingers before beckoning him over. Lee let out a war cry as his chakra exploded around him. Third gate, the gate of life, open. He armed his arm, concentrating his chakra within it, creating a sort of tiger's head on it. For Guy-sensei, tiger bite. He lunged at Naruto as the latter held out his palm. With a fluid movement of his fingers, he produced a card marked with the Ace of Hearts. Lee's blow struck the card, completely diffusing the force of the impact. The next second, a detonation as powerful as it was violent occurred. Lee's arm snapped back, accompanied by a horrible crack. The brunette slid to the ground, screaming in pain. His arm had not only been dislocated but also shattered in multiple places. Now, go and use your techniques again, Rock Lee. He passed by him before bending down. He pressed down on the brunette's neck, which was racked with spasms, before he lost consciousness. Following this, Uzumaki headed towards the stands as Guy came to take his student in his arms and carry him to the infirmary. You didn't have to go to such lengths, Guy informed him. The redhead turned to look at him. A ninja's life isn't all sunshine and rainbows. And certainly not green, why not bright orange while we're at it? He sighed heavily. This guy will never go far if you keep coddling him. The other two genin on your team are completely neglected, and it shows. Stop focusing only on him. Sooner or later, he'll betray you, or you will, and it will only lead to suffering. He turned to leave. Leave him alone. He'll do it sooner or later anyway. Lee isn't like that. They all are, Uzumaki replied, his tone unwavering. As if he had experienced this kind of abandonment himself. There was a long silence as people slightly recovered from their emotions. Naruto took his place near his team and crossed his arms. Saya looked over the redhead's shoulder. She didn't understand what he had said. But, no matter, sooner or later, she would solve the enigma of Naruto Uzumaki. She couldn't continue to think, because Hayate called the next group. Alright, then the next match will be Shikamaru Nara vs Saya Uchiha. The two looked at each other before heading into the arena. Once again, the examiner raised his hand before bringing it down, symbolizing the start of the match. Shikamaru immediately jumped backward, using a barrage of shuriken. Saya rolled to the side to avoid it and lunged toward the dark-haired boy, forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. The brunette exhaled a human-sized fireball. The brunette had to take cover behind a pillar to avoid being burned by the attack. Quickly forming another sequence, she released a cloud of golden feathers. Fire release, phoenix feathers. The incandescent feathers flew randomly, landing not far from where Shikamaru was standing. Several flashes of light occurred, followed by explosions and blasts of heat all around Shikamaru. He, however, managed to dodge them by running along the wall. Without stopping, he launched a volley of kunai and shuriken. The brunette jumped back, avoiding being hit, but noticed too late the explosive tags that were already smoking. The young Uchiha didn't have time to jump back before the pieces of paper exploded with deafening bangs. It's tough to compete with her. She has better physical abilities than me, but she just attacks without even planning ahead. I can beat her by playing strategically. I have 8 kunai, 6 shuriken, 2 scrolls, and a flashbang. Shikamaru stopped thinking when he saw 3 kunai hurtling towards him. He jumped back to avoid them, but didn't see Saya coming, who punched him squarely in the jaw. The Nara was thrown aside as the brunette formed hand seals. Oh well. He threw the flashbang, which emitted a flash before exploding, knocking them both back. Saya was thrown backward as Shikamaru slid across the ground. He formed hand seals while rolling to his knees. Shadow manipulation. His shadow stretched out to swoop down on the young woman, who sprang to her feet to complete the hand seal sequence. Fire release, fireball technique. She spat out a fireball about 50 centimeters in diameter, which illuminated the shadow, causing it to shrink in the intense light. I must never be touched by his shadow, otherwise I'll be lost. What I need to do is keep my distance, but I can't defeat him if I can't touch him. Let's see, I have 6 kunai and 4 shuriken, as well as 6 meters of cable. I think I know how to play. Saya straightened up and watched Shikamaru do the same. Shikamaru formed a series of hand seals before grabbing a kunai, which he threw at the brunette. Sensing the trap, she jumped to the side and thus avoided the shadow that followed the weapon. The Uchiha closed his eyes for a few seconds before suddenly opening them, revealing his Sharingan. What? She has the Sharingan. This is a mess. I have a feeling this fight won't be as easy as it seems. Saya observed her opponent with her newfound vision and smiled. She was about to launch her attack. Drawing 2 shuriken and 2 kunai, she crossed her arms. Extending them, she flung the 2 weapons to the sides. The kunai embedded themselves in the walls, but the shuriken ricocheted off and struck the brunette. He took a step back, but the brunette had anticipated this. Throwing a kunai at the precise point where the 2 stars met, she sent them forward and toward Nara, who ducked to the side to avoid them. Saya pulled on his hand, and the 2 shuriken flew backward, reversing their positions before spinning around the brunette. This is a mess. There was a cable on the shurikens. Using the kunai, she angled them so the cables were hidden enough that I didn't notice. I can't move, but I think I can free myself before she arrives. Saya formed hand seals, holding the 2 cables wrapped around her index fingers, connected to her mouth. After a short series of seals, she clasped her hands together in the tiger hand seal. Fire release, Dragon fire. She released chakra from her lips, which flowed down to her fingers, transforming it into fire. The flames raced along the steel cables, engulfing the brunette who barely had time to break free. He avoided being incinerated but fell to the ground. Before the light from the flames could dissipate, a shadow emerged from the blaze. He looked up to find the brunette, who kneed him squarely in the nose. He was thrown backward before rolling to the ground. He righted himself and formed a series of hand seals, his shadow extending, and luckily, Saya's was amplified by the fire behind her. She took a step back, but was stopped by the flames. Suddenly, her body froze. Shadow manipulation. Success. He looked at the brunette with a slight smile. Sorry, Saya, but you're a girl. A smile stretched across the young woman's lips as she gazed into Shikamaru's eyes. But I'm an Uchiha. His Sharingan began to spin, his eyes widened, and he staggered. His technique broke, and he fell to the ground, unconscious. Never look an Uchiha in the eyes, little Nara. After a 5-minute wait, Hayate took Shikamaru's pulse and cancelled the genjutsu. Okay, since Shikamaru Nara needed assistance, Saya Uchiha is declared the winner. The brunette happily climbed back up to the stands. Accompanying her, the young Nara grumbled in his corner, claiming he'd been tricked like a rookie and that he should never have looked the young woman in the first place, let alone elsewhere. Right, the next ones to go will be. The scoreboard scrolled through the names before finally stopping on Tamari no Sabaku vs Tenten. The two looked at each other before walking towards the arena. The two young women faced each other. They sized each other up before Hayate started the fight. Tenten reached for her back kunai pouch when Tamari, with a flick of her fan, sent a wave of wind her way through. The brunette's shurikens were deflected as she was thrown backward. However, with a graceful and fluid backflip, she launched about 15 kunai and shuriken. While the kunai flew straight, the stars arced to strike the blonde. Having no other choice, Tamari unleashed a powerful fan strike that generated a kind of tornado around her, deflecting the blades and sending them spinning around her. Tenten landed on the ground and frowned. Difficult to reach, her wind can block my attacks with its tornadoes, but I should be able to get through if I clear the way. Without another word, she produced kunai, shuriken, 2 explosive scrolls, and 2 other scrolls marked with a different black symbol. She attached the 4 scrolls to 4 kunai. Okay, we're starting off easy. She launched the 2 kunai equipped with explosive tags, accompanied by 4 shurikens that seemed to surround the blonde. Using her tornado once again, she blocked the kunai. A simple hand gesture from Tenten was enough to activate the tags. The explosions created a hole in the tornado, which was enough to dissipate it. However, before the storm could reform, the last 2 kunai arrived at the blonde. Now, the highlight. Jumping back, the Suna Kunoichi managed to avoid the attack, but the tags attached to them began to smoke in turn, before exploding and ejecting dozens of shurikens and kunai that slashed the young blonde, who protected her vital areas with the metal of her fan. Damn, what the hell is this stupid scroll? It's incredibly rare. Well, anyway, I can't afford to lose. Kankuro and Gaara have already qualified, I can't let my 2 brothers be the only ones going to the finals. She straightened up and began to spin her fan around herself. The powerful, fast, circular updraft generated a small storm. It was visible thanks to a sort of distortion of her image, but also because of the kunai and shuriken carried along by the current. Where I come from, we have a saying. You reap what you sow. She swung her fan powerfully, hurling the wall of wind and all her weapons, miraculously sharpened by the wind release affinity, at the poor brunette who had to run for cover. She couldn't avoid such an attack, especially since the wind granted her weapons impressive speed and unparalleled penetrating power. The blades sank into the wall, almost completely embedded. You're fast, aren't you? 3 kunai slid into place in front of her, accompanied by 2 scrolls with black markings, and, set back, a kunai bearing an explosive tag. Tamari gritted her teeth. Bitch. The scrolls launched the kunai before, with a flash and a powerful blast, the explosive tag did its job. The explosion of the tag accelerated the already fast-moving projectiles, setting them ablaze. Tamari managed to create a wind barrier, but unfortunately, the projectiles pierced it and struck the blonde, who managed to protect herself as much as possible by jumping backward and spinning. No sooner had she touched the ground than Tamari threw a kunai at the presumed point of origin. I have a saying too. Never miss your target. Tenten's voice rose, and she leapt into the air, brandishing 2 scrolls which she whirled around before hurling them at Tamari. The twin dragons. The 2 scrolls were covered in countless black seals which, in a flash, unleashed dozens upon dozens of weapons of every kind. Kunai, shuriken, iron balls, katanas, spears, makebishi, and other weapons, ninja and otherwise. A veritable rain of metal fell from the sky, like a deadly deluge. Temari's eyes widened at the threat, and she grasped her fan, spilling her blood upon it. Summoning, Reaper's Dance. She swung her fan powerfully, the wind condensing to create a kind of weasel that took shape. It was a white weasel with an eye patch and a scythe as large as itself. Seeing the danger, the beast began to swish its scythe. It took a slight push before launching itself forward quickly, generating a powerful blast. The encounter was violent. Weapons flew everywhere, embedding themselves in the ground as Tenten fell back with a slight smile. Small, but numerous, pieces of paper fell all around Tamari. The brunette bent over the gaping wound on her stomach, but clasped her hands together. Katsu. The small pieces of paper began to smoke before generating multiple explosions, nothing too serious individually, but condensed together, they were enough to blow the ground apart. The Konoha Kunoichi dropped to one knee before her eyes widened. The black cloud created by the explosions dissipated, revealing the young woman surrounded by a whirlwind of wind. Impossible, Tenten exclaimed, speechless. Nice performance, but that's where it ends. She delivered a powerful blow with her fan, lifting the brunette, who crashed into the wall before falling unconscious to the ground. Tamari put away her fan and rejoined her brothers. Numerous cuts marred her skin, but she wasn't in pain. At least, not anymore. Hayate remained astonished to see how ninja weapons, when used so skillfully, could be such a formidable fighting force. Well, the next and final battle will be. He glanced at the scoreboards as the redhead from Konoha frowned. Now this is bad. Neji Hyuga versus Hinata Hyuga. Neji smiled coldly before heading into the arena as Hinata's confidence crumbled. She couldn't go, it would mean going against her cousin. He was a genius, and she was a failure. She couldn't even do half of what he could. He mastered the gentle fist better than many adults in the main family and had already demonstrated that he possessed taijutsu techniques meant to be secret and reserved for members of the main family. He was a genius and a self-taught master, in fact, he was in the same group as Naruto. Someone who had lived alone, or at least in a solitary environment, and who had developed abilities far superior to those who had enjoyed a privileged life. The question was, could she win? When Neji was stronger than his instructor, and then? Stop hesitating, Naruto simply declared. You go, you fight, and then it's all or nothing, the redhead stated matter-of-factly. I think we've already discussed this, haven't we? You should be able to manage this a little. She looked at him, surprised by his consideration, and simply gave in. She didn't know if she could win, but nothing was stopping her from trying. The brunette joined her cousin, and even after the examiner had started the proceedings, the two Hyuga didn't move. I see that. Despite everything, you've come to fight me, the young Neji smiled coldly. You haven't changed. Even if your clothes have changed, you're still biting your nails, I suppose you're stressed. She jumped before bringing her hand down in front of her face, reverting to her old habits. I've hit the nail on the head, obviously, because you're trying to put distance between us simply by raising your arm. Your gaze is shifty, you doubt your place here. You're weak, you're a failure, and you always have been. That doesn't change and it never will. He smiled coldly. You trembled slightly, and the fact that your other hand clung to your arm showed you were trying to stop yourself from running away. Clearly, you don't even deserve your position as a kunoichi. Shut up, Naruto shouted. Hinata, what did I tell you? Stop hesitating, damn it. I believe you're the heir to your clan, so show him the difference between what he thinks you are and what you really are. The Uzumaki yelled, making Saya beside him jump. Hinata watched her beloved before feeling him swell with an unprecedented will to fight. She turned to look at her cousin and smiled, amused. It's true that I'm shy and easily impressed. But you suffer as much as I do, maybe even more, and for that, I'm sorry. She clenched her fists. You have long hair, like my uncle, your father, Hizashi. Are you trying to be like him? You're far from being like him, but you're just as strong. The fact that you wear a bandage under your headband shows that you're hiding your affiliation with the branch family. You consider yourself a civilian before your connection to the Hyuga clan, and your headband on top of that is to hide all of that. You're ready to do anything to prove that you're better than others as a ninja. Are you ashamed of yourself to throw yourself headlong into training? He clenched his fists through gritted teeth, his veins bulging intermittently around his eyes. You want to fight me without using your Byakugan, interesting. You're trying to prove that you're better than me as a civilian. You want to beat me without using the attribute that binds us together. By beating me, you want to deny the Hyuga part of yourself, but you are more Hyuga than most members of our clan. Silence, Neji yelled, activating his Byakugan. I'll show you that as a Hyuga, I'm far superior to you. Hinata smiled, a mixture of satisfaction and embarrassment. She had managed to get under his skin, but she was in for a rough ride. She assumed a fighting stance and activated her dojutsu. In a coordinated burst, they charged at each other, engaging in a gentle fist battle as beautiful as it was swift. Neji was faster, but she was more agile. The sumptuous dance between the two Hyuga was magnificent, the chakra signatures illuminating their movements. In Hinata's mind, her brain was racing. While Hinata kept an eye out for potential attackers for Team 8, Saya and Maeko distributed supplies, and Naruto read his book. It was the first day of the exam, and night was slowly falling. By the way, who was that guy? Neji? Maeko asked, biting into a piece of fruit. Hinata lowered her eyes, embarrassed. He's my cousin, a member of the branch family. He's a year older than me and he hates me mercilessly. She sighed softly before telling them in detail her family history, the death of her uncle, her attempted kidnapping by the people of Kumo, her rescue. She told them everything. I don't know what I could do against him, he's much stronger than me. When two people with similar fighting styles fight, the most unpredictable one wins, Naruto declared. If two people have the same style, then they'll know their enemy's move the moment they tense their muscle. That's worth more than the Sharingan. If you manage to surprise him, then you'll have an advantage over him. Obviously, if he's stronger than you, then it's a lost cause. Surprise him, huh? The brunette jumped back and formed hand seals. Water release, water bombs. She spat out 2 balls of water. The brunette jumped as the liquid melted on him, leaping to the side, but one of the bombs exploded on his foot. He gritted his teeth in pain but showed no other signs of difficulty with his movements. He was still surprised, however, that she had mastered ninjutsu. He lunged towards her. The brunette gritted her teeth as she armed her arm, enveloping her body in chakra, and initiated the rotation caused by the Genin, but failed. She did, however, manage to create a centrifugal force. She threw a powerful left hook. He gritted his teeth under the force of the impact and was thrown sideways, rolling on the ground before getting up to look at her for a few seconds. Very strong indeed. So, I must show you something you can't achieve, because you're too weak. He straightened up and bowed, making the brunette jump. The 64 palms of the 8 trigrams. He lunged forward and struck, unleashing a flurry of 64 punches without giving Hinata any chance to dodge or block them even slightly. He spun around to deliver a knee strike to her stomach instead of sending her flying. An elbow slammed into her right temple before he yanked her hair to pull her upright. You disgust me. Hinata looked him straight in the eyes before smiling, despite the drops of blood trickling down her lips. I'm sorry, Neji-ni-san. Because if you're suffering, it's because of me. She closed her eyes as Neji began to groan. He raised his hand and folded his fingers, leaving only his right index and middle fingers exposed. Chakra began to envelop them. Don't worry, by the time I kill you, I'll have already lanced the boil a little. He launched his hand, which was stopped by Kurenai as Anko placed a blade against Neji's neck. Why are you protecting her? Kurenai pushed the small-haired boy's hand away and fixed her gaze on him. Because Hinata is far better than you. You may have won the fight, but you can't bear to have lost your mental duel. You are declared the winner. Now, go back to the stands, it's over. Neji looked at her disdainfully. It will never be over. You'll see. The Hyuga are rotten to the core. Hinata is no better, she has to pay. It's her fault. Well, that's some Machiavellian intelligence for a 3-year-old, I suppose. Uzumaki's voice rose. Don't you think you're just aiming a little randomly? Honestly, I've known cockroaches smarter than you. What are you implying? The dark-haired man threatened. A cockroach? Me? That's laughable. You dare compare me to that insect? I think you have the same eyes. And you're just as tough under your shoe. He smiled coldly before watching Hinata being rushed out after a bloody coughing fit. He distinctly felt his eyes slit with a strange feeling that tightened his stomach and that bitter taste lingering in his mouth. That's it. I'm going to take care of you. The remark surprised Saya and Anko especially. I'm going to play with you so much we'll make a puzzle out of your bones. Why? For this piece of trash. The redhead showed no emotion. No, I like the number 6 and the number 9, I even have a particular fondness for the latter. And I like working in triplets. I couldn't take care of Tenten, but given that she didn't do anything, I'd say she's better off that way. And besides, I wonder if you're really as strong as Lee. The last, Taijutsu Pro, I fought can't be in the best shape. He's dead, Anko announced, knowing perfectly well who the redhead was talking about. I'll send some flowers to his widow. He turned to Saya. Do you prefer bouquets or wreaths? She opened her mouth in surprise. No, never mind, I'll write you a check, you can buy whatever you prefer. Wait, what are you? Hayate interrupted the conversation by calling them. Naruto jumped over the railing and approached the examiner, noticing that Ino hadn't had to fight. Alright, before the next test, you need to draw a number. So, please. They took a number ball one by one and lined up. Okay, I'm listening. Say your name and your number. I'm Uchiha, number 3. Kankuro no Sabaku, number 6. Neji Hyuga, number 2. Ino Yamanaka, number 4. Tamari no Sabaku, number 5. The Book of the Dead, number 7. Naruto Uzumaki, number 1. Hayate wrote the names on a board before announcing the order of the fights. The first fight, Naruto Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga. The Hyuga smiled as he looked at his opponent. Uzumaki hadn't even looked away, truly fed up with having to fight Hinata's cousin in the first round. He would have much preferred to save him for the second round. The second fight, Saya Uchiha vs Ino Yamanaka. Uchiha smiled as he looked at his opponent, who seemed quite anxious about having to fight Saya. The brunette wasn't as weak as she used to be, so she was probably going to have a tough time. But she could win. The third fight, Tamari no Sabaku vs Kankuro no Sabaku. The two siblings looked at each other, slightly embarrassed at having to fight. Then, in the second round, Gaara no Sabaku would face the winner of the third fight. The redhead didn't even flinch. If he looked at the bracket carefully, only the final would give him the opportunity to fight Naruto, the only person worth fighting in this tournament. The examiner paused briefly for everyone to take in the information, then added, "You have a full month to prepare for the final test." He simply concludes with, "Good luck." Chapter 16, a month break, a few surprises. 1 month. They had a month to prepare. The first round had ended an hour and a half ago, and Naruto was already wandering through the village. He was exhausted by everything that had happened. Maiko's leg had been crushed, Hinata had taken blows too powerful for her, and her internal organs had been damaged. Saya was fine and would be part of the third round. Neji and Gaara were the two big shots of this tournament. Without a doubt, he thought Tamari or Kankuro would give up in front of their brother. That guy was a bloodthirsty Jinchuriki, so they clearly weren't going to fight him. Especially considering how scared Kankuro had been of his brother before the first round. The final would undoubtedly be him against Gaara, and then there would be a show. "Let go of me. You're hurting me," a voice shouted. The redhead raised an eyebrow and turned his head. Was that Ayame's voice? Turning the corner, he walked to the back of the Ichiraku shop and stumbled upon an argument between Iruka and Ayame. He'd gone completely mad when Naruto gave him Ayame's panties, clean, but clearly deeply affected by their undoubtedly repeated encounters. But why? He was her boyfriend, the man she should have spent her life with. Tuki had chosen him. It was his place to touch her, his place to deflower her. Ayame belonged to him, he had every right over her. Why had she cheated on him? What on earth had possessed her to let herself be taken by that monster? Had he raped her? That was the only explanation. He had raped her, and he'd been doing it repeatedly ever since. If he got a confession, then maybe he could have Naruto hanged in the public square. After all, if it were proven that he was a repeat rapist, if he had the support of all the other villagers, then he could surely make him pay. Revenge for everything he'd done to her. For the death of her parents, for Ayame's first time, for the humiliation he'd inflicted on her in front of the exam participants, and, above all, for what he'd done to Mizuki. He was certain of it. He was the one who had stolen the scroll and killed Mizuki to frame him. "Answer me," Iruka yelled, yanking Ayame's arm, eliciting a groan of pain. "I already told you," the brunette screamed. "He didn't rape me. I love her, you idiot." "It's Stockholm Syndrome," the dark-haired man retorted firmly. For him, it was unthinkable that Ayame had consented. "Talk to me and I might help you, he'll pay." "Ho, when the fox is away, it seems the rabbit comes out." Naruto's voice rose as he stepped forward. The young teacher turned around, surprised. "What? You have a problem. You can't believe I'm your sweetheart's firstborn." Iruka turned, releasing the brunette who placed her hand on his forearm, marked by the Chunin instructor's grip. The young man's blue eye rested there before sliding down to the dark-haired boy. "What did you do to her? Ayame isn't like that, she's such a pure woman. A monster like you couldn't have defiled her. You, he gritted his teeth as the Uzumaki sighed. "You're nothing but a demon." The redhead raised his gaze to the dark-haired boy before smiling coldly. "I'm so much more than that." His eyes began to glow red. "Demon, monster, abomination. I am so many things. I have so much to offer this world." He smiled, revealing animalistic fangs. "And so much more to take. Look into my eyes, Iruka. They will show you something you never thought possible." His Sharingan awakened in his blue pupils. "Contemplate the despair within." Iruka jumped before freezing, his eyes dull and his mouth half open, a sign of mental surrender. "Tisk. These Chunin haven't received any training. I wonder what the Hokage is thinking, arming himself with trash like him. Oh well." His blue eyes returned, and with slow steps, he approached Iruka and began to whisper in his ear, remaining inaudible to Ayame, who hadn't seen the young man's Sharingan. "Before my lobotomy stops, I want you to know, Iruka Yumino. I am the shadow, I am the cold sweat you feel when you tremble, I am the monster under your bed. I am inside you, Uruka. I am always there, in a corner of your mind, watching you. I am always one step ahead of you. I know what you want to do before you even think it. He grabbed the instructor's face, looking him straight in the eyes, speaking through gritted teeth in a semblance of annoyance. You are nothing, but be happy. You will be one of the first stones. The ones I throw against Konoha. Because you must know that if this world is a chessboard, you are not even a pawn. And I am more than the king. You are not worth the air you breathe. Now, hide. Bury yourself in the abyss of terror. But know that I am here. And that you will never escape me. He reactivated his Sharingan for a brief moment, so quickly that Uruka wasn't even aware that the redhead had a different pupil. Without understanding why, the dark-haired boy backed away sharply, moving as far away from the redhead as possible. Then, he left without a word. Ayame, are you alright? I think. The brunette sighed, trembling. Naruto watched her before clenching his teeth. He had put her in danger. She was just a civilian, he hadn't thought Uruka would be so stupid as to do that. Well, yes, he knew. But he hadn't imagined it so soon, more like after a breakdown, but still, he had done it. No, he had put her in danger unnecessarily. He sighed. It's time to stop Ayame. She jumped, staring at him, her eyes wide. We had a good time, but if other people find out, then they could hurt you, and you don't deserve that. I'm sorry, but we can't go on like this. The brunette smiled, despite her sadness. She knew it would end like this, but she hadn't imagined it would be so soon. I understand, but will you still come to see me? He turned around and offered one of the few smiles he had in reserve. Of course, as if I could do without your ramen. The young woman smiled kindly at him, knowing it wasn't just for that. Besides, I'm a little hungry, so I think I'll take about 10 bowls. They're on the house, Ayame indicated, leading her toward the stall. He flashed his wallet, revealing a very full wad of cash. Wow, you have enough for about 30 bowls with that. Are you sure you want to pay? I owe you that much. Saya sighed deeply, looking at her book and tapping her pen on the table. She couldn't visit Maeko and Hinata at the hospital because of the first 24 hours. During that period, no visits were allowed so the patients could recover from their injuries. Why? She was on their team, she was Rin Uchiha's niece, she should be able to visit them. They were her teammates, weren't they? They were her friends. With a groan, the brunette threw her pen, which ricocheted off her desk, hit the wall, and landed in the cup where the pens were stored. She stood up, pushing back her chair, and walked into her room. Her shorts were on the floor, along with her top and kunoichi gear. She was wearing a large t-shirt that hung down over most of her buttocks, revealing a small pair of white and red panties. She kicked her kunai pouch, forgetting that there was still one inside. Letting out a curse, she jumped up, clutching her little toe. Damn it, kunai, you idiot. She heard the door slam and someone insulting another. Furious footsteps in the hallway, followed by someone slamming the door. Her brother was home. The brunette didn't bother putting on her shorts, she was going to take a shower anyway and went outside to check the temperature. But when she opened the door, she found Rin smiling sweetly at her. What are you working on? Asked the cousin, who also acted as an aunt, noticing the open book on the brunette's desk along with a sheet of paper containing various diagrams and some notes. Saya blushed furiously, shrugging her shoulders and trying to explain that it was nothing. Without asking her opinion, Rin walked over to the book. She was speechless as she read what was written. You searched Obito's library to find this book, didn't you? That damn Kakashi always has to give her that damn book. Rin grumbled. She took a deep breath. Right, Saya, I don't want to jump to conclusions, but why are you reading The Paradise of Flirting, written by Jiraiya, the biggest pervert of our time? She seemed offended. I hope you're not planning on taking things further with Shinji. You're too young. Saya's blush completely faded, and she shrugged. There's no way I could go any further with Shinji for 2 reasons. First, I don't feel anything for him. Second, he's dead, I think. Rin raised an eyebrow. Shinji was dead. Who could have done that? And more importantly, who could have done that before her or Obito? When they understood the Okami brothers' objective, they promised to deal with them in due time, before their plan could be put into action. But knowing that someone else had done it before them surprised her. Without asking for more details, Saya continued. If I understood Anko-sensei correctly, it was Naruto who did it. But I don't know why he would have gone to such extremes. Rin was even more surprised. It was Naruto. The brunette asked sharply. Wait, he killed them, all by himself. When did he realize it? Saya raised an eyebrow. Understood what? The young woman flinched. She'd said a bit too much. What are you talking about? The Uchiha lady bit her lip. She probably had to tell her after all. With a deep sigh, Rin patted the young woman's bed. The explanations were going to be long, but they were necessary. For several long minutes, Rin explained in detail what she and Obito had discovered about the three brothers. That because of a few remarks, his behavior, and out of concern for his safety, they had kept a close eye on little Okami, before learning of their plan to use Hinata, Saya, and Maeko to strengthen their clan, which had been severely affected by the Nine-Tails. Of course, she refrained from mentioning that their ultimate goal was to use the trio to kill Naruto, the Jinchūriki of the demon who had killed part of their family. "Why didn't you tell me before?" Saya asked, shocked. "We wanted to," Obito informed her, leaning against the door frame. "But, we especially wanted more proof. We wanted to be able to assure you without you doubting us enough to throw yourself into his arms or." Saya smiled at him. "You're my family, I'll always need you and I'll always trust you," the young woman informed him. Obito looked her up and down before frowning. Quick question," the dark-haired man began. "Your panties, they're kind of dressed up. I mean, they're not ones I usually see when I'm doing laundry." "So," he smiled, amused, "if you wore them during the trials, it must have been for someone you were absolutely certain you'd meet." "Is it for Naruto?" The brunette hiccuped, swallowing hard enough to make her choke. She began coughing violently, making her uncle smile. "Yeah, go ahead. Pretend to choke to avoid the discussion." "Peef, I'm going to make something to eat." Maeko slowly opened her eyes before looking around. Hinata was lying in the bed next to her, asleep and connected to various bags, just like her. As she sat up, she realized she was in a hospital room. Pushing with both arms, she adjusted herself so she could lean against the slightly raised head of the bed. With a sigh, she looked at her right leg, elevated by a strap and wrapped in bandages, but no cast. Memories of the last fight against Gaara, her near miss with Naruto's rescue, and his subsequent reprimand. She had lost, she had failed, and worse, she had disappointed Naruto. Why had she let herself be fooled like that? She tucked her other leg up and wrapped her arms around it, seeking warmth. Turning her head, she saw that it was already daylight, the sun was rising. She had slept all afternoon and all night. Something was bothering her. Well, not unpleasant, but strange. A pleasant, almost soothing scent. Turning her head, her eyes now higher than before, she came upon a very generous bouquet of flowers. It displayed shades of yellow, green, and blue, her favorite colors. On the other side, she saw a bouquet in shades of blue, purple, and mauve resting on Hinata's nightstand. Reaching out, she picked up her bouquet and inhaled the delicate, distinctive fragrance of the mixed flowers for a few seconds. A smile stretched across her lips before she placed the bouquet back on the coffee table. The door opened to reveal a doctor reading the reports of Maiko's and Hinata's examinations. "Good morning, doctor," the young woman greeted. The young doctor looked up and smiled as he folded the papers back onto the tablet. "Good morning, Miss Senju. How are you feeling today?" The blonde smiled sweetly. My leg feels completely numb, but I suppose it's the morphine, otherwise I'd be in pain, wouldn't I?" He nodded with a slight grimace. "I don't have any pain anywhere else, I just feel tired, more morphine, I suppose. The smell of the medicine is giving me a headache, but the scent of the flowers you put there balances it out nicely." The young Senju smiled before noticing the doctor's embarrassed expression. "We didn't put the flowers there. Probably one of the visitors." Kurenai Yuhi and Anko Mitarashi were granted visiting rights by their rank as sensei, as well as Hikari Hyuga and Era Senju, the young man informed, reading from a sheet of paper listing the two patients' visits. "I don't know who brought them here, I didn't see anyone else bring them. But anyway, that's not the point. Are you feeling dizzy?" "No, I should be." "Well, you've lost a lot of blood. That man's technique compressed your leg so hard it was completely crushed. Your injury is serious, you have a continuous fracture of the femur, tibia, and fibula, even your kneecap is dislocated. Significant blood loss." He took a deep breath. We don't know if we'll be able to treat you. Your blood type is quite rare, we don't have any reserve units, and not in sufficient quantity, so a transfusion is impossible. Besides, there's no one else in the village with the same blood type as you." The doctor explained, looking at the papers. "And it's not even certain that your leg will regain its usual mobility over time." He sighed. "Honestly, if you can ever walk without crutches, it will be a miracle." Maiko's eyes widened in surprise. "I'm sorry, but your ninja career ends here." "Your ninja career ends here." These words echoed in her head. "Your ninja career ends here." These words meant everything, and above all, they meant that it was the end for her. "Your ninja career ends here." She couldn't speak, the air seemed to collect in her lungs, refusing to leave. "Your ninja career ends here." Why Why was this happening to her just when things were starting to get better? She had learned to control wood release, or rather, to form a stick. She had understood what she truly wanted. This couldn't be true. It was horrible. Her eyes blazed as tears began to stream down her cheeks. She burst into tears, crushing her hands over her face, trying to hide her sadness and pain. The doctor lowered his gaze before leaving, not wanting to impose his presence on his patient any longer, especially after delivering such devastating news. Despite the closed door, he could clearly hear her sobs. He could easily sense the pain of a shattered dream, especially in a girl so young. The alarm clock rang in the room. But it didn't wake anyone, because the one who was supposed to be sleeping was at his desk practicing seals. He sighed before sitting up, massaging the back of his neck, which was numb from the position of his head. He took off the glasses he used for precision work. He also put down the extra fine-tipped brush he was holding and looked at the kunai in front of him. Well, he might have managed to increase the radius of his beacons. It probably wouldn't be very significant, maybe a meter or two, but still, it was better than nothing, especially with his limited knowledge of seals. He had reached level 1 on the Uzumaki scale. Kurama wasn't a seal user at all, and no one around him could help him. Aside from the Hokage and perhaps 1 or 2 renowned ninjas, he was probably the most skilled in Fuinjutsu and Juinjutsu, although the latter was a bit of a mystery to him. He stood up and checked the time. If he wanted to train, it had to be right away, otherwise all the other slackers would take his place. He headed to his wardrobe to get his things. After quickly getting dressed, he went downstairs. For some time now, Uzumaki had decided to make the most of his home. Living in a 5-story apartment and completely alone, he had demolished the first 2 floors to create a training ground specializing in arts he preferred to keep secret or for when he wanted to train after closing time. The 3rd floor, which had previously occupied his entire home, served as his living room and kitchen, furnished thanks to his work, his pension, and his 30 or so clones. The 4th floor was reserved for his bedroom, his study, his library, and the bathroom. The 5th floor was still unfurnished, so it served as a storage room where he kept all the scrolls he didn't want to keep with his books, weapons, and clothes. Being, moreover, the only inhabitant of the neighborhood, he wasn't bothered by his neighbors and could therefore do whatever he wanted with his home. As he thought about everything he would do that day and made a simple plan for the month ahead, he didn't even notice the person in front of him and tripped. He managed to get back on his feet before turning to look at the man on the ground. Long white hair, tanned skin, and 2 red streaks ran from his eyes down his cheeks. He wore a red kimono over a long-sleeved gray shirt and green Geta sandals. Uzumaki raised an eyebrow. This guy looked familiar, but it didn't matter, he had no business being here. Lifting his foot, Naruto wound his leg before slamming his heel into the old man's stomach. He sat bolt upright with a muffled cry. "Get out of my house, bum, I don't do charity work." The man clutched his stomach, right where the young Uzumaki had struck him. As he exhaled the air he'd been holding in his lungs, Uzumaki noticed something. "Damn, do you have a distillery in your gut or something?" The white-haired man turned slightly to look at him and rubbed his temples. He had the terrible sensation that his brain was being hammered by tiny jackhammers. "I told you to get lost, you drunk." "Hey," the white-haired man shouted. "I'd appreciate it if you didn't speak to me like that, kid." He straightened up and lost his balance before awkwardly regaining his footing. "Do you know who I am?" The redhead shrugged, showing that he didn't. Suddenly, he lifted his leg to slam the ground, extending both arms. "I am the great, the handsome, and the seductive Toad Sage. I am the Sannin Jiraiya." The white-haired man yelled before going pale and rubbing his head. "Ouch, my head. You'd have to be crazy to shout like that." Uzumaki stared at the white-haired boy for a few seconds, visibly surprised. "Wait, did you say Jiraiya?" A huge smile stretched across the white-haired boy's lips. It was so pleasant to be recognized by the children, it showed that his fame was worldwide. He was the most handsome, the tallest, the strongest, and above all, he was the most. "Idiot. It's because of your nonsense that they covered the onsen." The redhead growled. Jiraiya flinched for a few seconds. "What? They covered the onsen? But how am I supposed to spy?" Uzumaki punched him squarely in the temple. "You can't do this anymore, you idiot." The redhead shouted as a buzzing sound resonated in his head, like a cannonball pounding against each of his temples. "The only way I can get a good look at you is to infiltrate." The Sannin raised an eyebrow, not understanding what he was getting at. "Tisk, you really are a complete idiot." The redhead clasped his hands before transforming into a beautiful and voluptuous young redhead. With gray-violet eyes and fair skin, she wore an outfit similar to Naruto's, except she didn't have the blue top and the bands, which left an unobstructed view of a plunging and pleasing neckline. Her long, slender legs were topped off with a simple black skirt. "Wow, she's the spitting image of your mother." Jiraiya suddenly shouted before falling silent. Naruto returned to his normal form, observing the Sannin, torn between surprise and anger. He was surprised to learn that this guy had known his mother and that the form he used to spy in the onsen was simply her appearance. But he was angry at this guy because he'd just told him about his mother, and he hated that. Listen, Naruto. The redhead's eyes widened as the Sannin stepped back. He waved his hands, trying to calm the young man's anger, which he was beginning to see reflected in his crimson eyes. Listen to me. Jiraiya the Sage of the Vicious, you're going to be very obedient. Now, you're going to explain how you know me, how you know about my mother, and, judging by the surprise you haven't shown, I suppose you also know about my father. The white-haired boy swallowed before smiling nervously. Can I buy you ramen? Saya sighed deeply. What was that all about? She had 2 strips of paper in front of her and about 15 balls of the same material on the floor at her feet. The first was marked with the explosion seal, a minor seal used to create a low-intensity detonation, while the second was blank. Young Saya had asked her uncle for help. She was an Uchiha, she could activate her dojutsu at will, and her abilities had greatly improved. However, she couldn't progress without help, so asking her uncle was only logical. He had, moreover, kindly agreed. He couldn't take care of Shino, who was in the hospital recovering from his surgery, nor Kiba, who was working with his sister and mother to improve, nor Sakura, who preferred to rest from her emotions, while Sasuke was pushing everyone away because of his failure. He had only failed because they were missing one scroll. Scroll that Naruto could have given him, scroll that belonged to him since Oto's team had originally attacked his team. Saya looked up at her uncle, who was reading an orange-covered book she'd borrowed the day before for reasons that were unclear to her. Uncle, this is inhuman. Even with my Sharingan, I can't copy a seal. The dark-haired man sighed before looking at her. It's not the seal you have to copy, but the structure. He stood up and, after activating his Sharingan, pointed to a few lines. You see these lines? Do you notice the chakra fluctuations are more pronounced? That's what you have to copy, not the seal itself. The brunette looked and realized her uncle was right. It was fine, but she saw more chakra flowing in certain lines. Wow, and what good does it do me to know this? She asked. The young man smiled at her. Absolutely none. She let out an indignant groan, which made him smile. When you fight, you'll notice that when someone moves, they send chakra into the limb they're moving. It's quite subtle, but much more noticeable than the chakra flowing through an explosive tag. He demonstrated by moving his arm. See, she nodded. Then you need to get used to perceiving the chakra within the structure quickly. Besides, it will help you with something else. He took the tag, running his fingers along one of the lines that served as its structure, and injected a thin trace of chakra. Saya could see, with astonishment, that the seal had just deactivated. If you send even the tiniest trace of chakra, the structure breaks. And without a structure, nothing can function. Wow, but then, the Uchiha clan really was the best. You can break a seal with a single touch. The young man smiled at her. No, seals like this one are simple. It has a basic structure. If I train you, you'll probably be able to blow up an F-rank seal or some smaller E-rank ones. Saya took out an explosive seal and tried to replicate what her uncle had done, but he stopped her, slightly nervous. Don't do that. Let me explain in detail, okay? She nodded. The structure is the first line. The one that supports them all in one direction. Basically, it's the one that powers them all. Deactivating it cuts the power, so it deactivates the seal. Again, she nodded. If you cut a random network, you could activate the scroll instantly and it would explode in your hand, do you understand? So, you're telling me that if I can detect the structure in one go and cut through it, I could deactivate the seal. At the same time, I could anticipate enemy movements more easily, right? He nodded. In your opinion, can other people do it? Seeing her uncle's intrigued expression, she blushed slightly. I mean, nah, I saw someone deactivate an explosive seal by holding it between 2 fingers, but he's not an Uchiha, so he shouldn't have been able to. Naruto. She jumped in surprise. How did he know? I can't help you because I'm not skilled enough myself for that. He was interrupted by the opening door. Turning his head, the young man saw his wife enter, looking tired. Good morning, darling. Did you have a good morning? The beautiful brunette sighed before taking her seat beside her small family and resting her head on the table, visibly exhausted. What a shitty day, the young woman grumbled. I had 2 patients who tried to bite me, 2 Inuzuka who couldn't, and I quote, cut the bond with their dog, and I looked at Maeko and Hinata's results. Saya turned to her aunt. How are they? I won't lie to you. The doctor informed her, straightening up. Hinata suffered internal damage she shouldn't have. This shows that Neji aimed for more than just Tenketsu. He really tried to kill Hinata. Her organs were hit, which means the chakra isn't flowing properly anymore. But if chakra isn't circulating properly through her organs, then it's possible that using it could damage them. The brunette frowned, seemingly confused. How could she explain? When a pipe is full of limescale and you force it through, the limescale breaks due to the pressure. It's the same principle. Overusing chakra could simply destroy her internal organs. It will take time and treatment, but she should be able to resume her ninja career. The young Uchiha swallowed the news with difficulty. And Maeko. It's more complicated, and yet, it's simpler. She took a deep breath. Her right leg had suffered an advanced continuous fracture, meaning her bones were broken in multiple places, but on top of that, her leg was crushed. She lost a tremendous amount of blood, which greatly slowed her recovery. The problem was, there were no donors, so she couldn't receive a transfusion, and using universal blood wasn't advisable because of her Senju genes, and it wouldn't be enough. She clenched her fists. Transfusing her blood was one thing, she would also need bone marrow, and even with blood compatibility, the Senju gene could cause rejection in someone else. But, despite everything, no matter what could be done, she would never regain her mobility. She sighed. If Hinata needs time before resuming her ninja work, Maeko will be lucky if she can walk. Jiraiya observed the redhead in front of him. He had told him everything, or at least everything he knew, which was just the broad strokes. Naruto stared at the remaining broth of his ramen. He had just learned that this guy, right in front of him, the Sannin, had been the main cause of his Friday afternoon boredom, but who had nonetheless written some very interesting books. This guy was the one who had taught his parents, the one who had given him his name, and, most importantly, he was his godfather. The one who should have taken care of him after his parents died. So, I know what I told you. It's enough. Don't say another word, the young man said distinctly, but coldly. Don't speak again until I'm finished. Are you trying to tell me that during those 13 years I suffered, those 13 years I was the punching bag for an entire village, and that during those 13 years just going outside to see the sun required an hour of scouting? That during all that time I thought I was alone, all those times I wanted to end it all, and all those times I hid from people with questionable morals, you were wandering the world writing your damn books, admittedly, true masterpieces, while leering wherever you went and drinking like a fish every time you went somewhere. Jiraiya lowered his eyes, guilty. If they closed the onsen, it's because you've already come more than once in 13 years. Was coming to see how I was doing too hard. Don't I have enough breasts? Do I have an extra Y chromosome? Naruto, you don't understand. No, the redhead shouted. Of course I don't understand. I died at the age of 6. He slammed his fist on the table. I'm dead inside. I feel nothing. I've killed people without even feeling like I was doing anything wrong. I don't know what love, joy, happiness, or anything these kids experience is. He straightened up, making himself more imposing in front of Jiraiya. I don't understand, but neither do you, Jiraiya. He gritted his teeth as his Sharingan spun in his blood-red irises. Don't you understand that I needed someone? The only person who took care of me. He gritted his teeth, feeling his pupils bulge dangerously. The only person who cared for me. Didn't see me. Without Kurama, I would have wanted to die. Without her, I wouldn't be here. I'd probably be a fool dreaming of peace because he thinks he has something to prove. Jiraiya was astonished. Naruto knew Kurama. I died at 6. Or maybe I was never even alive. He left without looking back as Jiraiya lowered his head. Saya slowly pushed open the bedroom door, poking her head in to see Hinata and Maeko chatting, and 2 bouquets as big as their heads, making the one the young woman brought look insignificant. Probably from one of their parents, certainly Hikari's or Era's, because bouquets like that must cost a fortune. No matter, she wasn't there just to give them a bouquet, but mainly to see her friends. Seeing the Uchiha arrive, the Senju and the Hyuga fell silent, smiling. Saya, Maeko cried, overjoyed to see the young brunette. Hi you too, are you feeling better? The newcomer asked. Here, I got you a bouquet. Originally, there were supposed to be 2, but that idiot florist told me all his best flowers were sold yesterday, so he could only make me 1. She placed the flowers in a vase before taking a chair. We're feeling better, Hinata smiled, seeing that the young blonde couldn't get a single word out about her health. I wasn't there for what happened afterward, do you have any news? The Uchiha nodded. Naruto's first up, fighting Neji, I'm with Ino, then it's Temari and Kankuro's turn. Gaara doesn't have a fight in the first round. At the mere mention of Neji's name, Hinata stiffened, and upon hearing the name of the Suna Jinchūriki, Maiko's blood ran cold. But, I'm almost certain I know the outcome. Saya sighed, under no illusions. Naruto's power level was above hers, but could he fight Gaara? I'm worried about Naruto. That guy, Gaara, he's crazy. He could kill him. He will, the blonde announced simply, her head bowed and her hair falling over her face. Naruto. He can't win against him. Gaara is a bloodthirsty monster. He'll kill Naruto. He seems completely obsessed with him. I don't know why, but he's in danger and… Maeko gritted her teeth. I don't want anything to happen to him. Hinata's eyes widened. It was over. The advantage she had over her three rivals had simply vanished. She had only one advantage over them, one trump card she could use to reach the young man before the others. Hinata knew her feelings. She had known from the beginning that she harbored more than just friendly feelings for the redhead from Konoha. She had quickly understood that, since Team 8 had become Team 8, and not this gathering of four opposites, it was around Naruto that it had formed. Why was it him? It was simple, simply because she, just like Saya and Maeko, was simply in love. The brunette sighed. The other two kunoichi turned their heads toward her. So, it's all right after all. Hinata raised her face to look at them. You've realized you're in love. Saya blushed and looked away as Maeko lowered her head, hiding her cheeks behind her hair. I have to admit I don't hate him. Please, Saya, you started dating Shinji to make Naruto jealous. When you realized it was pointless, you decided to break up with him, but the fact that he's dead allows you to avoid thinking about the why. Maeko sneered. I wouldn't laugh if I were you, Maeko. Or miss, I moan Naruto's name in my sleep. I wonder what he does to you. The blonde turned her head away, hiding her burning face. I know this because I've seen you gradually come to me. Now we're on the same level. We're aware of what we feel, that we struggle to admit it to ourselves, and that we can't share it. Naruto sat on his father's head. This was always where he went to watch the sunset. Here, no one saw him. Here, no one looked for him. Here, he was the closest he could be to his father. Here, Naruto could be himself. He had known the truth for so long. He knew his father's identity, his mother's identity, the circumstances of Kurama's imprisonment. But that was all. He didn't know how Kurama had been freed from the seal, who had ordered him to attack Konoha, where his father had disappeared for 2 hours, what had happened during the first year of his life, or even the circumstances that had left him alone, that no one had taken him under their wing, that no one had tried to care for him. He had just learned that Jiraiya, one of the Densetsu no Sannin, master of Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, and Hikari Hyuga, was his godfather. Just like him and his three teammates, he'd had a difficult team, 3 people predisposed to hate each other. Except that the Uchiha and Senju on Jiraiya's team had procreated to form an abomination, a being who condensed 4 clans into a single person. This man, Jiraiya, should have taken care of him when his parents died. He should have acted to protect him from everything he'd endured. What do you want? You forgot your wallet, Jiraiya announced, sitting down next to his godson and handing it to him. I would have liked to buy him a drink, but it seems you're completely broke, you don't even have a spare coin, it's frightening. Naruto took the wallet, without even looking at the white-haired boy. Now you can go. There was a long silence during which Jiraiya didn't utter a word, leaving Naruto in complete silence. After all, he had been alone since his earliest childhood. He had never had any support and had never been loved. He couldn't understand what had happened in that child's mind and heart. He loved him, he would have done anything for him, and he had tried everything. When you were born. Shut up. I didn't even know. I told you to shut up. Because of her Jinchūriki nature and her secret relationship, Kushina was hidden from everyone during her pregnancy. The Uzumaki gritted his teeth. Clearly, this guy would keep talking no matter what he said. I was informed of her pregnancy, I gave you your name, and I was immediately sidelined, me and Tsunade, your godmother. Naruto sighed, a sigh that dripped with barely veiled sarcasm. We weren't aware of your birth, me because I wasn't in Konoha and Tsunade because she was in the hospital. When I arrived in Konoha, Kurama was devastating everything in its path, flames consuming houses and the dead staining the streets. I fought alongside Tsunade despite our exhaustion, despite our lack of power, and despite the heavy blows we suffered. He paused. When Kurama was defeated and sealed inside you, I tried to reach you. I wanted to take you with me, far away from Konoha, so you could live a normal life. Unfortunately, I wasn't the only one who wanted to take care of you. He sighed, his teeth clenched in rage. I followed your trail to the hospital, but I ran into Danzo and his squad, Root. I may be a Sannin, but they outnumbered me, Danzo is stronger than me, and the fight against Kurama had exhausted me. Despite my deep wounds, I managed to escape. Without being able to take you with me. And Tsunade. He sighed. You could have come back, in 13 years, couldn't you? Naruto asked, without turning around, but his voice seemed to tremble. Tsunade couldn't take responsibility for your protection, your care, or even your presence. The redhead lowered his head. Was it because of Kyuubi? Understanding the unspoken question, he quickly clarified. Tsunade lost her husband 5 months before Kyuubi's attack, and her daughter died the day you were born. She couldn't even bear her own reflection in the mirror, so she went into exile, followed by Shizune, her husband's niece. A long silence followed before he continued. Then I tried to return many times. Each time, I was met with your guard. The redhead raised an eyebrow. Impressive, isn't it? Root and Danzo had their eyes on you constantly, no matter what you did. They saw you being mistreated, they saw you suffering, but they did nothing. He sighed. The only time I almost managed to get close to you because, precisely, they weren't watching you. You disappeared before I could find you again, you must have been 6 years old. Naruto sighed inwardly. If the Root members had found out about Kurama, then he would have been in serious trouble. What did they know? Naruto asked. Nothing. Except for your Jinchūriki status. They stopped watching you when you became a Genin. My informants warned me, and I rushed over. I've been traveling and searching for you for 6 months now. Yesterday, when I found out where you lived, I got scared and got drunk. Naruto sighed wearily. Your origins aren't known to anyone. At least, very few people. I think Hikari knows, and Makoto knew. Hiruzen-sensei should know. Why didn't they tell me anything? Naruto asked, straightening up. Well, I think, though I'm not entirely sure, that they wanted to tell you when you turned 18, and by not telling you, they wanted to protect you from your parents' enemies. The redhead laughed before turning to his godfather. Of course, he shouted with biting sarcasm. Why didn't I think of that sooner? Why didn't I realize that Konoha was protecting me from the enemies who live outside our walls when the real enemy here is them? The redhead shouted, pointing at the village. The real enemies targeting me are those my parents saved at the risk of their lives. It's for them that I stay here, to stay close to them and have a chance to understand them. I want to know why mom and dad gave their lives to save me, why they gave their lives for this ungrateful and stupid village. Naruto. It wasn't you, godfather. You didn't do this. But now I know that this suffering that has haunted me throughout my life was entirely intentional and that, whatever you did or wanted to do, it would have been pointless. He turned and looked at the white-haired boy, fixing his eyes on his godfather's dark gaze. I don't blame you anymore. You're not responsible in any way. Just like me, you're a victim of Konoha. Naruto. Jiraiya breathed, shaking his head. I think you have a month ahead of you, right? How about coming with me? I have things to do, things I have to protect. There are things I need to understand. But I can't miss my chance to get to know my parents a little better. Jiraiya smiled. I'll come with you, godfather. Chapter 17. A month's break, change and evolution. This is deeply degrading. Your father loved it, though. I don't care, Jiraiya, don't you think I'm too young for this? You're never too young to enjoy the good things in life. No, but on top of that, you're doing it like a pig. Be gentler, damn it. I have more experience, remember? You told me that before me, you'd never had so many before, so you probably weren't that talented. I think you've got talent. Is that why you brought me here? To exploit me to the bone? No way. Okay, now have sex. Fine, but this is the last time. Damn it, you're too good a kid. I can't believe I've been reduced to this. Dare tell me you don't like it. How could using my Sharingan to help you cheat at slot machines in a casino possibly please me? Uzumaki snarled, watching his godfather put coins in a cup. Keep your voice down, kid. Jiraiya whispered loudly. I remind you that the use of ninja techniques is forbidden here. The Sannin pointed out, making the redhead twitch. Damn it, you moron. If we get caught, they'll throw us in jail. Don't you find it suspicious that we won over 2 million ryo playing slot machines? It's bordering on indecent. The Sannin shrugged. But how do you manage to win every time? Naruto sighed. The machine uses 3 wheels that complete a full rotation in 10 seconds. There's a 3-second difference between each symbol and between each wheel. For example, if you land on the bell, you'll have to wait 13 seconds to shoot and another 13 seconds for the last shot. If you have to count, it'll be 0, 13, and 26. But any idiot should know that. Yeah, well, whatever. Want to play blackjack? 5 days ago, the young Uzumaki and his godfather had left Konoha on a journey of self-discovery, with the goal of training, getting to know each other, and seeing a bit of the world. They had traveled the world a bit before arriving in a large city, Hibaramoi, whose main tourist attraction was a casino, one of the largest in the region. Curious and eager to repeat what he had done with Minato, Jiraiya suggested to Naruto that they go to the casino. Taking advantage of the fact that the Uzumaki had a fairly advanced Sharingan, Jiraiya explained the customs and practices of the two previous ninjas, as well as how to cheat at the casino without any trouble. However, it had to be said that, whether he cheated or not, Jiraiya had often been caught, but Minato never had. So, for over 4 hours, Naruto had been using his dojutsu to increase their chances of winning. They were approaching a 100% success rate. Jiraiya seemed a little too eager to make money and had no qualms about cheating by using his godson. And it was paying off even more since they had multiplied their initial bets. So, this time, the duo continued their work at blackjack. The young man's dojutsu was truly advantageous, as it enhanced his analytical skills and sharpness, allowing him to memorize the cards and know the results before the dealer had time to finish his own calculations or even deal the cards. However, such success attracted a large crowd of people who gathered around them. Many young women pressed themselves against the Sannin, who took advantage of his temporary fame to grope one or two, remaining as discreet as possible. For his part, Naruto stared at the cards with a dull, bored expression. He had no enthusiasm for doing this because he already knew everything beforehand. Once the cards were shuffled, he already knew who would get what and how to get it. But on top of that, hearing his godfather make a few lewd remarks was getting on his nerves. The redhead frowned before turning his head to see that someone else was watching. Standing behind him, the young woman seemed particularly interested in the white man, but this seemed different from the other young women observing him. Her long, blonde hair was styled in 2 braids, her brown eyes were fixed on the middle-aged man, and her fair skin featured a strange purple diamond in the middle of her forehead. She wore a long green jacket over a gray kimono that accentuated her ample bosom. It was accentuated by the headband tied under her breasts, which closed the kimono while lifting her bust. She wore dark blue, almost black, cropped trousers and dark brown gladiator sandals with a slight heel. Behind her stood a young woman with short brown hair, dark eyes, and fair skin, wearing a kind of black kimono that also served as a dress. In her arms, she held a pig wearing a red jacket. He had only one question. Why a pig? Suddenly, the blonde lowered her gaze to meet the redhead's. She frowned before noticing the patches on his t-shirt. She suddenly raised her eyebrows before turning on her heel. What was he doing here? This guy, this boy. Why was he here? He wasn't supposed to be here, he should have been in Konoha, not in a casino with Jiraiya. Jiraiya, that idiot, was at it again with his stupid schemes, very useful and very effective, but quite stupid. Shizune, we're leaving, the blonde announced, walking toward the exit. Tsunade-sama, is there a problem? The brunette asked, surprised by such a turn of events. She had been so eager to come and play the casino games, and now she had such a change of heart, it was truly strange. Tsunade didn't even turn around and continued on her way. A hand landed on Shizune's shoulder, and she stiffened. Tsunade sensed Shizune's sudden halt and turned to see that she had been stopped by the redhead she'd seen at the gaming table. I see the past is catching up with me. Naruto. This is all so sluggish. Maeko shouted, a huge smile on her face. The blonde was sitting in a wheelchair next to Hinata, a little further back from Obito, who was overseeing Saya's training. Saya was working on her endurance by fighting a clone of her cousin. Taking advantage of her newfound visual acuity, she fought her uncle, mainly trying to avoid him. The limit, of course, was close combat. No use of genjutsu or ninjutsu. It was still very grueling because, even though he was holding back a lot, Obito was far faster and much stronger than the young woman. At the same time, he had been an Anbu and the student of the 4th Hokage. The latter, out of kindness, didn't use his dojutsu. Raise your guard, you're too exposed, the original brunette exclaimed. That blow wouldn't have touched him. Obito added when she'd performed a sweep that was too tight. If you get tired, say so, the trainer demanded. A kick from the clone sent the brunette flying. She rolled on the ground and lay down on the grass, sweating. That's it. The clone exploded. Good, your stamina has increased. Yesterday you only lasted an hour, and you've increased by 20 minutes, even though I slightly increased the level. Saya smiled. Basically, you've improved by 30%. Can I ask you something? The young Uchiha asked, taking a sip of water from her bottle. Her uncle nodded. Actually, Naruto, added the brunette, blushing from their conversation earlier in the week. He masters fire release, wind release, and water release, while I only have a little fire release. So, can you teach me some techniques and, why not, teach me my second affinity? Naruto again, huh? The head Uchiha chuckled, making his little cousin pout. I understand you might feel a bit inferior to him, but you're not in the same situation as him. Do you know the difference in chakra between outer, inner, and middle types? The young woman nodded. Actually, he was the one who had explained it to her. I see you know the difference. The Uchiha clan is, quite often, a middle type, and the Senju clan is also a middle type. They can easily envelop their bodies in chakra to fight. We are middle types thanks to our dojutsu. An outer Uchiha or Senju is very rare and, above all, very powerful. To illustrate, Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju were both outer types. Saya nodded. Naruto seems to be an outer type. He has immense chakra, so he can use very powerful techniques. In return, any techniques requiring precise control or minimal chakra usage are nearly impossible for him. I don't see why you're telling me this. Because it's obvious you feel a bit weaker than Naruto, and that's normal. Anyway, if you want us to check your second affinity, here you go. He handed her 2 sheets of white paper, smaller than a map. Take them together and focus your chakra. She closed her eyes and channeled chakra into the paper. The first sheet burst into flames while the second split in 2. Interesting. You have the Uchiha clan's fire affinity, that's normal. But you also have Makoto's wind release affinity. The young woman's eyes widened. Mom, she smiled. Mom had a wind release affinity. But, was she strong? She learned everything from her cousin. The young Uchiha tilted her head, seemingly not understanding what her uncle was saying. He smiled and raised his hand, pointing in a direction. The young woman turned her head and looked up to see the 4th Hokage. Minato Namikaze Uchiha. That's him, her cousin. Actually, to be precise, he's the son of your maternal grandfather's brother. You see what I mean? Saya was astonished to learn that she had a connection to the 4th Hokage. She wasn't close at all, so to speak, she wasn't really related to him by blood, but her mother was. Well, would you like me to teach you some techniques? Yes, Saya exclaimed suddenly. Shall we go? He handed her a leaf with a slide. What do you want me to do with this? Maeko arrived, pushed by the young Hyuga. And you, what are your affinities? Asked the young Uchiha. Seeing that they didn't know, Obito handed each of them 2 sheets of paper. They concentrated their chakra into them. Hinata's first sheet became moist before the second was cut. Water and wind. The young woman wondered. She turned her head to see that Maiko's was split in 2, without being cut. One part of the sheet was cracked, and the other part seemed damp. What is this? 2 primary affinities, that's quite rare, and it reminds me of Kushina. The Uchiha smiled, and the 3 of them turned their heads toward Obito. Kushina Senju, the cousin of Tsunade Senju and Yukimura Senju. Maiko's eyes widened in surprise. In fact, Kushina Senju was very strong. She had even been considered a likely successor to the Senju clan because of her mastery of wood release. A Senju-controlled wood release, even after the first generation. Exactly. Kushina managed to revive the art of wood manipulation. But that's a long story. Wood affinity was a closely guarded secret. You have to know and master the mixing of water and earth. It's quite subtle, you know. Maiko frowned. If wood release was such a secret and such a well-guarded secret, then how is it that Naruto had explained to her how to use this element? By the same token, how is it that Naruto was the one who had explained to Saya how to activate her Sharingan? Clearly, there were unanswered questions surrounding Naruto that she couldn't yet imagine and that she needed to unravel. In a restaurant in Hibaramoy City, not far from the casino, 4 people were eating peacefully. A young blonde woman with brown eyes, Tsunade Senju, a brunette with dark eyes carrying a dressed-up pig, Shizune, and Tonton, a man with white hair and dark eyes, Jiraiya, and a redhead with blue eyes, Naruto Uzumaki. The 4 were seated at a square table, the men on one side and the women on the other. Not that there was any gender disparity, but simply because Tsunade and Jiraiya faced each other, and Shizune stayed close to her mistress, unlike Naruto, who just ate quietly. Tsunade struggled to look at these 2 people. Both were part of Konoha. One was a symbol of the village, just like her, while the other was its most powerful weapon. They both embodied what she had fled from, both were reminders of her failures and mistakes. Jiraiya was, like her, a Sannin, the symbol of Konoha's power, a connection to the Hidden Leaf village. Whether it was him or her, they both had a link to the village despite everything they might do, and that link was the one right next to her former teammate and friend. Naruto Uzumaki, or more precisely Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze Uchiha Senju, was her connection to Konoha. It wasn't even his clan that had completely abandoned him, forgotten him, and disowned Kushina when she mastered wood release. Yes, it had been said that she was being considered to become the next clan leader, however, her lack of enthusiasm in the war against the Uchiha had displeased everyone, and even she, Tsunade Senju, had been excluded from the position because she had no interest in becoming Hokage. No, the last connection she had with Konoha was Naruto. He was the child of Kushina, her cousin, and Minato, a young man she greatly admired. Naruto embodied the essence of 2 people she loved dearly and had lost. But his mere presence reminded her that she had lost her daughter, that she had lost her newborn child during the Nine-Tails attack. Seeing the young man, right there in front of her, healthy and strong, made her feel like she had failed. Certainly, the pain of losing her child was intense, but on top of that, she had failed in the task Kushina had entrusted to her, to care for her child. She was his godmother, and she had never done anything for him except abandon him to his sad fate just hours after his birth. Could she still be considered his godmother? After all, she had simply accepted the role when Kushina offered it to her, but she had never acted like one. Tell me, Jiraiya, aren't you ashamed of using your godson solely to make money? Tsunade asked suddenly, tapping her fingers on the table. Jiraiya smiled, finishing his drink. You know, this kid has talent. He could help you avoid losing the meager money you earn gambling. Naruto finished his drink, glancing at his godfather. You're a truly deeply dishonest guy, it's almost frightening, Uzumaki mused. He looked back at Tsunade. It's very pleasant to see my cousin, as well as my godmother, especially when I run into her at a casino. She clenched her fists as he smiled. I actually pictured you older, but I suppose it has something to do with the Uzumaki gene in you or the seal on your forehead. I'm hesitating, but it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. He crossed his arms on the table for support. Tsunade frowned. He had a good analytical mind, even if it wasn't on par with Minato's, and his outspokenness was still more restrained than Kushina's. A strange mix. My youth is my secret. But, may I ask why you invited us to the restaurant? After all, there was no connection between your presence and mine. Was there? Tsunade asked simply, taking a sip of her food. Jiraiya coughed before speaking. I have a feeling that Suna and a new village, Oto, are planning to attack Konoha. I'm not sure, but it seems to me that Orochimaru will be involved. Naruto simply interrupted his godfather. I'm absolutely certain, Orochimaru bit Sasuke Uchiha and sealed him. I haven't looked into it further, but I think it's a jujutsu. Tsunade frowned at Naruto's words. A jujutsu? Orochimaru has always been the most skilled in that branch, perhaps because it was forbidden, but why didn't you do anything about it, Jiraiya? The white-haired boy shrugged, he wasn't even aware of it. Judging by your reaction, I suppose you didn't know anything about it. Without wanting to presume too much, you were probably too busy admiring the curves of the young women in the onsen, weren't you? Jiraiya chuckled nervously, he wasn't about to admit he'd gotten drunk because he was afraid of meeting Naruto. Why don't you come back to Konoha? Jiraiya asked suddenly, trying to change the subject. Nothing awaits me in Konoha. Tsunade sighed, taking a sip. It's a shame, you could have been useful. There are two rather interesting cases at the hospital right now, the young Uzumaki informed him, making the blonde frown. Two of my teammates have suffered serious injuries. The first sustained quite severe internal damage, which could very well kill her if she uses too much chakra, while the second had her leg broken. No, crushed is a better word. Well, they were unlucky, but that's the sad burden of the kunoichi. They shouldn't have become shinobi if they aren't capable of handling the consequences. Tsunade informed them harshly. That's what I've told them countless times. But Hinata is searching for her place to become stronger and show everyone she's not a failure, while Maeko is trying to revive Wood Release so her clan will accept her, even though I know perfectly well it's impossible. The Senju are nothing but vile bastards. Naruto sighed, finishing his glass of water before settling back in his seat. What do you want to do to stop such suicidal ambition? Tsunade had listened attentively to what the young man had said, and she had the feeling he was using her. But he was doing it well, a real miniature Minato. She clenched her teeth in her hand, cracking her glass. After what he had told her, she had many desires, all of which unfortunately included going to the Hidden Leaf Village. I don't want to go to Konoha. The long-haired Sanin whispered. A smile stretched across Uzumaki's lips. So don't. Join me, Tsunade. Jiraiya, you and I are in Konoha's good graces because we are weapons. You are two Densetsu no Sanin, and I am the Jinchūriki of Kurama. We must be important since we are deterrents the village uses to keep threats away from their peaceful mediocrity. He smiled coldly. Konoha deserves no consideration, they only use us to satisfy a perverse desire to extend their power to other lands. I want to remind you that, even if you try to forget it, and even if it means nothing to me, we share the same blood and are bound by a connection that transcends us. So don't join this village that treats us like weapons, and join me, Tsunade. Maeko sighed deeply as she closed her book. She had read it at least 3 times and she didn't understand why everyone said it was a true masterpiece. Certainly, Jiraiya was a good writer, the scenes were relatively detailed, perhaps a little too much so, but still, the character development was somewhat overdone, but she didn't understand the reader's enthusiasm for this book. Ika Duality was indeed a very interesting story. It told the tale of a redhead and a blonde, a certain Mikado Yumikaze, a young man from a very powerful and prestigious ninja family who were opposed to the Kushinada Uzushio family. Two people destined to hate each other who had decided, against all odds, to love each other. A magnificent story, but completely implausible. Why was she reading this story? She didn't know herself. It was just that Saya had come 2 days ago to tell her that she was reading a book written by Jiraiya and that it was very interesting, so Maeko had decided to do the same. Still in her hospital room, the young Senju was beside her Uchiha and Hyuga friends. While the latter was still hospitalized, the former was simply spending her time there so she wouldn't be alone during her training. Still learning her wind release affinity, she was diligently cutting a leaf, but since she could do it wherever she wanted, she had decided to do it with her teammates, preferring to be there during their healing stages or, at least, the improvements in their condition. Hinata, for her part, was taking advantage of her hospitalization to improve her theoretical knowledge of chakra control. Evolution begins first in the mind before it actually happens. It had been almost 2 weeks since the second exam had ended and 9 days since the Uzumaki had left Konoha with Jiraiya. The young Uchiha groaned as she threw down the half-cut leaf. This is rubbish. It's impossible to cut this damn leaf with just chakra. Maeko smiled as she watched the young woman get frustrated with a measly piece of paper. How can you do that? It's impossible, you'd have to be a master to do it. Hinata sighed softly, amused by her colleague's remark, both at work and in love. Saya, why don't you try to understand the use of chakra affinity before applying it? The young Uchiha tilted her head, not understanding the Hyuga. Futon is the affinity of wind, the one that sharpens blades and cuts. You used Kaden all your childhood, so you must understand that it's different. You learn to control the fire element by consuming a piece of paper, it's logical that you learn to control your chakra by cutting a leaf. Saya nodded. You shouldn't keep imagining your chakra as a mass of energy, but try to imagine it as a thread of chakra that slowly cuts through it. Yeah, you might be right in that sense. The Uchiha mused, picking up her half-torn sheet of paper and examining it in her hand. By the way, Hinata, any news about your treatment? The young woman smiled before nodding. Yes, normally, in a month and a half, I should be able to train again, as long as I don't push myself too hard. Soon, I'll be able to become a kunoichi again. Hinata exclaimed. Maeko clenched her fists around her book before closing her eyes. She, on the other hand, would never be able to become a kunoichi again. Sensing an awkwardness, the Hyuga turned to the Senju. I'm sorry, Maeko, I didn't mean to. This is nothing. I'm not going to stop you from living your lives because of my leg. It's not your fault. The young woman smiled, a smile that betrayed such sorrow and pain that it struck the hearts of the other two kunoichi on Team 8. You'll see, I'm not going to let you leave me behind. Kurenai left the shop with 2 bouquets of flowers and joined Anko, who was chatting with a young couple. They quickly left once she had finished giving them directions. Kurenai quickly helped her friend carry the second bouquet before they headed towards the hospital, the meeting point for the 3 kunoichi on the team. Of course, like good sensei, they had been overjoyed when they saw the 3 young women on the team finally becoming friends, before realizing that they were also rivals in love and that their bond was unfortunately forged after one of them suffered a serious injury. Even though they still feared that if Maeko were ever able to resume her work as a kunoichi, the tension within the team would resurface, centered around young Uzumaki, the target of their romantic rivalry, they seemed to have forged a strong enough bond to reassure the 2 sensei. However, they had to admit they hadn't anticipated their protege's development. Maeko, in particular, had truly progressed in her ninjutsu and taijutsu. Gaara was someone who had been the subject of a brief meeting in the Hokage's office. He was incredibly powerful and psychologically unstable, he could have completed A-rank missions without sustaining any damage. But for him to be challenged, even superficially, by Maeko was impressive. She had varied her attacks, exploiting her enemy's weaknesses. She had pierced a defense described as impenetrable, and twice at that. Unfortunately, she had suffered heavy damage, some of it completely irreversible. However, one thing they had to admit was that Maiko's use of wood release had deeply surprised them. Saya, the second, had shown a significant improvement in her tactical sense. Furthermore, she had finally discovered how to activate her dojutsu at will and knew exactly how to use it. She had even managed to repel Shikamaru Nara, whose IQ, according to Asuma, was around 200. She had also learned to vary her attacks to force her opponent's movements and actions, ultimately turning the tables on him. Her ninjutsu repertoire had also improved, and she had adapted it to her abilities. She used her techniques without resorting to brute force or acting rashly, managing to destabilize her opponent. In short, she had been one of the biggest surprises of the preliminary round. Hinata, the third, had also been a surprise, though not in terms of her physical abilities, which were nonetheless very impressive. The young Hyuga had displayed an impressive and entirely unprecedented capacity for reflection, analysis, and interpretation. She had managed to unsettle Neji Hyuga, considered an emotional ice queen who never showed his feelings, much like Naruto. But beyond that, she had also demonstrated her ability to vary her fighting style, using her Kaden technique to deliver an extremely powerful punch to Neji's jaw. Most importantly, she had employed an elemental technique, which was clearly not the custom of her clan, which had always neglected ninjutsu and genjutsu in favor of taijutsu. Naruto, the last of the group, while they had already witnessed his use of Kaden, futon, in Sweden, during the second exam, was surprised to see him use Doden to protect himself. This implied that he had mastered the transformation of chakra into not one, but four distinct natures. Yet, none of them had taught him anything, not even the most basic. His card game was also impressive. Simply using seals, it had to be said that his style differed greatly from conventional uses. To repel a direct assault from someone using the third gate was no small feat. Then there was also the fact that he had killed 5 people in cold blood, even if the motives for the first 3 remained unclear. In no way could Kurenai or Anko say that this team bothered them, quite the opposite. It was a fantastic team because it wasn't too simplistic, so the developments were visible and more easily appreciated. They could follow the multiple evolutions of their students in detail. That is why the 2 young women had so much interest in following this team. Sensei, a person behind them said quietly. Kurenai turned her head to see the Uzumaki from her team. Naruto. She was surprised to see Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizune behind him. The young Yuhi was taken aback before bowing respectfully to the 2 symbols of Konoha. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama. You're back in Konoha. Yes and no. The Toad Sage replied evasively. We're here, but we weren't asked or sent by Konoha. We came to visit someone. Kurenai seemed surprised, but turned her head toward the beautiful, grown Senju. I'm not returning to Konoha either, that village means nothing to me anymore. But I was asked for help, so I'm doing it, that's all. I understand. Well, I think I do. She smiled. I suppose you came for Hinata Hyuga and Maeko Senju? Asked the young Mitarashi. Tsunade and Shizune nodded. Naruto, are you coming too? No, I don't feel like it. But, she broke her leg. I'm sure she'll still have it tomorrow, so there's no rush, the young Uzumaki simply informed them before heading off towards the ramen shop. Tsunade sighed and shook her head before leaving for the hospital, followed by the other 2 sensei, her student and her former teammate. After a good 10-minute walk, the small group was standing in front of the door to the room of the 2 young kunoichi from Team 8. Shizune and Jiraiya glanced at the blonde Senju girl who was looking at her hand. It was the first time she had felt so nervous, it had been so long since she had treated anyone. Had she lost her skill as a doctor? Especially since this wasn't just any patient. A Senju and a Hyuga, it was going to be difficult for her to have to deal with 2 clans, including the one that had rejected her. Tsunade-sama, Shizune inquired. The blonde closed her eyes for a few seconds before pushing open the door. She came upon Maeko, who seemed to be half fighting with Saya, while Hinata laughed, amused by her 2 friends' behavior. In fact, she was the first to notice the newcomers. Sensei. She turned her head to see, with astonishment, 2 of the 3 legendary leaves. Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama. They both smiled slightly. The Senju approached the young Hyuga and sat down beside her. Well, I'm Tsunade, as you already know. I've been asked to take care of you, so I will. I'll start with you, Hinata. The Senju placed her hand on the young Hyuga's chest and released a small amount of green chakra to perform a full scan of the young woman. After a few minutes, she withdrew her hands, frowning. Well, your chakra network isn't really damaged. The areas that were sealed off by your opponent have now opened, allowing for a diffuse release of your chakra into your organs. Be careful not to overuse it, though, but you probably already know that. Also, I can see that you've taken more significant blows around your heart, which could, in the long run, cause heart damage if you overuse your chakra. She reached into her pocket and took out a green pill. This is a medicine I developed some time ago to strengthen chakra veins in normal veins. I think this will help you recover faster. I'll give you several, but no more than 1 a day, and at a set time. Hinata nodded. Yes, understood. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. The blonde nodded, indicating that it was nothing. The Sannin turned to approach the young Senju, who was observing the adult with wide eyes. It was Tsunade Senju, her father's cousin, a Sannin, and one of the most powerful women in the world. And above all, how beautiful she was. Your turn, Tsunade breathed, reaching her hand towards her leg. She paused slightly before touching the young blonde, perhaps afraid of hurting her by pressing too hard. She inhaled deeply before placing her hand on the Senju's injured leg. She infused her chakra into the young woman's limb as she remained still and silent for a moment. Well, Tsunade began, withdrawing her hand. Your leg has 6 severe fractures, 2 less severe ones, and a hairline crack, a real puzzle. But even though it's very serious, I can fix it. The blonde jumped, as did everyone else present. What? Are you serious, Tsunade? Jiraiya asked simply. Who do you think I am, you pervert? Who had to patch you up when you were nearly killed last time? Well, you were kind of the one who hit me, so. Shut up, Tsunade yelled. The white-haired Sannin cowered, protecting himself as best he could with his hands. Anyway, I can heal your leg, you'll walk. But I can't guarantee it. No, you won't be able to become a kunoichi anymore. Maiko's eyes widened. Reattaching your bones is one thing, but they'll be hollow and fragile. You won't have any chance of doing anything. You'll be able to walk, maybe trot, but not run or jump. In short, any physical activity using your leg will be impossible. Furthermore, if you try, your leg will break, and it will be impossible for me or anyone else to help you. Maeko began to tremble before Tsunade placed a hand on the young blondes. It probably won't help you, but no matter what happens, I'll help you, do you hear me? The young Senju girl looked at her elder sister before clenching her fists. Get out, Maeko said simply, withdrawing her hand. Tsunade watched her before leaving, taking with her the others who had entered with her. It was only fair. Tsunade had just given her the means to walk while explaining that the slightest sudden movement could deprive her of everything she wanted to do in her life. Once outside, Jiraiya turned to Tsunade, whose head was bowed, as if she felt burdened by an unknown weight. I know how you feel, Tsunade. The blonde turned her head to look her friend directly in the eyes. No, Jiraiya, you have no idea how I feel. Night had fallen, and in Hinata and Maiko's room, not a word had been spoken since Tsunade's departure. Saya had left because of visiting hours, leaving the two patients in a profound silence, broken only once by a nurse who brought Hinata the pills. Hinata watched the young woman, who seemed overwhelmed by her own weakness. She was broken. In the same state as her leg. Maeko was but a shadow of her former self now, her body was too weak, and she couldn't keep up. Her newly acquired abilities had become useless. How could she prove to her family that she deserved to be a Senju, that she was a kunoichi worthy of the name? How could she do that if she was incapable of doing anything? She could no longer fight, and a static ninja was a dead ninja. The young Senju turned her head to observe Hinata sleeping. Tsunade Senju's pills were truly potent, evidently, because she had fallen asleep in seconds, or perhaps she had been lost in thought for longer than she realized. Tsunade. The Densetsu no Sannin, the Slug Princess, first granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, the legendary pigeon. What a name, what a record. She was a renowned kunoichi, a notorious spendthrift, and a beautiful woman who didn't accept her age. But she could help her regain her independence, a little more mobility. Had she reacted well? No, of course not. She had practically thrown her out, a little more and she would have insulted her. She didn't deserve that, quite the opposite. But she hadn't even had the inclination to be tolerant, since she'd given her hope only to snatch it away without hesitation and in one of the worst possible ways. With a smile. Yet, despite everything, something bothered her. It wasn't necessarily physical, it wasn't necessarily bad, and it wasn't necessarily embarrassing in itself. But something about it all made her believe there was something there. Why had the great Tsunade Senju left the shadows she'd retreated into, precisely to leave the medical world? Had someone forced her? After all, it was true that she had said, I've been asked to take care of you, so I will. That implied that someone in this village had enough influence to sway a Sannin and, moreover, cared about her. Was it her father? Or her mother? Maeko gritted her teeth before looking down at her leg. Slowly, she slid her arms up to her shoulders and wrapped herself in a hug, seeking the comforting warmth she so desperately needed. The moon softly illuminated the scene, and a gentle breeze stirred the curtain, letting a soft, delicate draft into the room. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She fought to hold back tears during the day, in Saya's presence or when Hinata was awake. She let them flow when the doors were closed and everyone was asleep. Stop feeling sorry for yourself, a voice whispered. Maeko jumped, turning her head to see Naruto sitting on a chair beside her bed. Nah, Naruto, the blonde exclaimed, her heart leaping in her chest. What are you doing here? He gestured to an apple, cutting it into pieces. Do you want some? She remained speechless for a moment before slowly nodding. He offered her a piece, which she took between two fingers, brushing against the young Uzumaki's, before bringing the slice to her lips. Your fight against Gaara was pathetic. I thought you could have gone on longer. Obviously, I was wrong. She lowered her eyes. I disappointed you. No, not at all, the Uzumaki said, taking a piece of apple. You would have disappointed me if I expected anything from you. She gritted her teeth. She had expected Naruto not to be kind to her, but to be so harsh and cutting was still a bit much. Sorry. Maeko breathed. There was a silence during which no words were exchanged, not even when the young Uzumaki offered pieces of apple to the beautiful Senju. You knew that, the redhead simply stated. I told you not to fight Gaara. You're not strong enough for him, Naruto added. Maeko looked up. Neither are you then. Please. Give up. Don't fight Gaara, you'll get yourself killed and I couldn't bear it. Naruto turned his head towards the blonde, surprised. She stammered a few words before lowering her head, blushing with embarrassment. The Uzumaki was obviously surprised by what she had just said. He didn't really understand what she was trying to tell him. Why didn't she want him to fight Gaara? That's none of your business. Naruto added simply. Anyway, I can't give up. Neji and Gaara, they're my two targets and nothing will stop me from achieving my goal, do you hear me? She frowned. Neji and Gaara, they were the ones who. Accept Tsunade's offer, Maeko. She has a lot to offer you. Much more than you think. What is it? Maeko asked before realizing that Uzumaki was no longer there. She glanced for a moment at the last piece of apple sitting on the tray of food in front of her. She smiled faintly. Finally, he had come. Tsunade placed her glass of water in the sink before letting out a deep sigh. What could she do right now? Nothing. Hinata had her pills, Saya was training, Jiraiya was sleeping, Shizune was watching her cheesy drama, Naruto was who knows where, and Maeko was. In a bad way. If Maeko refused her help, then she couldn't do anything. But even if she did something, it wasn't certain it would be successful. Can I know what you're doing in my house? Naruto asked, entering the kitchen. Yes, was it really necessary to mention that the three newcomers were squatting in Naruto's house? At the same time, they didn't know how long they would stay, and it was unthinkable for Jiraiya to use the money he had won at the casino. We need somewhere to sleep. That's why there's a hotel. Uzumaki simply stated, opening his refrigerator. As for Maeko and Hinata. I know, no need to tell me. I read their medical records even before their first night in the hospital. Tsunade smiled slightly at this. You can already help Hinata, but what's your opinion about Maeko? Tsunade sighed as she sat down at the table, joining Uzumaki who was eating a salad Shizune had made earlier that evening. I can mend her bone, but it won't be very useful, or at least, not in terms of her future. She wants to be a kunoichi who will advance her clan, and she wants to be loved because her parents don't care about her. They expect her to develop wood release. Hearing this, the blonde clenched her fists tightly. Yukimura and Era, the young woman grumbled, under a slight smile from Naruto. Anyway, if I heal her leg, she'll be able to walk. But that's all. She won't have anything more, she won't have the fighting abilities she desires, she won't be able to do anything on her own. Tsunade gritted her teeth. The biggest problem is that her blood type is rare, 1 in 1,000. The last person who had it died 13 years ago, almost 14. The Uzumaki frowned. Without a bone marrow transplant, her leg will be no better than a wooden leg eaten by termites. I think I have an idea. But I'm not sure it will work. The young man informed her, taking a sip of soda. Gaara slowly opened his eyes. He was perched on a cloud of sand, which levitated several meters above a castle, also made of sand. His pale green eyes slowly turned dark purple, adorned with a yellow star. I'm waiting for you, Naruto Uzumaki. He smiled as spikes of purple sand emerged from his cloud. I will make your blood rain down upon the earth that gave you birth. Chapter 18, Third Test, a quick tournament. Many people were gathered in the center of the village. They were all in the Konoha arena. Today was the final stage of the Chunin exams, the tournament. Many villagers were there, as were many ninjas, and also more prestigious figures such as two of the three Sannin, Jiraiya and Tsunade, as well as the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the Kazekage, Kira no Sabaku. It was more than just a tournament. For everyone, it was becoming a demonstration of inter-village power, a kind of miniature war, much more controlled and less dangerous. The various fights were already the subject of numerous bets and much speculation. The participants alone stirred up passions among the Leaf villagers and the Sand villagers. Even the daimyo of Wind and Fire had come for this event. The two participants from the first stage were Naruto Uzumaki and Neji Hyuga. The first was truly reviled by the public, whether they were residents of Konoha or even Suna, who decided to follow suit. In fact, Naruto alone had accumulated the most losing bets. For some unknown reason, out of the several thousand people living in the village and the spectators from another village, only 2 had voted in his favor, the 2 members of the Densetsu no Sannin. This meant that if the Uzumaki had won, the 2 people who had bet on him would receive more than 1,000 times their stakes. However, for almost the entire population, it was impossible that Naruto could even make it past the first round. They practically hoped the young man would be killed during the tournament. The second was Neji Hyuga. Unlike his opponent, the young Hyuga was not reviled at all and was in no way the target of any bullying, criticism, or anything else. Despite belonging to the branch family, he was almost entirely supported by the clan council. He was, in their eyes, the greatest Hyuga genius to have been born into their family in many years, even centuries. They had almost gone so far as to consider the young man joining the main branch Soke if he won the Chunin exams, despite what he had done to Hinata, the heiress. For some, it wasn't even a handicap but rather an advantage that would bolster his acceptance into the team. The next two participants were Saya Uchiha and Ino Yamanaka. The first was a survivor from the Uchiha clan, a clan almost idolized for many years in the village of Konoha. Despite the surprise of Sasuke Uchiha's absence, the spectators eagerly awaited the results of the fan clan survivor. Many bets were placed on her success, although many considered her a bit too frail to reach the finals. Even if she had managed to reach the third round, the audience allowed themselves a little leeway, not wanting to bet on someone with poor academic results and a precarious record on the Genin exam, while reasoning that if she had reached such a stage, she must have improved significantly. Ino Yamanaka was not heavily bet on for the simple reason that she owed her place in the finals solely to the luck of not being selected by the panel during the preliminary round. However, even if she wasn't considered one of the best choices, she wasn't entirely out of the running either. The Yamanaka clan wasn't completely incompetent and was undoubtedly capable of turning the tide for a few minutes, and who knows, perhaps even reversing the course of the fight and leading to a completely unexpected result. Unlike her first opponent, Ino didn't owe her Genin title to mere luck. Her skill level was higher when she became a true kunoichi. However, was that still the case now? The third fight pitted two Suna ninjas against each other, Tamari no Sabaku and Kankuro no Sabaku. Tamari was a fairly gifted and relatively powerful young woman. Even though nothing was known about her background, she had demonstrated great strength as well as optimal mastery of the wind release element. Her power was so well controlled that she seemed to wield it with ease, a mastery far surpassing that of the average user, suggesting rigorous training. However, despite her power, she appeared entirely dependent on the weapon slung across her back. This was undoubtedly her primary weakness, but the fact that she knew how to use it so well remained a significant obstacle for her opponent. Tamari, like her family members, seemed far stronger than she appeared. Kankuro was a very talented, powerful, and versatile young man. While he seemed to use poison as a tool, he also, and perhaps more importantly, used puppets as a means of combat. Although rarely used in the Land of Fire, particularly in the village of Konoha, puppets were common and highly effective weapons among ninjas. In Suna, being a puppeteer was commonplace and even seemed to promise great things. As proof, the most well-known people in the Sand Village were primarily puppeteers. Kankuro's biggest challenge was his ability to switch places with his puppet without any visible difference, demonstrating an incredibly impressive level of mastery, to the point of concealing all chakra threads. The last player was Gaara no Sabaku. The final fighter in the tournament, he was also the only member who didn't participate in the quarterfinals. However, this didn't seem to be a major issue, as the young man's skill level was very high, undoubtedly surpassing the others. It was for this reason that he was considered the winning bet. In all the trials, he had only received 2 blows and yet had still defeated Maeko Senju to the point of rendering her leg permanently unusable. A member of Suna, he was also the Kazukage's son and a ninja with very different potential from his other opponents. According to some, without Sasuke Uchiha, no one else was truly worthwhile in the tournament. In reality, for the public, only Sasuke had a chance of putting up a good fight against Gaara. The 7 competitors were thus in the arena, facing Genma, a Konoha ninja with a phlegmatic appearance. Well, this event is just a simple tournament, so the rules are quite simple. The fight starts when I say so and ends when I say so. If you wish to forfeit, it must be before the fight, otherwise, the fight must have lasted at least 5 minutes before any forfeit during the offensive phase. He looked at the participants. I should clarify that if there is a death, then it is not an elimination. If your opponent dies, it doesn't mean you'll be eliminated from the tournament. Furthermore, losing doesn't mean you won't become a Chunin, and winning doesn't guarantee you will. He waited a moment, letting the information sink in for the participants. Alright, then, it's time to start the first fight. Naruto Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga. Those who hadn't participated in the first fight withdrew as the two opponents positioned themselves some distance apart. The arena was filled with the jeers of the crowd directed at the redhead, who calmly took his place with Olympian composure. It was as if what the villagers were saying had the slightest bearing on his actions. However, this hurt a few people who liked the young Uzumaki, such as Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizune, as well as Saya, Maeko, and Hinata. Genma raised his hand before striking him down. Naruto Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga. The two sized each other up for a few moments. Neji's brows were furrowed as he observed the young Naruto facing him. Arms crossed, face apathetic, eyes weary, and an attitude completely detached from the present moment. His pearly eyes slid over his unruly hair, his tanned skin, his loose, flowing clothes. He even went so far as to activate his Byakugan, but something was wrong. His eyes used their heightened perception to probe the young man as much as possible, but he couldn't. "What's wrong? You seem embarrassed." "Why?" asked the young Hyuga as his dojutsu deactivated. "Why can't I see anything?" "Because there's nothing to see, Neji Hyuga," the young Uzumaki simply stated, an amused smile on his lips despite his strangely neutral tone. "You always try to gain a psychological advantage over other ninjas before fighting them. Why? Probably because you need to weaken your opponents before fighting them, simply because your level is so pathetic that to win, your opponent must first be diminished. You're weak, Neji Hyuga." "Oh, really?" The young Hyuga smiled coldly as he got into position. "What? Already?" Uzumaki sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. "It's crazy how you can't even stay calm. The moment someone shows they're better than you, you bare your teeth. Do you think you're a tiger or something? You're not even more impressive than a kitten." He smiled mockingly. "What happened with Hinata proves it, doesn't it? You hate losing because you're afraid of weakness, afraid of your own weakness. You are weak, Neji Hyuga." He shrugged. "Actually, you try to make everyone believe you're a genius, but the bandages on your right arm and leg show you've trained a lot. I suppose you've mastered Kaden, haven't you?" The dark-haired boy jumped. "That's what I thought. How long did it take you?" "A month, 2 months, maybe 3. Hinata used it instinctively to protect Saya and Maeko." "What do you mean? Hinata's trash. She has no talent, there's no chance she'll ever." "Just shut up. Am I interrupting you?" He paused. "Okay, she's not the best example, but who cares?" He raised a finger at the young man. "You know that right hook she landed on you? It was using the first stage of Kaden. It was beautiful, clear, and concise. And it made you think, didn't it?" He shrugged, blasé. "But hey, Mr. Genius has proclaimed himself a genius, so I'm going to show you that you're trash, the same kind of trash you keep hating and insulting." "What do you mean?" "Nothing more than what I've already said. I spoke, you should have listened. If you didn't do it, that's your problem. I'm not going to repeat myself just for your empty, beautiful eyes." He jerked his chin towards his opponent, who was in an attack stance. "Come on, I'll show you the real power." Neji didn't wait and launched himself forward. His swift dash had targeted the Uzumaki. A palm strike flew towards the young man, who ducked to the side, letting the blow melt away as, with a spinning motion using his foot as a pivot and his knee as a hammer, Naruto struck the Hyuga's stomach. Neji was knocked back, but remained standing. Looking up, he could see that his enemy had unleashed a volley of kunai and shuriken. Clapping his hands, the dark-haired man initiated a powerful rotation to generate a chakra dome. Kaden. The bladed weapons were flung aside, and a flick of the redhead's fingers produced about 10 clones. 2 of them darted off to retrieve the discarded weapons from the ground, while the other 8 surrounded the dark-haired boy. They charged forward quickly, clapping their hands, and he repeated his attack. Kaden. The 8 clones exploded in a cloud of smoke as the last 2 handed the weapons to the original. He retrieved his implements and simply placed them in his satchel. "Is that all you know how to do?" "No, I know how to do a lot of things. A good portion of them wouldn't interest you, but that's not the point." He smiled. "I know the secret of your Kaden. You say you've mastered it, but that's not true." The 2 clones beside him began a series of hand seals before both inhaled deeply. "Good luck resisting that." The 2 clones exhaled as Naruto performed a series of hand seals himself and then exhaled rapidly. Wind release, infernal gale. Fire release, supreme fireball. The 3 attacks merged in a maelstrom of bluish fire that engulfed the brown. Clapping his hands, the Hyuga launched himself into a divine whirlwind. The 2 attacks collided. The fire technique began to swirl, driven by the rotation of Neji's Kaden. The chakra dome was quickly engulfed by a dome of azure flame, like the young Uzumaki's eyes, which watched without showing any emotion before the orb of fire facing him. How long could Neji maintain his rotation while distributing chakra? In a way, it was foolish, since simply stirring the flames only made them persist. Moreover, the blue flames were more powerful than the orange ones. They were harder to extinguish, especially when he was being fed. Neji was spinning in a veritable furnace, not expending much chakra to contain the flames that threatened him. Unfortunately, he didn't have many options. He closed his eyes and released a powerful emanation of chakra. The rotation created an even larger dome, pushing the flames back. Using the chakra that enveloped him, the young Hyuga managed to escape the sea of flames that surrounded him and rolled to the ground. Without pausing to regain his balance, he grabbed a pair of kunai and shuriken and hurled them at the young Uzumaki. The redhead rolled to the side and slammed his toes into the ground. The force of the blow sent him crashing into the dark-haired boy. As he wound his arm, he prepared an uppercut that lifted Neji into the air. Opening his hand, Naruto unleashed a powerful palm strike that hit the Hyuga squarely in the abdomen. Pushing his biceps and forearm, the Uzumaki propelled his opponent with a chakra wave that sent the dark-haired boy sprawling to the ground a meter away. Rolling over, Neji managed to get back to his feet, looking up with a smile. "It's over for you, Uzumaki." He lunged forward, taking a single step before lowering his body and arms. The 64 palms of the 8 trigrams. In the Hyuga clan's dressing rooms, astonishment reigned. A branch family member using Kaden was a disgrace, but for him to master the 64 palms was blasphemy. "Father," Hanabi asked Hiyashi, her father and Hinata's. "This technique?" "Yes, Hanabi, it's a secret technique of our clan, a deadly and sublime art," the clan leader informed him without showing the slightest emotion. "When someone is struck by the 64 palms, they are unable to fight. They are considered dead." The blows all landed on Uzumaki, and with the final strike, he was thrown backward under the satisfied gaze of many and a mocking grin from Neji. "So you see, that I'm not weak." Naruto's only response was to laugh. "Is that all?" He raised his face to look at him. "This pathetic level, is that what makes you so proud?" Naruto straightened up, his amused laughter ceasing. He spread his arms wide, fully displaying himself to Neji's Byakugan, as well as those of the other curious Hyuga. "Admire, Neji Hyuga, when you close a door and want to enter." Neji's eyes widened as he saw a kind of orange chakra emerge from nothingness, spreading through the chakra network, passing through each tenketsu one by one as if they had never been closed, reactivating them with the same ease as someone turning on a light. "We break down the door." "It's impossible. No one can do it. Guys like you should die." Naruto grinned. "There's no man like me." Naruto slumped down, assuming a stance similar to Neji's for the 64 fists. The 5 points of nothingness. He took a step forward and, in a single breath, the 5 meters separating him from Neji were closed. When Naruto reappeared, he was slightly crouched, resting his right shoulder against the Hyuga's chest and striking him with his left palm. His opponent was lifted and, using his right foot for support, he jumped in place, spinning, sending his foot into Neji's right temple. The latter was knocked back to the ground. Falling heavily to the earth, the Uzumaki let himself fall, but an instinctive kick from Neji came hurtling towards him. Placing one hand on his calf and the other on his quadriceps, he executed a reverse movement, bending his foot at an unusual angle accompanied by a yelp from the brunette. A palm strike landed on his right shoulder, followed by a horrible sound, signaling the dislocation of his shoulder. The dark-haired boy screamed in pain before Naruto, with a punch to the solar plexus, knocked him unconscious for good. "That's why they call him that, Neji Hyuga," the Uzumaki announced during the Hyuga's final moments of consciousness. "After that, nothingness. That's your ninja career." Naruto sat up and withdrew from the field, leaving Neji in a deep sleep, choking on his own vomit. A long silence followed the end of the fight. What violence! He had just broken his left leg and dislocated his right shoulder. Genma nevertheless made sure Neji was alive before letting him be evacuated by the medics. In Olympian silence and calm, the young Uzumaki found himself in the participants' dressing room, his hands in his pockets. Saya, who was coming down with Ino, then crossed paths with her teammate. When the blonde took a step to the side, the brunette stopped her. "Naruto." He turned his head towards her. "I wanted to thank you. If you hadn't already, I think I would have done it." Neji made Hinata suffer too much, he didn't deserve any better. The Uzumaki shrugged. "What I wanted to do wasn't effective quickly enough, so I had to improvise." He smiled at her, amused, which made her blush. "Win your fight, and we'll meet again in the next round." The young Uchiha smiled at him before running downstairs. Yes, she would win. Because she had a mission, and she had to succeed. Genma watched the two young women face each other to the cheers of the crowd, even though they were still a little shaken by the previous fight. There was a long silence before the Jonin sighed. "Well, you're the second fight, so I won't repeat the rules." He raised his hand. "Good then, let the second fight begin. I am Uchiha versus Ino Yamanaka." The two young women jumped backward, each launching a barrage of shuriken. Saya, having thrown one more star, managed to hit the young blonde, who had to jump sideways to avoid being hurt. No sooner had she set foot on the ground than she threw a kunai. The brunette lunged forward, tracing a curve that allowed her to dodge the bladed weapon. Forming a series of hand seals, the young Uchiha inhaled deeply before exhaling forcefully. Fire release, phoenix feathers. She blew out a multitude of small golden feathers that began to float around her. Continuing her hand seal sequence, she paused, placing her open hand, forming a circle with her fingers, to exhale more forcefully. Wind release, demonic gust. Her breath, once it passed between her fingers, multiplied in power, carrying the feathers away in a golden whirlwind that slowly transformed into a thin, bluish storm. Ino's eyes widened as she watched this deadly and explosive dance descend upon her. Knowing no elemental techniques, the young Yamanaka resolved to use an explosive tag. By throwing the piece of paper into the void, she activated the seal. With a soft crackling sound from the burning scroll, it exploded. The blast was enough to break the Uchiha's attack and triggered explosions from all the feathers. Small but numerous explosions occurred, raising a thick cloud of smoke that obscured the vision of both the ninjas and the audience. Remembering her opponent's location, Ino launched a volley of shuriken and kunai, some tipped with explosive scrolls. "I'll find you, Saya Uchiha." When the explosions occurred, the blast was enough to push back the dark clouds, but the brunette had vanished. In the air, perched on the perimeter wall to be precise, stood Saya. The young woman watched Ino with her dojutsu. She had anticipated the blonde's actions, simply because without it, she would have done the same. Fighting Ino wouldn't be a major problem. After all, the latter didn't have many advantages. Once out of range of this mind possession technique, capturing her wouldn't be a challenge. Rummaging through her kunai pouch, the brunette pulled out some kunai, threads, scrolls, and a few shuriken. "Here we go with the new technique." She grabbed her kunai and smiled. A whistling sound made Ino turn her head. She saw Saya throw 2 kunai, but unfortunately, they landed a good meter away from the young Yamanaka. A series of signs told Ino she had to act, and she lunged toward the young Uchiha. However, she hadn't seen the taut wire between the 2 kunai that caused her to fall to the ground. The series of hand seals ended, and 2 more kunai hurtled toward the young blonde, landing a meter apart and pinning Ino to the ground with a cable. Shifting her finger position, she completed her technique. Shuriken Cage Bunshin. The 2 kunai became 8 and immobilized the young woman. 1 cloning by 4, that's my maximum. They only last a minute, but it's enough too. Saya leapt into the air and, performing a spin, launched a series of shuriken that slammed into the ground, grazing Ino's body. The cables connected to the ninja stars encircled the young woman. Saya landed not far from her opponent, her back to her. "What is that?" Yamanaka yelled. "I thought this was a fight. You cheated." "Deception is part of fighting, it's not cheating," the young Uchiha informed her. "If you wanted a fair fight, then you shouldn't have fallen into the trap." Saya approached and placed her foot in the middle of Ino's back. "Now, give up. You're not going to break my arms and legs like Naruto did." Saya frowned. "That guy is heartless. It makes you wonder how he ever became a ninja." Saya's eyes began to shine, her magatama spinning around her pupil. The brunette bent down and pulled out a shuriken, which, with a web-like effect, dislodged the others from the ground. Ino felt the brunette retreat, so she stood up. "What's wrong with you?" "Just taijutsu, like at the academy." The Uchiha informed him in a cold voice, assuming a fighting stance, raising his arms to face level and placing the toes of his right foot back on the ground. "Come back, Ino." "Saya, I always beat you at the academy, that won't change now." The blonde sighed, assuming a fighting stance. "I'm more." She didn't have time to finish her sentence before a high right kick slammed into her jaw like a whip. The force of the blow sent the blonde sprawling to the ground. "That was before. I'm going to show you how a real kunoichi, not a fangirl, evolves." Ino stood up and wiped the blood from her lips. She straightened up and assumed a fighting stance, left fist forward, right fist close to her chest, and knees bent. "There, you see it's starting to come back." Ino lunged forward and threw a punch. Saya took a step back before using her right foot to sweep Ino's left leg. As it was her supporting leg, the blonde staggered, but she managed to regain her footing. Using the power of her right arm, which she held back, Yamanaka managed to launch herself at the brunette, though her own stability was compromised. A step to the side allowed Saya to dodge. She rotated on her left leg, raising her right leg high in the air, bringing her knee down to her chest. After a display of flexibility, Saya brought her leg down onto Ino's back. The resulting axe-like strike sent the blonde crashing to the ground. Performing a backflip, the Uchiha avoided a sickle kick that should have shattered her. Ino coughed from the impact and looked at the brunette. "You're really good, but I'll need more." Saya smiled coldly. It was expected. Lowering one hand, the brunette made a finger movement, baiting the attack. Yamanaka lunged forward and slammed her left foot into the ground, then delivered a punch with her right arm. Leaping into the air, Saya dodged the strike and, with a graceful yet tight somersault, landed her right foot on her opponent's left shoulder. "It's over, Ino." With speed, power, and precision, Saya brought her left foot down onto the back of Ino's head. The force of the blow sent the blonde flying forward, sliding headfirst to the ground. The way the strike landed the Uchiha as easily as someone descending a flight of stairs. If you want some advice, Saya added, without turning around. Stay down. I wouldn't be so nice if you got up. Ino, who was still conscious, clenched her fist in a clump of grass before tears began to stream down her cheeks. That's what I thought. After a moment, Genma raised his hand. Since Ino Yamanaka did not get up before the time limit expired, she was declared the loser. Saya Uchiha was declared the winner of the fight. The young Uchiha lost her cold demeanor and rushed towards the stands of the participants. Wow! Kiba exclaimed, watching Saya leave. I didn't know your sister was so strong, Sasuke. The young Uchiha had observed his sister with a critical eye. Teams 7, 8, 9, and 10 were all gathered, accompanied by their sensei. Even Hinata and Maeko were there, along with the two Sannin. This isn't the true strength of an Uchiha. Saya is weak, and she ran into an opponent weaker than herself. There's no merit in that, the Uchiha stated bitterly at not being able to participate in such a tournament. However, thinking about it, only Gaara seemed truly worth paying attention to. Naruto was different, but not as interesting as the strange ninja from Suna. What's going on? Rin suddenly whispered, having been there with Tsunade and Shizune to watch over the two recovering girls. Why hasn't the next fight started yet? In the stands, Kankuro and Temari were talking quietly, away from prying ears and eyes. What should we do? We can't fight each other. If we tire ourselves out unnecessarily, then we won't be able to do anything afterward, the older brother explained. Listen, Kankuro, whatever we do, the events that follow aren't even certain, and besides, I can't fight and risk running into Gaara in the next round. I'm going to forfeit, and you'll forfeit against Gaara. You mustn't show Karasu's new abilities, do you understand? The young man nodded. Temari no Sabaku and Kankuro no Sabaku were expected, Genma's voice rose. It was the blonde who stepped forward to the balcony to address the examiner. Sorry, but I can't fight. I'm having trouble with my weapon and I can't change it right now. I'm forced to withdraw, the blonde informed him. Genma shrugged, he didn't care. These were their exams, not his. Ninjas giving up in the first round. That's pretty rare, Hiruzen remarked to his counterpart from Suna. The redhead, who looked a lot like his son, nodded in agreement. My daughter, Temari, uses a very special weapon. If it gets damaged, she can't fight anymore. It would be stupid to fight when you're unarmed and defenseless, wouldn't you agree? Kira asked, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Of course, who would suspect that right now, the armies of Suna were waiting for the Casecage's orders to descend upon Konoha. However, he seemed to be enjoying himself with this tournament, so why not take advantage of it a little? Exactly, you're absolutely right. But a ninja who relies solely on their weapon is exposing themselves to serious problems should it malfunction. We won't always be in the tournament, Hiruzen replied, a slight smile playing on his lips. If the Casecage was a manipulator, he was up against a higher level. Suna and Odo's plans were known to the members of the Leaf Village, but they knew that the Wind Shadow would be the first move. The attack would originate from him, and at a precise moment, it simply wouldn't launch at all. It might sound strange, but the future of the relationship between Konoha and Suna depended on the Chunin exams. Well, since Temari no Sabaku has forfeited, Kankuro no Sabaku is declared the winner, Genma informed. The next match will therefore be Naruto Uzumaki vs Saya Uchiha. The young woman stiffened. This was it. She rushed towards the arena, to the cheers of the crowd, while the young man received only their wrath. He showed no reaction whatsoever, no sign of whether or not he was responding to their harsh comments. Yet, she was suffering for him. It was hard to live without anyone to support him. Genma lowered his hand, initiating the hostilities. His hand barely down, the brunette had already activated her Sharingan and reached for her kunai pouch. She froze, however, when she saw that the Uzumaki hadn't made a move. He was still facing her, arms crossed over his chest, an inquisitive gaze that seemed to penetrate to the very depths of her being. A slight smile stretched across his lips as he uncrossed his arms. That was the signal. Saya's shuriken rained down on him. He leaned to the side, dodging the barrage of stars, which he followed with his eyes. This was his first mistake, for Saya had caught up with him. He hastily turned his head to see that the brunette had initiated a spinning aerial kick that ended with a powerful heel strike. The blow landed squarely on his nose. Taken by surprise in the force of the attack, he was thrown backward. With a fluid movement and a bit of leverage, he managed to regain his footing, but his opponent had already reached him. She launched an uppercut that the redhead dodged by stepping back at the last moment, opening the Uchiha's guard. He grabbed her wrist and slammed her into the ground, sending the brunette tumbling. However, with a pendulum-like motion, Naruto sent the young woman flying. Even in midair, she still managed to perform a series of hand seals. Fire release. Balsam, Saya began. Taking advantage of her involuntary rotation and the throwing power of the multiple fireballs, she launched a shower of small fireballs that streaked in all directions. Naruto jumped back, performing a series of hand seals, and spat out a large ball of water. Water release, Chaos Wave. The water attack managed to extinguish the flames, but not the shuriken hidden within them. Amused by the technique, but also quite annoyed, he had to retreat further to avoid the stars. Saya landed a little further away and lunged towards the redhead. Using her chakra on the film of water, she slid as if on ice to gain greater speed. She sent her fist into the Uzumaki's stomach. He managed to stop the blow just in time, but had to retreat because of the impact. She's improved a lot. Feeling her arm trapped, Saya jumped to reverse her body positions. Sending her legs wrapping around the Uzumaki's neck, she used her other arm to grab the arm that held her captive. Using her weight and the element of surprise, she executed a hold that lifted the young man over her, ultimately pinning him to the ground. Uzumaki was pinned there, his neck bound by the brunette's legs, his arm stretched out and on the verge of snapping under Saya's force. She was using a submission hold normally associated with wrestling, but it had proven effective in this situation. Sorry, Naruto, but I can't let you win. The redhead's face seemed contorted with pain, which pained her deeply, but she had to continue. She wasn't doing this for herself. Give up, I beg you. Naruto's pained expression vanished, and he looked at her as neutrally as possible. No, this is impossible. He burst into flames. Saya was startled and wasted no time in straightening up and looking around. She saw him, leaning against the wall, 10 meters away. I can't give up, Saya. The young woman gritted her teeth. I'm going to have to force you to do it, I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. The redhead raised an eyebrow. She had added the suffix, kun, why? He couldn't have known that it was planned by the young woman and that she had taken advantage of his surprise and questioning to throw 3 kunai. The blades embedded themselves in the wall beside him, surrounding him before he noticed the 3 scrolls that followed. He sighed. They were easy to deactivate, however, something was wrong. She knew he could deactivate them. He tried to move his arm, but it was impossible. The scrolls were a decoy, he had been tricked by cables. Using the faint reflection on the cable, he saw that it was connected to the brunette. She formed a series of hand seals. Fire release, Dragon's Breath. She exhaled, igniting the cables which melted onto the redhead. Luckily, her hands weren't too far apart. He formed a series of hand seals and slammed his heel into the ground. Earth release, Earth Wall. The earth rose up, snapping the taut cable and catching the flames. Meanwhile, Saya had dashed towards the wall, waiting for the young man before he escaped. In fact, he was the one who found her, literally falling on top of her. She crossed her arms high to block the axe-like kick that should have struck her. For a second, maybe less, she felt as if Naruto were entirely made of chakra, but she attributed it to the exertion. However, when she felt a fist land in her stomach, she realized it might not have been a mistake. The redhead standing above her burst into smoke as the one striking her in the stomach sent her flying. She fell a meter away, but rolled along the ground and immediately got back to her feet. She unleashed a volley of kunai, each tipped with an explosive tag, and clasped her hands together. Shuriken Cage Bunshin. The 4 kunai became 16, the tags glowing. Naruto gritted his teeth, he was going to have a hard time dodging everything now. But he wasn't finished. Quickly raising his hand in an upward arc, he threw a playing card showing the 6 of clubs. The card exploded in midair, cancelling the cloning and scattering the originals, which exploded on the ground. Without waiting, the redhead threw the 8 of clubs, which landed on the ground right in front of Saya. Yes, I'll show him I can. What is this thing? The card in front of her was indeed a seal, but it seemed to have 3 or 4 foundations. She couldn't deactivate it, it was impossible. She looked up to see that the young man had 4 fingers raised, which he was lowering in a steady rhythm. She realized too late that it was a countdown. When he closed his hand, the card exploded. Saya was thrown backward, but she had avoided the flames. 2 Narutos rushed toward her. Her vision blurred. For a moment, they both seemed to be masses of chakra. She blinked to clear her eyes, but had no choice but to duck. The 2 young men struck before vanishing in a puff of smoke. She lunged at the young man, kunai in hand. Strangely, she saw Naruto's arm split into 2 separate entities. The second was slightly clearer and seemed to emerge from the first, as if it were paving the way for the first entity. Following her instinct in the path of the second entity, the young woman leaned to the side. She dodged a very quick attack that she had anticipated even before it had begun. Did she read my movement? He looked at the brunette who was throwing an uppercut at him, he could see it clearly. Both her eyes reflected it. Her two magatama acted like a mirror to each other. He smiled. So, fighting him had improved his dojutsu. That was both good and bad. The young woman's fist struck him squarely in the jaw. He staggered back a few steps from the force of the blow, but he also managed to push her back with a spinning back kick. He struck the young Uchiha squarely in the temple and sent her crashing a short distance to the side. The evolution of her eye is hindering me too much. If she can predict my movements a second in advance, I'll have to push my abilities further. I can't use the Sharingan, the wood release, or the flying thunder god technique. She doesn't deserve this. He surprised himself by thinking this. Why was he saying this? He had never had the slightest qualm about using his inherited powers to achieve his goals. Why should it matter whether it was Saya or someone else? The brunette straightened up and returned to the attack. Obito frowned. For the past few exchanges, she had gained the upper hand, but Naruto's blows seemed to have affected her. She was more aggressive now, had she evolved her dojutsu. Turning his head, he could see that Maeko and Hinata were both clutching their pants. Something wrong, girls? Saya's uncle asked. No, we were a little apprehensive about what's next. Hinata informed her. Ino, who had joined her team, raised an eyebrow. What's next? What are you talking about? Choji asked, munching on chips while watching the fight. Saya is fighting Naruto for another reason. Maeko simply stated. The Uzumaki sent the Uchiha flying through the air before, with a spinning motion, catching her mid-fall and sending her sprawling with a powerful kick. Why are you fighting, Saya? Naruto suddenly shouted, seeing that she was trembling with pain and exhaustion as she stood up. He was more than fed up with hitting her, he derived neither joy nor satisfaction from it. On the contrary, it infuriated him terribly without knowing why. Especially since he was healing himself from each of the young woman's blows and his reserves were being replenished mid-fight thanks to Kurama. I can't let you go to the final. The young woman declared, straightening up, her legs trembling and her eyes black with fatigue. If you go, you'll get yourself killed. And that, I refuse to do. Saya screamed, standing straight for the first time since their last violent exchange. No matter what happens to me, I refuse to let you get killed. That's my problem, the young man suddenly snapped. Listen to this crowd cheering you, Saya. No matter the outcome of the final battle, people will be happy. If I win, Konoha will be crowned the victor. If I die, then people will be happy and celebrate all week. He approached the brunette. Don't fight to die in my place, it's pointless. He landed a meter away from her and looked her straight in the eyes. No one will miss me, so. Lie down, Saya. The fight is over. He raised his hand to her forehead. I want you to witness what happens next. I want everyone to see it. So, you mustn't fall asleep. He pushed her, but unfortunately for her, her exhaustion prevented her from struggling, and she fell to the ground. Unable to move, her limbs trembled with the desire to move and protest. Yet, somewhere deep down, she had seen it in his eyes. He wasn't going to lose. She saw unwavering determination in his eyes. I trust you. As he was leaving, he froze completely. He turned, surprised by her words. I only ask one thing of you, Naruto. He added nothing, implicitly asking her to continue. Come back to us. He observed her before turning away, then headed towards the arena exit. The fight was over, and he had qualified. What a fight! Exclaimed the cage. However, it seems to me that the young Uchiha was the favorite in the tournament along with the young Hyuga, wasn't she? Indeed, so to speak, only 2 people voted for the Uzumaki and about 300 for the Yamanaka, the Hokage informed him. Kira raised an eyebrow. Who on earth voted for that Uzumaki guy? He wasn't exactly a favorite. It's true he's talented, but to actually win the final. It was the Densetsu no Sanin who bet on him, Hiruzen informed him. I think the final will be good. Can you repeat that? Genma asked, a little surprised by Kankuro's remark. I didn't digest my breakfast well and I have a terrible stomach bug. I can't fight. The Suna Genin informed him, clutching his stomach. Genma sighed. Fine. He sat up and looked at the spectators. Following Kankuro no Sabaku's withdrawal, I declare Gaara no Sabaku the winner. He looked at Naruto. Do you think you can continue? Saya did it well, I'll do it. Genma nodded. In that case, let's begin the final. Genma announced as a sandstorm erupted, leaving the first finalist in the arena. Gaara no Sabaku vs. Naruto lands in front of him, blasting the ground and raising a cloud of reddish smoke. Naruto Uzumaki. Let the battle begin. Chapter 19 Third Test, This is Who I Am. Let the fight begin. Genma immediately withdrew from the field, leaving the 2 opponents to face each other. Not a movement occurred, not a breath, not a sound. A heavy atmosphere settled over the field and even in the stands. Gaara stood straight, arms crossed, with rings of sand swirling around him. Naruto held a similar stance, however, despite his crossed arms, he slumped more than his opponent. They contrasted sharply yet were relatively similar, creating a very peculiar image, as if the events unfolding on the field had no effect on either of them. As they stared at each other, they simultaneously conducted a brief psychological assessment. Gaara no Sabaku was a cold, indifferent, apathetic individual with psychopathic tendencies. His fighting abilities were impressive, but didn't seem truly suited to combat, but rather to murder or destruction. However, he still possessed, and most importantly, a complete defense thanks to his sand shield. Basically, to reach him, he would need to be able to dispel his sand shield. So, to fight the Jinchūriki of Shukaku, he would have to use water and wind techniques, as well as some fire techniques. Was he skilled in elemental ninjutsu, or did he simply rely on his sand? In any case, the fight would surely answer all of that. Naruto Uzumaki was a very mysterious person. That strange aura he had displayed during the preliminary rounds had made him shudder. He, who didn't really sense deadly auras, had been deeply affected by the power of this unsettling sensation. However, something seemed different about him, as if Naruto never showed his full potential. Clearly, the redhead from Konoha had something special about him, as if he were completely separate from them. He seemed to possess a fairly wide range of ninjutsu techniques as well as a good level of taijutsu, however, these weren't the most useful against him. Gaara wasn't afraid, he had killed people stronger than that. After 5 minutes of complete silence, during which nothing happened, and there was neither sound nor word, Gaara smiled coldly. The sand surrounding him melted upon the Kyuubi, which hadn't made the slightest movement. Before being struck, it vanished in a shunshin. The sand exploded through the ground and hollowed out the earth before the Uzumaki reappeared several meters above the ground. He held 4 kunai in his hands, each with 3 blades and a thick, red handle. He threw the kunai, forming a cross around the Ikibi. Before questioning such a futile maneuver, the Suna ninja launched a salvo of sand at the young man who was hovering in midair. By performing a somersault, he managed to avoid being hit. He planted his foot on the sand and, using the same principle as walking on water, launched himself across the sandstorms to get closer to the young man facing him. To prevent his opponent from anticipating his movements, Uzumaki launched himself forward, circling the sand appendage while simultaneously forming a series of hand seals. Water release, chaos wave. He forcefully exhaled a ball of water that shattered against the sand barrier of Shukaku's Jinchūriki. Gaara's supreme defense was weighed down by the water before collapsing to the ground in useless, mushy heaps. When he looked up, he saw Naruto falling toward him, unarmed. With a cold smile, he delivered a straight punch to the one-tailed beast's nose, knocking him back. With a groan of anger, the redhead from Suna extended his arm, generating a wall of sand that struck Uzumaki and repelled him. Using the sand wall, the Kyuubi managed to gain a foothold to evade the likely attack that was about to follow. Forming a series of hand seals, he inhaled deeply. Kaden, great fireball technique. He unleashed a powerful and enormous fireball that engulfed the Sabaku's attacks. The flames engulfed the first layer of sand and, under the intense heat, completely vitrified it. Do you think this will help stop me? Gaara laughed before raising both hands to the sky, generating a vortex of sand that gathered high above, creating a roof of sand. Lowering his hands, he unleashed a torrential downpour. Naruto gritted his teeth as torrents of sand rained down on him. The redhead from Konoha formed a series of hand seals before striking the ground. Wind release, Eye of the Storm. The wind began to swirl around him, creating a veritable dome of wind that easily caught the sand falling from the sky, a technique reminiscent of the Hyuga clan's Kaden. Forming a new series of hand seals, the Nine-Tails inhaled deeply. Wind release, Divine Breath. He exhaled forcefully, distorting the dome, which then melted onto the redhead from Suna. The power of the wind, combined with the rotation, attracted the wind, which whipped his opponent with force. Moreover, the grains of sand, imbued with the wind release affinity, lacerated Gaara's body. Is that all you can do? Gaara asked, relaxing his arms, which were meant to protect him. A kind of layer of sand trickled down his face. Naruto sighed, he had used the sand armor to defend himself. He clapped his hands loudly before initiating a series of hand seals. Sand avalanche. A fissure opened in the ground, right in front of him, before a vast sea of sand erupted from the earth and crashed down upon Naruto. He jumped and formed a series of hand seals. Too late. With a terrible roar, the sand slammed down on him, covering the ground under 2 meters of gravel. The Imperial Desert Funeral. He struck the ground, before the layer of sand violently collapsed, measuring only 1 meter in total. A smile stretched across Gaara's lips. Is that all you can do? No, came the voice behind him. When Gaara turned his head, he could see Naruto with one of the kunai thrown at the start of the fight at his feet. But, I can show you what I can do. Gaara smiled coldly, raising his hand. The sand rose before falling upon the young Uzumaki. He vanished before he could be struck and reappeared alongside another kunai. In a swift movement, he threw several kunai, all of which landed in the ground, deflected by the sand shield. With a tremendous leap, Naruto soared into the air, drew his sword, and unleashed a volley of kunai. Is that all you can do? Throw kunai. Naruto laughed before landing a few meters away from Gaara. Why are you laughing? Because you're useless. A stationary ninja is a dead ninja. He formed a series of hand seals and slammed the ground. Fuin, lightning seal. The kunai began to crackle before electrical arcs passed from one to the next, seemingly feeding off each other, before, with a powerful and deafening thunderclap, the kunai struck the redhead in the center. He let out a howl of pain as the electrical arcs struck him. Tridents of sand erupted from the ground and condensed in the air before lightning was drawn to the small sand formations. The desert lightning rods. Gaara gasped, more tired than injured by the lightning strikes. His sand shield had protected him from most of the onslaught, but the power of the blows was still significant, and his body had suffered multiple electrical stings. You played well. Congratulations, but it'll take more than that to get me. The Suna Jinchūriki clapped his hands, and the sand rose to strike the Uzumaki. Unable to flee due to the speed of the attacks, the young man hardened his limbs to parry each assault one by one. Thanks to his tenacity, Gaara was able to encircle Naruto's right arm and, clenching his fist, tried to break his arm, without success, but he violently slashed his flesh. No longer wanting to be trapped by a seal, Sabaku dropped his jar, letting it shatter on impact and transform into sand, and lunged at Uzumaki. The sand enveloped his arm, condensing and forming a membrane that reinforced its density. With a battle cry, Gaara slammed his fist into Naruto's jaw. Naruto gritted his teeth before being thrown backward. As he began an uppercut, his arm was encased in a mass of sand that sprouted purple spikes. With a powerful blow, he delivered a blow straight into his opponent's left side, driving the spikes in by 5 centimeters. Naruto was sent flying backward and rolled across the ground before righting himself with a swift somersault. He slid across the ground and wiped the blood that trickled down his chin. He deactivated his automatic defense, transforming it into an automatic attack. Well, basically, he opened his guard to hit harder. I think I'll have to do the same, otherwise the fight will be way too long. Hiruzen and Kira watched the fight with appreciative eyes. This fight was, without a doubt, the most interesting. After all, the Hokage had high hopes for young Naruto. He was a true asset to the village and an unprecedented weapon. It was only natural to follow his development, but unfortunately, there weren't many reports on the young man's abilities. Even though Kurenai and Anko were brilliant teachers, they couldn't keep up with him every time, so he remained as mysterious as possible. Did he have the Sharingan? Could he use wood release? It was almost impossible. No one had trained him, no one had taught him anything. They would have to wait to find out, and what better way to find out than a fight against a weapon from Suna? Kira was a different person. His son was powerful, a born killer, a cold-blooded assassin. Gaara was a ninja of immeasurable power, and that was because he was a Jinchūriki. He was the Jinchūriki of the sand, the Jinchūriki of one-tailed beast, the first Jinchūriki of one-tailed beast to have any control over his demon. However, despite this, he was somewhat impulsive in his actions and reactions. For example, if he happened to lose blood, he would enter a murderous frenzy in which his sole purpose was to kill and destroy everyone in his path. Friend or foe, civilian or ninja, human or animal. Your ninja is very good, the Cage congratulated him with a slight smile. Few can stand up to Gaara under normal circumstances. In fact, the number of people capable of forcing him into auto-attack mode can be counted on one hand. Naruto is good, but your son is very powerful too, Hiruzen agreed. I just hope they both give it their all, so the audience at least has something to look forward to, the old man added with a slight smile. Oh, don't say that, Kira teased. You know, I think this fight won't last very long, but it will be quite interesting. He turned his attention back to the fight with a small, hidden smile. But you're right, I hope it will be a fascinating spectacle. Naruto and Gaara faced each other, about 10 meters apart. The redhead from Suna raised his hands, and the sand detached itself from his arms, melting into shuriken and sand spikes that flew toward the young Uzumaki. Naruto frowned and lunged powerfully to the side, leaving the sandy weapons to slam into the arena wall. In the same movement, the Konoha Genin launched a volley of kunai. With a fluid flick of his fingers, he sent 2 cards marked with the 10 of clubs and the 10 of spades flying. Extending one arm, Sabaku created a wall of sand 2 meters wide, long, and thick. The wall easily absorbed the kunai, however, the two cards had very different outcomes. The 10 of clubs sank into the wall before exploding, creating a hole in the thick layer of sand. The 10 of spades, on the other hand, easily passed through the wall and lodged itself in Gaara's shoulder. Pushing himself with his feet, the Uzumaki lunged at Sabaku. "Don't take me for a fool," the one-tailed beast suddenly shouted, forming hand seals. "Have you ever seen a ninja worth his salt fight without ninjutsu?" He took a deep breath. Futon, breath of the desert. Gaara exhaled forcefully, generating a gust of wind that mingled with his sand. The combination of the two elements created a veritable sandstorm that struck Naruto with projectiles as small as grains of sand, but with tenfold power. While the force wasn't enough to penetrate the Uzumaki's body, he felt as if he were being pummeled by hundreds of thousands of miniature fists. It was impossible to know how long this could last. By channeling chakra into it, he could simply make it last for days. The young man, subjected to the multiple, miniature blows, concentrated his chakra around himself, enveloping it like a second skin, which quickly turned gray. He slowly grew pale, and the grains of sand began to ricochet off him. The redhead formed hand seals before striking the ground. Earth. Release. Earth wall. The earth rose up, catching the blast and the grains of sand, thus protecting its summoner. He became difficult to fight and understand. The sand engulfed the wall before crushing it, adding even more sand to the one pursuing Uzumaki. The latter gritted his teeth before disappearing, buried under 2 meters of sand. It was over. The Imperial Desert Funeral. As the sand hollowed out, a dome of chakra formed, pushing back the sandy layer. The dome deformed and began to swirl, forming a tornado that drew the sand around it. After a few seconds, a large portion of the sand spinning in this whirlwind of wind and chakra rose in a column approximately 8 meters high, 4 meters wide, and 2 meters thick. It stood in the very center of the arena, draining Gaara's weapon and rendering it useless in the moment, as he was simply captured by the force of the blast. But what was that? Gaara was astonished to see over 60% of his sand consumed in a maelstrom of wind and chakra. Then, with a hot blast and a shrill hiss, the tornado took on an incandescent hue. The sheer presence of sand and chakra was enough to vitrify the display of power. At the center of it all, Naruto straightened up with a groan. Well, that was a risky bet. He smiled before disappearing from his glass prison, only to reappear behind Gaara. He unleashed a spinning kick that struck the redhead squarely in the ribs, sending him crashing to the ground. A short distance away, he rolled and struck the earth. Beneath the Uzumaki's feet, the ground cracked before hands of sand emerged from the earth to grab his legs, wrapping around his calves and thighs to immobilize him. 2 more sprang forth to seize his arms, wrapping threads of sand around his forearms and biceps. Gaara stood up, one arm dangling. The sand enveloped him, forming a kind of condensed sand spear about a meter long. Naruto forced his hands together and created 2 clones who didn't even seem to care about the original's condition. The 2 swooped down on Sabaku. Gaara dashed forward quickly, the first clone leaping into the air before being struck by Shukaku's Jinchūriki. The second clone formed a series of hand seals before exploding in smoke, surprising the redhead from Suna who was standing a meter away from a smiling Naruto. Water release. Chaos wave. Kurama's Jinchūriki puffed out his cheeks before unleashing a powerful ball of water that struck Gaara forcefully and swept him away from the Nine-Tails. What was that? Saya asked suddenly, surprised that Naruto hadn't made a hand seal, yet had still launched an attack. Shadow reconnaissance is a technique originally created for espionage, Kurenai explained. When a clone does or experiences something, it gains experience. Upon its destruction or cancellation, it shares its experience with the original and all the other remaining clones. For example, training with clones allows you to divide the learning time. In fact, practically speaking, a technique that takes you a week will only take you a day if you practice it with 7 clones, you understand? Saya nodded, as did the students standing nearby. I think, though I didn't know this was possible, that a clone of Naruto performed the hand seals for a technique so that, upon its demise, Naruto could benefit from it without having to perform the seals himself. Ingenious. Gaara was greeted by a cloud of sand. As he stood up, he could see that Uzumaki was free of all restraints and ready for another round. Both had taken a considerable amount of damage. It was the weight of his t-shirt that prompted Gaara to remove his black top, revealing a chainmail shirt that clung to his torso, causing some women in the audience to feel a little hot under the collar. It was at this moment that Naruto realized his clothes resembled rags from the onslaught of sand and wind. He quickly removed his blue shirt and saw that his orange one only covered one shoulder and half his torso. He pulled it off, enough to make other young women in the audience feel a little hot under the collar. Tell me, Naruto Uzumaki. Tell me, why are you fighting? I don't know. Naruto breathed, rubbing the back of his neck. I suppose it's because I'm bored. Or because there's nothing on TV today? He gave a cold smile and raised his gaze to meet the pale green eyes of his counterpart from Suna. And you, why do you fight? To feel alive, Gaara informed him. Because it's the only way for me to be useful, because that's how I feel like myself. He placed his hand on his forehead, on the kanji for love. This symbol means, love, it's what was taken from me, what's been denied me, the young man explained with a crazed smile. You see, when I was a child, my aunt took care of me. I never knew my mother, because I killed her when I was born. I've been a murderer since birth, I killed the one who gave me life. He raised his gaze to look at the young man from Konoha. I thought I deserved love before realizing that, no matter what I did, I only reaped hatred. I, who wanted to be happy, was made a monster by my status as a Jinchūriki. I never had a friend, I never had anyone close to me. My family is afraid of me, my father tried to kill me countless times. No one wanted me, no one wants me. He crossed his arms. To my village, I am nothing but a shadow, a monster under the bed. I only feel alive when the blood of my enemies flows, when the warmth of that crimson liquid covers my face. He added in a lifeless voice. I only desire to kill without having to think about who my enemy is. If you stand against me, then I will crush you. There was a long silence during which Naruto looked around him, as if searching for something or someone. That's all very well, but do you often feel the urge to tell your life story to the first guy you meet? Personally, I couldn't care less about your life. Gaara frowned as the sand began to gravitate around him. A mad laugh seemed to emanate from the young man. Anyway, none of that matters. He smiled as the sand slowly began to engulf him. I'll show you the extent of my hatred, Naruto Uzumaki. His arm began to triple in size as the sand took the form of a half-human, half-animal arm. Half of his torso was covered by a layer of sand bearing strange purple markings. He slammed this arm into the ground, driving his entire forearm into the sand. The earth heaved, revealing a massive sand beast resembling a tanuki tagged with purple markings. It was easy enough to recognize the one-tailed beast, the first-tailed beast, even though it was smaller. The sand golem. Gaara, what are you doing? Using the sand golem isn't part of the plan. Kankuro suddenly snapped as Tamari, though unsure of herself, turned to observe the three young women of Team 8. She then addressed Saya. It's sad, but your boyfriend is going to die, the blonde from Suna informed her. Gaara is much more powerful than your little, Naruto-kun. Too bad, he was cute. The young Uchiha, though blushing, objected. Nah, Naruto-kun isn't my boyfriend. But, it seems so. Seeing the piercing gaze of her two love rivals, she swallowed weakly, which made Tsunade, Kurenai, Anko, and Rin laugh, the only young women who understood the trio's feelings. Let's cheer on Naruto, the young Senju suddenly exclaimed. He's the last one from Konoha. If he wins, our village will be crowned the victor and therefore, superior to Suna. Kiba sighed. Clearly, he didn't like the idea. Hinata stood up. Go, Naruto, the young Hyuga shouted, quickly joined by Saya and Maeko. Seeing the enthusiasm, Tenten and Lee joined the two young women. Go, Naruto-kun, Lee yelled. You have the fire of youth. Kiba eventually joined in, along with Ino. In the end, Hinata, Maeko, Saya, Kiba, Ino, Lee, and Tenten were all cheering on the young man, chanting his name and encouraging the redhead in his fight against the Suna finalist. Even if they didn't all like him, they had to admit he was the last remaining member of Konoha. Strangely, other civilians started cheering on the Uzumaki while some members of the Sand Village chanted Gaara's name. Naruto looked at the Sand Tanuki, half fused with Gaara. His left arm and calves had entered the skull of the sand monster. The golem was nothing but a head, a neck, two massive shoulders, muscular arms about 10 meters long and 3 or 4 meters wide, 4 claws adapted to the limbs, all surmounted by a massive torso. The sand creature was easily 15 meters tall. The shouts of the audience reached Naruto's ear, and he looked away to observe them. Naruto! Go Naruto! Chanted some people, desperate to assert Konoha's power over Suna. Uzumaki observed them one by one, studying their hypocritical faces before settling on the 3 kunoichi on his team. Why did it seem like they were saying it differently? He closed his eyes for a few seconds before adopting his usual cold and apathetic expression. Shut up. There was a heavy silence after Naruto's shout. He saw the questioning look in people's eyes and sensed they wanted to start again. Shut up, I don't want to hear you. Gaara started laughing as the golem straightened slightly. Well, Naruto Uzumaki, would you rather look away? Are you afraid of hatred? The one-tailed beast chuckled coldly as the beast beneath him stirred. Are you ready to discover the darkness of hatred? Your darkness is nothing, Gaara no Sabaku, Uzumaki informed, his gaze slowly sliding over the young man. The powers granted to you by your hatred are miles away from those granted to me by my darkness, the young man informed. Do you want to understand, Gaara no Sabaku, the power that despair grants? He burst into laughter, causing more than one person to frown. Behold, cried the young Uzumaki, and tremble. This is despair in its purest form. He clapped his hands before quickly forming a series of hand seals. Gaara recognized hand seals specific to water release techniques as well as techniques specific to earth release. Then, Naruto finished by crossing his fingers. Wood release, wood golem. The mere mention of the technique created a wave of astonishment. The members of the Senju clan protested. This is perjury. A monster can't claim to use wood release. A clan member suddenly shouted, sitting not far from Yukimura and his family. It's a sacred art belonging to the Senju clan. A lie, a civilian yelled. Stop trampling on the honor of the first Hokage. Wood release, Maeko exclaimed, before looking at her sensei. Is it possible for Naruto to master wood release when he's not a Senju? Kurenai and Anko were as surprised as their students. Was it possible? Normally not. Hiruzen flinched. It's impossible. The earth warped before roots erupted from the ground. A head made of wood burst from the earth, and a powerful, thick arm extended, allowing the golem's torso to break free from its natural prison. Finally, a golem about 15 meters tall stood facing Gaara's. It had a round, gruff face that seemed to wear a wooden crown, a large, prominent nose, 2 round eyes, and a thick mouth from which 2 teeth protruded from its lower lip. It possessed massive shoulders and 10-meter long, 4-meter wide muscular arms, reinforced by roots encircling the biceps and forearms, ending in large hands with 4 cylindrical fingers. Its torso was massive, slightly rounded, and seemed connected to the ground by very thick roots. Naruto stood on the golem's nose. He stretched out his arms as ivy spread across his body, climbing up his bared torso and entwining his arms. Let's go, Gaara. The redhead roared as his golem raised its arm to throw a right hook. Raising his left hand, Naruto moved his own golems. Throwing a right hook, the Uzumaki struck the tanuki squarely in the lower jaw, which exploded into a mound of sand. As it reformed, the Kyuubi raised both arms to join hands before slamming them together into an axe. The golem mimicked its master's every move and struck, shattering the sand monster's right shoulder. The avatar of the desert demon began a move, already anticipated by the wood creation, as it delivered a left jab to the Ikibi's jaw. What? Gaara cried. How can you anticipate all my attacks? Naruto didn't respond and used his creation to seize both arms of the sand golem, then, with a grip, slammed it over him and crushed it against his back. Gaara growled as the demon avatar reformed to support its master, growing even larger, now over 20 meters tall. I'll crush you. The Jinchūriki roared as the sand spread across his body, transforming him as much as possible. I'll unleash my demon to annihilate your village. Kira smiled, the signal was almost here. When his son assumed his demon form, the attack would begin. It was the signal, and every army knew it. Soon, the destruction of Konoha would begin. Well done, Gaara, just a little more and... He frowned. Why was Naruto laughing? There are 2 things known to subdue a demon. Naruto shouted, forming hand seals. The first is Mokuten, wood dragon release. A dragon burst from the back of the wood golem, which soared into the sky. Though it was only a dragon, it displayed a Chinese style. A trail of splinters marked its spine, and a kind of forest of splinters dotted its forehead. Its eyes were round, but the massive splinters gave them a wild and fierce look. Moreover, its lips and teeth were joined, forming a single unit, and its snout ended in a trunk that curved down over its lower jaw. Naturally, the appearance of the wood dragon unleashed a frenzy among the crowd. Mokuten doesn't belong to you. A member of the audience suddenly yelled. The dragon turned its head toward the one who had just shouted and let out a piercing cry that made it sit down meekly. Naruto raised his hand to place it on his dragon's snout. There are 2 things known to subdue a demon, Naruto repeated, smiling coldly. Here's the second. The second, Sasuke exclaimed. I thought only wood release and the Sharingan could subdue demons. Saya frowned. What was going on? Since when had Naruto controlled wood release? And especially, much better than Maeko, who was a Senjuin. What he was saying, it made it seem like he could do something else, as if he'd never shown any of his abilities from the start. Why? I feel like we've missed something. Saya breathed as Maeko swallowed hard. She was having a little trouble believing what she was seeing. Seeing Naruto control those 2 wooden beings and face a Biju had a devastating effect on the audience, but for him to say such a thing was almost like spitting in everyone's face. He displayed his 2 blue eyes to everyone. They slowly shifted to a shade of amethyst before becoming blood red. The round, black pupil he had gradually deformed, revealing a tiny tail that transformed the black orb into a kama of the same color. The comma began to move slowly, shifting from its central point, before the pupil released a second comma that followed the path traced by the first. Thus, a third joined the path, and finally, they formed a kind of triangle whose points were marked by the commas, orbiting in a circle around the black pupil. Sharingan. What? Saya and Sasuke suddenly cried, both straightening up to get as close as possible to the barriers. They could finally get a better look at the young man's eye, and they were truly astonished by its sight. It really is the Sharingan. It's impossible. How could he have it? Saya asked Kurenai. I don't know. I wasn't even aware, exclaimed the young Yuhi, straightening up to look more closely, as everyone else had done. It was unthinkable that this boy could possess the Uchiha clan's dojutsu. It was even impossible since he wasn't a member of the Fan clan. In fact, which clan did he belong to? Because, in fact, no one had even asked. Who is Naruto Uzumaki, and where did he come from? Gaara and Naruto were facing each other. The first was surrounded by dark chakra and perched atop his golem, whose face resembled that of the one-tailed beast, while the second was accompanied by his two wooden monsters, their appearance as peculiar as it was menacing. As time passed, the Genin from Suna transformed more and more into a sand monster. Little by little, Gaara gave way to his demon. You're pathetic, Naruto hissed, as his two woody creations assumed a fighting stance. A guy who can't fight without summoning his demon is weak. But on top of that, your demon is weak. He burst into laughter that no one in the arena could understand. Why was Naruto laughing when he was facing a Biju? Don't mock me, Gaara roared, his voice altered by the presence of his demon, giving it a kind of prepubescent intonation, as if his voice were breaking. You're not like me. You've known neither hatred nor suffering. He cried out as the sand golem swelled, merging ever more closely with the Jinchūriki. I'll show you that your despair is nothing compared to hatred. In that case, you'll need to grow 8 tails to match my despair. He clapped his hands. The golem extended its arms to hook onto Ikebis, the roots on its arms unraveling to envelop Shukaku's. The dragon lunged forward, wrapping itself around the demon's body before biting at the base of its neck, plunging its trunk into its chest. The Biju roared in rage and pain as the sand that composed it slowly trickled down its torso, shrinking the demon's body. What are you doing to me? Gaara roared, his dark chakra slowly being dragged along by the body of his golem, itself being vampirized by the wood dragon that was devouring it. Why are you doing this? The redhead cried, falling to the ground. He landed in a pile of sand, and when he looked up, he could see the golems sinking back into the earth, rejoining the nature that had brought them into being. But, what have you done to me? The sand Jinchūriki tried to get up, but couldn't. With a groan, he fell to the ground. Who are you? Gaara suddenly yelled, terrified by the Uzumaki who was approaching him with Olympian calm. Who am I? He laughed. You're the first to ask me that. You're the first to actually want to know who I am. He burst into laughter, raising his arms theatrically to the sky. In that case, listen to me, Gaara no Sabaku. Listen, all of you who wish to understand. He took a deep breath before shouting at the top of his lungs. I am the child born in darkness. I am the fruit of the forbidden and the secret. I am the son of Minato Namikaze Uchiha, 4th Hokage of Konoha and wielder of the Sharingan. I am the son of Kushina Uzumaki Senju, 2nd Jinchūriki of the Nine-Tails and user of Wood Release. I am the heir to the Sharingan, the heir to Wood Release, and the 3rd Jinchūriki of the Nine-Tails. I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze Senju Uchiha. That is who I am. Chapter 20, News that's causing a stir. This is unacceptable, Hiruzen. Kaharu suddenly shouted, slamming his hands on the table. The village council had convened urgently. The Hokage and his advisors were indeed present, as were the clan leaders, including Yukimura Senju, Obito Uchiha, Shibi Aburame, Su Minazuka, Shikaku Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, Choza Akamichi, Hiyashi Hyuga, Kuin Yuhi, and many others, not to mention the presence of the village's major business representatives, such as those from the hotel and restaurant sectors, bringing the total number of attendees to around 25. How could you have kept all this from us? All this, actually referred to the fact that, earlier that day, Naruto Uzumaki, the most hated man in Konoha and indeed throughout the Land of Fire, had shown a side of himself that people hadn't seen before. He had displayed a member of Suna whose power was as impressive as it was terrifying and had shamelessly claimed that he was the offspring of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Senju. Not to mention that the two were Uchiha and Senju, therefore two enemy clans. A blatant lie that tarnished the memory of the 4th Hokage and the powerful habanero. In fact, the Uzumaki proclamation dealt almost a death blow to the villagers, since they had hated him throughout his past life. Please, tell us it's a lie and that the demon isn't the child of our venerable 4th Hokage. Exclaimed a member of the civil council. The Hokage folded his arms and sighed. Unfortunately, I cannot refute Naruto Uzumaki's statements, simply because they are true. Naruto is indeed the biological and legitimate child of Minato Namikaze Uchiha, just as he is the biological and legitimate son of Kushina Uzumaki Senju. This makes Naruto the true heir to the Uchiha Sharingan, the Senju wood release, the Uzumaki sealing technique, and the Namikaze space-time manipulation. Naturally, the Hokage's mere announcement provoked a cry from Yukimura. That's impossible. If Naruto were truly a Senju, then he should have been placed under our guardianship from a very young age. I demand that he be affiliated with the Senju clan. The mere fact that he masters wood release means he must join our clan to be able to. I object. Obito exclaimed simply. He wasn't going to let his master's son be manipulated by the Senju clan. If his mastery of wood release justifies his presence within the Senju clan, let's not forget that he possesses the Sharingan, so that justifies his presence within the Uchiha clan. Nonsense, Yukimura muttered. An eye can be torn out. You can't block wood release. Once you control it, it's forever, the Senju clan leader informed them. In any case, there's no point in arguing. Parental custody of a child is generally granted to the mother, and Kushina was a Senju, which means Naruto is under the authority of the Senju clan. The Sharingan is an eye that belongs to the Uchiha clan. Naruto has it innately, ever since birth. Wood release is just one element of fusion, it's by no means sufficient for him to be part of the Senju clan. Let's not forget that wood release is a rather broad art. Some clans, for example, learn to control plants. Obito added before leaning on the table. Whatever you say, Naruto is as much a Senju as he is an Uchiha. Yukimura stood up, slamming his palms on the table. I'm not going to let some fan brat challenge me. You're the one in the wrong. As the dark-haired boy opened his mouth to add something, someone spoke up in Obito's place. That person was none other than Jiraiya, the godfather of the young man at the meeting. Are you mocking me? Exclaimed the Sannin of Konoha. Naruto has no place in either of your clans. He's more of an Uzumaki or a Namikaze than a simple Uchiha or Senju. He's never been taken seriously by your clans, you've constantly insulted him, belittled him, and, in the worst cases, beaten him. I refuse to let him be associated with your two clans simply because he's demonstrated mastery of wood release or the Sharingan. Let's not forget that he's also demonstrated mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique and an ease in using a C or B rank seal, which he can establish in seconds, while it would take anyone else hours to do the same. Jiraiya took a breath, taking the opportunity to look around at everyone present. Naruto can't be considered a member of any one clan for the simple reason that he belongs to four. In the worst-case scenario, he should be considered the founder of a new clan. What? A member of the civil council suddenly shouted. You don't imagine that. Jiraiya is absolutely right, Hiruzen informed him. He hadn't thought his student could have such a good idea. Originally, Naruto was supposed to end up with one of the young women given to him as dowries and join a clan, but this solution could be just as good. We're going to do something, some will call it a game, others a race, and some will even call it a mission, but the end goal is something else entirely. He let a brief silence hang in the air. Naruto is 13 years old, and given what happened during the exam, he is a mid-level ninja from this day forward. The people resigned themselves, unable to say anything to oppose the Hokage's directives. It's very simple. When Naruto reaches the age of 18 or the rank of Jonin, he will have the right to become clan leader. Naturally, it will be his clan, and he can do with it as he pleases. A silence fell for a few moments. However, if during the 5 years between Naruto's majority and his Jonin rank, or the few years between him becoming a Jonin, a girl, regardless of her status or origins, manages to win his favor, then, depending on the young lady and her family, he may join her clan or family. Wait, Yukimura exclaimed. So, you're launching some kind of competition in which our daughters are the contestants, and Naruto is the target and the prize. Hiruzen smiled. That's exactly it. If you want Naruto to join your clan, you'll have to find a way to bring him into your family yourself. Well, all means are fair, but ultimately, it will be his choice. Kira sighed, looking out the window. He was in a room in Konoha's largest and most prestigious hotel, accompanied by two Suna ninja and Gaara. Behind him sat a man with long black hair and reptilian eyes, himself accompanied by a young man with white hair and black eyes. This isn't like you, Kazekage-sama, the dark-haired man smiled. I thought attacking Konoha was your goal. Stop mocking me, Orochimaru-san, Kira replied. That boy defeated Gaara in seconds. If he had used his full potential from the start of the fight, he never would have had time to activate his tailed beast's powers. The Sharingan and wood release are truly dangerous weapons. The Kazekage informed him through gritted teeth. This child is a monster. That's precisely why my men didn't attack. Sasuke Uchiha is interesting, but this young Naruto Uzumaki is truly a special case. A legitimate and natural user of the Sharingan and would release, not to mention his talent for sealing techniques and the Flying Thunder God technique. The Sannin ran his tongue over his lower lip. Such a specimen must not be damaged. Gaara observed the Sannin, who seemed genuinely drawn to the idea of having Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki in his ranks, but would it be that easy? He didn't know the former and had no interest in getting to know him. However, during their fight, he had come to know Uzumaki and he knew that the latter was far from pleased to be controlled. Just like him, Naruto was a beast born of hatred and suffering. Both Naruto and he were beasts capable of devouring all others. That was precisely what made him believe the Sannin might not control Uzumaki so easily. An attack on Konoha is no longer on the cards, if I understand correctly. Kira sighed, frowning. Well, in that case, we still have work to do. The Case-Cage withdrew, taking his escort with him, while the Sannin remained with his spy. So Kabuto, tell me, what happened in the forest that prevented Sasuke-kun from participating in the final test? The dark-haired man asked. When I found Sasuke-kun, the two other male members of his team were in critical condition. After treating them, at least to the bare minimum, I offered them my assistance and helped them retrieve the first scroll. To do so, Sasuke-kun used the power of the seal repeatedly and extensively, Kabuto informed him. His power was truly phenomenal. I think his power can still grow to unimaginable proportions. The white man paused for a moment before adding, why not write Naruto-kun? Impossible and pointless, the Sannin simply stated. The cursed seal is created with my chakra. It merges with the chakra network until it completely corrupts it. However, placing a cursed seal on Naruto-kun would only create a conflict between my chakra and the fox's, which would be pointless since Naruto-kun's chakra would remain stable. The white-haired man nodded. Furthermore, even if he is contaminated, the Uzumaki clan are masters of Fuinjutsu and Juinjutsu. It would only take a few minutes to deactivate the seal before it is assimilated into the chakra network. Furthermore, corrupting his chakra could cause him to lose his mastery of Mokudan. In addition, marking him would be too restrictive. I understand, Orochimaru-sama, the spy conceded as the snake reared up to look outside. What are we going to do about Sasuke-kun? We'll return to Oto, and then, in a few days, I'll send the Sound 4 to retrieve him. However, we'll have to warn them to be careful. Konoha's troops are dangerous, and since the attack didn't happen, their chances of entering unharmed are slimmer. Kabuto agreed. If the village had been attacked, the troops would have been requisitioned for rebuilding the buildings, caring for the villagers, and so on. However, since the attack didn't occur, nothing changes from a security standpoint. We're leaving. The Sannin disappeared in a flash, followed by the white-haired man. Maeko lay on her hospital bed, Saya and Hinata at her side to keep her company. In half an hour, the young blonde would leave with Tsunade and Rin for the operating room to have the bones in her leg reattached. However, a long silence reigned in the room. None of the three had spoken since they had arrived. In a way, they were shocked to learn that their only male teammate had hidden the truth about his origins from them. For them, there was no doubt that the young man had told the truth. Who, other than someone directly affected, could have been so precise and meticulous when granting them the ability they lacked? When Maeko had tried to control the power of wood release, it was Naruto who had explained it to her. He had told her how to do it, making her understand why she couldn't manage it and how to correct her mistake. Obviously, his way of doing things wasn't the gentlest or most subtle, but he was frank and sincere when he was like that. Besides, you had to understand him, he had clearly stated that he was a Jinchūriki. Now, Jinchūriki were rarely well liked in a village. You only had to see how he and the guy from Suna had spoken during the finals. It was clear that they had suffered in their childhood and even now. Maeko knew that his family hadn't been the kindest to him, so she knew perfectly well that she wasn't the one he was going to confide in. For Saya, it was a relatively similar situation. His family, while he was alive, hadn't really shown any real empathy for the young Uzumaki. It was true that no one had noticed the resemblance. However, it also had to be said that no one had tried to understand him. When he had helped her master her Sharingan, she hadn't been shocked that he was able to see where and why she was stuck, nor when he had told her exactly how to change that and therefore, how to activate her dojutsu. She didn't fully understand how she had been fooled like that, but she was still certain that the young man hadn't lied to them out of desire, but rather out of necessity. After all, why would he have lied to them if it hadn't been to protect himself? Hinata, for her part, didn't really have any legitimacy. Naruto had no connection to her, he remained the Uzumaki of her heart. But he had still managed to wound the young woman's ego. How? Simply by hiding something from him. For a Hyuga, meeting someone capable of hiding something was a real feat, not to mention a disgrace for those of them who were supposed to be the most perceptive. A member of the Byakugan clan was supposed to be able to see through all barriers, so she should have seen that Naruto wasn't just an ordinary young man, but to see that he was a being uniting four such prestigious and powerful clans. She had, of course, had many doubts about the young man and his true power, but she hadn't imagined she was so far off the mark. Lying in her bed waiting for a nurse to come and get her, Maeko watched the blue sky being covered by a thin grayish film. "So, are you ready?" Saya asked. No longer able to bear the heavy silence as her friend was about to be taken into an operating room. "I think," the blonde breathed, looking at the young Uchiha. "What do you think?" The brunette's intrigued expression made the blonde sigh. "You know what I mean, right? About Naruto. About what they told us." The "what they told us" referred precisely to the outcome of the meeting. In fact, as soon as the council had ended, the young descendants had been invited, and the Uzumaki too, except he hadn't been found and, given his personality, he wouldn't have come. What had been said, they wouldn't forget it anytime soon. Saya looked around while pushing Maiko's wheelchair. "If I use crutches, I can walk." The blonde grumbled, arms crossed. The young Hyuga beside them started laughing. "Like that time you tried to walk before falling flat on your face," the brunette recalled, referring to an incident where Maeko had tried to walk on crutches. Unfortunately, lacking coordination with her arms, she hadn't taken a step before they slipped and her body collapsed to the ground as if she'd never had crutches at all. "That was a long time ago, I can walk with them now." The Senju grumbled, despite blushing from embarrassment. But her Uchiha friend hadn't counted on that. "It was this morning when I came to pick you up for the exam." Saya clarified with a slight smile as her friend grumbled louder and louder. "Besides, it's not very sensible to leave the hospital when you have an operation tonight." The young Uchiha sighed, slightly embarrassed that her friend hadn't stayed in a suitable environment. However, she had to stop her thoughts when she noticed that there were many young women present. She saw Ino, Sakura, Tenten, and other young women they didn't know. That was probably what bothered them. There were over 30 of them, of varying ages, some 16 while others were only 8. "Maeko, Hinata, aren't those your sisters over there?" The two young women raised an eyebrow at the sight of their two younger sisters. "What are they doing here?" wondered the brunette with the white eyes. But before she could go see her little sister, the door opened to admit those who had participated in the meeting, the clan leaders and the parents of those present in the room. The Hokage stood before them with a slight smile. "Well, I'm glad to see so many of you have come. But for the person in question to completely disregard my request, as if he's doing it on purpose." The Kage sighed, shaking his head. "No matter, I knew it wouldn't be easy to get him here with us." He crossed his arms behind his back with a slight smile. "Right, I'd like to greet all of you. Your parents or the council have asked you to come here. And I'll tell you why." He paused briefly before continuing with a small smile. "You see, everything that was said earlier by a boy I won't name, given that he shouted his lineage in front of everyone, is absolutely true." A wave of astonishment swept through the room. Even though there was little chance it could be false, most of them had still hoped it was just a lie. After all, they had avoided the descendant of two very powerful clans for years. However, this didn't surprise any of the young women on Team 8, who had already resigned themselves to the idea that the young man hadn't lied. On the contrary, they suspected something, but it was true that it was a bit much and they hadn't imagined it on such a scale. "But, he's just the descendant of two clans, why does that require a gathering of so many women? Especially women, we have nothing to do with him," Hana Inuzuka explained. "You're mistaken, dear Inuzuka," Hiruzen smiled, raising an expert finger. "You see, Naruto-kun is the descendant of the Uchiha clan, famous for their Sharingan, a power he possesses. He's the descendant of the Senju clan and managed to revive wood release. But that's not all. The Uzumaki clan was the founding clan, ruler, and protector of Uzu, a ninja village that was unfortunately destroyed. Previously, this clan was considered one of the most dangerous thanks to their mastery of sealing techniques. As for the Namikaze clan, they were the saviors of the village hidden in the rain in the land of storms before their demise. They were renowned for their mastery of space-time jutsu." The Kage informed everyone present, to their surprise. It goes without saying that Naruto-kun is, in a sense, a powerhouse. However, he carries the blood of two decimated clans in his veins, one severely affected and the other weakened by age. Seeing that some were about to retort, he quickly emphasized his point. "Since Kushina and him, I haven't seen a Senju use wood release. As for the Uchiha, I'm not implying they're weak, but their numbers have dwindled considerably." He suppressed a smile as he saw Yukimura cross his arms and look away, pouting. "I don't really see why you asked us to come," Hana Inuzuka began, sounding like a spokesperson. A huge smile stretched across the Hokage's lips as he folded his arms behind his back. Well, it's very simple. He seemed amused by what he was about to say and decided to take his time. Given the young man's lineage, it goes without saying that he is highly valued by many clans. After all, it's easy to understand that with such a person in a family, the children will be simply wonderful. The older women blushed slightly, while the younger ones raised an eyebrow. However, there is only one Naruto, and therefore only one woman will be able to benefit from his presence in her family. However, it won't be that simple because we won't be able to decide his future. Hiruzen smiled broadly. That's up to you. If you want Naruto to join your clan, then you'll have to bring him in through your own talent. It's up to you to charm the young man. He waved his hand, feigning embarrassment. Of course, if you don't want him, just say so and let the next person take your place. For those who have any doubts about the young man, go talk to Ayame Ichiraku, she'll tell you whether or not he's worth it. The door opened, revealing Tsunade with a broad smile. Maeko, let's go. The young blonde nodded and followed the Sannin in her wheelchair. If all goes well, the tall blonde began, grabbing the wheelchair to push it. I think you're in for a pleasant surprise. Maeko turned her head toward the legendary Kunoichi with an intrigued look. She didn't quite understand what the Sannin meant. A slight smile twisted his face as he pushed back the curtain and saw his godson eating ramen. The Sannin sat down next to the redhead as he finished his bowl. Your mother loved eating here, the white-haired boy informed him. The redhead barely glanced up and continued eating. So I hope you're happy with your performance, because you certainly made a splash, Jiraiya chuckled. Naruto stopped eating and set down his bowl after drinking the broth. His gaze drifted into space as he reflected on what had happened earlier that day. Naruto lowered his hands, releasing the tension he'd just mentioned. The spectators watched the Uzumaki facing Gaara no Sabaku. The redhead from Konoha turned his head toward the one from Suna, his blue eyes meeting his counterpart's green ones. Do you now understand what separates us, Gaara no Sabaku? The Jinchūriki of Kyuubi stretched his smile. You cannot defeat me, for your hatred is weak and does not equal my despair. He added, more softly, so that only Gaara could hear. But the world will know despair. An object flew toward Naruto. The redhead didn't even look away as he raised his hand to catch the stone. Turning his head and displaying both Sharingan, he observed the one who had sent the pebble toward his head. Filthy monster. Don't spit on the fourth Hokage. The citizen yelled before throwing another object at the young man. Naruto smiled before throwing a kunai that lodged near the citizen in question, ricocheting the previously thrown stone. Naruto disappeared in a flash of red before reappearing beside his detractor, placing his kunai against the latter's neck. And you're not spitting on his memory by insulting his son. Uzumaki smiled coldly, bringing his face close to the spectator's ear. Do you really think I mind killing you? He pressed the blade with a chilling smile. You're nothing. Another cry erupted from the crowd as Uzumaki returned to his previous opponent's side, using his father's technique. Do you understand? Stop racking your brains, especially since it's not working for anyone here. You're facing your own mistakes, your own choices. He smiled as a red aura slowly filtered through him. You hastened the change. Immediately, a cacophony rose from the stands. The clans began to cry scandal, the citizens screamed about slander and demanded the redhead's head, and the foreigners from other villages booed Uzumaki, demanding a rematch since they considered it cheating. Uzumaki simply smiled at the reaction, particularly amused by the villagers' insults. Monster. Scoundrel. Demon. Liar. Stop defiling the memory of the fourth Hokage. Kushina-sama would never have done such a filthy thing. You cheated. Replay the fight. Hang him. Burn him. Uzumaki's eyes suddenly lit up, seeming to relish the increasingly illogical insults of the spectators. They screamed, cried scandal, and insulted him even though he had shown everyone that he possessed the Sharingan and would release. However, it wasn't wrong to say that there's none so blind as he who refuses to see. Regardless, he would know how to open the eyes of these inferior beings. You didn't come to me to tell me what I already know, or else you have nothing better to do. The Sannin laughed. There was no point in beating around the bush, he adored this kid. He was direct, never at a loss for words, and had a very sharp analytical mind. A truly interesting mix between Minato and Kushina. Are you going to stare at me all day? No, you remind me of my two favorite students. The Toad Sage smiled nostalgically. Naruto shrugged before scratching his forearm. Go tell that to Hinata Hyuga, I seem to recall she was your student too. The Sannin sighed, resting his head in his palm. Well, are you going to finally tell me why you're here? It's not that I'm tired of your presence, but it's getting to me. Ayame placed another bowl in front of the redhead and the Sannin with a gentle smile before withdrawing. You broke up with the cook. The redhead sighed, picking up his chopsticks, and cursed before scratching his forearm. We only break up when we're in a relationship. Besides, you still haven't come to talk to me about this, have you? Jiraiya sighed and scratched his cheek. You want to tell me about the old man's plan? His whirlwind race thing or the law of catering? How do you? The Sannin began before sighing, a slight smile on his lips. That's right, I forgot you're always one step ahead. In that case, what's going to happen? The hermit joked, picking up his own chopsticks. So many things I don't want to talk about. He gritted his teeth before pulling at his sleeve and removing the bandage. Damn it, this is impossible. What's the point of telling her I don't need it if she's still going to put bandages on me? Jiraiya laughed. Tsunade is worried. You're her godson after all, and her little cousin. He smiled, finishing his bite. By the way, what you did was very kind. The redhead shrugged and continued eating. Why don't you want to show everyone that you can be kind? If you show a good side, people will expect you to be good. He sighed. I don't care if people want me to be kind, because I'm not and I don't want to be. He closed his eyes for a few seconds. If people want to see me as a kind person, then let them. Nothing will change my ultimate goal. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Your ultimate goal? It's too early to say, Jiraiya. Naruto finished his bowl and set it down. By the way, how are things going with promotions? Did Saya finally get her jacket? The white-haired boy sighed. Saya should get her jacket today, when Maeko leaves the operating room, and you. Whenever you want. Naruto stood up and started to leave. By the way, are you going to go see your teammate when she gets out of surgery? I'm sure she'll be happy. I've done enough, the redhead simply informed, finally leaving the shop. Tsunade slammed the refrigerator door shut with an angry groan. This is impossible. The Sannin shouted. Jiraiya turned his head from his notes and raised an eyebrow as Shizune closed the file she was working on. As for Naruto, he barely looked up from the TV. How can you only eat ramen? Minato must be turning in his grave. Your mother would have already jumped into your fridge, though. The blonde started to grunt before shaking her head. Thank goodness I'm here, you'll start eating vegetables. Seeing that he was about to retort, she added, those in the broth don't count. He changed his mind and sighed, watching the images on the television. It had been 2 weeks since the whirlwind race plan had been launched, and the young Uzumaki hadn't left his home. The fact that the two Sannin and the female representative's assistant were squatting there had forced him to renovate the third floor. However, he might not admit it, but he was quite happy to have people who could be considered family living with him. On the other hand, having to put up with the antics of a drunken Jiraiya in the evenings, accompanied by a similarly inebriated Tsunade, was difficult, especially since the former became truly obscene while the latter became downright violent before crying for hours. It's a good thing Shizune was there. Without her, he probably would have snapped and sent the two drunks out into the street or teleported them into the forest, leaving them all alone in the middle of the night. Tsunade-sama, let's not forget that Naruto-kun is very kind to put us up for free, the brunette said with an embarrassed smile. Besides, he doesn't always eat here, he sometimes eats elsewhere, and I doubt he eats ramen everywhere he goes. He's going to Ichiraku Ramen to check on Ayame and make sure no one's doing anything to her, the Sannin informed her. Well, he probably has nothing to worry about anymore since she's constantly surrounded by kunoichi looking for information about our little Uzumaki. You're imagining things, Jiraiya. Naruto reached for the remote when all the lights went out with a thunderous rumble. The young man sighed, looking out the window at the torrential rain pounding against the glass and the flashes of lightning exploding across the sky. Damn storm. The sound of someone knocking at the door echoed through the house, followed by a long silence. Tsunade, go open it. I'm not your servant. Tsunade snarled, sitting down on a chair. The person knocked again, though it was quieter. Naruto. A voice called out, one the redhead recognized easily enough. He sighed and stood up. As he walked toward the door, he cursed himself for letting his teammates learn his address. He opened the door to find Maeko with flushed cheeks, her hair damp and soaked across her forehead, and clothes that had clearly been exposed to the rain outside. She was sobbing, her head bowed. What do you want? The redhead asked bluntly. Before she could even add anything, she threw herself into his arms, pressing her face against his chest. Okay. He turned to see Tsunade miming a hand gesture, and he imitated her, placing one hand on her head and the other on her back. Tell me, Maeko, what happened? Maeko was walking around her room, using her crutches as Tsunade had instructed. She was moving easily compared to how miserably she had failed 2 weeks ago. She smiled, looking at her right leg. She was walking. She could walk without crutches, but she was using them anyway, otherwise the Sannin would hit her. However, she was very surprised to see how quickly her leg had recovered. She didn't feel any pain when she put weight on it, She felt nothing different than before her fracture, not even the fact that her limb was now supplied with blood different from her own. Come to think of it, how surprised she was that her blood type was the only one in the entire village. Why weren't any of her parents her type? She left her room, using her 2 walking sticks to reach the living room where her parents were. The young woman was ready to walk, and above all, she had to tell her father that she could master wood release, that she had the power to revive the first Hokage's power. However, she worried that Baimara might be troubled by the family council's order to seduce the young Uzumaki who had already taken up residence in her older sister's heart. She managed to push open the door and found her father talking with Baimara under Era's watchful eye. I hope you understood the mission. Yes, father. And don't worry, I will succeed. The Senju clan will shine brightly thanks to wood release, the brunette agreed, bowing slightly. I will bring Naruto Uzumaki back to our clan. Maeko suddenly looked surprised. Wait. The blonde began. Yukimura turned her head to see Maeko was there. She stepped forward slightly before stopping, a little unsteady. You can't let Baimara do this. She's only 8 years old, while Naruto is 13 and much more developed than most people. Even 16-year-olds aren't like him. She looked embarrassed before continuing. I can take her place. Naruto-kun and I are teammates, so I might be able to do it better than her. The blonde informed, blushing, and fidgeting with her fingers for a few seconds. And then, I think, he and I have a little more in common than just being a team. Baimara blocked her, bursting into laughter. Excuse me, what could you possibly have in common with Naruto-kun? He's a genius who's mastered the Sharingan and wood release, how could a nobody like you think you're close to him? The brunette's sneer intensified. Let me tell you, you're not even worthy of living here. Baimara, please, Era suddenly exclaimed, straightening up, only to be silenced by a dark glare from her husband. Yuki. You know, Maeko, you're a Senju. That's right, Baimara informed her with a slight smile. But you don't belong here. You don't belong in this house. The brunette emphasized before approaching Maeko. With a kick, she sent the right crutch flying, knocking the young blonde to the ground. You're not my sister. Because you were adopted. Maiko's eyes widened as she looked up in surprise. You doubted it. Yet, you're the only blonde in the family. The young woman turned her head toward her father and mother. While she sensed guilt in her mother's eyes, she found nothing in her father's. He couldn't care less. Poor girl, to think that even your real parents abandoned you. The young woman pulled herself to her feet with the strength of her arms and miraculously managed to stay upright before staggering from the impact. Her eyes burned, she felt like she was suffocating. Her body trembled, she was having a hyperventilation attack, she needed to get out. She needed to get away from here. She took off running, despite the state of her leg. She wasn't in pain, at least her leg didn't hurt, but the tears streaming down her cheeks burned her skin, her heart clenched as if a hand were trying to crush it. They had lied to her, she had never been part of the family. She finally understood why her father had never loved her, why her mother was so distant, and why her sister hated her. Only Kurama had taken care of her. However, all of this hurt her deeply. She was suffering like she'd never suffered before, but despite everything, she needed sincerity. She, who was afraid of being abandoned, of not being loved, needed the only support she'd ever had. And you came to my place? The redhead asked, surprised. He'd managed to coax her onto the sofa so she wouldn't stand there by the door like an idiot. However, he still hadn't managed to get her to let go, and it was starting to become difficult to breathe and do anything. Listen, you. Seeing the redhead struggling with the very limited notions of good manners in his repertoire, Tsunade approached to stroke the blonde's hair. She slowly lifted herself to look at the Sanin. Maeko, would you like something to drink? Tsunade asked in a soft, reassuring voice. The young blonde sniffed for a few seconds before nodding sweetly. She wiped away her tears while the redhead lowered his head to see that his blue top, the only one he was wearing, was soaked with her tears. He raised an eyebrow when he heard a knock at the door. Well, do you want to come with me to choose? While Naruto goes to open the door. Damn, it's a festival in here. The young man grumbled, getting to his feet. He'd passed Jiraiya, who was observing the scene while writing a few sentences in his notebook. Can I know what you're writing? Some ideas for my next novel. The story of Menma Uzushio, the son of Mikado and Kushina. The redhead watched the Sanin chuckle as he wrote in his book. A boy who's had bad luck, but who has a great many conquests. Jiraiya looked up at his godson with a broad smile. Will you buy it? Go grab a metal bar and climb onto the roof to attract the lightning, Uzumaki growled, advancing towards the door where the thunder was growing louder. Hit harder and faster, and I'm not going to get there any faster. He opened the door to find. Damn it, Saya, what are you doing here? Thunder rumbled, and before the flash had time to fade, the young woman was already pressed against the redhead. I'm scared of thunder. And you came all the way across the village just because you're scared of thunder. The young man exclaimed, feeling the trembling bulk against him. You do realize your uncle's room is closer than mine, right? Don't ask me why. I wanted to come here. Hey, wait a minute. Are you in your pajamas? Uzumaki remarked, a snicker reaching his ear. Kid, you're a goldmine. Chapter 21, When Two Whirlpools Meet. Konoha was slowly waking up. The sun struggled to rise, its rays timidly caressing the stone faces of past Hokage, etched into the mountain. Villagers were slowly emerging from their sleep, while merchants had already set up their stalls. Few people thronged the streets at this early hour, a few ninjas were heading to work, some housewives were doing their last-minute breakfast shopping, and others were out for their morning walk or training. In short, people were starting the day as they always had, or as they wanted to. It had been almost 3 weeks since the third stage of the Chunin exams had ended, 3 weeks since the Whirlpool race had begun, and nearly 2 months since Naruto Uzumaki's house had been occupied by 3 undesirables. The Sannin, Jiraiya and Tsunade, along with Tsunade's assistant, Shizune, were there. The first two were more interested in playing games and creating a monstrous mess in his house, which he had to clean up every morning. Luckily, he found himself supported by Shizune and the fourth, undesirable, the young Maeko Senju, who had joined them a week earlier at Tsunade Senju's request. Following the news of her adoption into the Senju clan's main family, Maeko had simply left her home at the request of the slug princess, Tsunade. Naturally, living in the Uzumaki family's house, it was only logical that the young teammate of the redhead would also be integrated into the young Uzumaki's household. What a shame for him, as he cherished peace and quiet. Old habits die hard, as they say, because he was practically never alone at home. Except today. Yesterday, the Sannin Jiraiya had been arrested and detained for 72 hours on charges of voyeurism. With the absence of the number one pervert in the Leaf Village, and perhaps even in the ninja world, the young women of the village seemed to be thriving. As proof, Tsunade Senju and Rin Uchiha had organized a girls' night out to, on the one hand, cheer Maeko up a bit and, on the other hand, strengthen the bonds between the young women of the Leaf Village. They had invited Saya Uchiha, Hinata Hyuga, Tenten, Ino Yamanaka, as well as the sensei, Kurenai Yuhi, Anko Mitarashi, and Shizune, who were providing medical training to some of the young women. It was a carefree day for the ladies, free from the perverse threat of the Toad Sage. The day was warm, so the young women could stroll around in skirts or dresses, or go swimming in the river without fearing the lewd laughter of the Sannin ingenious writer. Yes, it was a day that pleased many, for it was a beautiful, clear day. However, in these bustling streets, one young woman seemed to be out of step with the other young people. She wore an orange and black bandana covering the top of her head, but her long red hair cascaded down her back and over her forehead, dividing it in two to extend over her nose, past her chocolate brown eyes, accentuated by a natural line under her lower eyelid, creating a striking contrast between her fair skin and her eyes. She wore a short, sleeveless beige dress over black capri pants, dark gladiator sandals, and a tight-fitting black top. She was no more than 5 feet tall and didn't appear particularly muscular, although she had an athletic build. She turned her head from side to side, as if searching for a landmark to orient herself in the city where she seemed lost. Walking along peacefully, she caught the eye of a few people. Unfortunately, these weren't early birds, but rather revelers who hadn't quite finished their night of drinking and had decided to see who this young woman was. Following her with varying degrees of discretion, they quickly caught up with her, as she was too busy looking around. She felt a hand land on her buttocks and frowned. Turning around instinctively, she punched the first man who dared touch her right in the nose. He went flying. Who do you think you are, you pervert? The redhead growled before realizing she was facing 4 other perverts accompanied by 2 ninjas, clearly of intermediate or higher rank. She couldn't tell without their outfits. They were only wearing headbands. Unable to risk provoking a conflict with Konoha's armed forces, she decided to run to avoid being ambushed or captured altogether. She dashed towards the nearest alley, quickly followed by the 6 pursuers. She still managed to keep a certain distance, but the fact that she was in unfamiliar territory didn't help her escape the thugs who were hot on her heels. She wasn't even paying attention to where she was running, turning, or going. Her main goal was to flee these guys without causing a stir and without alerting the entire village, which would be bad news for her. Too focused on her running and her thoughts, she only noticed too late that she had entered a place unlike any other. While the architecture and colors of the village were open and bright, the atmosphere of the place where she found herself was closed and dark. As if she had stumbled into a cursed place. This time, focused on her surroundings, she didn't notice she'd walked straight into a dead end. She gritted her teeth as she saw the wall looming before her. She cursed and turned to see her pursuers were there. Finally, you've stopped running, my pretty. The young woman smiled. Here, she could use her abilities, no one would hear. As she reached for something near her hip, she changed her mind. A new person had just arrived. May I ask what you're doing in my house, you miserable outcast? A voice called out, as cold as it was harsh. The six of them turned to find themselves face to face with the most terrifying redhead in Konoha. Being the only one, that wasn't difficult. Naruto. Uzumaki. One of the two ninjas began, surprised. He coughed before straightening up. This girl is suspicious, we were just about to question her. However, she decided to resist, so we had to chase her, but she trapped herself here. You're a real man, aren't you? The redhead growled, still placing her hand on her hip, even though the name Naruto Uzumaki wasn't unfamiliar to her. There are few things I won't tolerate. The first is being used. The second is being lied to. But right now, he disappeared, only to reappear behind the ninja. A single blow from the edge of his hand knocked him unconscious. You're lying to me. The second ninja grabbed a kunai before a wooden beam shot from the ground and slammed into the wall. Struck in the solar plexus, he spat out bile before fainting. The other four were terrified and ran away. This won't be that easy, you know. Ivy shoots from the ground, forcibly pulling them underground, binding the four heavily intoxicated individuals together, leaving only their heads protruding. Once finished, the redhead turned his head toward the redhead, surprised to have received help from a boy. They didn't touch you, did they? Surprised, for the second time, by such consideration, she gently replied in the negative. Damn, what's with this stupid look I'm giving myself? She coughed to regain her composure and smiled. Don't worry, I would have managed. The redhead allowed himself a smile before showing an object he had in his pocket, a flute. She flinched, clutching her hip. Her flute was gone, so. I found it on the ground, 2 streets away. He casually tossed the instrument to her with a slight smile. You would have had a hard time without it, Otokunoichi. The redhead's eyes widened as she nervously brought the flute to her lips. He smiled. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I don't give a damn about this village, and besides, you're certainly not here to destroy it. No offense, but you're not built for it, and you wouldn't have reacted like that. He put his hand to his chin, looking thoughtful. An Otokunoichi, so connected to Orochimaru. You're here for Sasuke Uchiha, aren't you? How do you know all this? The redhead asked, on her guard. You managed to keep 2 ninjas at bay. That's not something everyone can do. Your first instinct was to put your hand to your hips, a fairly distinctive sign of a seasoned ninja. In this flute too, even if it's sturdier and smaller than normal, a musical instrument isn't carried around in a satchel. You're wearing civilian clothes, but that doesn't stop us from seeing how slender your body is. You're athletic, but no sport develops your entire body so precisely. Swimming comes closest, but it builds too much muscle. On the contrary, gymnastics doesn't build enough. I assumed you had the kind of physical training specific to ninjas. He tapped 2 fingers on the back of your neck. Your hair moved a lot during your run, and I had the chance to see your cursed seal. It's different from Sasuke's, but it carries a similar aura, so you're probably connected to Orochimaru. Being a kunoichi, and Orochimaru having a village, I made the connection. He shrugged. Besides, there aren't any redheads in Konoha. So, a redhead like you, we remember her. She blushed slightly before putting away her instrument, seeing no animosity from the young man. My name is Tayuya. Good for you, the redhead replied, turning away. You shouldn't stay here, few people pass through, but they aren't all as nice as me. Tayuya observed the young man before stopping him. You know why I'm here, don't you? Reconnaissance for Orochimaru, I presume. No, more like for a team that doesn't know the village. Anyway, you're trying to reach Sasuke while minimizing contact with the Konoha authorities, right? Tayuya smiled before giving in. He was quite intelligent, a welcome change from the idiots on his team. I'm a little lost in this village, actually. The redhead informed him with a small, embarrassed smile. The redhead sighed before looking at her, a slight, mocking smile forming on his lips. Would you like a guided tour? People turned around, surprised and puzzled. Admittedly, seeing 2 young people of the opposite sex walking together was normal in a village, especially during the summer on a beautiful morning. However, the fact that it was Naruto Uzumaki was somewhat intriguing, since he was a Jinchūriki, but the presence of this strange competition shouldn't be overlooked. Furthermore, what was also a little disconcerting was that the young woman at his side was a stranger to the village. Yet, as usual, the young man showed no attention to the people who turned to look at him. He seemed to be showing the young woman around the village, and she listened intently to the few words he uttered. No one could have imagined that the young man was actually providing a sufficiently detailed and safe route for the young woman to infiltrate the village without any trouble, along with her allies, and thus reach their target to carry out their mission without hindrance. Once again, the young man demonstrated that he had no connection to the village and no qualms about helping a potential adversary. However, the young woman seemed to appreciate this highly instructive walk. Learning a village's weaknesses in order to infiltrate it without difficulty was all well and good, but being accompanied by a native of the village, and especially by a rather cute boy with the same hair color as her, was quite pleasant. This place is not well traveled, but it leads to a main thoroughfare in the village. Don't get caught out by going this way, the redhead warned before turning in the opposite direction. The young woman studied the area to remind herself of the route and followed him. Around 10 o'clock, this street is crowded, but after 11, it's deserted. As you can see, its advantage is that there are few windows, so few people can see you. She gave in, continuing to follow the Uzumaki. They had been walking through the village for almost 5 hours in the increasing heat, and the meager supplies she had gathered before coming were slowly beginning to run out. Are you sure about this? The words of a passing ninja suddenly caught the attention of the two redheads. Turning their heads, they saw 4 Konoha ninjas passing close by, clearly deep in conversation. Yes, they were beaten, they were even drained of their chakra. We have no clue who did this, we'll have to keep our eyes peeled, one of them said. He shrugged. We'll have to check people out, he added, as the redhead noticed the suspicious look one of the 4 members gave the young woman accompanying him. This was logical since, technically, Yuhi had no business being there. Seeing him make a move, the Uzumaki preempted him. He grabbed the redhead's wrist and pulled her close before kissing her. Yuhi's eyes widened in surprise, but, seeing the ninja change his mind, she understood that he had done it for her. She quickly wrapped her arms around the redhead's neck, returning the kiss passionately. The suspicious ninja felt intruding and quickly withdrew, leaving the couple to their lovemaking. Although she noticed the 4 of them leaving, she didn't finish her kiss with the redhead. He did so rather quickly when he sensed that no one was watching them anymore. They remained, however, in each other's arms for a few seconds, gazing directly into each other's eyes. The redhead blushed suddenly before her stomach began to rumble. The redhead smiled as he released her. I think you've seen enough of the village for this morning. How about we go eat together? Yuhi's eyes widened before she pulled away from the young man, crossing her arms and sniffing haughtily. Just because I kissed you back doesn't mean you can ask me out, the redhead grumbled. The young man smiled, amused by her behavior, even if it was more mocking than anything else. I never said it was a date, don't get your hopes up, my pretty, the redhead teased, making the young woman flinch. If you're not hungry, no problem, I'll eat by myself. The young woman stammered. I don't have any money. No problem, I'll pay for your meal. You'll find a way to pay me back. The Uzumaki added mischievously, glancing at her chest. She blushed furiously, clutching her breasts, which were, admittedly, a generous 85B. Who do you think you are, staring at me like that? You didn't say that when you were shoving your tongue down my throat. I was just playing my part, you idiot. The redhead retorted, crossing her arms and looking away, pouting. An amused smile from Naruto was her only response. He stepped back, beckoning her to follow. It was the first time she'd ever reacted like this. When Kitamaro, Jirobo, or Sakin made snide remarks, she hadn't had such a mixed reaction. It was definitely the first time she'd blushed at every slightly inappropriate comment, she who usually retaliated with a cutting remark and a punch. No, it certainly wasn't because this guy had stolen her first kiss and pulled her close that she felt so strange. Admittedly, he was cute, he didn't seem mean, and he'd surprised her in a very positive way, because even when he wasn't talking to her, she was thinking about him and not her mission. Crazy and a little strange, her mission didn't matter to her. She knew she was on a mission, that she had a job to do, and that her team was expecting her no later than 8 o'clock the next morning, but she felt good with him. More than a guided tour, it was a stroll. She had a strange feeling. Seeing herself in the shop windows, she almost felt like she was seeing one of those couples she hated so much. No, frankly, something was wrong. Her mind was foggy, but she felt hot. Her stomach was giving her strange sensations, but it had nothing to do with hunger. Had he done something to her? Naruto Uzumaki wasn't a name she'd never heard before, and for good reason. Her master had warned them of the danger he represented. He'd explained that there was little threat in the village since they weren't exactly resourceful. As proof, she'd walked right in without a second thought. Aside from the drunks, no one had noticed her, but it was surprising that he'd quickly made the connection. Of course, what she'd mainly remembered was that the young man was powerful and violent. He'd defeated a Jinchūriki without showing any real trouble once he'd gotten serious about it. Except that Orochimaru had refrained from telling her how incredibly cute he was and that he. Well, she had to stop thinking about that, and his lips, which were very soft, by the way, and now she couldn't even say why she wanted ramen. Naruto was also deep in thought. It wasn't his first kiss, no, he'd already shared a few with Ayame. But none had given him such a feeling. Not that he'd hated it, but he hadn't quite understood what it was. He didn't really know her, not at all, but the simple act of pressing her lips against his felt more pleasurable than when he'd kissed Ayame. Her lips were soft and sweet, like the taste of strawberry candy or a strawberry shortcake. He didn't like sweet things, he preferred savory, but he longed to taste that strange yet delightful flavor again. He turned his head to look at her over his shoulder. She seemed to be looking all around her without making an effort to focus her gaze on Uzumaki. He shook his head to clear his mind of those thoughts, preferring to stop dwelling on such silly and pointless things. They finally arrived at Ichiraku Ramen, satisfying the young woman's desires. "Hi Ayame," Naruto began simply as the redhead sat down next to him. "I'll have the usual. And you, what will you have?" The redhead jumped before glancing at the menu under the cook's watchful eye. Had she imagined it? Naruto was inviting a girl. And what was this strange closeness? Not physical, she couldn't explain it, but they seemed closer than she had ever been with him. Was there something there, and was he? Was he starting to understand what it was? Was he experiencing the pangs of love for the first time? A slight smile stretched across Ayame's lips, though she almost thought it would be Saya, Hinata, or even Maeko who would have developed those feelings. Clearly, they had been overtaken. I'll have some chicken ramen." The redhead hesitated. Ayame gave in and left, leaving the two redheads in peace. Not a word was exchanged. Yuya watched the shop intently while Naruto seemed to be assailed by rebukes, not imaginary, but more demonic. "Seriously, what is this? I sleep for 5 minutes and you find yourself a girl. Kurama, you've been sleeping for almost a month. That's no excuse. How can you just abandon me like that and go frolicking between the legs of some stranger when you have me? It's insulting, and besides, she doesn't even have breasts. I haven't done anything between her legs yet." "So you're going to? You just told me, I haven't done anything yet. Are you trying to say it's planned for later? Come on. And what else, you're going to tell me that all the bimbos in this village are after you?" Noticing the awkward silence she'd just created, Kurama let out a cry. "What? They launched this insane plan. I'm going to kill them. Let me out. I'll get them, you'll see." Naruto put his hands to his head amidst the nine-tailed demon's shrieks. He sighed, severing his connection with Kurama. "Kya, Naruto-kun," someone shouted from behind him. When Naruto turned his head, a sort of blonde head clung to his arm. "I'm so glad to see you. Can we eat together?" She started laughing, a high-pitched, repetitive laugh that made Yuya's teeth grind. She didn't understand why her heart sank watching this blonde hug her redhead. Hug Naruto. "Who are you, anyway?" The blonde started laughing. "Hey, you don't remember me. You know, we were together last time in the queue and..." Naruto stopped her by raising his hand. "If I pay for your meal, will you agree to eat away from me and not open your mouth again, because your voice is utterly unbearable?" Both Kurama and Yuya snickered at the sight of the blonde girl's crestfallen expression. "Thank you." He gave her a wad of bills and turned away from her to face the redhead, who had been served in the meantime. The cook placed a bowl in front of the redhead, and with a nod, he thanked the brunette. Before they both began their meal, and even though she had been craving ramen, Yuya felt like they were missing something. "Afterwards, I'll show you some ways to get in and out of Konoha without being detected by the bubble and without getting into trouble with the guards." The redhead relented before observing the young man, who had already finished his bowl, even though it was twice the size of hers. She knew she would have to return to her team at the end of the day, that she might never come back to Konoha, and yet, she had only one desire. The only thing she wanted was for this day to never end. The only two redheads currently in the village of Konoha were walking through a neighborhood that the redhead had identified as cursed by the villagers. But above all, she understood that it was her guide's home. They had finished eating almost 4 hours ago, and aside from a short break on the riverbed so the young woman could digest her 3 bowls of ramen, they hadn't paused to debrief or rest. Besides, how could he have eaten 20 bowls of ramen? The young man wasn't fat. On the contrary, when she recalled the moment he had kissed her, besides an imminent and powerful rush of heat, she could remember that beneath his shirt, he was very muscular. Trying to calm her racing heart, she noticed the redhead had stopped. But only when she bumped into him. While she recoiled in shock, he barely moved. He turned to watch her blush at the impact and sighed. "If you continue down this road, there's a gap. It's small, but I'll show you how to get through it easily, okay?" She gave in, and he turned to walk towards the wall, followed by the young woman. What could he possibly say about it? He had a strange feeling when he was with her. He simply felt good. He'd already felt good with Tsunade, with Jiraiya, Shizune, and Ayame. He'd had a similar feeling with Saya when she'd slept with him or when she'd come to his house for reassurance. With Maeko, when she'd cried in his arms, he'd felt a certain closeness with her. However, even though he'd never had such a moment with the young Hyuga, he'd had a strange impression of seeing a connection with her when she seemed to be fighting against all odds to succeed. He felt like he was seeing himself as a child, wanting to prove himself and demonstrate his worth. If he felt good with them, he experienced similar feelings with Tayuya. Why, and what was it? After walking for a good 10 minutes, he pointed out the wall to the young woman. It's here. The redhead approached and placed her hand on the wall, not understanding the young man's remark. A mark crackled on the wall before it lifted, revealing a crack in said wall, measuring 1 meter 80 high and about 1 meter wide. Naruto was suddenly astonished. What? She activated one of my seals. That's impossible. No one in Konoha can activate and deactivate my seals. He frowned as the redhead intermittently placed and removed her hand, closing and opening the breach with each touch. Red hair, strong personality. Could she be an Uzumaki? Are you serious? My god, it's true your chakra has some similarities, but to say she's a freaking Uzumaki. Naruto sighed weakly. You still have a grudge against the Uzumaki. Why is that, my dear? You're not very mean to me. The young man teased gently, the fox letting out a distinctive growl that betrayed her anger. You're different. You're a guy, you're gorgeous, you're as well endowed as your father and a much better lover. The redhead flinched. You slept with my father. Oh, don't act like you're surprised. The Uchiha are skilled at seduction, so when your mother let me take control or when I forced him. It's possible that once or twice. Maybe 8 or 9 times, I raped your father. My god. So, is that why you keep asking me to join you in the seal? Do you think I ask all my hosts? Mito and Kushina were women, I'm open-minded, but there still needs to be something too. That's enough. I get it. The redhead interrupted. So, you don't like Uzumaki. When they're women. Yes and no. It's just that you're different. The Uchiha are charmers and the Namikaze are charismatic monsters, while the Uzumaki are bombshells and the Senju have dream bodies. Of course, we mustn't forget that the Uchiha are somewhat vain, the Namikaze a little clumsy, the Uzumaki a tad gruff, and the Senju a bit of a brute. But you have genes that favor your Adonis-like physique, if not your personality. I knew it. You're really petty. You've done nothing but take advantage of me since I was a child. So what? Who are you going to complain to? The fox girl burst into laughter as Naruto deactivated the mental link to see that Tayuya finished activating and deactivating the seal with the simple pressure of her hand. I don't know who placed such a seal, but it's useless if the slightest touch is enough to activate it. The redhead sighed, placing her hands on her hips, and turned back to the redhead. It doesn't surprise me that you know how and where to find this breach. I created this breach accidentally when I was young. This district is abandoned, I practiced seals and kunai throwing. 1 explosive seal and a misaimed kunai, and this is what happens. Then, I placed a paper wall to hide it before evolving it into a concealment seal. The redhead conceded before looking at the seal, which was clearly visible to her despite no longer being on the wall. It's an A- rank seal. Her eyes widened before she turned away. Are you serious? Something I can activate and deactivate so easily. The redhead conceded. In fact, to activate or deactivate this seal, one must perform a series of hand seals and apply blood to it once it's visible. Or be an Uzumaki. The young woman shook her head up and down before frowning. An Uzumaki. Me, Tayuya exclaimed, before snickering nervously. Impossible, you know, I don't have any family. The young woman finally breathed, lowering her eyes. I know nothing of my past before Orochimaru found me and did this to me. The Oto Kunoichi added, resting her hand on the back of her neck, her gaze lost in thought. Well, I've shown you the different paths you can take, where to position yourself to evade the guards, where to go depending on the time to blend into the crowd, when and where to act to reach your beloved. The redhead amused himself, not wanting to stay there all evening, since it was already 5 o'clock and he had other things to do. I don't give a damn about that Sasuke. The young woman snarled, frowning. The Sharingan clan is vain, they can't do anything without those eyes. Naruto chuckled before looking at her, his eyes transforming into the dojutsu he inherited from his father, making the enemy Kunoichi jump. You have the Sharingan. So, that's what he meant by, don't attack him. Orochimaru is stupid, but he's also a genius. Paradoxical, isn't it? His genius is the source of his stupidity. He's so convinced he's always right and that no secret can withstand him that he doesn't look any further than the end of his nose. If he had understood, he wouldn't have done anything to Sasuke. At least, not right away. He shrugged. After all, he didn't care. Tell me, young Oto Kunoichi. Now that you know everything you need, you can leave, right? Indeed, the redhead indicated, stepping towards the Konoha ninja. But I still want to thank you. She extended her hand with a slight, mocking smile. Goodbye, Uzumaki-kun. The redhead smiled, taking her hand before gently pulling it back, bringing his face close to hers. Of course, goodbye, Uzumaki-chan, Naruto emphasized, his azure gaze meeting hers. I thought you'd stay a little longer, the young man teased, and she raised an eyebrow. What, you're really going to charge me for the bowls? Tayuya inquired, and the Konoha ninja shrugged. No, but you could have come too. Damn it, I was waiting for you to suggest it. She stepped forward to take the redhead's hand in hers before interlacing her fingers. I'm telling you right now, sleeping with someone on the first night isn't my style. He smiled, letting himself be led away before she stopped in the middle of the street. But, by the way, where do you live? Tayuya looked around, observing the young Uzumaki's home. She noticed, despite everything, that the house was quite tidy and well decorated. She turned her head to see that the young man was rummaging through his kitchen. Do you live alone? I've had a few additions lately, so not anymore, Uzumaki informed her flatly, rearranging what Tsunade had carefully put away. Are you hungry? Maybe you'd like something to drink, wouldn't you? The young woman nodded before turning her head toward the television. Do you want to watch TV? The redhead asked, noticing the intensity of her gaze. No, it's just that. We don't have any in our hideout. We travel a lot, so we don't have the time or the right. Where I live, it's not as good. The young woman smiled. Naruto shrugged before going to sit on the sofa. One can of soda in his hand, as well as another which he placed on the coffee table. Come sit down, I'll put on a movie for you. She hesitated, but went along and sat down next to him. You told me I was an Uzumaki, what exactly is that? Naruto didn't even look up from the TV. Uzumakis are skilled at sealing techniques. As you saw, your mere touch was enough to activate or deactivate the seal. Furthermore, they also have a combative nature, superior stamina, and a lifespan greater than anyone else. They can live to be over 100 years old. The young woman relented. This explained her behavior towards people and the fact that she had more stamina than most. She sighed, watching the Uzumaki calmly drink, then finally picked up the can he had set down and began to drink. All that walking in the heat all day, the heavy meal, and the digestion she'd had to deal with had exhausted her. She was a kunoichi, it was true, but still. Constantly walking through a city, fleeing drunks, eating 3 bowls of a dish as heavy as ramen, not having had a drink all day, and especially the strange atmosphere that had developed between the two young Uzumakis, she felt a little weak and pensive. She let her body sink onto the redhead, resting her head on his shoulder. He raised an eyebrow, turning his head. Why were they all clinging to him? Anyway, it wasn't very bothersome. On the contrary, the young woman's hand landed near his and slowly slid towards it. Opening his hand, he almost invited her to take it, which she did. She found it harder to connect with him than when they'd been outside, she couldn't say why. Was it because they were both in an intimate setting, or was it because it was less spontaneous and more deliberate? Did she even have the right to feel this way about a potential enemy of her master, and therefore one of her own potential enemies? Tayuya looked up at the young man, sensed her gaze, and lowered his eyes to observe her. After a fleeting moment of eye contact, she slowly stepped towards him. He watched her approach and smiled slowly. Is this a good idea? If your master finds out, won't he have a fit? She brought her nose close to the Uzumaki's. Let's just say, I could very well change masters. Lemon. She closed the gap between their lips and finally kissed him. She closed her eyes as her arms slid over his shoulders to embrace her, while Naruto slid down her hips to pull her closer and deepen the kiss. Their lips parted slowly so the tips of their tongues could touch before their mouths closed again. They broke apart to look at each other. This kiss wasn't as intense as the one they had shared at lunchtime, but it was so much more powerful. She moved closer again, but Naruto beat her to it and kissed her. This time, their mouths opened wide, giving each other complete access so their tongues could dance together in a wild and passionate dance. The young woman gradually cornered the young man, who found himself lying on the sofa. This passionate kiss lasted a good minute as their tongues battled, each trying to gain the upper hand in this languorous contest. Tayuya sat up sharply and smiled, still hovering above the young man. She pressed her lips to the corner of his mouth, then slowly traced them down his jawline and across his neck to his trapezius muscle, which she began to nibble with a slight smile. It wasn't like her to do that. Then again, what was her style? Naruto was, so to speak, her first date. While letting the young woman nibble at him, Naruto sat up slightly and tugged at Yuya's dress. The fabric slid down her shoulders, revealing her cinched top, which clung to her chest but left her stomach bare. Continuing to slide down, he let the redhead's dress cinch at her waist like a belt as his hands caressed her skin, slowly moving up towards her breasts, which were concealed by her black top. He removed the top almost too quickly for his fingers, pulling the fabric up just above her chest, leaving it as free as it had been before. The redhead pulled away and folded her hands over her breasts, embarrassed by her exposure. He watched her blush and look away, his heart leaping in his chest, making him smile. He didn't know why, but he had never seen such a beautiful woman in this situation, not even Ayame had possessed such charm when she was like this. No, to Yuya was worth at least 10, maybe even 100, Ayame's, it was different, and so much better. His hand rested on the young woman's cheek. Don't be afraid, to Yuya. She closed her eyes as one of her hands took his. She moved her face, letting him feel the soft, warm caress of her hand. I won't hurt you. The redhead opened her eyes as the redhead sat up. He slid his hand down to Yuya's neck and kissed her again. It was so much more pleasurable. When he kissed her, he couldn't even compare it to Ayame or anyone else. The taste of her lips was so much sweeter than Ayame's, softer lips, a sensation so reassuring and deeper than he'd ever experienced. To Yuya's last hand left her chest to rest on the young man's shoulders. She felt embarrassed, naked, and weak, but above all, she felt safe in his arms, secure, reassured, and, this was strange, euphoric. She was happy. Simply happy, without knowing why. She pulled away from him and placed her hands on her blue top. She tugged at it, taking the orange top with her. Unfortunately, the straps on her arms and waist caught the redhead. He smiled and lifted 2 fingers, the straps retracted into 2 leather bracelets, the belt around his waist also retracting into a simple belt buckle. Clever and a great space saver. He shrugged as she finished removing her top. Quickly, her eyes slid over his muscular torso, a smile distorting his face as her hands slid along his abs. She bit her lip before slowly bending down, her breasts moving. The redhead raised his hands to support her breasts and, with his index finger, pressed against her nipples. Her heart leapt in her chest, rushing blood to her cheeks, making her flush and her nipples harden with pleasure. Using his thumb, he very lightly pinched the tips of her mounds. His mouth parted slightly as a soft sigh escaped his full, slightly reddened lips. He sat up, forcing the young woman to do the same. She was still seated on his lap, but their bodies were now vertical. Sliding his hands down her hips, he arched her back slightly, accentuating her breasts before gently taking one of her nipples between his lips and sucking on it softly. She frowned at the new sensation and sighed with pleasure when he used one of his hands to attend to her neglected breast, teasing her hardened nipple, which was clearly just waiting for it. Yuya let out a soft cry as she cradled the young man's head, pressing the Uzumaki's face against her chest. Naruto didn't even seem bothered, as he opened his mouth wider, wanting even more to play with. She didn't understand why, but her hips began to move slightly against him. Her fingers began to twist her lover's red hair as he raised his hand to pull the bandana covering his cascade of red. She made him stop and laid him down on the sofa, panting with pleasure. A faint smile twisted her lips as she gently shifted back onto his thighs, freeing her crotch from the pressure. She slid her hands over the fabric and unzipped his black boxer shorts. She slowly began to caress his engorged member through its fabric prison. Her fingers slid along its length before she withdrew her hand and pulled down the elastic of his boxers, revealing the young man's throbbing erection. Yuya hadn't expected to see this, and for good reason. It was the first time she'd ever seen a man's penis, at least not in real life and so close up. She knew that when she'd surprised Sakin getting out of the shower with his brother, she'd seen their male appendages. However, there were some significant differences. First, it was longer and thicker. Second, it gave off a strong, but not unpleasant, odor. Third, it was so hot. Hot. She jumped when she saw her hand, probably instinctively, slowly moving up and down his shaft. It was strange, but not necessarily unpleasant to the touch. Each of her hand movements elicited a soft groan from the young man. He stopped her by placing his hand on her forearm. Pulling her towards him, he forced her to sit up. Wait. The redhead breathed, his penis trembling. He removed the young woman's capri pants, leaving her in only her panties. Lace. He smiled as she blushed. Not very practical for a kunoichi. It's just that I have nothing else to wear. He leaned forward to kiss her, and she rolled her eyes before responding with force and passion. Their tongues resumed their battle with vivacity and an enthusiasm that betrayed their excitement. However, Yuya couldn't fight on equal terms, as the young man's fingers slid over the fabric that concealed his sex. She jumped and released the redhead's lips to place her hand on his. What? He didn't let her finish before pushing aside the barrier to slide one of his fingers between her lips, swollen with her powerful desire and very wet with her arousal. She didn't finish her sentence, but let out a moan as she kissed her lover wildly. Pinning him against the sofa, her hand grasped his erect penis and caressed it tenderly. Unfortunately, they were on a sofa, and their close proximity, combined with their excitement, didn't allow for much movement, resulting in a perfectly natural consequence, explained by gravity. They slipped off the sofa and fell onto a relatively soft and thick rug, but since it was a two-person fall, it wasn't enough to stop them. However, it didn't interrupt the kiss the couple shared, which was as hot as embers. There was no doubt they were about to take a step in a relationship that had only begun that morning, some 10 hours earlier. Yuya sat up, looking at Naruto with a gaze that conveyed both her desire and her ever-growing excitement. Even the cursed seal had never given her such a powerful sensation as the one that stirred her from within. She sat up sharply, turned around, and positioned herself above the young man. She was positioned facing away from the young man, licking his lips to moisten them before kissing his reddened, trembling glands. Her fingers slid along his penis, massaging it tenderly as she passionately kissed his erect member, sometimes along its length, sometimes just at its tip. Each kiss sent mild jolts of pleasure through him before he decided to act. He wrapped one arm around her waist while his other hand grasped her panties and pulled them to the side. Lifting his face, he kissed her labia. She clenched her teeth before letting out a moan of pleasure. His tongue flicked out to tease her clitoris, which was clearly visible, a sign that she wasn't as calm as she thought. While teasing the redhead's clitoris with his tongue, he slowly inserted the first knuckle of his index finger into her vagina. His hand tightened on the shaft as his movements became stronger and faster. He reversed roles, teasing Yuya's clitoris with his finger while his tongue penetrated the young woman's body. Her hips lifted as she felt her lover's mouth explore her most intimate cavity, her eyes rolling as her mouth opened wide. She let out a cry to clear some of the burning sensation in her belly, then lowered her face, taking her lover's member into her mouth. As her hips trembled under the force of his tongue strokes, her own mouth vigorously pumped his erect penis. He could distinctly feel the young woman's tongue wrapping around his shaft. He had never experienced such a blowjob, not even close. Ayame was experienced by now, but even though Yuya was a novice in this area and sometimes felt her teeth against his skin, he had the impression she was about to swallow whatever was in her mouth. In fact, he found tasting the young woman far more pleasurable than anything he'd ever experienced with Ayame. Naruto tightened his grip, plunging in as deep as he could. She flinched, letting out a muffled moan against the shaft between her lips, but moved forward under the surge of pleasure that coursed through her, further pushing past the obstacle that had been hindering her speech. The head of the redhead hit the back of her throat before he tensed up. She trembled just as much. As the redhead pulled his face away, the young woman's body half slumped, pressing her sex against his mouth. She writhed frantically, completely immobilizing the young man. Her body was melting, the young woman had never experienced such sensations. Her supporting hand clenched on the rug, tearing at bits of fabric, while her other hand tightened more gently around her lover's penis. However, this surge of pleasure was accompanied by a sharp throb of the organ that had taken up residence in her mouth before the redhead ejaculated forcefully down his lover's throat. After a brief pause during which the couple reached their respective climax, they collapsed, having withdrawn from each other's bodies. They were both panting. After all, it was a new sensation for both of them. Yuya had never had sex before, and Naruto had never reached such a level of pleasure from a simple blowjob. Yet, she hadn't been particularly skilled, but something unknown had completely changed his perception. But he didn't know what. Well, the redhead breathed. If it's still this good, then we'll have to continue. Yuya sat up and removed her panties before looking down, revealing flushed cheeks as she bit her lower lip. But, you don't want us to go to your room. Doing it on the rug is. Well, it's awkward. Naruto smiled as he sat up. No problem, give me your hand. When she placed her fingers on the redhead's palm, he pulled her towards him and kissed her. She jumped before holding him tight with all the strength she had left after such pleasure. For a split second, she felt as if her body had dematerialized. She slowly stepped back to see that she and the young man were now in his bedroom. She looked around before smiling sweetly. That's better. She pushed the young man, making him fall onto the bed. He smiled, amused, as she pulled down his pants, exposing him. Let's see how this goes. He smiled as he watched her position herself above him, sizing him up with a feline gaze. He felt like he was being seized by a predator. Her hips moved from side to side as if she were playing with an imaginary tail. Whether it was her or him, they were both as naked as when they were born. She approached the young man before simply kissing him. Their tongues resumed a softer, more harmonious dance as their bodies pressed together, Uzumaki squeezing Uzumaki's hips, pressing their genitals together. The young man's vigor returned, drawn by the warmth of the awaiting embrace. His penis swelled and parted the redhead's moist, swollen lips. She pulled away from her lovers, feeling the rigid, burning shaft press against the entrance to her. As he held her hips, he began gentle thrusts, sliding his penis between her labia. Yuya broke the kiss, tightening her grip on her lover's shoulders with a long moan. The sensation of his penis sliding against hers made her tremble with pleasure. Her hips began to move of their own accord, seeking to deepen this caress, as gentle as it was pleasurable. Yet, despite the softness and tenderness of this simple movement, she felt as if the column of flesh caressing her was on fire, so hot was she between her thighs. He kissed her, rolling onto his side and pinning her against the mattress as he gained the upper hand. He stroked her cheek, his gaze locked with hers. "Are you ready?" he asked suddenly. "Are you ready?" he had asked her. Yet, when he had deflowered Ayame, he hadn't asked any questions and had simply plunged into her. Why ask her? She wasn't any different. Or perhaps she was. It was true that he had never felt this way before, never had such passion gripped him. His stomach churned, his heart pounded wildly, and the only thing he truly wanted was for her not to suffer during her first time. He only wanted her not to suffer, he wanted to fully share this moment of bliss with her. She placed her hand on his, smiling tenderly at him. "Yes, I'm all yours." She blinked for a few seconds before realizing what she'd just said, her cheeks flushing as she gently panicked. "Well, you understand, it's not that I'm." He smiled before kissing her, forcing himself inside her. He reached the resistance he'd been dreading. The only way to penetrate her without causing her too much pain was simple. With a single, forceful thrust, he impaled the young woman. She broke the kiss, arching her back to let out a groan of pain. Her hands went to her back, she tensed, digging her nails into her flesh. Stop. It hurts too much," the redhead cried to her lover. It was too much for her. Kunoichi or not, she hadn't been prepared for such intense internal pain. She was in agony, as if her lover's penis were tearing her apart, she could feel it moving inside her. But she derived no pleasure from it, on the contrary, her whole body trembled. It felt as if Naruto's penis were encased in sandpaper, so intense was the burning sensation in her vagina with each thrust. They were very slow, very gentle, and very brief. She almost didn't even feel him moving, but she was in pain. Despite his face contorted by pain and the pang in his heart, Naruto stubbornly continued. Her suffering was normal, but if he continued, the pain would subside and she would feel better. "Sorry, but bear with it a little longer." The young woman's clenched teeth, her nails dug into her flesh, and her trembling body clearly showed that she was experiencing more pain than pleasure. His thrusts were gentle and slow enough not to exacerbate her pain. He leaned down slowly to kiss her. Despite the unpleasant sensation, she let his tongue into her mouth. That simple kiss forced her to relax. Immediately, she felt better. It wasn't a huge difference, but she felt a pressure easing. Her relaxed vaginal muscles seemed to welcome his penis more easily. Even though the pain was still there, a kind of aftertaste began to take hold, like a balm diluting the unpleasant sensation. Without her having to do anything else, she could clearly feel the softness of the contact, the tenderness of their union, the warmth emanating from her lower abdomen, even if, for the moment, the redhead's brief moment of inertia while inside her caused her a painful sensation. Naruto watched Yuya's face slowly relax with each thrust. Her body no longer trembled, the furrows his nails had opened as they slid across her skin were now deserted by his murderous grip, and her lips were gradually stretching. She opened her eyes to observe him, plunging her chocolate-brown gaze into the young man's azure expanse. She could see a glimmer of tranquility in her lover's eyes, he seemed reassured, but she didn't know why. Another spark lit up her eyes, but she didn't know how to identify it, she simply knew that this small light obsessed her. She felt good seeing it, as if nothing could touch her anymore. He, however, observed different emotions, but he couldn't decipher any of them. There was neither hatred nor contempt, so he couldn't read her. She was the fourth person to do this to him. "Naruto." The young woman breathed, smiling at him. Her heart leapt in her chest, and he frowned. What was happening? Ayame had called his name dozens, even hundreds of times when they slept together, yet never had the mere sound of his name brought her so much pleasure, so much joy. "You can go now," Yuya added, sitting up to kiss her. He grasped her hips and withdrew slowly. When only the head of his penis remained inside her, he smiled. They kissed when, with a sudden thrust, Naruto plunged in, his full length hitting the back of her. Releasing her lover's lips, she arched her back completely, leaving only her head and heels in contact with the mattress, and let out a cry of pleasure. Yuya held Naruto tightly, pressing her body against his as he moved inside her. His movements were swift, powerful, and abrupt, yet they remained tender, gentle, and passionate for the young woman. Their bodies responded to each other, their hands gliding over one another's, their warmth uniting in a fiery torrent, their senses soaring from their carnal prisons. They were bound, they completed each other. Naruto slid into her, Tayuya moved his hips with frenzied abandon. One was enough for the other, their movements produced powerful thrusts, slaps, sweat coating their skin. They were hot, burning both inside and out, yet they wouldn't have traded places for anything in the world. Tayuya felt safe, safer than she had ever been. She felt completely possessed by the young man, yet she didn't mind feeling such possession. A dependency was taking hold, unlike that bestowed by the cursed seal, unlike the feeling of power Orochimaru's mark had given her. Naruto gave her a different, more powerful feeling, a sense of completeness. He made her feel cut off from the world, alone with him in a different world where no one else existed, far from this ungrateful world, far from suffering and misfortune. Simply, she was happy. Naruto was experiencing something different. He had had such relationships before, several times with Ayame or even Kurama, but never before had they caused such sensations. Kurama's technique was perfect, Ayame had learned to satisfy him, but Tayuya was a beginner, it was his first time, and yet, she gave him sensations different from what Ayame offered, slightly superior to Kurama's. He felt confident, safe. He felt that nothing could touch him, that nothing could take away what he felt. Far from those infamous beings that were humans, he was tasting something new. The redhead embraced the redhead tightly, pressing her body against his. Naruto, I love you, Tayuya cried as he captured her lips, sharing another of those passionate kisses he loved so much. Their movements, powerful and swift, became frantic, violent, and impulsive before, with a groan from Naruto and a cry from Tayuya, they locked together. Her body trembling, the redhead nestled deep inside her, she hugged her lover, burying her face in his chest. She gasped as her body pulled away from his, who hadn't moved, surprised by what she had said. I love you. He turned the words over and over in his mind, but he didn't understand them. He didn't even know what they meant. He didn't know, though, his heart had leapt, his body had warmed, and his mind had almost left his body. Why? He had no idea what those two words meant, and yet, he was almost trembling from the effect they had had on him. What could he possibly say to that? He closed his eyes and uttered the only words that came to mind. Me too. End lemon.